Europe has been happening left and right.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of Europe.
Gaming Galaxy,
right?
Gaming Gladiators going down versus Liquid.
Unfortunately, you know, it's also about slots because, you know, NA and
Correct.
SA only have 2 slots.
I would love to see EG versus TSM.
Yeah, I think 3 slots for all regions. Some having 4 could be pretty cool. That would provide some pretty hype. But anyway, that's a whole nother story. But I think the fact that we had the draw just now between T1 and Boom allows for the series later that we have, Bet Boom versus T1. That's going to be super important. Bet Boom, if they...
It's going to be a good series.
Yeah, they win that.
Yeah.
They're suddenly able to climb even maybe to first place in the group stage.
Oh,
pretty hype.
I'm getting word. Slacks is doing his job
Again?
He's managed to round up someone from OG. Slacks, what you doing extra credit? You trying to make me look bad? What's going on here?
Absolutely, Tsunami. My entire career exists around making you look mediocre. No, I just wanted to let you guys in on a very cool situation that you're only going to see at a LAN. It's been a long time since we had a LAN in Dota 2. But currently, right now, we have Tundra versus Beast Coast. They're playing right now, and both the managers are watching with bated breath. I'm not going to go bother them or anything, but it's just very exciting to have a look at something like this. Here we go. We got Guashi here from Beast Coast, and we got Aoi 2000 right down here just watching. Now, I was in this room earlier, and when they got a kill, Aoi 2000, he looked behind him, and he laughed. And Guashi... she was like, what the fuck? And then Aoi just looked back. He's doing it again. If you could see, he just looks back. Every time that they get a kill, he looks back and he laughs. This is something that you don't see in the other side. Oh my god. Oh, okay, we got a gun. Cut, guys, cut! Cut!
He's on to you.
He just pushed him. He's a menace.
He pushed me!
He just pushed him. We saw it.
Oh!
Oh, this is something that you
that's all I got
don't
for
get unless you're out on a LAN. Beautiful. I love the physical contact. This is a full contact sport that we play, Dota 2 esports, which I'm assuming them getting up meant that Tundra did ultimately take that.
I mean, with that much poise, look at him. He
saw him.
got up firm,
Asserted himself.
pushed
Out of my
out
way,
the
please. I've got a winning team to manage and coach, please. Thank you very much. The music is playing. I'm assuming that means that we're going to go to a break. And when we return, EG versus OG, game number 1.
I work it like I do a 9 to 5. No punching in or punching out, I'm round the clock the hardest you will find. So I gotta grind like you never see before, and that's all the time. I'm saying what you need to know, cause I'ma shine. You can get yours, cause I'ma get mine. Fresh to death, the freshest of the fresh. To be the best, you can accept no less. OG status, I ain't new to this.
All I do is slay, slay all day. Slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great. Do whatever it takes. All I do is slay, slay all day. Slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great. Do whatever it takes. All I do is slay, slay all day. Slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great. Do whatever.
What a fitting song to play before OG steps up to the plate, because all they do is slay every single day, every single, not necessarily every TI. TI-10, unfortunately, the end of their reign. But now they've got a brand new roster, and this is their first time being able to show that roster against international opponents, against North American opponents. Oh boy. I'm excited.
This is the best game for OG to find that motivation, because of course they've had a rough day yesterday, and I think it's nice to quickly reset again against little old EG, who's having some struggles. Is Storm banned?
It keeps banning Storm. Come on!
We will get the bit one time.
Can they just respect the comedy of the... okay, whatever. Enigma and Pangolier picked up first phase by OG, EG. Maybe even taking a page out of BetBoom's playbook, and they snap up the Mars. Hell, might even pair with the CK if they're feeling cocky.
That's not a bad playbook to take a page out of.
That's what I'm saying. Or the IO. Is IO still in? IO's also still in. T, what's on your mind? What's wrinkling that brain of yours?
I like the Enigma. We've seen it once already from OG so far at the Major, and this was the 52-minute game 2 against Beast Coast. Beast Coast were winning, but then the eventual comeback because, of course, you know, Enigma going into the late game, Tiger, some popping black holes. To be clear, he also went a bit, you know, left field itemization-wise. He went for the Wraith Pact rush, then into a Blink, then a BKB. Some might say he didn't go Blink first because he gets a Wyvern, because of course the curse piercing BKB as well. So there's some creativity as well with the build. But no, I'm always a fan when I see OG on the Enigma. It's like a really solid insurance policy to all the chaos that they create.
So, first phase Enigma, is this something that you can get away with because Rubik is not a very good hero right now? Because I feel like first phase Enigma usually has that caveat.
Yeah, it does to the Rubik part, but also the playstyle, the fact that OG runs its support, enables it to not be too much punished, right? Okay. Like, because you're securing your offlane to farm and you're just going jungle, like, because I think it was OG's dire side, he'll take the creep, but then he'll play in the Radiant jungle, dragging the camps around there. He'll just be super aggressive in posturing. It doesn't really matter what the traditional counters are because, again, he's going to have his game from that support role.
And EG do indeed pluck out of the playbook that they just lost to, pairing up the Mars with an IO. And I'll ask you the same question, Owen. How do you feel about IO pairings these days?
I mean, there's still some hot ones in the pool, right? The Lesh is there. If they want to roll with that, would be something a little bit different from what we've had before from EG in this Major. But maybe something a little different is going to be nice. One thing is quite interesting, if this sort of history is correct, I don't think we've seen OG play with Pango, right?
I'm gravitating.
This is a bit of a new hero pick for them. Of course, a hot hero across the board,
Very
but
much so.
as I'm seeing, at least from the recent matches from the performances, no Pango, right?
Yeah, in regards to the DPC League, they didn't have any Pangolier there.
Something different.
They were one of the few teams that didn't jump on that Pango mid train, and at the Major thus far as well, also not been picked. So yeah, it is a hero picked for the Major.
Yes, one that EG wouldn't have been able to see coming.
Yeah.
Unless maybe they'd seen things in scrims and stuff. This is, OG sort of showing something original here from themselves.
The thing is, though, at least Pangolier is already very discovered. Everyone knows what happens with Pangolier, and because
where's it going to go with OG?
That's a good question.
I wouldn't mind it just being
just the mid.
The mid, yeah. I've not seen a Mar ever play Pangolier.
Yeah, that's true.
Ever.
Mar, that'd be great. You know, he's just going to build all the right clear. Just Maelstrom, Diffusal, Crystalis.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
But no, I would expect this just to be a mid, and then Enigma is your 4.
Dude, Satanic Rush Pango.
Actually,
That's an MR stuff.
you know what? The thing is, though, we can't get carried away here.
Don't encourage him, T. Please.
But Seb's also the 5, right? And some Pangolier 5 with like a Medusa or a ranged core can also work out. The classic melee enabling the range, but that's later down the line if they get that pick into play. Could also see that maybe a Pango 5, like I just said.
And yet again, OG heavily targeting Abed, at least for the first 3 bans. Storm. Oh, it's nearly synonymous for me now. Storm Spirit, Ember Spirit, and Puck taken out of the pool. Still has Void Spirit available. And meanwhile, EG take out the Wraith King and the Viper and the CK.
Yeah, right now for OG, with this type of draft, where potentially the Pangolier is a flex between 5 and 2, this is not like, you can't really pick your 5 here because you're not really flexing it at that point. So if it is a flex, we might be seeing a core being picked up here, because then it's like, ooh, the mystery of the Pangolier.
Something that could throw EG off for sure. As now they mull over what are they going to show. They're going to have to show one of these cores eventually.
I mean, they're eating through their reserve time here. Because like, you already know what your offlane duo is from EG, the Mars IO. So potentially picking up your carry into that is okay, but then you're giving so many responses to it.
How about Yuragi Tiny? Maybe it takes it out of EG's hand in case they want to do an IO Tiny.
Okay.
Wait, what? Oh my god, get slacks on the horn right now. Wind Ranger picked up.
I like this too, though, because there's still that.
Yeah,
where's
the
it
mystery.
going?
Yep,
What's
exactly.
happening here?
Yep. But is she a good hero right now?
Yo.
Whoa, that was quick responses. Bloodseeker, Winter Wyvern.
This Pango, like Seb's like, boys, please, I'll play at 5, guys. All right,
Yes,
please.
yeah.
I'll take the Rupture.
I'll take
Don't
it.
put this as the core. He's going to have a few difficulties.
I'm the old guy in the team. I'll do it for you, boys. You younglings, you get out there. You have your great lives, yeah. But for sure, this is EG has just looked at the picks right now from OG. The Wyvern countering the Enigma, the Black Hole. He's now going to have to get Lincolns at some point. Blink, BKB, Lincoln, so much gold. You then have Pangolier. Curse can go through the role. Bloodseeker with the Rupture for the role. Even Windrunner is a hero that wants to play on movement. Some might argue there's too many heroes you'd like to Rupture, be it a potential core Windrunner or core Pangolier. But yeah, EG has got a solid foundation to what OG has opened up with.
Random, probably not relevant for this game. Did the 7.31c patch help Blood Mist enough to become viable?
I mean, it doesn't do pure to yourself anymore, so that's pretty cool.
Okay,
but
so
Still pretty bad.
but it's still pretty.
bad.
I'm yet to see it even in a pub look like, oh, that was good. Maybe against some like Ilu heroes or something could be pretty cool, but yeah.
And now that at least there's one tanky hero, but that just means that your shard is also good now that Kunkka's on the field as one of your enemies.
Yeah, for OG, often it is just it's obviously Kunkka carry or Kunkka mid. They do have the ultimate last pick in the draft. So right now for OG, there's a lot of questions they're raising with their heroes. Is it Windrunner 4? Is it Pango mid or 5? Is it Kunkka carry or mid? Like pretty much 3 of their heroes, other than potentially Enigma, which is your foundation of 4, it can go anywhere.
Yep.
And just sort of add to the difficulty of that sort of planning against the Wind Ranger. Again, it's another hero that OG's lineup, this current squad's not played.
Correct.
And for EG as well, I feel like they're confident playing into what OG has, because they have, like, pretty much everyone has sustain on EG, right? Be it the Bloodseeker with his first, the Mars, eventually getting like a Satanic. You then have Cold Embrace on Winter Wyvern, the Tether saves on Io. OG, if they lock onto a hero, they have to be so clinical and make sure they execute that hero cleanly. If they don't, EG are going to be able to survive, turn it around, and make the plays.
I mean, with all that in mind, I'm a little bit surprised that the AA that we saw so much of in the previous series on BetBoom, not present yet, not banned, not picked.
Nice, yeah. If you see the Wyvern, but would it fit? I mean, it's OG. They could fit anything in.
They can fit. OG's got a lot of flex potential with all these. I am leaning Yuragi Kunkka, though. I think that's the one thing, and Taiga Enigma.
Yeah, I'm just not seeing the Mar hero here yet, lads.
Right.
So.
Yeah, that's true. Unless we're getting something newer than Mar Pango, but then, as you say, it's not a great core Pango game with what EG's picked.
Yep, and Amar is, again, I believe he is the one drafting for OG, so he's giving himself last pick in the draft, it does seem.
Potentially.
Yeah. I still feel it's Pango 5, Windrunner mid, Kunkka carry, kinda, with a...
Yep.
Okay.
That's, in my eyes, the strongest variation, but of course EG still has one more pick, so that could instantly get changed up.
And with EG taking the opportunity to snap up this Bloodseeker Wyvern, they allow Abed to get some more bans in from OG, as now Void Spirit taken out of the pool, and EG ban out the Huskar themselves.
OG's turn.
Ooh, okay.
What's left? I mean, Tiny is still available if Abed isn't traumatized from the last game.
No, we got the TA.
TA? That's for sure. Oh, right. Oh my god. I keep watching the delayed version. My bad.
No, you're just
Tiny
watching
got the I'm sorry.
Stop watching the stream, Konami.
I
Fiending chat. Close it. What are we looking at?
Close the laptop.
What's chat saying, actually?
Oh,
They're saying we're all dumb.
Oh, they're happy. They're just really happy. No, but
a
anyway,
few goals there. All right.
All right, Bad Rider's taken out on the current version, and Templar Assassin is fixed.
yeah, these two bans pretty much just covering the TA. It gives EG a way to play out this, some blink TA into Deso timing. You're able to take the fight, even be greedy and just go Deso first. But going in first gives Bloodseeker the perfect fight. Bloodseeker ideally wants to poke a little bit, but then fully commit once you see kind of the big picture of the engagement. TA is one of the best heroes at just blowing up at the start.
This is a very right-click, physical-heavy lineup from EG, though. I feel like if OG has a high armor hero for ATF, or
I mean, the Underlord's still in, right?
oh yeah, Underlord is still available.
You're not comfortable with just putting him on his Underlord?
Yeah,
It's safe. It's a safe close up to the draft here.
yeah, it's a beefy boy.
Yep.
Just get to absorb the fight as well.
Does anyone build Crimson Guard anymore?
No.
Okay.
I did once and I lost.
But no, it's a nice underlord game for the concept as well of if EG take that fight, you can just Fiends Gate out, reset back into the engagement.
Yep.
I like the laning, so Seb is playing the Windrunner. Okay, so they did just put the Pango into the core role.
It's nice as well having that global potential in response to maybe the moves that EG is going to be making around Crits IO. So
it's going to be, what's the lane? It's going to be, Seb's playing the Windrun.
Ooh, Seb Windranger.
Yeah.
I wanted
he
him to
wanted
lane
to have
against
some
Jerax.
fun.
He did
wanted to have some fun against Jerax.
He did.
It's a fun hero.
But it's the IO Mars lane, so potentially they might have to think of some shenanigans to get that laning matchup. But yeah, this is very much an OG draft for the eventual scaling and the team fights being insane and clutch players coming in. But I think this is, EG should be super happy with what they got. They have a solid foundation.
Sure.
They have the answers to deal with a core Pangolier. They have an explosive TA style here to go take Roshan. Like, this is one of the better drafts we've seen from EG. And it matches up nicely against OG. So it's now on, it's not the drafts, it's just how they perform in the game and just focusing up and getting some good spells out.
All right. Well, by popular demand, our casters for this are going to be Lyrical and Fly. I hope they get a kick out of this game. Let's go.
A kick out of this game. My goodness gracious, Neil. He's so excited.
He
What a
is.
lovely guy. He also has a great beard.
He does have a great beard. I wish I could grow that kind of beard, but I don't. So
We
I
all
can't.
have crossed the bear, but yeah, an exciting series. Obviously, an incredibly important matchup for both of these teams, and we saw some very much classic heroes coming out right at the beginning. Taiga going to be playing on his Enigma. This time it's going to be Jerax playing the Winter Wyvern. No crit this time for the Wyvern.
Yeah.
A little bit of the change up. So
Old memes, boys.
It's got to pull them out every now and then. But how you feeling about the draft? Do you like the picks that they went for?
First of all, a quick shout out to social media. Thank you guys for bringing me here. But anyways, back to the game. No, I actually like EG's draft. I think they have a very well-rounded draft. I don't really know about this Wind Ranger as a position 5 hero, but it is a Seb specialty. He's actually level 30 on the hero, so that's impressive actually. So I am feeling EG's draft. I think it's very solid. I am happy to see Abed on TA. I think it's one of his best heroes.
Right.
And I do think it's a pretty good TA game. So I'm favoring EG's draft.
All right, I'm very interested to see how it goes. I mean, this is a couple of heroes that, at least at various points, have looked very strong. I feel like Bloodseeker's kind of had a bit of a resurgence in a way that at least I haven't seen for a while. Is it mainly just the Shard?
Not. I don't think so. I think Bloodseeker just came out as a response for the Pangolier.
Okay.
I do think it's actually a pretty bad lane matchup against Enigma, so I was wondering if OG was willing to put Enigma on Amar or something.
Okay.
But they end up, like Taiga's gonna play his classic Enigma. And yeah, Bloodseeker is like this kind of hero that it's not a traditional hard carry where he's gonna completely take over a game on his own, usually.
Okay.
So I do think it's a good pairing with TA. So the Bloodseeker is probably gonna look to be more active. We'll most likely see like a Maelstrom into BKB and have TA be like the main carry of the game.
Okay. Well, that'll be what to watch for, as already some early action going on. It will be OG forcing back Nightfall And Crit from being able to get any extra pressure there and take away those bounty runes. So laning stage, as we might expect, BZM playing on the Pango, going to be going one-on-one against Abed. And you said this is mainly going to be like the carry matchup for EG. Does that mean that it needs to go well in lane, or as long as there's stacks, it's going to be fine?
I think it's pretty hard to shut down a TA completely, especially when you look at these kind of supports like Enigma. Taiga's playing an Enigma. It's not a hero that will be able to pressure TA that much unless he does decide to play in the enemy woods, sacrifice bottom a little bit in order to pressure TA. So we'll see what route he decides to play. I do want to highlight a bit on Nightfall's item build here. This is not something we really see.
Oh, yeah, interesting. But it does look like he's already going straight into the armlet afterwards, but has that Blightstone to try and, I guess, just get extra harassment out there, considering... I mean, I don't know. What the Wind Ranger being played position 5, it does feel like that's going to be maybe a little susceptible if he doesn't have that wind run up.
Yeah, it's interesting for sure. I'm not sure what to make of it. Maybe he was thinking about getting an Orb of Corrosion, but that's too much gold investment right now in the offlane. I do want to say in this matchup, though, specifically Kunkka versus Mars, the Bulwark does work against Tidebringer, so I'm not sure if that's something that either team is aware of. But you actually negate a lot of damage if he does skill it up at level 3 or 4 or maybe even 2. We'll see. I want to keep an eye on it.
All right, it'll be something good to watch for. They're already getting some good harassment into Yuragi, and as we might expect, going to try and mount a lot of their damage there onto Crit. Seb trading hits with them. But won't end up being able to get any extra harassment out. I mean, this is what you kind of got to do, is eventually go for that all-in onto Io, right? If you want to do something like that.
Yeah, they definitely want to try and get the Io in this lane.
Oh, he did take Bulwark. Ooh.
Oh, okay, yeah, so he is aware. So, I mean, good on him. We're going to see it come into play later. Whenever he gets Tidebringer, he's not going to take as much damage, so feels good.
Well, so far, so good. Down bottom, there was, I think, a TP out we saw, potentially. But no kills as of yet. And 13-0. A lot of early pressure here as Taiga's trying to do what he can to get out some denies. 2 last hits, 2 denies. And Bloodseeker's still doing fine, though, in that lane. Underlord's a little bit behind.
Yeah, I mean, Enigma's just going to keep denying creeps, and it's just annoying. Like, you're kind of, in a way, blackmailing the enemy carry from, like, getting creeps. That's kind of how it feels like. And, you know, like, but both of them are still getting okay last hits.
Yeah. Well, again, up top side, getting a ton of that damage mitigation out with the Bulwark. Very nice stuff coming in from Nightfall. And then that paired together with the natural sort of regen that he's going to have coming in with Kurt with the headdress there. You can see he can stay in this lane very effectively and just get some pretty good harassment out. We're going to have to watch maybe when we get a little bit later into the laning stage what the consumables spent look like there, because I got to imagine that it's going to be hurting him eventually.
Yeah, I think as soon as he gets the Helm of Iron Will on Mars, he's going to be very happy. Like, he can just kind of stay on the lane alone, and I think Crit will have more freedom to perhaps stack a little bit for TA.
Yeah. Well, again, passive laning stage to start. EG, as often happens, a lot of focus on their lanes and trying to have a good time with it. But likewise, Taiga going to be spamming out those Eidolons. Does just manage to get out of the blood right before any damage comes out. And I guess it's going to be a little bit of a weird matchup because Bloodseeker tends to be like that stronger laner once the other regions or the other lanes start to get whittled down a bit.
Yeah, it definitely matters. But again, I mentioned this before. I do like Enigma versus Bloodseeker in general. You keep him low XP, you generally don't really get hit because you're just playing back with the Eidolons, and he doesn't have a way to kill your Eidolons either. So I like the matchup.
Yeah, so far, so good. Trading. And good amount of damage there onto Taiga, although Arteezy also getting low, trying to dodge away. Not going to happen. Amar also very low, going toe-to-toe now with Artur, and with the Eidolons, actually has to run away. Oh, and then another round of Firestorm. Mar trying to play, and Jerax also up close. Blood right afterwards, it's not quite enough. They turn to fight, but it's not going to be there. A quick kill. That was close.
That was nice. Like, both teams kind of dancing around each other. You know, well done by Arteezy. He's definitely a laning beast here.
You just took Yuragi for being like down a little bit, I think, of HP there.
Yeah, Why not? Psychological warfare here, right?
Yeah, there you go. Oh, good, good spray.
That is a great spray, by the way. Both like this one and the last one of Xingqiu have just been like top tier sprays. For any team out there, definitely take note. Xingqiu is just, you know, a legend.
It's got a very memeable face. It's
Yes.
great.
Yes, he's great.
So expressive. Oh. Another
Look
round
at
of
mid lane.
dips. BZM. Oh, Abed getting right on top of him. This could be it. So they gets run down. A rotation comes too late, and EG getting the solo kill mid.
Dang, that's really big because now he's level 7. He's basically an entire level over BZM in the mid lane, and they have the catapult here. They're probably going to look to pressure this a little bit.
See what they end up doing. I mean, this is the other thing that we've seen when Crit plays on this IO, this rotation towards mid where they basically end up dual laning. It ends up working very well for them. Arteezy down bottom, though, needs to back away. The Underlord and the Enigma, very difficult to deal with. But yeah, you can see that moves on over. Seb makes the rotation and able to sneak away that illusion rune.
Yeah, that's probably going to stop the aggression in mid lane. They got the rune, the catapult is down. BZM also gets the D word. So good job by OG, making sure they're not getting hurt too much from this solo kill.
Yeah. Again, down bottom, trying to clear through these Eidolons. Have more magic resistance now, but not really that important against the pure damage coming out from the Bloodright. And Taiga has to back away.
BZM's coming down here.
Ooh. Okay.
TZ's saying sayonara. He TP's out.
And Jarex is going to be the one left behind. BZM wants to get out of there. Onto Jarex for the kill, and we'll be able to secure it. So a nice little kill.
So I think that's very important because otherwise this Wyvern just sits in the trees and just keeps nuking. And whenever he's in danger, he would just use the Arctic Burn and run away. So I think that kill is very crucial in order for OG to get this tower. And it looks like EG is gonna just give this up.
Yeah, it's interesting. So you don't think it'd be worth it for them to try and like rotate it down there to defend it, at least for the moment?
Yeah, because this TA is just farming an ancient stack. TA doesn't want to get randomly active unless she gets some good power rune. So it doesn't feel good for the hero to randomly TP to the safe lane here.
Okay. Well, currently sitting top of the net worth on Abed. Seb taking over in the mid lane for the moment since top does not need quite as much help at the moment. Kunkka getting some levels he feels more survivable, heads off to the jungle to farm slightly with the Helm of Ironwill, and that is leaving open a lot more space on the map for these supports to get some levels.
Amara is very farmed, actually.
Yeah, level 7. I mean that's just naturally going to happen with the Enigma, but then also having so much net worth already, despite that death earlier.
Yeah, getting that tower and the kill, and he's a very happy Underlord. And I think both offlaners are kind of playing like carries. Obviously, Nightfall is a carry player. Maybe they'll force BCM to use the haste here. Oh, nice Shackle.
Pops it in now, trying to turn, looking for the kill. They find him right there. Cold Embrace, not nearly enough. And Abed has to back away, but the boat dropped down and no refraction, no nothing. Abed drops. Seb now looking for more. Jerax in some trouble as well as he's going to get pulled back. And OG making it work here early as they rotate many heroes mid and get a couple of clutch kills. Yuragi, is he going to go down here? Arteezy doesn't want to go for any more.
Arteezy is only level 5. This Enigma hurt his game so much. Beautiful Shackle to set it up, though. We see why this guy's level 30 on Wind Ranger, right? Good job by Seb, for sure. Setting that up for his team. So some big pickoffs, and Arteezy's just hurting. This hero doesn't want to play from behind.
No. No, this, I mean, and granted, the net worth lead still feels very small, but is this the type of situation where you're worried about like the way the rest of his game can go from this point forward, or do you think Nightfall can make up for the sort of struggle that the Bloodseekers had?
Oh, I mean, Nightfall is like, I'm the carry. He literally has an armlet and a Blightstone.
Gotcha.
So we'll see what happens. They are going to go in bottom lane here on Arteezy.
Looking for the kill bottom, although actually they're going for Seb as well. And yeah, Artur is dead. Up top again. They're going to drop the arena, but Sebi just TP's out. Not going to be able to get out in time.
Damage. And they're contesting these stacks too here.
Ragi got a couple of them. Has the X. The TP rotations coming in. BZM is right there. So they will lose the IO. Crit just dies to Amar. And now looking for Nightfall. I mean, if he goes down, this is really tragic. Yuragi running in with almost no HP. And, well, the Torrent, it's going to lift up one. Tries to dodge away. Nightfall living for a very long time with the cold embrace, but I don't think it's going to be long enough as eventually they bring him down. And again, Arteezy comes in too late. Can't get there. He was dead.
Oh my, this is definitely, everything's going wrong for EG right now. Some key pickoffs. And Amar joining in with like a 200 bonus damage just slaps this IO into oblivion. You know, it's it looks a bit sad.
Now,
Using the Fiend's Gate here.
running at him, just keep going.
Wait,
oh,
what?
you bullies! How?
Oh no.
Dude, that was sick. That was so good.
And the tips, the mind games,
Damn, dude.
the OG classic.
They did have a ward. That's how it all set up. Oh man, that's the coolest use of Fiend's Gate I've seen ever.
Yeah, this guy knows this Fiend's Gate very well.
Pushes in Yuragi, but the black hole used the first time, and they didn't have level 6 yet on Jarex because of how bad that lane has gone. He even got the tome. Didn't matter, and now Crit, he's going to be X. Pulled back in just a moment, and, well, tries to tether away. They do manage to get Crit out of there. Are they going back in now?
Yuragi died during all of this.
Okay.
I'm not even sure what killed him. Might have been a trap with missed armlet toggle. Maybe we'll get a replay of that.
Oh, yeah.
But that turned out not so bad in the end. If they get the pick off on Nightfall and Yuragi doesn't die, then great for OG, but turned out not so bad.
I mean, I got to imagine it's frustrating to, you know, obviously really great to get the Kunkka kill, but it feels like at this point, you know, Arteezy on the Bloodseeker has just had such a frustrating game where, you know, we'll watch this one here. He has an Enigma in his lane, and then he mans.
Watch Yuragi. Gets blasted. Oh, I see. And Abed actually gets the last hit.
Okay,
trap
so
damage,
trap.
Splinter Blast, and yeah.
Nice snipe.
Yeah, well done. EG is going to continue going mid here. No black hole available. Level 6 on Jarex too. Arena kind of misses, but...
Do they find any on the way out? They've got the X. On to 1, and Jarex
nice.
Relocates out. Are they going to come and try and defend this?
That was really well timed. It looks like Wyvern's steeping back in, so
Yeah.
I think they want to defend their IO here.
Interesting. Winner's Curse is available. Do they manage to find an opening for anybody, though? Trying to stay alive. Crit dead, and there's the Winner's Curse now. Trying to bring the BZM. This is a big kill. Amar gets the bonus damage, which means he hits him harder. And they find that finish. Seb, slowed down. Abed, clapping at him. I'm coming for you now. Shackle Shot is not going to latch on, and suddenly a resurgence comes out here. Although, again, Arteezy in some trouble. Cold Embrace keeping him alive. Abed, Nightfall, move back in. He's trying to get through the Fiend's Gate, the torrent to keep him out of there. Yuragi now in some trouble. He might have wanted to run through the Fiend's Gate as well, as they can't chase down
He's
that
back.
Kunkka. Oh, he's back in.
Back.
Round 2. Spear runs away. Nightfall going to be left alive.
I can't take this hero. It's just way too funny when a hero just runs into the gate and comes back. And we saw the other day when Pushka was like, where does this go?
Yeah.
And ends up going into the fountain. So decent trades, I'd say, for EG overall, with a really good curse to set that up. And, you know, Amar's massive farm here, you know, going against his own teammate.
All right, it's a little bit frustrating when that ends up happening. The problem when your teams go well and then you're playing against a Wyvern.
Yeah, I do want to highlight for sure this Bloodseeker is hurting this game.
Yeah.
Like the other game we've seen where Gaming Gladiators had a farmed Bloodseeker. I think he had Maelstrom maybe at 9 or 10 minutes. This is only going to come out at 14. It's very slow, so this hero is going to kind of have a rough game from here on out.
Yeah, it's going to be a difficult one for him. Do you think you just go straight BKB and then start fighting, or is it the type of match where he needs to sort of be that extra farmed hero as well?
I think he just needs to get a BKB, anything to help a little bit, because thankfully TA and Mars are both pretty farmed. And Nightfall is close to his Blink Dagger, which will make it much easier for EG to take fights, because they don't have a stable way to start fights right now.
It's definitely a little bit rough. And maybe in a little bit here, we'll end up seeing... Yeah, I mean, Jarex is a long ways away from getting any type of mobility item either. Just has the Wind Lace for now.
Yeah. Taiga is, I believe, once again queuing up this Wraith Pact.
Right.
He does have a Blink. He just got his Blink. So we'll see if he wants to make something happen with this Blink Dagger.
Yeah, it's interesting. He's done this, I think last time that he did it, he went it before the Blink even, potentially. I'm not sure if that was true or not, but I remember him getting it very early, and they see some value in this item. all that damage mitigation, and obviously just the power of Vlad's in general is so nice.
I like Vlad. I just think Rave Pact is pretty underwhelming for the amount of gold it costs. This is like, it could be, you know, him getting a BKB or like a different item. I like the Vlads. It's also good with his heroes. It's good with Underlord, with Kunkka. They all kind of have some scaling damage on the cores. But yeah, I'm not sure about the Rave Pact top lane.
Jerix gets caught after the shackle, and with the Atos now out, this is going to be a dead Winter Wyvern. So Amar finding the kill, 5, 1, and 3 on this Underlord.
There's just a lot of people who like to high five, especially the young players.
Yeah, I don't know
I've
why.
really noticed this. Like Nightfall is always dropping the high five. Amar's doing it. I mean, Seb's a classic too.
Oh, yeah.
So I do want to kind of keep track of the high fives. Maybe we can get a special stat at the end of the game how many high fives were actually left hanging.
Oh,
which is-
yeah.
That would be like a sick stat. Just saying.
I want to see it. All right, on it. We hear you. Thank you very much. BZM, he's going to get ruptured. Might get a high five here in a moment. Well, we'll see as the chase down is there, and Arteezy able to get involved and almost get the kill. Oh, was BZM not going to die?
BZM 's
Are you
standing.
kidding me?
What?
Are you kidding? No. Oh, my
Where's
goodness.
this gate taking us? Okay.
Yeah, they got to back out. Jeez. Well, that is unfortunate for EG.
Yeah, I can't believe Pango just stood there and survived. Like they were so committed to getting this Pango kill. There was no way out for Arteezy or Io at that point.
Right.
So, well done by OG again.
5,000 gold lead. OG looking very clean at this point. And almost a BKB done on Amar. Nightfall will run into him there. 3 levels behind. And everything just feels very difficult for them to accomplish. Any type of like objective taking or winning a fight, it feels like they've got to get like a good curse or something off.
Yeah, I'm trying to see the window of opening for EG here, but I'm looking at the items. Abed went for a Blink Dagger and a Strangle Lance, and now he's going to get the BKB, so they're not even going for this Desolator route.
Yeah.
It's a bit awkward.
They're at least farming up, and Nightfall able to blink right over the top. Bloodright comes out afterwards.
Oh.
What? The Gale Force
Gale Force.
just pushes him away, and the Winter's Curse. It's not gonna be enough to get a kill there. Mar turns now wanting to fight, and there's gonna be the catch with the shackle. The relocate comes too late. Io gets out of there. Nightfall has to back up, and eventually this Io is gonna get
There's
pulled
the
on
high
in
five.
again. Yeah, there you go. High five, getting ready for it. As they want to try and get the pit in the midst of the tether, but don't even need to. Another kill for Amar.
Oh, man. Well, that was a good pickup by Seb. I mean, clearly, again, this guy knows his win rager.
Absolutely. Now they're going to drop the boat, which makes sure Yuragi will not die. And OG just feel like they constantly have the answers here. Looking very, very solid in this performance here.
EG just looks very disconnected. All their moves, they're just not aligned with each other. Like this move in the mid lane just now, there was nobody helping.
Right.
And OG's just playing better together, honestly.
Yeah. Well, and, you know, it got to be said, coming off of that loss in that last one, you know, I guess for you, imagining there's been a couple of times where you've lost games and then had to go right in afterwards. How much does that affect you carrying into the next series?
No, for sure. It's a tough situation to be in. Like you're losing all your games. You've had a rough series earlier, and you immediately have to reset and jump into the next game. You need to be have some strong mental fortitude. It's not easy.
Yeah. Gale Force interrupting another gank attempt, and then they manage to find the IO afterwards. Overcharge will not save you. Crit goes down, and EG have to back out again. Every move is stopped.
Yeah, and Amar has a BKB now. He's the top net worth of the game on his, you know, his famous Underlord. He's had a fantastic game.
I'm so impressed with this kid. He's awesome. Like, he manages to sort of innovate and make new things. He was playing this before even the most recent patch, and it's so cool to see like a new batch of young players come in and just have fresh takes on the game and perform in like fabulous ways like this on a big stage.
Yeah, you can see the net worth. This guy is playing, you know, I think it's one of his best heroes, or he's probably the best Underlord I've seen throughout the DPC in general. So it's great to see him perform well in a hero that is very clunky in my opinion.
Okay.
It's a very strange hero, but he makes it work. So
He's a big fat slug. Look at him. He's just slithering around there with his armor and stuff.
yes, it reminds me of a certain Star Wars character. But anyways, no copyright stuff.
Absolutely, no, not at all. Well, maybe they can find something here. EG looking to pull this game back together. The Gale Force will not save any of OG this time as they manage to get themselves back on the board. Still a 7,000 gold lead, but they're not going to go down without a fight.
Yeah, good pickoff. BKB completed on Abed. He disassembled his Dragonlance. And that was also Yuragi. I think he just completed his BKB. So let's see if they can use this momentum to gain more.
Moves in. Seb caught there. Spear afterwards. So the smoke immediately after the kill turning into another one. Now, I mean, they don't have Deso, but Roche feels like a possibility here. They're going to run on into the pit. Can EG do this?
They can definitely kill this Roche fast. They have, look at this, overcharged TA with the, what's it called, Blood Rage. It looks like OG's just gonna let this one go.
Taiga's TPing.
Or
He's moving in. Danger, danger. Jarek's there to try and stop this. Can they take the fight that they need? Malefice already down. Has Blink Dagger up in a little bit. Amar just walks right in, and he's gonna try and take this down. Goes for the kill, and then Abed able to snatch the Aegis. So they do get the Aegis onto EG, but have to back out afterwards.
They're gonna die in 3 heroes still, and they didn't even get the Roche kill.
Oh,
this does not feel good.
Yeah, it's a big problem. OG, they showed up. They knew that they could win this fight, and they will take down 3 heroes, and Abed just hoping to get away. Has the Invis Rune at least still working for him?
Oh man, I mean, Abed is probably the best Aegis snatcher I've ever seen. I'll give him that, but this still feels awful for EG. They lose 3 heroes. They get this Aegis and TA, but that doesn't really help the state of the game at all.
Let's see a quick little replay of this. Good recognition to find Jarek's there at the start, at the very least, because, I mean, that would have stopped everything.
Yeah, the Wyvern was very aggressively positioned here, and he does get picked off, so good on OG for recognizing that.
Able to find him, and BZM, no fuss, no muss, he's happy with it. Meanwhile, back in the game, World of the Living, Nightfall, he is going to get Gale Force pulled on in, and then taken down again. Godlike Amar on the Underlord, and Aegis is not stopping OG from still fighting into EG.
Yeah, I like BZM's item build here. He has Diffusal and now the Lincoln Sphere against the Bloodseeker, and I think it's just, he doesn't care about this matchup anymore, right? He's still going to get the roll off, and he's done a great job after the laning phase on BZM.
Doing everything that's needed. Yeah, that first solo kill, I think that there's probably some players that might have just started to fall pretty far behind, but good recognition from OG to bring in people to help and then also make rotations and start getting into fighting shape as, well, Rupture. Mar does not appear to care that much. Shackle is going to latch now on for the IO, and Arteezy just runs away. The tether back from Crit trying to escape. BZM rolling in from downtown, finds him, separates the two, and then the pushback Taiga there for the Malefice. EG found again. OG's just doing whatever they want.
Oh man, I think they're in a pretty bad state here on EG. Not obviously the game is going poorly, but I feel like you can kind of feel the emotions in the game, especially as a player when you play.
Right.
You can feel the mental state of your team or the enemy team, and EG's state does not look very good right now.
I find another. Yeah, I mean, that's something that I think you would obviously have a lot more, knowledge into, being a former pro player yourself. It's got to feel bad when you start falling behind like this in a game, and also in the tournament as well.
Yeah, because in the back of their minds, they know that they need to win this to stay in this tournament.
Yeah. Everything starts adding that extra emphasis. It starts hurting that much more. And, well, Nightfall will force back BZM for the moment, but Seb is not going to let him go. Without these BKBs online, EG are just food. As they connect with the boat, the Torrent afterwards. Crit trying to salvage this, and Nightfall will manage to stay alive, but still, this 15,000 gold lead. Difficult.
Yeah, Slacks is for sure malding watching this Wind Ranger do work.
No.
Perhaps support is the way, considering like we see these mid Wind Rangers always lose. So
Yeah, I mean, I think that's not going to make him feel any better, to be honest.
I mean, Gale Force is a pretty funny spell, right? Like, I feel like he's the type of guy that would enjoy this spell.
Oh, totally.
Like, there's so many funny things that can happen with Gale Force, so...
Yeah.
Smoke from EG. Let's see if they can pick up some momentum, maybe get a split team fight here.
They're getting set up down bottom here on the Enigma. Could go for a, I mean, a Fiend's Gate play if they want to when they look for this black hole. But Ragi gonna run into Jerax right away. This is not the hero that you want to find. The Gale Force, where are y'all going? BKB tries to run away. Nightfall is there.
Wraith Pack.
Taiga's got him. The Wraith Pack is out. Can they do any more afterwards? Oh God, Crit's in trouble. They got him caught. He's gonna fall as well. Just like that, they get a couple more. I mean, BZM's still on Arteezy as well. Yuragi is right there on top of him. Couple more punches. The power shot from downtown, and OG, they're not losing anybody.
Wait a minute, do I see a Fiend's Gate? Okay, no, he's back to the other side of the map on Amar. I think he joined in with the Fiend's Gate, and then he went back through trying to catch Abed there. But again, I think that was just a desperation move by EG. They're trying to get any kind of advantage, maybe like get a quick pick off, but OG was ready. And this Wraith Pact is hilarious. I don't know if it's doing much, but it's just...
It's pulsing down there. It's like a nightclub.
Yeah, it's very slow. But I think considering the state of the game, it's probably a good item just because EG is so far behind, they don't even have the option of focusing it down.
Right.
Like, it's not even at all.
Yeah, it's so interesting, right? The damage reduction, it's just 30% off the board. I mean... Obviously went through a couple of changes, but if you can get that down, it's super annoying to deal with.
Yeah, the reason why I wasn't a huge fan is, as far as I know, it doesn't go through BKB. So most of the fights, like you're gonna have 3 BKB cores using all their spells during the BKB timing, as Jerax looks to be caught out here.
Now the Torrent afterwards isn't gonna quite connect, but oh my goodness, Tidebringer. Dude, they have no mercy right now. OG, I mean, they're in as much of a situation where they're trying to get into the upper bracket as well. For them, I mean, this isn't just about, you know, sort of asserting dominance, but they want to make an opportunity to make a run here at this event.
Yeah, everyone's fighting, you know, to stay in the tournament, to make it to upper bracket. And yeah, this is it's looking much better for OG here. I'm trying to think if EG has a way back into this game, but with their heroes, it's very difficult.
Nightfall is supposed to be that other core in this game, and he has now been passed up by Taiga. And I mean, it's looking really rough for them, definitely. They need all the control, they need some free time. Abed goes on in, accidentally right-clicks the creep, and instead just gets Black Hole, but they're able to break it. This is about the best that you could hope for EG, and even that is not looking great. Nightfall gonna get focus fired. Gale Force, he's pushed around, he's pulled in. Give me some high fives right before you go off to the grave. And just that smile, that dang smile.
And the Wraith Pact, of course.
Oh, yeah. It's floating around there. That's a great texture. I like that.
Very menacing.
Yeah.
You must kill me. I am a very slowly walking skull, or floating skull.
Wow, 30-10, and it has not looked particularly close. Even those kills that they've gotten have not really gone towards anything that's felt super impactful for EG. I mean, at the very least, they've been able to take a couple towers, but I mean, we're reaching at this point.
Yeah, there's also a BKB completed on Taiga now, so I believe they only have the curse to break that black hole. And, you know, like, it's hopeful that he can even get that spell off in a fight, because there's just way too much of an advantage for OG right now.
I do like that he's queuing up the Blink Dagger on Jerax. Doesn't have it yet for this next engagement, but it feels like that's kind of what they need. Abed, smoke's going to break on Seb, hiding off to the trees. And they still have Nightfall looking for a bit of a wraparound. Abed finishing off that Deso, and Roche capable of respawning in 7 seconds. This definitely feels like we're in territory where they need to like sneak a Roche or something if EG want a chance to get back into this.
Yeah, they need some sort of desperate situation here where it works out for them. I want to say that Taiga's been doing a great job of pushing side. Actually, we're going to have action here.
Ooh.
Oh, man.
Well, they were hoping that we would, but Nightfall doesn't quite connect, and now it's really rough.
Yeah, it looks like they still want to protect this ward here. They're all pinging it. They're hovering around this ward even without the arena. But OG is going to go for a smoke now, knowing there's no Mars arena. They don't even need Black Hole to win these fights.
Setting an Eidolon, Yuragi runs into one, can't get the X off. Jerax needs to be careful. The gem spots it out, and Malefice keeping Nightfall back again. And BKB popped. Amar right there on top of Jerax. The Fiend's gated right on top of him, but the spear, is it going to be enough to get Jerax away? No. He dies to the Underlord, and now Abed is also caught. He is going to get rolled on. 23,000 gold lead, and again, EG, they can't protect their wards. They can't protect Roche. I don't know if they're going to protect their high ground even when the time comes.
Yeah. At this point, you just try to push out the lanes. You're going to give up Roche. I'm trying to see the window.
Oh my goodness.
Here we go.
Attempted high fives, 49, successful 16. All right, interesting. Type one, subscribe for more. Nice, very good.
Now that is a great stat. This is the kind of stats that we want on this stream. But no, fantastic game from OG. I think I was gonna say earlier, but Taiga has been doing a great job of pushing the side lanes constantly with these Eidolons. So the waves were always in a good position for OG.
Oh no.
Said, maybe he'll drop the high five now. Okay.
Well, went a bit far there, but if they can get a return kill, this would be big. Oh no, this is not the way they want it to go. BZM has to back out. Seb, or excuse me, Crit, a little bit of a mix-up there, is going to end up falling on the IO, and, well, now OG, they want some retribution. Arteezy's going to get pushed up to the high ground, but then afterwards, well, round two, Amar is just going to beat him down to death. They hit the Winter's Curse off. BZM is doing almost nothing to Amar as they back away, and now in X, they find Jerax. He does have Winter's, oh, no more Winter's Curse, but the Cold Embrace. And eventually, OG, as they storm up, look for more, why not? 27,000 gold lead, and I don't know if they're leaving this high ground.
Yeah, I wonder if that was like a planned move by Arteezy too. Like he was sitting there waiting to get hit by the,
I think
the Pangolier roll just to be put on the high ground. Just kind of a cute play, despite the obvious disaster that is happening. But yeah, I think at this point they're just. I assume there's not much being said, or they're trying to think about the next game because this one looks pretty over. And we'll see if OG stays here or they're going to go back. He does have a nullifier on Amar. This guy is just a carry.
Dude, he's so big.
He just doesn't care.
What a monster.
Yeah, fantastic showing. I think he is by far the most impressive Underlord player we've seen, not just this tournament, but throughout the DPC.
Yeah. Well, it is all gone his way. 23 Sonic Traps have been killed by enemy team. Good chunk of gold, majority of them going for BZM there on the Pango, actually. It's a nice little injection of gold there as OG trying to cut the waves. Yuragi is down there as well. And will be pressuring this tier 2 tower next. There is a smoke up, EG desperation times.
Yeah, it looks like they're thinking about trying to fight this, maybe get a surprise Winter Wyvern Curse with the Blink Dagger. But if he does that, then Enigma does get a free black hole. So there's so many little things you have to think about in how to take this engagement. You might need to have 800 IQ to figure this one out.
Well, I don't know if anybody's got that, if we're honest.
I also don't know. Zinq also doesn't know. He doesn't know either. He's just sitting there. How do they win this one?
I like that. Oh, it's so good. Let me think some more.
Yes.
Go back to some type of drawing board there, see what ends up happening. They're actually just backing away again, just making sure that they don't give up anything for free here.
What if this Rave Pact is so when you push it?
Oh my God. Oh, it's horrifying.
It's beautiful. I think it's beautiful. I love it. What if this Rave Pact is a way to push out the lanes even quicker because it does DPS along with Eidolons? I don't know.
Oh, interesting.
It's such a weird item. I've legit never bought it yet. Not even once.
I think that in at least 2 of the games, though we've seen Taiga play this Enigma, he's gone for it early on.
Yeah.
So he's got something in mind with it, which, I mean, in this one it definitely worked.
Yeah, this guy knows how to play his hero, so
yeah.
It's interesting. Got the Eidolon damage talent as well. These Eidolons do hurt.
Wow, look at that. 6,500 gold through bounties. And I mean, that's just a testament to how much OG's been controlling this game constantly.
Exactly. It just shows their map dominance. Like, they have more map than EG almost throughout the entire game.
Well, potentially a Gale Force out of the base might be coming here soon, as they do have, I think that this is going to be almost the full refresher done on the Enigma as well. Getting close to it at least.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's tough. I was thinking maybe he goes for Lincoln's for a surefire ulti, but looks like they're going to go in here.
BZM trying to bait something out, see what's happening in the base. Hello, how you doing? See you guys in a few here. Torrent isn't going to connect.
That was Arcane Rune, so it's not that big of a cooldown, so I don't think it's a big deal. I like the idea of just kind of blind jumping, just recognizing how strong you are. Okay, Yuragi.
Getting beaten down, dropping very low. Does he find anything else afterwards? The X pulls him back in, but still, he is going to live through that one, still hanging on to that Aegis too. And of course, with Kunkka, the XTP back home is always an option if he wants to go that route.
He's just got a Satanic, so he's just going to lifesteal up here in a second.
Reasonable.
Yeah, Aegis is out in 10 seconds anyways. Yeah, I want to see if OG's feeling strong enough to just go and push this last barracks or not. I think they can. I don't know if they need to wait for Roche, but, you know, it depends if you want to take the super safe route or not.
Right. Yeah, the ultimate, like, all right, we're just going to chill. I mean, you're not lying when you say with a 40k gold lead, I think they could probably do whatever they want.
Yeah, don't click the win probability, please. just don't do it.
Stay away. Quick look, just get out of there. Don't do it. Don't want to see anything.
Well,
I mean, this is the interesting thing, right? Because as a former player, obviously in these really important matches, you want to stay until the very end. But do you, like, when you have a lead like this, do you feel it that you're just no matter what you do, you're going to be fine?
I think this particular game, OG knows they won,
right,
and EG knows they lost,
right.
So I'm not really sure what the thought process is. Somebody probably made the call that let's just wait for Roche and we're not going to throw this.
Okay. Jumps in. Arena down. Finding one. And Seb pays the price this time. Maybe not. Oh, okay. He does end up going down. Mara's there. The Torrent onto 2. Nicely played there. BZM going to get the roll. The spear connecting to the cliff. Keeps a little bit of distance from Nightfall, but he's still in some trouble. And Taigid just waiting to the side, ready for a black hole. And GG's done. Yeah, it's over.
Oh man, that was that was a rough game. I really feel like EG was just, after a couple of things went wrong, and especially like I was saying earlier, this Bloodseeker versus Enigma, I think it's quite bad for Bloodseeker. You could see that he was only level 5 at like 8 or 9 minutes in. He lost the tower by a great rotation from BZM. And it made the game very difficult because EG's playing this Temple lineup again. They need to get ahead, they need to win their lanes, they need to snowball, because if the game ever goes past the point and they're not ahead, that OG's just going to win by the nature of their heroes. All these, like the Underlord Pits, the Enigma Black Hole, Kunkka, Boat, there's so many spells. So yeah.
A really impressive showing in this game number 1 from OG, and this is definitely, to me, the type of match where I could see it giving them a lot of confidence going forward for the rest of the tournament, because the tournament up to this point for them also hasn't gone great, but this is the type of match where it's like, all right, we're going to beat everybody.
I mean, you bet yourself that Seb got hyped up playing EG, right? So he's totally. Like, probably gave them a speech, like, we're going to go out there, we're going to destroy EG, we're going to tip our TZ. But yeah, like on the flip side, this is a tough situation to be as a player, and I don't want to kick people while they're down. So hopefully next game we're gonna get a better showing.
Totally. Well, definitely a lot still to play for. Draws in this situation would be everything that EG could be hoping for, because the other matchup that they're looking against is going to be that Beast Coast one as well, right?
Yeah.
Because they eventually have that one to play off before they ends up going. So with that, we're going to head on over back to the panel. Neil, take it away.
The clock is ticking for Evil Geniuses. Yes, they do have that Beast Coast matchup coming up tomorrow, but still, this is not a comfortable place to be. We'll take a look at that game in closer detail after the break.
the cancel all your plans because this party won't end. We know where it's at, break the volume, bring a friend. Can't cancel all your plans because this party won't. We know where it's at, crank the volume, crank the. We know where it's at, break the volume, bring a friend. Can't cancel all your plans because this party won't. 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 Party won't. We know where it's at, crank the volume, bring a friend. Can't cancel all your plans because this party won't end. We know where it's at, crank the volume, bring a friend. Can't cancel all your plans because this party won't. We know where it's at, crank the volume, bring a friend. Cancel all your plans because this party won't end. We know where it's at, crank the volume, bring a friend. Can't cancel all your plans because this party won't end.
OG and Seb proved to be the superior of the two-time TI winners as Jarex and EG fall in this game number 1, which is correctly displayed on your screen. I'm running out of things. This is my only day paneling, and I'm already running out of things to say about EG's not looking very good. Can we talk about that? Can we talk about it?
I'm happy to talk about it.
Kevin, welcome to the panel, Purge. Go ahead.
Hello. Look, I think EG, they've been losing lots of games, that's clear, but they are in swinging distance consistently in almost all their matches. They haven't been like completely destroyed, blown out of the water in many of their games. They're always like close to getting an advantage and potentially being able to win, but they're just losing almost every time. And it's got to be a really depressing place to be in because they are within striking distance, but they keep falling flat. And then it becomes a trend. And then you're going to start getting superstitious and be like, oh man, it's just not working. We're really messing up. But they're just slightly messing up, and the people they're playing against are just better. That's what keeps happening.
Yeah. And touching on OG in this game, there's the confidence you see Amar in the offlane, right? You have this Enigma, Underlord combination. Bloodseeker's not really getting a lot. And then the deep vision from OG that they get out in like the first 15 minutes, it allows this Fiend's Gate to be like, surprise, you're at the Ancients, surprise, you're here. Like, it was so aggressive and it was so beautifully done that it doesn't matter if you have Winter Wyvern and Bloodseeker counter to a Pangolier. Like, the fights are so messy that you're trying to get them away so quickly that you can't get the spells cleanly off. So it's OG just playing such beautiful Dota, so aggressive, perfect vision, that it doesn't really give EG a way to play out a draft that, on paper, should fare pretty well against what OG has. But again, the lanes don't go so great, and just the pace that OG sets, you don't really get to see EG do anything.
And while they are in striking distance consistently, which I do agree with, I can't figure out, which must be very frustrating for the players as well. There's no like consistent reason why they can't carry it over the finish line. It's like sometimes it's the lack of team fight execution, sometimes it's the lack of vision. I will say that I don't think it's the draft all that often.
I'd argue right now it's just one of those things where at a LAN event, the DPC, you play one series per week. Sorry, and there's time. At the tournament right now, they've faced L's on day 1, on day 2, and it's like recovering from that, it feels like they haven't found the confidence that they would have had in their own region, right? When they've come here, normally you have that one chat during a major, during any event, your coach or one player says something, and there's a spark, there's a thing, and this is what we'll do to play. It feels like this team just hasn't found that moment, that one conversation, and it happens to teams. Teams have often just not had or showed up at any event because of it. So I'm waiting for that to happen. Maybe in between these two games it happens, but we said that during the first series as well. But yeah, for EG, just it hasn't clicked yet. But maybe there's still this game, there's still the Beast Coast series after. Like, they're not out yet, but it's tough for the lads.
And OG is clicking, at least in this game number 1, and ATF was especially clicking, because we usually do player-to-player comparisons of the same role. This time we thought we'd do something that should be a little bit more even, given the state of this game. We compared ATF to Arteezy. Which one's the true carry in our Predator player versus player head-to-head? GPM comparisons. What kind of numbers are we looking at here, Purge?
That's a big increase for the offlaner, but ATF deserving his third letter. Just gets tons of farm, pressures in the lane. He knows his limits. He buys treads. He slaps the enemy carry. Usually the carry to carry head to head comes a little bit later in the game when they both got like two damage items and a BKB. He's just like, no, I'll fight you, Bloodseeker. I don't care. I don't care if there's an IO with you. I'm slapping you. He knows his limits, and he abused it. He was truly the carry for OG in a lot of cases there.
We got to see I'd say the true way of playing Underlord. It's the fact that you have confidence in lane, you keep farming behind your team, but then you're always ready to Fiendsgate. It's testament to your Ragi, BZM. They're playing a little bit more forward thinking to allow Amar, who gets last pick in the draft, to be top net worth, because the cores on OG, depending on the draft, some can be sacrificial, some can be greedy. And in this game, Amar was the true carry for like the first 25 minutes, and then he kind of took a step back, allowed the farm to go to us where he'd go for the kill. So I think just OG, they have a really beautiful way to identify who needs to farm, who needs to fight, and when it hits in a game, you get these 40k leads where it's just like, what just happened? It's just over.
And it's that time again where we get a state of the series on location. Sir Action Slacks, welcome back.
Hello. Hello. Thank you. Yes, the state of the series. Well, I creeped around the players as I'm being paid to do. And I gotta tell you, things are very good in the OG booth. The entire team left. They were audibly laughing. Seb and No-Tail stayed in the booth, and I saw them laughing, high-fiving, and then laughing more.
Wow.
And this is absolutely true.
Have you seen them make eye contact with Jerax yet? Has there been any interactions whatsoever?
No, no. The whole EG team actually stayed in the booth this time. They immediately went over the replay, except for Boba and Arteezy, who both left and then had a very quiet talk in the corner. It is dark. It is dark on one side of this on this arena here, but the other side's real hype. I mean, everything's good. But yeah, a lot of tension here, a lot of people nervous. I'm having a good time, though. Actually, this is my boss over here. She is my manager lady who tells me what production. How am I doing so far?
Bad. Sorry.
Bad, sorry. Well, that's okay. All right, well, great. I thought I was doing all right, but it's a lot of dreams over in the OG field, and EG, they need something to happen. I mean, the atmosphere is quote-unquote not good. It's like me at prom. That's pretty much how you could picture that one. It is just awkward and depressing. So, yeah, there you go.
Heartbreaker. But thank you for that, regaling us with that emotional tale. We'll pop in afterwards. You'll probably talk to an OG player if that's as accurate as you say it is. But maybe EG. I mean, clock's ticking, Kevin. Come on, just 2 wins. Just 2 wins.
Yeah, they can get a win here. I think against Beast Coast, they're going to fare pretty decent. I've been watching a lot of Beast Coast games. Beast Coast mentality. They've got enough win. They've got a decent amount of wins so far. Got a lot of draws, but they're also looking throwy at times still. Their last performance, they threw a lot. So I think EG still has some outs later today, even if this series ends up crushing.
Yeah, I think the main thing from what we heard from Slacks was let's have some humility towards EG. If they are to lose this second game and go towards 1-9?
It would be 1-9, and if there's still a chance, but they would have to do it through tiebreakers.
Yeah, it's not been a great showing so far. You can clearly see how it affects the players, the people. So if they are to lose this series, I think let's maybe Twitch chat, don't jump on it too quickly.
There is a human element.
There is a human element to all esports. There has to be losers, there have to be winners. So if EG are to lose this series and look kind of bad, so yeah.
Yeah,
be nice.
one of the very visceral nature of having Slacks on location is you can see the emotions transpiring, but you may be able to see the highs and the lows. We'll check up on that with game number 2 after the break. Game number 2 of Evil Geniuses versus OG here on day 3 of the group stage. It's ESL 1 Stockholm Major 2022. And before these game 2s, it's time for my favorite game with 2 highly intelligent analysts before we see the draft.
Rock, paper, scissors.
Sure, we can do that too. But also, are they going to change their bans? Because we saw a lot of new stuff from OG coming out in this series in particular. It was stuff that was not shown too much in the DPC, very much not shown in the major so far. Their first phase bans, or EG's first phase bans previously was Timbersaw and Razor. Is that still high enough priority, or you maybe being like, I don't really want to deal with this Underlord anymore in first phase?
The thing is, the Underlord pick was like ultimate last pick.
It was.
So it's kind of a different department of the draft. I think the Timbersaw and the Razor is respecting OG's ability to enable ATF from the earlier stages.
Okay.
And then I think without these two heroes, unless it's like a Mars, there's not like the let's go for this ATF pick right now.
Sure.
So I think drafting wise,
Mars was stolen by EG last
exactly.
time.
So I feel like if you want to make OG wait a little bit longer for ATF's pick, unless they're more confident to just try and throw in like a Slada or something earlier on, I think you kind of keep the same bands just to have some structure to what's to come.
I think the biggest similarity in the picks that ATF goes for is definitely lane dominators. Viper is another one that I'd add to the pool that he plays sometime to good effect. In some ways similar to Nightfall in that they're winning to dominate the lanes and get a net worth advantage from that. But ultimately, I think the thing that OG is actually profiting from quite nicely right now that I thought would be a weakness going to the event, it's Seb switching roles. Like he's playing some kind of wacky 5 heroes that are greedier.
Kind of playing some off-lane heroes.
He's playing off-laney, so, and a lot of the times too, he holds creep waves for minutes.
Yeah.
Where in a normal game, you're like, there's no way the 5-position hero would push this creep wave for like minutes. But he gets net worth and he uses it in pretty good ways, and he has a good understanding of when the items will be good. And it's rarely like Glimmer Force Staffs. It's like, I'm buying an item that does something. Auras. He bought Greaves on Jakiro one game. I was like, what the hell?
But that's why I like Enigma for OG, because in principle, you know you're going to most likely take that safe lane tower, unless you're against some like Grimstroke +1 style lane, constantly pushing out and winning the fight. And then on top of that, your 5 position, if it's trying to be greedier, you get early tower gold, you have to join the earlier fights with a bit more confidence, you get economy through that. They're not trying to play the standard style of game where the 5's being sacrificial, but you need the other lanes to compensate and help with that. So they are kind of adapting a little bit to the style of Dota Seb is playing on his 5. Just through the natural kind of aggression that they bring in.
And I'm impressed with how easily it slots in because, I mean, Taiga is Enigma is a Taiga favorite. It's been so for a very long time, and yet seamlessly almost Seb is coming into it and being an effective duo with him.
I mean, to be fair, I also checked Seb's pubs, and like some of the 5s he was practicing on, he had like a faceless void. He had like 2 or 3 5 void games, and I was like, "Oh mate, you coming into this major being spicy?" But no, he didn't do it.
It's like
games.
Yeah.
It's like your mom tells you to do your homework, and you're like, I am doing my homework, Mom, but not really. You're like also watching a movie at the same time. Well, I'm gonna have fun while I do it, at least. Yeah.
But the same thing as well. It's like he played like 19 matches of like Phoenix as well. I think we saw 1 game so far of that. So unfortunately, in regards to his pub practicing, we're not seeing that bleed over into kind of the main drafting. Maybe ATF's telling him to be quiet. Like, no, Seb, I'm the drafter. You stay over there.
Or maybe this man who was on the camera before as well, No-Tail. I'm curious how much of an influence that he's having on whichever aspects that he's choosing to.
I mean, I hope these are the questions we're getting into, like, at some point in OG in the future of this tournament. It's just, how many times has Seb suggested a hero for 5? It's gone through No-Tail, and No-Tail's gone, that's not a 5. ATF's gone, yeah, don't worry, I'm not
chain of
picking it.
command
Yeah,
here.
exactly. So it's like 3 people and like,
Checks and balances.
like Windrunner was like the middle ground of that previous draft. It could have been the Void.
And EG also, I mean, they seemed more smiley. I have to say, these are higher spirits than I would have given with the state of their tournament so far. Yep. But I think that they've run the entire gamut of their strategies. I can't see many other things that are up their sleeve at this point.
I mean, it's commendable that in this position they're still able to, hold the smiles, and it gives me some confidence for game 2 to be more competitive.
Not pure despair.
Exactly.
I feel like they're through the Overton window, or I don't know if that's the right way to describe it, but it's like they already know they've lost a crap load of times, and now it's like, all right,
how much worse could it be?
Yeah, it's like, let's just do our best now. Like it's like they don't have the doom of like we're in a bad place. They're like, oh, that we might be about to be in a bad place. They're like, we're in a bad place. Let's do our best now.
Yep. So
it's like they've lost some of the stakes in that sense. So maybe that's going to help a bit. And it's not like OG is an easy team to defeat. They've got a pretty good win rate so far. So hey, just do your best.
And we also, I guess, I don't know if we can take a look at how other games are going. Perhaps I'm putting things on the spot here, but I am curious because so much of what happens in this series and the results of the group stage are dependent on what happens with Tundra. And we're looking so much at the bottom of the bracket, but on the upper bracket.
Well, I mean, I know Tundra's playing their new series already, but they 2-0'd Beast Coast in the first phase. Beast Coast looked kind of weak. Here is the live Tundra game, and that's a W. That's another fat W for Tundra.
All right, easy.
Yeah, Tundra is going to be A-okay.
Okay, so that's upper bracket for them.
And spoiler for the other one. 3, 2, 1. Bet Boom actually beat T1 in game 1 as well.
Wow.
So there is going to be a scenario, obviously, where Tundra most likely should be first right now with the wins. Bet Boom then potentially behind that, and then T1 underneath that as well. So we're kind of seeing the top kind of form a little bit here. But yeah, the main thing, I guess, is this is the bottom half. Beast Quest has already lost, and now we get OG EG right now. So the top seems to be kind of forming quite nicely.
And it's not even like one region dominant or something like that. And if you are curious, some lobby issues right now. We will have EGOG Game 2 soon. But this is the media rest period. We're in it. You know, the term, like when you start in the middle of a story, when it's like in the middle of the action.
Not educated enough to know that term.
You use the Overton window.
That's only
I nodded that. I was like, yeah.
only because I very closely follow. I don't even know if the term was used right.
It sounded good.
It was banging.
It did.
I was impressed. I was like, wow.
Did I do this right? No, that's probably the wrong. I was probably thinking like the what's that
Pareto
point?
principle?
What's that point in like black holes where it's like it's too
Oh,
late,
yeah,
you're sucked
event
in?
horizon.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Oh, event. Okay, yeah.
I didn't use it right. Pretty sure. Overton Window's like setting the meta, basically.
I'm sure,
the meta
like-
changes slowly over time. I think that's what it means.
Out of the thousands watching, I'm sure one person was like, oh god, Purge, you just did that wrong. Everyone was like, wow, Purge.
Yeah, wow, you used a smart sounding term incorrectly.
But now you called yourself out.
Event Horizon, that's what I
his
meant.
honor.
That was the term I was thinking.
Nice.
The Event Horizon has happened. They've been sucked into the it's
see
going real bad black hole.
And now Bulb is in there like, don't let me leave, Murph. Don't let me leave.
You know, jokes aside, there obviously are issues joining the lobby, but I'd actually say this helps EG out a
I
lot.
think so too.
Oh, the reset time?
Yeah, the
Yeah.
reset time, because normally in between matches, TZ's smiling. Bless him. But yeah, it was the fact that after game one, it's normally like, 10, 15 minute turnaround, back into the next draft. The fact that they've been able to have time to talk, of course, these issues are out of their control, but now they're able to, relax, get a bit more comfortable.
Ingest water, nicotine, laughs, love each
Smile.
other.
The best medicine,
Love, yeah.
I've been told.
Friendship.
They probably go in another room, like close the door, and they just start high-fiving
Fair.
each other.
just
get that-
relentlessly.
We didn't get the high five stat. Fly specifically asked
Nope.
if he could get it. We got it?
We did. Yeah, it was like there was a 3 streak of high fives, there was like 16 successful, and there was like 50 odd left hanging or something.
50?
Or maybe it was the other way around, where it was like 50 successful and 16 left hanging.
Sounds
But,
about right.
Yeah. Either way, there were plenty of high fives. And,
Okay, well, let's see if Slacks can high five someone. Slacks, give someone a high five.
People I trust, but Tsunami, I've got something here for you that I know a lot of you viewers at home have just wanted to do your entire lives. What's your name, sir?
My name is Philip.
Philip. Philip is in charge of IT here. Why won't you start the game? What's happening? Start it. What's the problem?
Dude, the draft.
They're not drafting. Start the game. Start the game.
Have you never been to an event, man?
Start
did
the
it!
game.
You did it! Slacks, it started!
This is the dream. High five. Start the game, Philip. Okay. Okay. Ooh.
You did it, Slacks. The game started. Thank you.
All he had to do was start yelling, and magically the game began. He didn't even press a button. It was clearly just.
I feel like we
brain
could have just
trigger,
left
so.
the draft screen and them two and Slack screaming at him for like the
Start the
whole draft.
game! Why are you closed? Okay, well, Storm Spirit's banned, so we don't get to do the bit, T.
That's
R.I.P.
fine. No, that's right.
That's all right.
I'm sure EG will be on the mainstream again.
I'm sure they will. Grimstroke and DK picked up by EG. OG get their Enigma yet again. And we'll see how much is echoed from their previous drafts.
I gotta say that Grimstroke has got to be like one of the most picked supports in the entire tournament. This is the pairing that T1's been exclusively using almost every other squad, but DK as the pairing is one of the best for sure. Double stun, you got tower pressure, you got great laning, still flexible on rolls. Looks good as an opening for EG.
Yeah, I think also the value of this fireball as well. Like when you soul bind someone and they're inside fireball, the AoE of it, trying to then coordinate leaving. If you're doing it inside Roshan pit, one guy's in, one guy's out. Like it can actually keep them locked into the area for quite some time. And also, I mentioned that I wanted to see like a Grimstroke hero against Enigma. Now we get to actually just see it straight up.
Why do you like it against Enigma?
Because I think the wave clear. So when the Enigma creates the Eidolons, you can just wave clear. Of course, they have more magic resist now, but it's about pairing the Grimstroke with the necessary carry to also then provide a little bit of damage, and you can.
That's true. It could also be Grim 4 if you want to pair with the DK, but you're right, it could be against the Enigma as a solution. But they get a mobility or a movement-based skills from the Mars, so they can actually counteract the Inkswell at various stages, laning stage or otherwise. So Mars, pretty good solution there. I've seen some teams ban Mars and then open the Grimstroke. It's like protecting the Grimstroke pick if you get it, kind of a thing. Seems to be another little strategy that a lot of teams are doing.
Yeah, we also saw a little bit of IO with the Mars as well. So Mars proving to be consistently first phase viable, but not first phase ban worthy very often.
Banning out the Monkey King protects the DK likely off lane. It's a Yuragi specialty. He used it earlier in the tournament to win a crucial match. I cannot remember against which team. Maybe Beast
It was
Coast.
the,
I
the
believe.
game 2 Beast Coast. It was actually the comeback. One of the few games where we've had like big, massive comebacks, and yeah, it was OG in that game. It was Mars plus Enigma, Monkey King on top of that.
That is right. And most teams do pick a lot of counters to the Enigma. We saw it last game from EG as well. They had Jarex playing Winter Wyvern. One of the better Wyvern performances I feel like I've seen. But don't know if it's going to make it through. In other aspects of the game, Wyvern feels still weak to me. The heal, underwhelming as a whole, in my opinion. Going the Locket build, not as viable as it used to be. So outside of like the Black Hole counter, I just don't. I'm not sold on Wyvern yet.
How come I'm not seeing very much Venge? I thought during Season 2, Venge was popping off, primarily as like a core, I guess, or like a eventual core whenever you get the Scepter. But if you're looking for Spell Immune, Piercing Disable, or just Long Range Disable versus a Black Hole, I feel like that's an option.
That's a good point. I think one of the reasons is you said it has to be a core, but everyone's picking Grimstroke. It's already going to look like a bad pick. T1 did play it one match. Cuckoo played it off lane. That was another comeback against EG, actually, that they ended up abusing it against them. So it's possible, but I think it's just one of those, like, it's okay, but it doesn't pair well also.
It's so difficult to draft as well, because this Venge, somewhat weak laner, you come online with a lot of items, you don't farm that well, but once you get there, sure, you're this dominant force to be reckoned with. So it's like, you need to have the strat in mind, so when you pick the Venge, you're already picking it covering your bases. So I think it's just hard to slot into drafts, especially when teams are just first phasing DKs, Grims, Mars, and stuff. It's just like...
It's most effective as an offlaner usually, even if it has laning issues. That's where it tends to fit best. Because it does have... It's like you don't really want to buy a regen item on it. You don't really like bully your opponent super well and win the lane every time, like a Viper or other strong or Slardar would, where you don't have to buy regen item because they can't come back. So it's like, if your lane goes rough, you can just get absolutely dumpstered. So, many
also
issues.
loving the regional flair, of course. So SEA bringing the Treant Protector to the major, and Europe is the team, the region that's bringing the Enigma. The only other team to play Enigma so far at the tournament is Liquid, and it's undefeated. It's three games, 3 wins, 2 from OG, 1 from Liquid. This is now the 4th Enigma showing, and I honestly hope to see it more. Just the fact that you secure your offlane so easily, you farm up, and if the game goes late, so powerful.
I think it's also one of those heroes that you can't just like pick up halfway through a tournament and feel super confident on.
Yeah, that's true.
It's definitely a bit of a specialty hero, especially when you're playing support. Your items don't come as quickly, and landing your black holes effectively is going to be less protected with items.
Nice little counter there, of course. It's a classic one, but Phoenix against Enigma, you can egg preemptively, so then the Enigma doesn't really want to blink into the engagement because the egg's already down, so if he black holes, the egg then pops and cancels, so you can kind of control certain areas of the fight.
Plus Sunray, percentage-based damage against Mars is pretty good. The heal with DK follow-up, like you're looking at Inkswell on DK blink and stuns, then you get a dive Sunray, so whoever they go on is going to have a rough time until they get BKBs.
OG go back to the Wind Ranger. Now, is there any flex for Wind Ranger, or is this the Seb that we're looking at?
Probably Seb, but you can certainly flex it. We saw T1 play it kind of as a carry. There's other teams that play it mid occasionally. It's definitely a situational rare pick, but considering how Seb played last game, I just assume he's going to play it again as a 5. It worked really well.
Also, OG our first pick in the draft, so this pick here, EG are going to be able to respond to. OG has to reveal another hero. EG responds once again. So if maybe OG had last pick, I'd argue they could flex it between mid and 5. They are somewhat doing that still with this Bloodseeker pick, but that's a pretty cool lane to be fair. Some Windrunner just getting Shackle Shot, Bloodseeker with the Blood Right, containing them inside that, getting the damage off. Hard to really zone out the Windrunner, hard to really zone out the Bloodseeker.
I mean, outside of like hitting Egg with Blood Rage, Bloodseeker surprises me a little bit. I mean, it hits backline, it lanes okay. I think that's it. Doesn't necessarily counter anything on the EG side.
Dude, maybe it's the Blood Right finally against a DK. Maybe? No, you don't sound convinced.
This is a lore joke? I don't understand.
No, I mean, you got buffed in the C patch, so it's like, I'm trying to see, is this finally a viable Ag Scepter?
Isn't it Blood?
Oh, the Ag.
Oh, Blood Mist, I'm
Blood
sorry.
Mist, yeah.
Sorry, my apologies.
I was like, you're so hyped for the spell he's going to level in like
he's had it
2 minutes time.
Blood Mist, the Ag Scepter.
No.
Okay.
He's going to get BKB. He needs a farm item before that. Like, if that item is viable, you'd have to probably play it from like mid or off lane. You'd go less traditional right click.
Fair.
So if you go right click and then try to transition to it, it's not going to feel good, I bet.
Yeah, and EG, they respond with a Fury and most likely in the carry role. This is the type of carry that if you play out your lane, start moving with your team, DK hitting 6, taking towers, you get the quick farm because it's a Fury and popping the ultimate, you can be powerful. But there's always times in a game where it gets a little bit closer that you're scared to TP into the engagements, even though you have all this net worth. The fear of the black hole, the fear of just being swarmed on is the issue with the Fury and carry. And OG right now, they look at this here, it's like, sure, we might be under pressure for 25 minutes, but we're eventually going to be able to brush you off and deal with your split push. But
Yeah, like even Seb being unstunned in the fight when Prophet's there is kind of scary. Like he did a really good job using Gust or whatever the hell it's called.
Gale
Force.
Yeah.
He was really effective with that shard in the previous game. Very clearly an experienced Wind Ranger player. And I could see Prophet like being one of those heroes whose positioning is usually pretty safe, but if your BKB's down and you get pushed like you know 400 units out of position or can't escape when you need to, that could really be dangerous.
it's all eyes on Seb and Amar in this game for OG to deal with that window of the game where Fury will be constantly making those split pushing. If they're in the right area, they set up the engagement, they allow the Bloodseeker or like even Enigma to come in, you get the kill on the Fury, and now EG can't make the plays, right? So
How about I maybe propose a mid lane answer that OG could present? How about a BZM Coddle?
they did play it before, actually with the Mars Enigma lineup in game 2 against Beast Coast, I believe it was. I'm down.
I
Against
kinda like it, yeah.
I think against EG, when with these heroes, if you're able to take the fight to the DK and put pressure on them, prevent the Phoenix from getting eggs comfortably, then suddenly this Fury and carry can never enter a fight. EG needs every time DK has every time Phoenix has egg to be setting up for a fight, lanes pushed out, going for that objective for it to feel comfortable. So I would happily see some annoying, pesky, poking style hero.
They ban out the Batrider. Tiny also another availability, which BZM has played earlier in this tournament.
I think they want something that can hit eggs a little better than that. Because
okay.
right now it's basically just BKB on Bloodseeker. And yeah, he could deal with it. Or they'd have to like disengage from the fight and reset. But right...
Okay, I promise I was going
I'll
to say
give you credit for it. I'll give you partial credit.
Partial credit? I had Inv out
Show
before
your
it came
work.
in. Yes!
Void Spirit, last pick for EG. Why'd you want the Invoker?
Yeah, you know, Bossman over here was talking about killing the egg. I think Alacrity sounds pretty good. And it just fares well with the aggressive style OG can bring. And also, when DK comes to hit that early tower with the Fury and TPing in, it's now Enigma can farm on the side, Mars TPs in with Arena, some Quasworks Invoker just disengaging as well. By the time Bloodseeker comes online, the fight's going to be pretty comfortable for OG. It puts more emphasis on EG. Once again, their lineups, they feel like they have to win their lanes, they have to collapse on the map real cleanly, because if they ever hit like a timing that they fail at, I'm scared that Fury's going to be worried to join some of these bigger team fights. But no, it gives OG some oomph in their lineup.
And usually when you play like Grim plus Stunner Initiator lineup, the counter is keep the guy alive that they go on. But another solution could be Tornado the Inkswell guy. It's going to dispel Inkswell right away. It'll still pop and do stun, but it's not going to do as much. That could be a way to like help them get some disengaged. Tornado, the EG side, run away ideally, reset the fight, then take a win. So could be that, plus hit eggs, split push the map, find the right team fights with Enigma. That could be a good way to win.
Sounds like exciting team fights are in Lyrical and Fly's near future as we pass it over to them for game number 2.
Thank you so much, Tsunami. And yes, Fly, a lot of exciting team fights to come. A ton riding on this match. So much can still happen in the group stage. Is there anything, do you like the drafts better this game?
I think it's kind of similar in terms of concepts. Again, like EG wants to, it looks like they want to play fast, you know, if this Prophet carry, and OG went again for the Enigma, looking for heroes with like a bunch of different spells that, you know, once a game past a certain moment, like 30 minutes in, 35 minutes in, it probably is easier for OG to win. So similar, just different.
Right. Yeah, similar but different. Love to see it. And I think, like you're talking about here, you've got that like pending sense of doom that can come out with like an Enigma Black Hole and then late game, that Cataclysm, assuming that's what you were talking about there. Do you think that like in these matches where obviously a ton of pressure on EG to try and get a game so that way that can sort of come into the match against Beast Coast with an opportunity to not have to play tiebreakers? Do you like the idea of playing faster like that?
I think it's just kind of the idea they've been showing us this tournament, and I think they're sticking to it. I don't think they're trying to drastically change. We do see something a little different with this Phoenix pick.
Okay.
I think that's kind of a statement that we want to have a bit more team fight compared to like last game where we had this IO and Wyvern. So Crit's going to be playing the Phoenix with Jerax on the Grimstroke. So they do have some decent spells on their supports.
Right. Good to see right there as well. Starting with no regen on Yuragi down bottom there. So Amar heads on over after seeing a couple of heroes. Thought about getting on over to the top bounty rune, but won't opt to head that direction. And Crit playing on the Phoenix, as you said, up there as well. So early laning stage, is there anything that's really like standing out to you that looks pretty bad or like dangerous for either team where they can just get sort of stomped out early?
I'm curious why the Phoenix is going top lane. I think he doesn't hurt the Eidolons too much, right? Like these Eidolons have high magic resistance, so it's not like the Phoenix can really fight this Enigma. So I'm curious about that, why they chose to do these support matchups like this.
Ooh, nice play there by Abed. Able to take it away from that Sunstrike. Going Exort first on the Invoker too.
Yeah, that is interesting, and he does have a Gloves of Haste queued up, which means he looks to be going Exort in general.
Yeah.
That is definitely interesting. I don't think they have like a normal Sunstrike setup, like a simple stun, because, you know, Spear is a little more difficult to land and compared to like some Nyx Assassin stun or a Centaur Stomp. So it'll be interesting. It's definitely a different way of playing.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the black hole at that point, pretty much, that you'd have to commit, and that's not going to be on for a while. So the laning stage, at least, it's not going to be a ton of opportunities. So I guess that, you know, just BZM needs to be the best player in the world. Whatever. Easy.
Ooh, nice body blocks top lane. But I think all eyes are on Arteezy, actually, in this game, because I do think the Prophet has a pretty big window to punish OG's lineup, because this Exort Invoker doesn't have much to defend himself. Compared to the Quas Wex that has a Tornado, the EMP, if a Prophet TPs in the mid lane with Void Spirit, you know, level 6, they're gonna just be able to kill BZM unless there's proper backup. So I think Arteezy can cause a lot of damage if he chooses to try, you know.
This is now setting up down bottom, of course, with a couple of changes where people are laning. To be Seb playing against his old laning teammate, Jerax, down here. So we'll see how they end up doing against each other. Already, Shackle, as well as some Windrun, can definitely harass a little bit more on the Wind Ranger.
Yeah. It's I think it's easier for Seb to hit Jerax in this lane. You know, it's some painful treatment coming from the Wind Ranger because you can always Windrun away. And you can see some harass going bottom lane, actually.
Now trying to bring him down a bit, but the stun playing together with Nightfall, looking for Stroke of Fate, but won't opt to throw it out. So just threatening, pushing back, and then back to farming.
Yeah, there's always like that when you play Grimstroke and you have that hesitation of using your Stroke of Fate. If you don't use it instantly, you're probably not gonna hit it afterwards.
Right. Yeah, definitely. But so far, so good in the mid, actually. Taking a look at that CS up there, 16 on 3 versus 13 and 2. So he's definitely, I mean, that's the benefit of playing this Exort build, is you can have a better time in the lane, at least last hitting against Abed.
Yeah, definitely. I do think Exort has a place. It's just that I'm worried for this potential collapse coming out of this Prophet. That's the one concern I have for BZM. But if they manage to survive that, or respond accordingly, maybe get a counter kill on Arteezy, then I think OG will be in a happy spot.
Okay, something to watch for there. And throwing out some of these Fire Spirits you mentioned, not easy for Crit to deal with the Eidolons, but the very least, actually, they aren't going to split because they're getting the decreased attack speed, so that part's kind of cool.
Yeah, it's decent. I just feel like overall OG is going to be happy with this.
Yeah.
Like they're still going to get a lot of XP on both Taiga and Amar, while Phoenix is a very XP reliant support. Like he needs levels And I think Taiga's trying to make sure the small camp doesn't spawn. It did get pulled earlier, but I think that's what he's focusing on to deny this Phoenix from XP.
Stun now onto Yuragi. He is going to back away. Gets forced off the lane for a second, and Seb will pass on over. The healing salve, as always happens. Position 5. Lots changed, but some things are going to remain the same for a little bit at least. And Sunstrike, Arteezy.
Oh, nice.
Well
Nice.
done.
Oh, that hurt. You know, Prophet is a hero that is, as the panel mentioned, it's kind of like the snowball hero. We do have action bottom, though.
And Jarex is going to go down. We'll see if they can get Yuragi on the return from this, but I don't think Nightfall has enough damage. There's no way. He's got stick everything. He's fine.
Seb has slain Jax indeed. But yeah, Prophet's a very snowball kind of hero, and while I do think there's potential for Prophet in this game, like this death is going to be very painful for him, because Amar is going to get this full incoming wave, all this XP to himself, and if Amar is going to be 6 before Arteezy is, it's going to spell trouble.
Yeah, you can very quickly just blow him up, and I don't even know. I mean, with Sunstrike, crit. Oh, a couple more punches is all they need, but they won't get it. Salve, they have tons of Thirst Vision there. That's, I guess, the other part of this, is you can pair together Thirst Sunstrikes.
Yeah, definitely. So we'll see. It looks like Jarex is looking to go in the mid lane here, while Abed is level 6, so he does have the... What is the spell even called? The Astral Step. Yes,
There you
indeed,
go.
I am a caster now.
Gotta learn him. You can't just say ulti anymore.
Yes,
Actually,
the
you can
R
sometimes.
button, indeed.
Well, they are prepped here, and Jarex just within vision. And yeah, as you said, Inkswell with the Astral Step would be immediate death, and so BZM playing pretty far back right now.
They are bringing a lot of people into this mid lane now, like with Crit heaping in, he refilled the bottle, Jarex is still hanging around. I think they want to contest the rune here and potentially get a collapse going onto this Invoker. The Catapult does die though, so it does actually, it's a very big deal for Nature's Prophet lineup, because you do want to make use of those 5-minute catapults.
Right. And I mean, the other big thing that you want to hit is finding that Invoker. So when you can't get both of them together, you lose a little bit of value there.
Yeah. And they're still all circling around this, and Seb kind of recognizes that, and he's coming here. Meanwhile, they are going on top though.
Oh no, and the body blocks are there and spearing him.
Oh,
now the
man.
Sunstrike, and Arteezy goes down a second death. Mid, they realize we got to make something happen. Looking for BZM, trying to get the kill. Will it happen though? He's getting so much regen from those Quas, but it won't be enough. Abed now underneath the tower, taking the tower shots, and they're going to throw out some of the Fire Spirits, but will it be enough to get Abed killed? Power shot, couple more punches. Yuragi gets it, gets level 6 off of this. Could rupture if he wants, but won't opt for it. Still, really good rotation from OG.
Yeah, good response by Yuragi, actually deciding to TP there. So Arteezy kind of recognizes that bottom lane is vulnerable now, and he TPs bottom. But again, both these games, Arteezy is so low level because of this Enigma. I feel like this Enigma wasn't addressed properly again.
It's a hero that obviously Taiga feels very comfortable on. One of his signature heroes, and then on top of that, shutting down safe lane. Always a good option against EG if he can make it happen. So bottom tower with Nightfall and Artur here, they're going to be able to get some pressure on. Likewise, though, OG, they've already almost taken down this tower to dead, and I think that they're going to finish it now.
Yeah, top tower is definitely going down. I want to see if OG decides to respond in this bottom lane or not. I mean, Amar is very strong here. But I think it might be a bit too early for him to move, so it's probably going to be a trade here. But considering, you know, the Prophet team is the one that gets the tower later, OG should be pretty happy with this.
Yeah, they're playing quite well. This has looked really good from them so far. And Seb moves over, the power rune will
And he takes
spawn,
it.
and he gets the haste. Abed not able to get there.
Wow, and this guy's like 10 years older.
Yeah. Hey, old people sometimes have got some game.
He's got reflexes, this guy. I mean, what can I say?
Yeah, I mean, that's interesting too, right? The Abed play, he didn't skill Aether Remnant, so it means he can't get that rune as easily. And, well, now they find another kill. Crit goes down. BZM, he's just having a great game. 7-minute Midas done just a little bit ago. He's got boots coming out now. The Null Talisman, he's finding Sunstrike kills. Really impressed with BZM.
Yeah, he's having a terrific game, and you can see that is faster than the average, because usually you do cold Quaswex and you buy Midas after your Vessel or Urn sometimes. But yeah, OG is kind of looking to take over this jungle of Taiga, but EG's bringing numbers. They don't want this Enigma to just take over their woods.
Gotta take down Taiga. Operation kill the Enigma, and they get him. So 5-2, but it's it's a gold lead with everybody showing up to that. And one, you've got the Midas on the other team, and two, you're keeping farming across all the different lanes.
Yeah, this pace of the game is great for OG. I think Nightfall is nowhere near Blink Dagger. RTZ needs to recover. He's had, again, not the best laning stage, which is something pretty rare for him. So it's a slower game, and you can see Aragi keeps drawing the enemy woods, actually. I think he's just saying that the enemy is there, or they all TP there. Just trying to give that information, while Taiga comes back top.
Yeah, this is important. They need to punish these really aggressive farming patterns coming from the Enigma. Shut down the greed that we're seeing, but Nightfall, he can't afford to go down here. Very tanky on the Dragonite, is going to TP out, but the Tornado comes just at the last second. Oh man, and BZM moves on in to secure that kill. 1 point in Wex, that's all he needed.
Yeah, he thought he was safe there. They are going to make a move on Amar here at the bottom lane.
Oh, gets in the stun. Not a ton of duration though. Chase down. They have the silence. Sprout is there, and a couple more punches. Mar going to pig pull, trying to escape. Does he manage to find his way out? Can't do it.
What a funny item.
It's awesome.
But yeah, I really like this aggressive lane ward in the top lane by EG, because I think they, maybe they recognized after last game that Taiga has just been pushing this lane constantly, trying to invade the enemy woods, trying to just keep these waves pushed, and they want to punish him. We're going to see a replay of this bottom kill.
Now, that was something that Slack said in his interview, that they immediately after the game, EG went back and watched through the whole replay, so they probably did sit down and see it. As the Hex comes out there, and then a couple more punches. Pig pull, not enough.
And that's one of the... It's a bit of a double-edged sword when you play something similar. So like the first game they played Enigma, the second game they play it again, because he does play it in a fairly similar manner in both these games, right? Yeah. So EG does know what to expect, and now I felt like they didn't punish his laning, but they punished his post-laning phase a lot more.
Okay. Drop down the meatball. Second round of treants are going to come on in now, and EG want to push for this mid tower, and while they traded off safe lane towers, getting this one is really important to the rest of this game.
Yeah, they are committing pretty much everyone for this, and OG I think did the right move here where they didn't overreact, because EG is willing to commit so many heroes. Let's just farm up. We're not ready to fight just yet. We do have an X-Sword Invoker, and it is considerably slower. We do have a stun up top.
Oh, Tumbler's toy. He almost got in for it.
Got body blocked a little bit, but yeah, he was going to go for that kill with Sunstrike. Kind of a cute play. He's not going for Blink Dagger this game, it looks like, on Taiga.
I'll probably get into that one a little bit later, but as you said, the Vlad's at least queued up first with the Bassi and the Buckler there in tow. Maelstrom done for the Nature's Prophet. And Jerex has level 6 now also. But it's going to be interesting to watch. Like, you see these levels, all of the cores of OG very much on top. And Taiga is right there with the rest of the Dire as well on this Enigma. He's had a great game in spite of those couple of deaths.
Yeah, he's back in his top area. He's enjoying life here. I feel like it's very much a predetermined thing, the way it seems like to me, because both games and the other games I've seen him, he keeps doing the same thing. So they know about it as a team, that he kind of gets this lane, and everyone else, yeah, you can see the heat map right there. So that's kind of an interesting to note for also for other teams that are going to play against him. Maybe top lane? No? Okay. Black hole?
Go in, just dropping it. Why not? Sunstrike's there, and they finish it off.
That's big. Like, you're positioned for getting a solo kill. I mean, with the Sunstrike help, of course, but he gets the XP. And that's how you want to use Black Hole. You're not looking for a 5-man Black Hole. You're looking for any small advantage you can get.
Right, and getting BZM involved in those kills, if they can make it happen where he's the one that gets the actual last touch. Obviously, great for this Invoker.
High five? Ooh.
Nice.
Nice. That was a good one.
Good to see sportsmanship.
Yeah. What can you do, brother?
Love that. It's good.
I love it. But yeah, this Invoker is incredibly ahead, and you know, he has Midas, he has Boots of Travel. This is kind of the greedy build. You know, he's playing Exort. He's playing as the main carry. As we see the replay of the high five here.
Oh, there it is. You love to
In
see that.
slow-mo.
Abed, he went back for it. He was like, yeah, let's make sure we get this.
That was sick.
Yeah, the replay, the run again. Oh. Okay, my brain is breaking.
But yeah, this Invoker build is very greedy. It's very slow, but the pace of the game is great for him unless he dies here.
Good stuff. Tornado comes out just a second before Abed jumps out of there, and now they find him. So a good kill into BZM, and this is what he talked about, not having those defensive options.
Yeah, that was a big kill. This guy is worth a lot of money. And they look like they wanna... Abed TP's top. He did opt for the Witchblade.
Yeah, much more of that just like all-out damage, it feels like.
Yeah, and I think they saw this Abed TP because they're pinging bottom and they want to punish Nightfall here.
Spear comes out. Do they find enough damage for the kill? Yuragi also moves down to the bottom side of the map, and then you're just going to see EG leave. So they get out of there without losing too much.
But you know your boy Taiga's is up in the top lane.
Oh, yeah. He's going.
Yep.
He's hanging out. He knows what's up.
I feel like the heat map's going to be the same for the next, like, 5 minutes at least.
Yeah. A smoke comes out now. This could just be to try and get some wards down for OG. As, yeah, they're just farming on Mar, and Seb heads on down that direction, trying to get some D wards. They are invading on Dire. EG heading into the triangle. And Nightfall looking for anybody to open up on, but there isn't really an option there. Again, Taiga does crit run into him.
No Black Hole this time, so I don't think he will get the kill. But yeah, he's going to get gone on Taiga here. Maybe Arteezy is going to TP in.
Thinking about it. Moving in.
Yeah, here it comes.
Blocks the chase.
Oh,
Cancels it now, and instead it's a Rupture. Jerex, he's the one that's in a little bit of trouble. They're going to drop the Supernova just to protect Jerex, and the power shot not quite there, but the spear comes out. And Yuragi is the one that actually got the final kill with the Thirst on the other side. Well, Abed able to kill off Seb. Crit goes down after. And that is a quick 2-for-1.
yeah, all they get is this Wind Ranger, which it's not what they want, right? The lowest net worth hero in the game. Seb, I'm sure, is happy with that one. Nice spellcasting by Amardo, coming in with style, you know?
I'll have to see it. Quick move in and has the BKB next queued up. This one's feeling a lot more even than we saw last game, definitely. Do you see a moment where things start to separate between these two teams?
Yeah, I feel like everyone's kind of on standby, just trying to get to their next item timings. We do have a DD on Abed now, and we do actually get the blink on Enigma, so he did opt for the blink first after Bastion Buckler, so I think we're going to see some fight soon with Enigma possibly leaving the top area of the map.
Maybe. There's a chance.
There's a chance.
He could get out of there.
I don't think it's wrong, by the way. I think he's applying a lot of pressure. Like, EG constantly has to come back here because of these pesky Eidolons.
Dude, that's literally all he's been at.
Yeah.
He's just hanging out. That's so cool. Well, Blink Dagger done. It's going to be coming out on the Courier, and with all of that pressure and constant movement top, that leaves open bottom for EG to take the Tier 2 tower. Now claiming the outpost, and there hasn't been a similar move made by OG yet, as they try and buy time to get into that late game scaling that they're looking for.
Yeah, it's very interesting because this takes a lot of discipline from the side of OG to just let their Tier 2 go. Somebody made the call that we're not ready to fight. Our Invoker is kind of getting close to BKB. Our Enigma is pressuring top. So EG is going to try to wrap around here.
Abed runs into Seb. They spot Yuragi on the other side, but at least for now, they're just going to go for the one kill. Jerex looking for more. Oh, and Arteezy finds them, and with the shard, it means that they can't get out of there. Oh my God, Sprout Teasy is back in a good way.
That was a nice play with the early shard pickup. I didn't even realize he bought this. That kill would not have been possible without the shard.
Nicely done. And then afterwards, they have the Inkswell on the Treant, right?
Yeah, well done by Jerex as well. So these are really important kills here. We're going to see a replay of that.
Good call from Jerex to go in for that chase down, looking for the +1, and now when he cuts out.
1 second cooldown.
Oh, that hurts. Yeah, got to save those phase.
Yeah, now he knows about it, so he's probably going to be saving his phase boots in the fight. But the damage is done, right? You get this one kill thanks to the shard. Mm-hmm. I feel like the money is already justified because you're going to get this item at some point anyways.
Yeah. Well, after that kill, don't really see any other big moves for objectives by EG, but Amar is now taking over Taiga's spot up on the top side of this map. And he is going to be farming in a little bit of a more dangerous spot. There is a Radiant Ward that's down in that area as well. But it doesn't look like... Yeah, he's just going to TP out afterwards. So again, dodging these ganks when they come through.
Yeah, I mean, those pickups were definitely important to get a little bit further ahead in the game. And what we do see is that EG is taking more of the map now. They're taking top back. And OG actually is kind of stuck around this mid area of the map.
Saw there as well the Treants coming in, scouting out that area. Very annoying to deal with these, and the pressure being mounted on the top side now too. So,
yeah, we do have BKB completed on BZM. We have the Blink on Enigma. He does have the Philosopher's Stone as well, which is probably the most broken item in Dota.
That's great.
I actually do mean it though, because this item, it always means you're gonna have an extra item, is how it feels like, especially as a support.
Right.
This could mean that this Enigma might get a BKB refresher later. It might just make that small of a difference, or a big of a difference, rather. But I think they're waiting for this double BKB timing. I think Yuragi is just going to have his completed, and then they're going to look to fight here.
They're moving again to take this top tier 2 tower. Crits in the area, has Supernova ready. Mar looking to chase around the trees there. Yuragi is going to step up, and with that, we'll see if EG decide to come and defend this ward that they have. Seb walks up the hill, drops down the sentry, spots it immediately. They got vision, and the arena down. What's the follow-up, though? BKB reaction. They're right on top of him. Amar starting to drop, leashed up onto 2. Amar almost dead. Will he die as they run in and actually find him? Now Seb also in some trouble. Yuragi tries to get her. They miss on the Sprout. Crit backs away. 2 for 1, though, is the trade.
Yeah, good trade for EG overall. Like, you see Amar, I don't know if he was aware that Arteezy had BKB or not, but fast reactions by Arteezy, because as soon as Amar jumps in, drops the arena, drops the spear, Arteezy gets the BKB off. Or
Yuragi. Right there onto Yuragi, trying to pick up a free one. If he had a Sunstrike, it'd be perfect, but doesn't quite, and Yuragi jumps away, and now, afterwards, the turn, the black hole! Oh no, for Abed!
Oh man. Good attempt. That was so close. That would have been huge. He would have been level 15 on Void Spirit. Oh, man.
Jeez. I mean, that Nether Shawl might have been the difference right there, right? The extra magic resistance.
It might have just been. It was that small of a difference. But yeah, EG's still staying aggressive here.
Yeah, not deterred. I mean, black hole down, right? That's what you say.
Black hole down, but, you know, your Void Spirit is a huge part of your damage right now.
Of course.
So, okay, they are kind of going to back off here. But yeah, with that pickup, you know, OG's getting some breathing space. They're able to push out top. They know the Void Spirit's just going to respawn soon, but they had time to push these lanes out.
Yeah, they need to do that immediately. Smoke up. OG getting together. Although Yuragi not there with the rest of them. Amar is looking for somebody along with Seb.
Counter smoke.
They're very spread out. Are they going for Arteezy top and then the counterplay into the triangle? Scan is going to connect. They spot Yuragi, but the BKB and then immediately runs away. A little bit awkward there. Jarek separated from the rest of the team.
Yeah, they were going split like different places because you need the Dragon Knight to lead the smoke, because if you see someone, he's going to be the one to stun. But they do get a BKB forced, so still something.
Yep. And could think about going for Roche in the next little bit here, as EG, they're just going to make the call to head on into the pit.
It is scanned though, so OG is aware of what's happening here.
How long do they have left on Black Hole? 80 seconds. That's a tough one.
He's got the Gale Force, by the way, so maybe he'll push him out of the pit here.
That would be really awesome. Seb is in the area. And the jump forward, they spot Seb. The Gale Force, oh, he gets away!
Oh, man.
How is this okay? And then the Shackle shot, Abed's running in though, and Aether Remnant finds him. So the Gale Force, while cute, won't end up making enough of a difference.
Yeah, that might just mean Roche though, because I do think it's valuable to have this Wind Ranger just giving a bit of information with Power Shot, with the Gale Force. It looks like they're just going to give this up then.
Okay. Well, Roche down low, and Nightfall going to TP bottom. Tries to catch Taiga here, but he's going to TP out.
Wraith Pact online.
Let's go.
Yep. This will be the difference.
You got to love that item.
Yeah, I'm not still not sure about it, but It's probably better this game, actually, as bottom.
Whoa, 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 whoa. BZM.
Okay.
Chill out, buddy. Oh, my God. Just ran in there, BKB, killed them both.
I'm gonna have to see a replay of that one. That was some, you know, Invoker action.
Dude, that was a huge combo coming out, and BZM just taking the game in his hands.
He might just go for a TZ2. Okay, no, he's out. He's on low mana. He's level 18 now. That's insane. This hero thrives with levels. So, big win for BZM.
Yeah, the Blink Dagger done now on top of that BKB, and next queued up is actually going to be the Shivas. So he's not even going in for like the, you know, Aghanim Scepter waiting upon the Enigma plays. He wants to be able to do it on his own.
Yeah, and we see now like Taiga is going back for the BKB, and looks like Amar has his completed as well. So I do think OG is like kind of hitting their item timings here. So they might look to defend the next time EG is going to make a play.
Lincoln Sphere is also queued up right now for Yuragi. And with a 4,000 gold lead, but hanging on to the Aegis EG, where do they want to go with this? I mean, it kind of feels like they, again, need to be making some sort of solid moves to take objectives with this, but at the same time, they need to hit their item timings as well.
So OG smoked up. They have the BKB and Amar. They do have a gem purchased, actually. So this is very all-in.
Arena there onto both. Sunstrike not going to connect because of the Gale Force. A little bit of miscommunication there. Nightfall might survive through it because of it. BKB on Amar afterwards. Now running in, wanting to find a kill. Yuragi right on top of the Phoenix, but the egg does come out. Do they have any way to protect it? No. They can't keep it alive, so it will go down, but the counter kill is big for EG. They take down 2.
I think that's the... Wait, Nightfall?
Oh my God.
Dice to the meatball.
They just ran in and took him out. Never mind. And Ortiz, he's really low too. Ooh, Sunstrike isn't quite going to connect.
Try.
Good attempt.
But they do pick up the gem, actually. So EG has 2 gems now. One that Jarek bought and one that Seb bought. So that's definitely a huge win for EG here.
Now, I will say I'm just very impressed with BZM's play. He's been picking these things up when stuff starts to look a little bit scary. He's been able to make some solid moves, and here's another one. Just jumps right on top of Jarex and kills him off.
That was a buyback from Jarek, so he's down for a long time. But yeah, BZM is playing out of his mind for sure. He's, you know, when you go this Exort Invoker, when you go this Midas Boots of Travel build, you are playing as a carry. You are the one that's going to carry the game as Seb.
Another Sunstrike heads off the other direction, but they'll break. They will find Seb, and he will go down. So BZM TPing out before the gank attempt came through.
Yeah, he's definitely okay with that. Keeping BZM alive here. He has the Hex queued up next. But yeah, this Invoker is, you know, you're playing for that YouTube compilation video type of thing. Drop the meatballs. Oh my goodness, the damage.
Yeah, he's doing a ton. That Silver Edge, really good stuff. But likewise, when you see the Alacrity hits, back onto Artur. He's going to need to get some type of armor item at some point here, I feel like.
Nicely done by Ichi there, like with Didi on Abed and, you know, the Silver Edge. Amar was not expecting that. He didn't pop the BKB right away, you know, like he didn't want to preemptively use it.
Right.
Because he thought he's going to be fine, but clearly not.
And now Arteezy, no BKB, but Silver Edge gets him away, walks back in, turns the fight. A huge kill. That is exactly what EG needed. Can they find any more afterwards, though? This Wraith Pact just making a little bit of a disco mood around the egg area. And, well, turn now, trying to punch, gain a kill on the big black hole onto 2, the Supernova. It's going to come too late. They don't have enough. Nightfall survives through it. Taiga starting to get dropped back down low. They come back to life, though, onto Arteezy, and, well, they back away again. These fights are crazy.
Yeah, these fights are very back and forth. Nobody's like really, you know, taking over the fight completely, but very well done, like by both teams, like recognizing like when they can go in, when they can go out. This we're gonna see a replay of this fight here. First come the Swedish meatballs here.
Oh yeah, in the land that we're in.
Yes, the Stockholm Major indeed. And then this Abed with Didi does so much damage, but he does get silenced. And eventually get picked off here by Bloodseeker, but you know, like he commits the BKB, the egg comes down. So
and the save, I mean, Shard on that is probably a big part of the reason Nightfall is able to survive through it.
Yeah, definitely. I think the Phoenix Shard is one of the best in the game, which is why you kind of see it as the first item you buy on Phoenix these days. So, all right, well, no more Aegis for Arteezy. So next fight could be, you know, more in favor of OG, but it does depend on who gets the jump, right? Like there's a lot of different scenarios here where Abed can completely, you know, take over the fight just by jumping one of the supports on Taiga or Seb. Or maybe if Amar gets the jump of the spear, you know, it's going to be a lot down to the jump.
Well, and again, these moments here, we saw how much of a change it's been in this game number 2. I mean, a lot of it all throughout today has been Arteezy having tough games. This one, he's definitely on top net worth. We'll see if he can keep making plays for his team. Taiga looking for an opening here as well, although obviously doesn't have the black hole. Meatball down and Abed dead. Gotta run away with the rest of them. EG has to get out. Sunstrike, they spot Crit, but can they take down the bird? Hiding away, has the Sunray out of there, but just leads an easy path where they find and eventually kill off the Phoenix.
The gem is kind of hanging out there. Let's see if they pick it up. Okay, they do take it back with the courier. So that's the gem going back towards OG side. So good, really good kills actually by getting that gem back. It's a big deal.
4,000 gold lead. Very back and forth. Trying to get to Satanic next. And moves on in, looking for a pickoff play, but nobody is really presenting themselves as an opportunity here.
Yeah, and you can see that Taiga is getting closer to his BKB, that Philosopher's Stone doing work along with his Wraith Pact here. So as soon as he gets this BKB, like they need to drop the egg, you know, just in the middle of the fight. So Taiga has to hesitate before he just jumps in because otherwise he's going to get a free black hole.
Yeah, there's no other option. I mean, obviously, you've got like Sunray that you can use to try and keep people alive during it, but I'm not sure if that's going to be enough.
Look at Jarex. With an Invis rune here, he does spot out BZM.
Going Invis himself, and Abed, they don't have a sentry down, though. That's the one problem. So they won't find anybody. It feels like they're both hunting each other, though.
Yeah, BZM has very low mana, though, and this hero does need mana to be able to, you know, get a couple of spells off. So he's probably going to go back here. Look to reset, but Amar,
gotta be careful.
Just blinks in.
Blinks in aggressively. They spot him immediately. The break is there, and he just gets eviscerated.
Yeah, you know, they kind of set up the trap there. Amar was a little unaware, and immediate smoke. They're gonna look to use this momentum from the one pickoff, try to snowball the map here.
Running down into Dire, or Radiant Triangle rather, but instead head on over. They're gonna push out mid. It's very low, is going to die to the catapult and the creeps. Meanwhile, Arteezy up near the tier 2 tower. They're TPing in, cancels that TP actually. And instead, they're just going to try and hold on to this high ground. Maybe look for a pickoff here if they can catch BZM. He walks forward. There's no gem though. They don't have detection down from EG to find him.
Yeah, Roshan's going to be up in 1 minute. So Taiga does have the BKB completed. He buys the tome. He's basically playing like a carry, which is fine. That's kind of Enigma's role in the game anyways. But we'll see how they want to approach this, because I do think this next Roche fight is going to determine who gets, you know, to control the map afterwards.
Hex done now. I mean, again, so much of this comes down to vision. You've got Treants that can scout things out, but likewise, you're going to have the Sunstrikes. You know, obviously, Gale Force is super annoying to play against. A lot of things to watch for, and who gets the better jump is always going to be the big question to watch for as they're getting ready to walk up high ground here. Crit is right on top of them, as well as Arteezy. They don't quite break the smoke there, but they spotted the blood right. Crit's in the area, power shots down. They reveal themselves now, dive out and away. Bale Force already down, but they got him caught with the stun. Doesn't have an answer at all. Pulled back in, taunt, dead before the fight even starts, but also Arteezy goes down. So they use their stun trying to fight the other angle, and he doesn't have buyback, so he can't get back into this. Crit now in a ton of trouble. Oh, EG, they've got to get out of here. They are falling one by one. They lose 3. Oh, and just a little bit off the mark with that, and now it spawns almost immediately. What an absolute huge swing here, as OG are going to have access to Roche.
Both Amar and Arteezy didn't get their BKBs off, but, you know, it was way better for OG, clearly. Like, BZM just is able to come in, like, just clean up house here.
With this, getting the Aegis at this point is such a big win for this team. And you can't come in, you just can't contest. EG can't do anything about it.
No, and you have to think that they just won this fight without even having to use Black Hole. I mean, maybe their Wraith Pact was there, but, you know, it's just too easy for them right now, the way the fights are going.
Yeah, and this next couple of minutes could start to look really bad. does have the shard also, so another way to help deal with Nightfall burning through that pure damage. So strong against those big tanky heroes.
Yeah, Yuragi, we haven't talked about him much, but he's had a very solid game here. 10, 2, and 5. He's got the Mjolnir, the Linken's, the BKB. He does hurt quite a bit.
Just like that, we are now sitting 33 minutes in, and OG again up 9,000 gold. It hasn't been the same type of blowout loss that we saw in game number 1, but EG definitely on the back foot now, and they're going to have to play some pretty solid plays to pull themselves back into this one.
OG wants to fight this. I think they have everything available. I don't think they want to give anything to EG here.
Ooh, crit. Danger, danger. Doesn't have stun for another 8 seconds. Jerax trying to back away. Cold Snap's there. They got him. The Hex. The Meatball's down and done.
Yeah, that Gale Force, making sure you can't escape. What a funny spell.
It's so crazy.
So EG is just going to try to rat these lanes, but it is getting harder and harder. Like we talked about just after the draft ended, is like if this game goes longer, you're playing against an Invoker, an Enigma, and you have this Nature's Prophet. This hero needs to be ahead.
Yeah, has to keep up that momentum. Still top net worth, but it's not by a huge margin. The rest of the team has definitely fallen by the wayside. You can see how much Yuragi has really just ballooned in net worth in those last couple of minutes, and particularly after the death. Nature's Prophet, not quite as much. An Aghanim Scepter now done. I mean, this is really Danger Town. This is going to be super scary for EG.
Yeah, so Crit is going for the Aeon Disc on the Phoenix. So he's going to basically make sure he doesn't get bursted. So he's going to be able to get the egg off, and then maybe he'll look to get a refresher. I think that is...
Oh.
It's sort of a good win condition you could have. And yeah, we see the talents on Invoker there. The 3x Quas-Wex Exort passive effect.
God, 80% win rate, but not often taken. What do you think about this choice? What's the main thought process behind it?
It's been like 5 years since I played Invoker, so
okay,
I have absolutely no idea.
But he knows it's good. That's the key.
But the stats don't lie, guys. So that's what I have to say about that one.
Shout out to
it sounds really strong when I read it. But the Radial Deafening Blast definitely has a place as well.
Okay.
I guess there's not too many summons, just these Treants, so he's not too worried about it. So yeah.
Well, and you don't want to
win rate.
Push people out of areas either. Yeah, it's looking pretty strong. Well, Yuragi showing down bottom. Again, I mean, is there... I guess you just have to wait until the Aegis expires at this point for EG, right? Like, there's not really another place you can go. Jerax trying to get out. They spot him, and the Hex is there.
Yeah, I think you have to... You just have to push the side lanes. Hope maybe OG makes a mistake by splitting up, trying to deal with the Nature's Prophet pressure. As we're going to see this now, like, this is possibly best case scenario for EG if they're willing to trade, but BZM's keeping back.
Got to be careful. Hex is there. Nightfall for the turn, though. Tries to make this work. But the black hole! Oh, can they keep him alive, though, through it? The Supernova down is enough to turn it. And with the Satanic, they fight down and take down Taiga. So a really big turnaround there with the black hole used. EG managed to win that fight. And on the bottom side, they didn't even lose the tier 3 tower.
This is huge. This Enigma being dead, using black hole like that, they have a chance to do something with this. Maybe they're going to look to smoke or take back the map. Let's see what they do with this kill. They're actually still going to stick around this top lane with the lane ward here.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's such an interesting, like, dynamic here. Normally you think, okay, you just find it as they have a ward down, they see what's in this area, they might go for this if anybody shows up to this lane. And Seb's going to be the one. They spot him, jump in, stun, fireball down and dead. BZM, does he decide to fight this? I mean, he gets the lift up onto 2.
There's no BKB on RTZ.
Ice wall down.
Dangerous here.
Has to get out. They have to run. Nightfall pops his BKB and just going to TP out of there. So the rest of them try and escape. And it looks like the rest of EG should get out of there. Although pops the Linken's, runs, and doesn't have the mana. Oh, he got hurt by the EMP. Does he have a way to TP out? All right, he gets out now.
Scary. This Invoker's hunting.
Yeah.
He smells blood. But they immediately, look at this, double TP bottom. They're expecting this Nature's Prophet to go there. And let's see if they read the map correctly here. Let's see where Arteezy goes. In 5 seconds, he's going to have his TP up.
We'll see. Is this one of those moments before disasters picks? We'll find out. And no, he
Okay.
understands what the danger could be down there and is going to go to the safer area.
They
Joins
do
up with the
smoke. There's no black hole for another minute, so maybe they're using this time to try and gain something, but Phoenix is also dead still.
Right. Mar not showing himself up top. EG, they want to play around this area and going to catch another wave and then back out together. Mar. I mean, are they still smoked?
Amar does have Lincolns and BKB in 5 seconds. Let's see here.
They spot him. Lincoln's there, breaking his blink. Try to chase. BKB is out. Now needs to get out, but the leash. They sprout? Anything? No?
This guy's pretty manly, though. I gotta say, he's sticking around, you know?
Oh, yeah.
Maybe he gives him the high five before, but... Okay, good TP out. BZM's on the hunt here.
Oh, God. And there it is. The Hex is there.
Wow, nice
The Shackle. Everything dropped down in the Cataclysm to boot. BZM hoping to escape. They get the lift up now. No buyback available on the Nature's Prophet. And with that, Abed going to TP out of there. And can they get one last kill? They will. So they lose 2. Oh, man. And Seb now, excuse me, trying to get away from Yuragi. Does look like he's going to be able to make the escape. Correct me if I'm wrong, does the leash not break the TP? Sprout leashes?
I believe you should not be able to TP. I could be wrong, though.
Okay.
But, yeah, nicely done by BZM. This guy has been, you know, very... Like, he's been the threat on the map constantly in this game. I think he's been playing amazing on this Invoker.
It's one of the best, I mean, well, definitely Quas X-Sword Invokers that we've seen in a while. I haven't seen one in a really long time. It's just been all Quas Wex.
Yeah, and he's making it work this game, clearly. And now they're going to push high ground. And without Artesia, I don't think they have enough damage to do anything. The eggs is on cooldown, so Taiga knows he has a free black hole if he wants right now.
Dangerous. And I mean, at this point, it feels like without the Nature's Prophet, they've got to wait until they're all back up to go for any type of a fight. But OG recognizing this moment when they've got the strength, they're in the upper hand. They're just going to take that full set of racks and then back out together. Roche capable of responding in about 25 seconds. We'll see what the actual timer is on it.
Yeah, BZM again. He's always running around in this ghost walk, always hunting. He's just been a menace. And with the Artesia, he's going to respawn, so they do go for a smoke here on EG. I'm not sure how this is going to break out. They need to get a good egg for this fight. Egg's still on cooldown for 15 seconds, so if the fight breaks out now, Taiga might get a free black hole.
Oh no, jumps in and finds it, and it is going to be a free black hole. The Cataclysm down, connects onto both. They did not have the answer. Taiga getting tipped by Seb, appreciating some greatness. What a sick play. I mean, Taiga's been playing this entire series so well.
Yeah, he's been doing a good job on the Enigma. You can definitely see this guy plays this hero a lot. He has been quiet in this game in terms of using the black hole, but it wasn't even necessary until now. So, you know, this hero only needs one, and he does have a refresher now.
Smoked up behind, ready to go for round 2. EG want to take them all down. Mar backs out, but they're moving in. They have the refreshed black hole available. If they can get there in time, get together and catch them all. Tommy does it to him one more time again. Another tip, another win. OG, they're looking stellar.
Wow, what a black hole. They did not expect that. Just comes with the refresher, and now I think EG's they're just done here in this game. They have nothing left. No buyback on Artesia, no buyback on the Dragon Knight. Another nice shackle by Seb here with the Gale Force and the Meatball.
Oh, look at him. Oh, he's feeling it. He's feeling it. They go in again. OG gonna call it now 2-0 over Evil Geniuses in just an absolute fabulous performance. Get some love.
Yeah, that was, wow, very well played by BZM this game. I feel like he was the MVP. He did a fantastic job with the Invoker, getting the Sunstrike kills early on, being a constant threat on the map. And again, they executed the Enigma lineup, and EG were not able to answer it properly for the second time. So a well-deserved victory for OG here. And EG, I don't know if they still have a shot, but it's rough for sure.
Yeah, I think at this point it has to be through tiebreakers and winning that series against Beast Coast going forward. Obviously, it's got to hurt. And I think the thing to keep in mind, though, for this OG squad is, as you mentioned, BZM, Amar in game 1. Yuragi was quietly having a really solid performance. Taiga, really impressive. Seb was playing Wind Ranger. He was having a good time as well. But the thing that stands out to me is it's this like new crop of players that are coming together and like putting on a hell of a performance. It's a new reign, new day in Dota.
Yeah, for sure. They definitely turned out today. So, yeah, congratulations to OG.
Absolutely. Well, I'm not sure what the final standings are for that one, at least in terms of where they're sitting, but really impressive stuff. Any final thoughts really on like how good this Enigma first phase is? Like, is that something that people need to start banning out against them?
They definitely need to come up with a plan, that's for
Right.
sure. If you expect it, you either give it away and you plan for it, or you ban it. So I'm curious to see what other teams are going to do against this Taiga Enigma.
All right. Well, a great series for sure. Let's head on back to the panel one last time.
Thank you very much, Lyrical and Fly. And yes, we will run the simulations, we will crunch the numbers, we will tell you the outcomes, and we will have an interview after the break.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Are you ready? Are you ready for the post-series analysis? Purge and T-Gov, as we have now wrapped up a 2-0 for OG against EG. Seb said he thinks it'll be fun. I believe was the direct quote that he gave Sir Action Slacks. I think he had fun. Wind Ranger, 2 games, Gale Forsen left and right. A strong showing from OG, Kevin. What'd you think?
It was a very strong showing. I like how they pivoted their draft last second. The Invoker fit the draft, and they also had that late game win condition. It made Enigma even better because they had Cataclysm with the black holes that made their game simpler. Seb had a less good game 2, though. Game 1 felt like he could do whatever he wanted. Game 2, he was being punished.
Yeah. And we will have the man responsible for that Enigma for our interview. It's Sir Action Slacks and Taiga.
Hello, thank you so much, Tsunami. I am here with Taiga in his very seat that he was sitting in. This is the seat that caused so many Who was sitting here?
Sebastian Dips.
Oh, Seb was here. Oh, yeah, baby, that is good shit. My MMR just went up 100 points. Taiga, what an incredible series. That was one of the coolest Enigma plays I've ever seen. That last black hole, gotta feel good to play that hero, huh?
Yeah, it's the best hero. When I feel it, I just want to pick this hero. When I don't feel it, I just pick me on Crystal Maiden or some shit. Carry me, guys. When I feel it, alright, guys, I want to carry this game. Pick me Enigma.
Fantastic. Are you getting ready for the counters? I mean, it's been a nice ride so far. No Rubiks, no silencers. They haven't had the respect. After that series, I'm expecting you'll see some of that.
I'm looking forward to it. Please don't counter me, though. I want to have a nice Enigma game. Just don't do it. Have mercy.
All right, well, getting away from that last series, let's talk a little bit about the team. I mean, you seem to kind of be the old man of the squad now, you have a lot of experience, you have all this growing talent, and you guys are really putting on a hell of a performance, especially after the last DPC. What's it like for you? Do you kind of feel like the mentor of the squad?
I mean, for sure, the team is we're still inexperienced. You can see it from day 1 and day 2, night and day. First day, people are like, oh shit, we won 3 games. And the next day, people got a little bit cocky, maybe. And nerves kicks in, start kicking in. And I was like, all right, guys. Then, the experienced players, me and Seb, for example, we start being more vocal. Forget about it. Even if we get eliminated from group stage, this is all for the practice. And you make sure that they feel comfortable, and that's the most important thing. Make sure the players feel comfortable. Make sure the teammates are teammates and friends and not enemies. That's the most important lesson. That is spoken like a true leader. That is so cool to hear. What changed between the last tournament and this one? You guys were looking a little, looking a little wild. You guys do anything different? The last 2 tournaments, the Dubai one and this one. Well, this time we have Sebastian Debs with some speeches, and then of course we still miss Shu and Misha because we lacking the draft power that we had with Misha. So we had to prepare a lot more than usual. We have to look at the drafts a lot more. So, yeah.
All right. I was going to try to save this question for last because I wanted Seb to leave before he heard me ask it, and he's still here. So does it kind of feel like an undercover boss kind of scenario? This guy's been telling you what to do, and then he's like, now I'm going to come do it with you, Is it nervous? Do you not like it, or is it actually kind of cool?
No, actually, I love Seb. I didn't know he was like this in game, Maybe when you meet him in Pops, he's a little bit more quiet. And
he's an asshole.
And stuff.
I'm just kidding. Oh, jeez.
When you actually play the team with him, it's probably the nicest guy and very PMA, good leadership. He makes sure people feel comfortable, and I think that's really great.
All right. Well, I'm sorry. This is the longest interview ever, but I really enjoyed talking to you. Any words for your missing man here, Mr. Misha? I'm sure he's watching right now. Anything to say out there? I mean, anything?
We miss you, Misha. We all have the tiger for Misha and Chu. So hope the next one land. If we are qualified to another one, please, we want to have you here.
All right. Very heartfelt stuff from an incredible captain. Thank you so much. Well done, Mr. Leader out there, and OG having one hell of a 2-0 series. Back to you guys.
That family spirit has stayed with OG through many, many rosters, and it's good to see it be carried here with the newcomers as well. And I saw their manager Bonkers putting up the jerseys for Misha and Chu on the desks. Just purely, I mean, you can feel the spirit within. And they will be moving forward. We don't know where yet, so let's take a look at the standings. Let's see where all these teams are, because I know with bated breath, so many North Americans are wondering, is EG out? The answer is no, not quite yet, and T-Gov will explain why.
All right, so basically, TLDR, EG plays against Beast Coast, If EG are able to 2-0 Beast Coast, they both will finish 3-9. They'll then have to play another tiebreaker, which I believe is a best of 3. If they win that, EG is not eliminated from Group A. So very much the series tomorrow on the B stream. I think it's the first time slot. EG Beast Coast. If EG loses a single game, they will be eliminated from the Stockholm Major. So that is, yeah, the most important game for any of the EG fans. It is tomorrow.
I love that they can control their own destiny, though.
Yeah.
It puts it in their hands, makes them responsible. They can take it either way. They can be sad about it, or they can just get amped and say, let's win this. Let's keep trying. Oh, whatever, bad group stage. Let's move on.
And for them, I guess playing against a South American team is probably in their benefit. I imagine it's the region that are probably most familiar with outside of North America.
That's true.
So if you just can beat them 4 times in a row, then maybe you can make it to the main event. Otherwise, so long to Evil Geniuses in this tournament. Not to all of North America. As you know, Group B had Mind Games be default eliminated due to their failure to attendance, but now things need to move on here on the A stream, on the main stream. That'll be it from us, and we will catch you with more and Pyrian after the break.
Just good.
welcome back. After that short break, we're looking at Group B action now. After that red-hot Group A action featuring EG. So panel change, post change, the whole thing. I've got Jenkins, Lacoste, and Moxie, and we're going to look a little bit back, a little bit forward. Got some content and stuff like that. So settle down, get a nice cup of hot coffee in you, and get ready. How about the day so far? I just watched the EG series. I assume you guys did too. EG-OG.
Yes. Yeah, we did watch it, and every single time, you know, you have certain expectation of EG to probably make it. Now they're in a rough territory because they need to beat Beast Coast 2-0 for potential tiebreakers between them. Yeah, definitely didn't expect that to happen because EG as a team, I mean, they're very good. They at the international lands, they tend to do well. So I don't know what's going on. Yeah, something's going on for sure.
Something's going wrong. I was saying to Jenkins that when I came for the DPC, I did the NA end of the league, and that it was structured so that like the EG games and all that were at the end because it was going to be about who's finishing top. And as it happens now, it's basically the last year's is Beast Coast EG to see who goes out. What happened to NA Dota? You guys cover NA Dota.
It's been like that for forever. I mean, yeah, literally since I think the first tour of the first season, it's been that way between the three teams. At the time, it wasn't TSM, it was Undying, EG, Quincy Crew. It's still that way. It's always a bit heartbreaking when this happens, when it's like, I mean, I hate to like, basically NA and
just
SA.
say it, for once, just say it.
We're like, we're brothers, you know, as regions. It's like, I want to say we're the same region.
We're
I feel
NASA.
Like,
we're literally NASA. We are the space station.
Yeah, I feel like there's been a bit of a separation because SA has really proven themselves to be a super strong region. And now it's, you know that meme where there's like the swimming pool and
the drowning child,
the skeleton, the drowning child, and then the skeleton at the bottom, and that was SA for a while. And I feel like that's NA now. I feel like NA is the drowning child. So there has been, you know, it's like the older brother that was doing better is now, you know, on the streets, and the younger brother is the one that's, you know, doing very well. So there's this bit of a separation, but it is heartbreaking to see that it's Beast Coast that determines EG's fate, and EG that to you know, maybe less of a degree determines Beast Coast's fate because they have to 2-0, right? EG has to 2-0 for it to go to tiebreakers. So Beast Coast has a lot of chances.
Yeah.
But it is heartbreaking because these teams, like, they play each other a lot. They know each other.
But it's Street Dota, baby. It's going to get real wild over in there. It's going to be great.
Yeah.
Well, we've been talking about EG. We've actually got a content piece featuring EG, so let's take a look at that.
It's level 1 Roche. Which team can kill Roche the quickest? We're gonna find out right now. We got Arteezy and Jerax. Let's get into it.
Abaddon, attack speed, doesn't matter because you need to keep proccing.
Maybe you need to buy mana items on some bristleback, spamming goo. Do you need to micro, you need gold? You probably need gold to spam.
Clock's ticking, you got 30 seconds and then you're gonna start losing gold, my friend.
Oh yeah, let's go Bristle.
Oh, let's go Bristle, all right, let's go.
So what do I
Who's
buy?
the 5th hero? Tell me the 5th hero.
SF is the best in negative armor, but what else is...
I think we go SF then.
Okay.
All right, so have you decided on a 5th hero?
Yes.
Who is it?
Our lineup will be Ursa, it will be SF. So Ursa, SF, Abaddon, Lone Druid.
What's his hero? He picked it.
Bristle?
Yes. Yeah,
Thank you.
All right, let's go.
I want to use shop.
Do you have money for smoke?
What is the shop hotkey? We have a problem.
Just click it. Come on, come on. Oh my god, it's a simple shop.
Oh my god.
Do you want to smoke and goo it for efficiency? Like you sit in the pit, you goo it to max, then we start.
Yeah, okay, sounds good, I'll buy it. These hotkeys are killing me. Can we put them closer?
Yeah, so you're gonna smoke.
Can we take the bounty? Was that allowed?
All right, remember.
Wait.
Yeah, don't worry.
No, we need 30 seconds.
You get all the time you want. You're all right.
We're just vibing right now.
It's a vibe. Let's talk it over. Tell me your strategy again. What's the justification? So you have Ursa because Ursa against Roche, obviously.
Are you microing this house? How does this work?
I can do it.
But who's gonna tank in between?
So Abaddon, shit, dude. We're gonna proc the slam.
Does it matter?
I mean, we have no choice.
It doesn't. I don't have to be close with my hero.
It's the bear, me, and Abaddon. Maybe I can dodge the slam. You guys proc the slam.
Yeah, you need to dodge it. Just tell me if you use South. I have impossible hotkeys for South, by the way.
I can't believe what we're seeing! I'll try my best. Okay, so you smoke us?
Yeah. Are we ready?
Yeah. Smoke us?
Oh.
It's not the hotkey.
That is not the hotkey. Okay, we have a problem.
Yeah, don't worry, I'm giving you vision. It's 4 stacks, so we just go. Wait, one more time. It's gonna come back. Nope. Okay, let's go. Hey!
All right, let's go. It has begun, the level 1 Roche challenge.
I'm tanking with SF right now.
Okay, you micro.
Looks like we actually might do without salve. I didn't dodge the slam, but that's fine.
You need the Lone Druid Bear, very close. Very high skill here.
I see you mashing. That's high intensity gameplay right there.
Yeah. Got it. And this was way easier than I thought.
The bear is a good idea.
All right, 32.61 seconds. Well done, gentlemen, well done. And that was the level 1 Roshan challenge.
Dude, I had 6 mangoes in my inventory.
Happier times for EG.
Don't say that.
Oh my God.
Relax.
They made
that was that was live. What do you mean?
That wasn't live.
Yeah, it was.
Come on, dude.
Obviously.
Do we want to go and talk to Slax and see if he has anything to say to us right now?
No, that's all right.
Yeah, we can wait. We can
If
talk
we
about
have
some
to,
other
we
stuff.
can go.
I mean, I love hearing him scream all the time.
We
Why
can
not?
check in on the other. Let's go see Slax. All right, let's go see Slax. He's waiting anyway. Jake, can you hear us?
Hello, I can hear you. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, what have you got for us?
Oh, yeah.
All right, I want to do a little experiment. Now, these players are always so focused on their stuff that I always wonder what they can notice from the other side, and also if they have any empathy. So here, I have a sound recording of a man screaming for help. I want you guys to go into that room and see if the players notice that I play this, if you could. Please, now, I need to hide. I'm not allowed to go in there, so go ahead. Go, Mr. Cameraman, go.
Yo, get in there, cameraman. What are you doing? Come on, cameraman.
Get him in there.
This is a social experiment. This is very important to mine.
Here comes the sound effect. Let's see if they notice. Oh, hold on to the video start. Okay, here we go.
There's an ad that's pulling you.
Oh?
Oh, hey, what's up, man? No, it's all good. It's all... Did anyone look?
Yeah, they did.
They looked.
They absolutely did.
You're a nice guy. You're the rest
But they
of them.
didn't come to save you.
Disgusting behavior. No one got up or anything, but that was a good experiment.
He thought it was
huh?
funny. He was
I wasn't expecting. Oh, please, after you. That's a lot of hydration here. You guys you doing good?
I hope so.
Shout out to the Hydro Homies. He did say shout out to the Hydro Homies, guys. That's literally the only bit I thought of. I'm sorry.
I did hear him saying.
That's okay. That's okay. Jake, thank you so much. You're doing sterling work. Don't look sad in the dark. You're doing
Thank you,
great.
guys.
We'll talk
Thank
to you
so
soon.
much.
Thanks, brother.
I love you.
Love you too. Bye. Well, we're going to quickly check in on one of the other streams because, of course, there are 3 streams going on, not just this one. There's 2 more. Let's go check on I think it's C's stream. Let's go see them. Hello, can you hear us?
This is a classic bit with these guys. This is ever.
Oh, I thought it was just a picture. I thought we were getting played for a moment.
MLP and John, how are you? Can you hear us?
Hello.
Hey, how's it going, lads?
Sexy Aussie accent.
It's going well. I can't see you guys right now, but apparently you can see us. That's
Yeah,
I'm
we
taking
can
off the
see you.
sunglasses.
Yeah, maybe the sunglasses. What game are you gonna be casting today?
Oh, we just casted 2 of them, Pyrian.
Oh, you casted? Oh, gosh.
yes. We're done.
Oh, you're done? And you waited around to chat to us?
Of course. Pyrian, I would chat to you anytime I'm asked to.
Bless you. You still owe me a pint, by the way. I'm not going to forget that. Nice chatting to you guys, and I hope you enjoyed the cast, and we'll see you soon.
It was a blast.
That's it? That's all?
I hecking love those sunglasses.
Okay, yeah, that's...
I hecking love those sunglasses. I think that's what they're going for.
They're just lovely guys.
We know why John's wearing the glasses, right?
He had eye surgery.
Yeah, he had corrective eye surgery,
Yeah.
and then it just became like their thing. It's very, very stylish, very
That's
cool.
because it was very bright.
We got the other stream to check in on as well. We're going to go have a look at them. So let's say hi to those guys too. Oh, Avo and Super
Hey.
Strike.
Hello.
How are you guys doing?
Hola, chicos.
Pretty good. Pretty good. We can't see you, but we would love to. I'm imagining you right now in my head, Ted. It's really nice.
Just imagine I'm dad on holiday. That's the vibe I've gone for today.
Awesome. You look great.
Should we go through and introduce ourselves? Because if they can't see us, they don't know who's here.
No,
Right,
they
no,
don't.
it's okay. Who's that person?
Now I wish I didn't
I don't know. I feel like we should send Jenkins over there.
We're not sending them Jenkins. They've just finished working. They're
Yeah,
tired.
can you swap Jenkins with Avo, please?
All right, stay there.
Oh, Lord, he's coming.
in.
Oh, no.
We're warning
Okay.
you.
We'll see
Forewarning.
if this works.
Okay, we'll see if you can make it in time.
He's going to be very
Which
winded, so please have some water and snacks available
we
for
need
him
to
when he gets
hydrate
home.
him. He's just a young boy. He needs help.
He's going to have one glass of Jenkins.
That's the wrong one.
today.
Which game were you casting? He's in the wrong place. Which game were you casting?
We were doing Bet Boom versus T1.
Okay.
It was very hype. I recommend watching it if you guys missed it. Especially the ending was like nail biter.
Yeah.
And it was funny because they both they both managed to qualify after this to the upper bracket.
Oh yeah, they both did. Oh my God, he made it. He was so that actually scared me. I was not ready.
Oh, I can't see myself.
No,
I know, we can't see you.
That's why we got really disappointed when we heard your voice.
Jeez, you're wet.
Yeah, you can come back, Jenkins, now. It's okay, don't disturb him.
Yeah.
That's a firm handshake right there. My God.
Good to see you. I don't even think you were in frame. I think they just saw your
Stop
neck.
showing your elbows on stream, Jenkins. Please leave.
There it goes.
Thank you.
All right.
You guys were genuinely scared.
Well, it's because I'll tell you what. Because through that curtain, that's where John and MLP are. So that's where
he didn't go through the right curtain.
That's where the friendly got. So he probably just ran past John and MLP.
He burst through like the Kool-Aid man.
He did. You know what? He did.
Hurry up, Jenkins. We miss you on the panel.
How tired are you now? Guys, thank you so much for stopping by and chat to us. All
This is
of
a
that.
big place. The size of this place.
Are you okay?
This is a girthy building. I tell you. Good Lord.
It's a girthy building. Good heavens.
Let's take the bottle.
Let's talk about the games
He
we've
doesn't want to
actually got.
share your germs, you animal.
We do have a game coming up soon. It's Thunder Awaken versus Fnatic is what we're going to be looking into.
Surprised you didn't just yourself in the face, honestly.
There you go.
Do you normally do exercise like that?
Look at me. Do I look like I do?
Well, you're pretty
You do.
swift.
Yeah, he
You do,
started
actually,
exercising. He's getting back in shape. Not sure what the shape was before, but he's getting back into it.
There was an extra chin there before. Now I just have two. So.
What shape would you describe yourself as?
Delectable.
A delectable shape.
I thought he was going to say rhombus.
Succulent.
Succulent, delectable, girthy shape.
Yeah.
Well, so we've got Thunder Awaken versus Fnatic as the game we're going to be looking at first. Give me a little bit about these teams, because we've seen them. What are we expecting in this game, Moxie?
Expecting to see some interesting position 4s coming out from Thunder Awaken. Matthew is like hell-bent on playing these very interesting 4 positions. Been picking a lot of Doom recently too, and seeing very active movement around the map, which is like super exciting.
And just quickly from Jenkins, what about Fnatic? What are you expecting to see from them?
I expect to see some very interesting smoke of deceits from Fnatic.
Oh, you're a big fan of those.
I like this. This is my favorite thing with this team. I like this team because, and this is the original, comes from the original Fnatic days. I don't know why, but they defined this thing in SEA where it's more about resources than it is about, 4 guys are alive on your team, so we can't go smoke because they have 5. 5 minus 4, not good math. But these guys, this iteration of Fnatic is like, they will smoke just to mess with you. They'll just do it to blitz a tower and waste your time.
I shouldn't mention mind games.
Yeah, well, no, they're not gonna. We're not gonna.
Let's take a look at Group B. That might be the last time you see mind games actually at the bottom of the group here. But yeah, so this is the Group B so far. Team Spirit on top, and then Fnatic, Game Gladiators, Team Liquid, Thunder Awaken, and TSM, FTX down there, of course. So talking of Team Spirit. Let's have a look at a content piece. They played Guess the Hero with Team Spirit. So let's see how that went.
Hey everybody, Slacks here for another little fun end game. Today we will be playing Guess the Hero with Collapse in Toronto, Tokyo. How you guys doing?
Hi. Fine.
Wow, don't get too excited, all right? We gotta guess the hero, boys. In front of you, you have a little picture of a hero in the Dota game. It's very zoomed in. I need you to try to guess the hero. Very complicated, but that is the rules. Question number 1, picture number 1, who do you think it is?
Думаешь, Spirit Breaker? Да, I think we think it's a Spirit Breaker.
Spirit Breaker. What makes you think that?
The color and the style.
Color, style, does it mean anything? No, that's Ancient Apparition, fam, with a shield. It's a little shield cosmic.
I knew it, but Collapse forced me to say it's Spirit Breaker.
Of course, thanks a lot, Collapse. Terrible, terrible. Please don't do that to our boy Toronto. Next up, what do you think that is?
Crystal Maiden.
Instant. The man has no chill. That is Crystal Maiden. How did you instantly know?
Because I like her. I like moments.
What do we have here?
The Pugna. I think it's Pugna.
Или Rubik, видишь?
Не. I think it's Pugna.
I think it's Rubik.
It was Pugna, my friends. It was Pugna, indeed. The man knows. How did you know it was
He
Pugna?
said it's Pugna.
Because... У меня такой же постер.
Because he thinks it's the same stuff. I like fits, he likes stuffs, you know?
Oh, I like it, you know? That's what I like to hear. Okay, this one should be easy.
Yeah, it's Night Stalker.
Yeah? Both agreed?
Yeah.
That one was a piece of cake. That's in case the guys are not doing well, we have that one in there to boost their confidence.
It's Tide Hunter.
Tide Hunter? That is actually Bristleback.
Some item. Визаж, по-моему,
But that is a real picture, okay? It should be easy. This one's easy.
Это визаж. I think it's Visage or Nature's Prophet, but I'd say it's Visage.
Yeah? It was Visage. That literally is just his default model, guys. Come on. You've played against a Visage before. You'll probably be playing against him several times at this event. Next! This is what I would believe is the hardest one.
Yeah, it's so hard.
Flipping it upside down will not help you on this one.
I think it's some shark, maybe, going around the hero.
Yes.
So, collapsate, it's Oracle.
Oracle. A very good guess. Unfortunately, it was Pangolier.
Oh.
And our last one, the final.
It's Wisp.
Okay, take it easy. You can at least pretend like it's hard. It is Wisp. That is correct. There you go.
Pretty impressive from Team Spirit there. We got a few of those. I hope you guys got some at home. So, Group B, obviously not as much at stake as Group A, where a team's going to go home. But these teams are playing for position for the later stages of the tournament, right?
Yeah.
And what's that going to mean? Like, you know,
well, it means that 4 of them are going to the upper bracket, and the bottom 2 are going to the lower bracket.
But what about the classic lower bracket run that some teams claim is like the way to do it?
Well, Team Spirit did it last TI, but now they're looking extremely good, so I don't think they're going to be dropping down to lower bracket. They did play more games than the other teams here so far, but
it's also not TI.
It's also
but
not
do you
TI.
guys
Exactly.
believe in the whole idea of like having to play more games along the way to like prep you, get you better into shape with all the meta and everything, or is
Moxie, what do you think they do? They just play video games, even when they're at the hotel.
Yeah,
they
but
just
like
play
there's
in
an
between.
urgency though too when you're you know fighting for your life, right? That energy, because that's what happened, right? You know
They don't
You
have
go
that
home.
because mind games, they're not here. So I think
They would have
just chill. They know.
Well, not
never mind.
I mean,
we're gonna be
later
playing the
on
main
for your
event.
placement.
All right, well, we're going to take a break, and when we come back, we'll be getting into a bit more detail about Fnatic and Thunder Awaken, so don't go away.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Let's hurry up and get this started.
To South American fans, thank you for supporting us. I've been getting a lot of positive comments. I really enjoy it. Thank you. We're gonna win this major for you guys. Gracias. Todos los cachudos. Gracias.
There is Fnatic, and they've been looking pretty damn good, second in the group. But Thunder Awaken have looked very good as well. And people were saying, I mean, that this team is like, people are sleeping on this team, all this kind of stuff. They looked really, really good. Dark Mago, I remember, looked exceptionally good in one of the games we've done already.
Yeah, not just him, the rest of the team. Like the spell casting, how they approach a team fight. Everyone knows what needs to be done in a fight. Like they're not overlapping anything. They're serious against Liquid. When they were playing from behind. They made a comeback against the Mega Creeps. Lasso into toss into another lasso into the fountain.
It was beautiful.
Great execution.
Yeah.
You can't sleep on these guys. They've been dominant in the South American DPC, and they came here to play. I remember one of the interviews, Pandaboo, he said, you know, we've not been tested in South America, and this is our chance to shine.
Yeah, I think this team is a really strong team fight team, like top 3 possibly at the major, possibly even top 1 in terms of their team fight execution, which is a huge part of Dota right now, especially in this patch.
Yeah.
I think where they struggle is some map stuff. Like when they're in these passive periods of farming, it's like Dark Mago will like maybe walk up a high ground or something like that and die, or like even Pakaz will get caught out. This team is so close to being like perfect.
Yeah, one thing I'm going to add to this, which something that they're not as good as some other teams, is helping out the mid lane. Because you remember the Batrider game,
yes.
the way it started, like they crumbled. I thought they're not going to be able to make a comeback.
Yeah,
because
you guys
other
are like,
teams,
if this bat has a bad start, they're in big trouble.
Yeah, because they play around the enemy mid laners a lot more. They bring in like around the 4th minute. We see sometimes even like both supports rotating to secure the water rune 4 minutes in. They don't do that as much.
Yeah.
Moxie, have you seen much of Thunder Awaken in your
Oh, I've known these guys like forever, man. I remember where some of these guys were back and doing like, you know, their qualifier pubs back when Dark Mago was on G Pride, and like it's great to see the way that they have really just come up and forward. But it's great to also see like the amount of trust that they have within each other and the way that they play together, the way that they move, especially their support duo. They are really, really funny actually. They play against each other and they say, how many people can we get to chase one of us around? Like, so Matt would be like, oh, well, I got 4 people. Panda's like, yeah, well, I got 3 and a BKB, so suck it. But like, it's great to see the way that they've really progressed over time to become this team.
On the flip side with Fnatic, I feel like there are things that Fnatic does that Thunder Awaken just doesn't. Like, so we talked about previously like the smoke stuff. Like I think Fnatic is very smart when it comes to map things. They play a lot of Beastmaster, Nature's Prophet. Like they really like these heroes that push out lanes and kind of like take over areas. And they do actually secure runes for mid. They highly prioritize mid. We saw Armel get a rampage on his mid Coddle the other day, which was absolutely insane.
Absolutely nuts.
But he gets a lot of help, a lot of support. And but he gives it back to
Would
his
you
team.
say that DJ is one of the players that helps him out and does well?
Yeah, I think
good, because we have a video of DJ DPC breakout. Let's have a look at it.
Shut up.
I think our strengths in Fnatic is usually the laning phase.
The war's a huge RP onto 3 heroes, followed by the Ether Shockwave combination.
We were trying to find offlane, but I feel like Jab's value in our team is just really big, and we really don't want to let him go because he's valuable to us. So that's why the idea of getting position 5 instead and switching Jabs to offlane is like the best for us.
Fnatic goes for more team fight, but they're going to be a bit more greedy. They're going for jungle.
It's going to be jungle Enigma. DJ used to run it a lot, like a while ago.
The Manila Major, that's the most memorable for me because we played in Philippines, it's my home country, and I played Enigma and the crowd was just like going wild on me.
They get the Grave off in time, though. The open wounds will come through. They have the kinetic shield. There's the black hole from the long range. On to 3. as well as MMY are going to get 2 down, 3 dead. Mushi gets a double kill. DJ, are you kidding me, from the low ground? DJ, God, the crowd, he just goes insane as he hits the black hole of his life.
Usually I don't feel much pressure when it comes to like expectations from the fans, but lately we're not really playing great in the LAN and we really want to prove it wrong. So we just really want to try our best and try to win this tournament.
Looking to win the tournament, and they really could. Fnatic are a very, very good team, guys.
Yeah, I agree. I think I know a lot of people were talking about Boom, and obviously T1 is like, to me, T1 is like the heart of SEA. Like that, they're like the EG of SEA.
They're incredible.
So people maybe
talk
that's not
game.
a good comparison, right?
Well, not right now. But like
they're iconic. In that
they're
sense.
iconic. They're iconic.
Yeah.
And I feel like Fnatic gets forgotten about a lot of the time. Like a big org, like established player.
Been around for ages.
They've been around for ages.
Yeah.
But like when I was watching this team researching for this event, like they looked really smart, just really good. Where they did a lot of things that, with a lot of the other teams that I looked at, they did similar stuff. With Fnatic, it's like they did quite a few things that I've never seen other teams do, at least recently. So I thought that this team was going to be like a dark horse. Not that people expected them to do poorly by any means, but I thought that they would do very well.
So what are Thunder Awaken going to have to do to shut Fnatic down? What would be a good baseline approach for them? Or should they just come out and play their own game?
I think they should just come out and play their own game, because that's one thing that I'm loving about watching the SEA region is like there's a lot of chaos going on, and that's something that the SA teams also just thrive in. They've got this just kind of crazy style where they're going to be fighting all the time, and I think if you try to alter that too much to play into each other, it's just going to explode in your face. Go out there, have fun, play your Dota. I can't wait to watch it.
Well, let's see what Panda Boo has to say, because we got a little pre-match interview with him.
So in the first day against T-Liquid, I was really hyped because we defeated a really good opponent. And the second day with Team Spirit, I got a little disappointed because we didn't really play our best. I hope to do it today. The team is feeling really good. We have really good vibes. We're gonna do well against Fnatic.
Jake is down there, obviously, right now. Let's go and talk to Jake. He can get a sense of the pre-match mood and nerves and the overall vibe. Jake, can you hear us?
I can hear you, Pyrian.
How are you doing, brother?
I'm doing very good. Guys, we're about to see a heck of a match, and I actually got a chance to speak with Thunder's manager, and I asked her for any in-team memes that they have between them, and I got some actually good stuff. So, Matthew and Panda apparently like to have competitions. What competitions, you say? They enjoy seeing how many enemy players they can get to gank them. Every single time they're ganked, they said, I got 3 to gank me, and then the other guy says, I got 4. So that's all they want to do.
That's
they
a
also
good competition.
It is good. In the draft as well, they have a tally going with how many times they've been counter-banned. So keep an eye out for that. But my favorite story that I heard was they call Sacred Tortellita. Apparently it means something like little tortilla, and it's because of his small stature. And they also apparently literally try to only draft him tiny heroes. They said they like to get him Weaver or Snapfire on the back of Mortimer. So,
yeah.
As a tiny person, I feel offended.
That's hilarious.
Honestly, it's pretty messed up. But these guys are a hoot. Let's go and peek in there. Hello. Yes, they look like they're ready to go here. So, yeah, Thunder's a great group of guys. This is my first time getting to
Do you know what, Jake? I'm not criticizing you or Tsunami when you do the sideline stuff. That's the first actual scoop that we've had. I want more of that and less of you screaming at the player.
That is unfortunate. I am not hired to be a journalist. I'm here to literally be cringe and annoying. That's that is.
You're
not
doing a
good.
very good job.
Yeah, you're nailing that part of the
Thank you very
job.
much.
Nailing it.
All right, guys. Well, there's Fnatic. I'm going to let you go back to that very serious stuff, and we'll see how this series turns out.
All right, good job, mate. See you soon.
That was awesome.
That was awesome. Some great information there. Well, we're going to go to a break, and then when we come back, we should be getting into the draft and getting into the first game of this series. Do not go away. You'll want to watch this one. See you in a bit.
like butter, sweet like honey. Looks so good, like she made of money. She a stunner, legendary. Watch what she does when she feeling lucky. Her so good, she's so bad. Ain't nothing to it, just sit on back. Sit on back, sit on back. Ain't nothing to it, cause it's a woman's world. Woman's world. Baby, it's so hers. It's a woman's world. It's a woman's world. Little bit of lady, whole lot of boss. Money comes easy cause she calling all the shots. Got it from her mama, beauty in the brains. Hustle like a champion, like she in the game. Like she in the game, like she in the game. Ain't nothing to it cause it's a woman's world. A woman's world. Baby, it's so hers. It's a woman's world. It's a woman's world. A woman's world. Baby, it's so hers. It's a woman's world. It's a woman's world.
I'll come over, let me drink for free. Call me gorgeous, see what's underneath in my head now. Planning silently how I would get out of this if it turns ugly. This is what it takes to be a girl, trying to survive with pretty girls. Gotta check behind me when I walk down the street. Don't know who is watching me. Sitting pretty in a wicked world is what it takes to be a girl. With the big men in the fancy suits talking business.
Game 1 of this 2-game series, Fnatic against Thunder Awaken, is about to get into the draft. And I'm really looking forward to this one. I know the panel are too, and I'm sure you are at home. Some exciting Dota, team fight Dota, in your face, at each other's throats Dota. Promised, surely, by these two teams. And delivered.
Let's
Jump
go.
in anytime.
Get us in. Let's go. Let's go, baby.
Let's go, baby. It's the SEA versus SA matchup. Let's get hype.
Finally, Shadow Shaman banned versus Fnatic.
Oh,
somebody figured it out.
Yeah, it took them a little time to figure out what's strong and how this team plays. Because it's not only about Shadow Shaman, the way they draft, it's always having another hero to protect the Shadow Shaman with. Either a Treant Protector that has a BKB piercing ability, or have a Tide Hunter that can just like allow Shaman to cast his abilities. And Thunder Awaken, they go with the Mars. It's also a flex pick for them because they do play it on the offlane. Also, they not sure about Thunder Awaken specifically, but in South America, if it's like way countered too much, they do tend to play it as a position 5 as well.
I don't think Pandabu does much with the position 5 Mars,
That
but it
doesn't
is
ring the
definitely
bell.
something that happens in South America for sure. But especially with the Bane pickup, that's definitely...
So I was talking to Kev in the green room about the fact that Mars is at the time that I was checking back at the hotel, I'm sure it's even more the case now that Mars is the most picked hero in the major so far.
I think it's the Grimstroke, but yeah, Mars
Go ahead and look,
is definitely
but it was,
up there. Let me just refresh this. And
that's not just
all
pick,
right,
but banned as well.
23 games, both of them.
Picked
So
and
we're
banned.
both correct.
Okay, I'm happy. That's a draw. But I think I was also looking at bans and picks. So just featured in bans or picks, I think Mars was #1. But it could be wrong. Pugner was up there too. These are the popular heroes. These are the current meta heroes. Why is Mars so liked? And Kev said, I think it's because he can play in a bunch of different places. But there has to be more to it. The nature of the hero is quite unique.
Well, it's a way to, in fact, this is something that Jenkins said way back a while ago, but the idea of having an arena, right, is almost like a miniature Doom because you separate everyone. They can't do anything. They can't get out. They're cut off, and that's one of those moments where it's like, well, do we go back and do we save this hero, or do we just bail on them because we're not prepared? We don't have it, and it's a relatively low cooldown on top of it. You've got solid lockdown. It's just an overall, just a very strong offlaner currently.
I think Mars is going to be even more popular during the main event because once we get there, having arena inside the arena.
He signaled to me to not. He wanted to make the next
I think
point
he
for
just
that
debated
show.
him.
He was literally
Really
like,
fun.
guys, I got this.
You're a real asshole. Look. Oh man.
Oh, I knew this was going to be a good panel.
It's I think it's like an inherently broken ability. A lot of people I've heard say like Mars is gonna be. It's just gonna be a really difficult hero to balance because you can. It's like a super pudge.
Right.
You can make.
Well, maybe if we nerf the hero, we're gonna make him balance because this hero was not touched in the previous patch.
Yeah, that doesn't help too. It's like the one offlaner that didn't get nerfed. All the other ones.
But like
did.
I was trying to say, like some heroes, the nature of the hero, of the abilities that you've given them, you either completely rework the hero, like techies, for example, or you essentially have to nerf the hero so much that people like, it's
There's no way Mars can get reworked.
No,
he's too fun. He's too cool of a hero.
It'd have to be items or something like that.
It would have to be something.
They got to make him real bad though, because like the ability to just pick one guy and it's like, okay, we can focus this guy for like 5 seconds and nobody else can come in and help.
It's kind of like when Bat was like in every game and
It's
they nerfed him
exactly
and
like
nerfed
that.
him
It's
and
exactly
nerfed him.
like that.
Blind,
Yes.
deaf, and yeah, at one point,
100% like
all the
that.
nerfs.
And then it was like, still Bat, because that's the nature of the hero.
Yeah, when it was like the Blink Initiator 4-staffing guy, more so than like this magic damage dude.
I mean, that's what we're seeing now is this blink initiation usually paired up with like a Grimstroke, another stun, and some sort of AoE, right? Like, I've been seeing that come out in a lot of the games that I've been covering with Purge. But they just totally take out the Grimstroke here, so it's not something that they're going to be too concerned about.
Who was it that wanted to say something about Grimstroke before
I did.
him in? You wanted to say something about Grimstroke
I
before
think
the draft.
I think a reason why the hero is looking so strong is that people are prioritizing the shard now because you can get it at 15 minutes. And I know people prioritized it before, but they'd go like Aetherline shard or Mana Boot shard.
Right.
Now people are literally going Brown Boots, stick shard, and
because it's so good.
It's so good, and so basically this just means that once you start getting to the point that you're team fighting, the Grimstroke has a dispel, and that's when team fighting is when the dispel actually matters. Up until that point, you don't really need the dispel that much because for laning, it's just about the stun and the damage. So like effectively, this hero just has the shard built in to the spell because by the time it matters, you have it now. Like I've seen everybody if they don't have enough gold for mana boots and shard at 15 minutes, they go for just the shard.
Wow. Okay.
It makes more sense, makes your game much more impactful. Thunder Awaken, Mars plus Bane, looking for another one. I would want to get a bit more lockdown.
Matthew Doom, mark my words.
They played it.
That is a Matthew Doom.
Could also be
it's
Dark.
a flex.
Could also be Dark Mago on Mars as well, and they can still get like the Visage Doom combo for the off lane if Sacred wants to, if he feels like playing it.
10 seconds.
Is Snapfire still in the pool?
No, it's first band. Yeah,
it's first band. Okay.
I think that's a good ban from
because
Fnatic.
they would have something to kill the ward with, and Sacred just plays it on the off lane.
Yeah.
He has a different hero pool. Like those tiny heroes that Slacks mentioned, he loves to play it.
Yeah, he'll be Weaver because Snapfire is banned.
Yeah, they even call him Bugacito, which means like
That
little
is
bug.
so funny. That is so funny.
That's very rude of them. On the Fnatic side, we have TK actually gets through, even though this hero was, for the first couple of days, it was first banned in every single game.
Yeah, and you guys have been talking about how strong this hero is, how he can just blow people up. Pretty scary to be a Bane with a Chaos Knight walking at you, but Mars and Doom, they can survive a bit of CK, can't they?
Ooh, I'm a little worried. They don't have much AoE. like Mars is okay, but there's also like Storm Spirit to follow up the initiation.
Yeah.
You have Pugna with the save. So they need some kind of AoE. They definitely need something to deal with this CK. They might even need to fall back. It's difficult. I've seen a lot of pro players, because I checked their Dota Pro tracker. Sven has risen in popularity because Tiny as a carry has fallen off after the nerfs. So they're like, well, which hero does have a built-in cleave? So they came back and said, you know, Sven, he's a still good hero. Didn't see too much of the Sven throughout the major group so far, but yeah, I feel like it's definitely a hero that could pop up.
Is this the Hoodwink kind of, we've seen this before, this idea of pairing something with the Storm to scout for him, be obnoxious, and then the Storm comes in, the Hoodwink can set things up. Also just a super disruptive hero in these fights?
Yeah, and really strong with CK. Like, actually, both CK and Storm, Hoodwink is the type of hero that there are certain heroes in Dota that, like, they do enough damage to take somebody to, like, 20% HP. And Hoodwink is this, like, long-range, fast hero that can give you the other 20%, which is why you see it with, like, Sand King and a lot of these offlaners that also are within that category. So yeah, it's a perfect gank partner for both of these two cores on Fnatic.
I always think, is the break mechanic as well just something that people like to have as an additional feature for their draft? It's like, we've also got break if we need it, sort of thing.
Sure, great against Mars. Like, Mars is never going to get to that unkillable tanky state, which we've seen, especially from, like, OG, like a motherfucker when he plays that hero. He gets all these, like, crazy tanky items, 4,000 HP. You have the Bulwark, just doesn't do anything against Hoodwink. You can actually always kill Mars at a point, so it nullifies that hero.
Supports inside of Fnatic are like relatively squishy. Thunder Awaken, when they played against Liquid, they did go with the Spectre 2 times. There is a break mechanic, like CK could potentially get the Silver Edge, and then Spectre feels like a normal hero. But maybe a possibility for Thunder Awaken here as well. Because Spectre, from the last couple of games from Spectre that I've seen, is that they decided to go with the Radiance build.
Yeah, we saw that earlier today, actually, with the Radiance build.
Yeah, because it would work well against the Decrypify and also CK Illusions, the miss chance. Also, you have a miss chance after, like, even when they have
through
a
the BKB. Yeah,
so that's a nice change.
But I'm sure Fnatic's done their homework. The question is, do they value it as highly as Thunder Awaken does? Because we are seeing that uptick in Spectre picks at this point. Starting to get bigger and bigger recently.
Does it help them against the Storm Spirit, though, picking a Spectre? Are they going to have issues with this Storm, or do you think they've got enough?
The one nice thing with Spectre versus Storm is that if Bane or Doom catch the Storm somewhere, the Spectre can always hunt in and help kill the Storm. So because they have other disable, Spectre is always there for damage. So, oh, it's banned.
It's
okay.
banned now. They did their homework. They did their homework. I mean, also, Pakaz likes playing, like, Morphling. That's another big one. Could opt to go for something that has, like, Illusion Clear, like Lacoste was saying. But gonna definitely change things up a little bit.
10 seconds remaining.
There's no real answer for Pango now. They did, like, these leash heroes are banned out. Puck is still in the pool, but you don't want to pick it. Grimstroke's out. Bloodseeker is now banned out. So Pango is gonna have, like, relatively good time, I would say. He doesn't like to play into Bushwhack, that's for sure. Just a root mechanic, and they do have enough damage to just, like, straight up burst him. A little bit of save on side of Thunder Awaken with the Nightmare. And they do ban out and it was a god tier
Storm,
anti-mage
yeah,
game.
Storm CK's done as well.
You're
that's
right.
a little too good. I mean,
you think that was the last minute? Oh my god, ban it!
Like, oh shit, we left anti-mage. The only other hero that Picasso has played in this tournament is Terrorblade. So that's what I'm leaning towards.
What about Void?
Faceless Void?
Yeah.
I mean, seems decent. It's a Picasso
It is a Pakaz hero, yeah.
You can kill both of the supports on Fnatic, I think, pretty easily. You kill the Storm. The only problem with it is that I don't feel like there's that much to throw into the Chronosphere for Thunder Awaken.
That is true.
It's a little like,
5 seconds.
you know, Mars is going to go in an arena, Doom's going to go in and Doom. Like, there's too many melee heroes is the problem.
You're going to mess things up.
You might mess things up, yeah.
Yeah.
But they still could do it. I mean, Picasso, I feel like that's the type of guy that he gets asked, like, what he wants to play. He could say Void, and he thinks he can 1v5 with it, so...
Because, I mean, there's still, like, the Dusa available, too.
She's banned.
Oh, no, she was banned. Okay.
Yeah, her icon's facing the other direction, so it's, like, hard to...
I can't. I'm blind.
Okay, so that's their response to Pangolier pick. They were thinking...
Oh, they're really trying to zoom in.
Extreme close.
All right.
That was a forehead zoom.
Let's see how his pores look today. Oh, looking very good. Hydrated.
It is important to stay hydrated. It's very dry climate here, guys. If you're coming here for the major, make sure that you are
Moisturize,
moisturize.
moisturize.
If you have a little travel humidifier, might want to bring that as well. It's great for hair, though. You know, if you've got very curly hair, low humidity.
Why do you always bring up hair when you?
Because I have a lot of hair, Ted.
Yeah, but I don't.
Yeah, well, it's not always about you, homie.
Looking at the heroes, there's always this like troll hero that pops up when you see like, oh, Beastmaster, we want to have a strong lane. The miss chance against the CK is going to be good. Works well in theory, but I rarely see the hero work like in the game.
Ooh, okay.
Heavens to Murgatroyd.
Against the break.
That is an interesting pick.
Battlefield builder to be able to deal with CK and the illusions later on, and seems like they want to hit a certain timing, just be able to play with the 4 heroes until Phantom Assassin comes online. This is going to be, let me just check, Dark Mago on the Mars, mid-Mars. It's going to be Pango on the off lane. Not a big fan of that. Pango plus Doom, like this lane is extremely weak against the CK, and whether they decide to put, probably going to be Pugna. So I feel like they drafted themselves in a difficult situation where their off lane's not going to be able to do much.
Central.
Yeah, it could just be a disaster. Off lane Pango, completely different hero than a mid Pango. So I'm going to have to go with Fnatic this time around.
Okay, Jenkins?
And Fnatic, they also had PA versus the Beastmaster. That's a pretty tough lane for Beast. Although I do know Beast likes playing against Bane, but I feel like with a PA with Orb of Corrosion, the boar's if you go for the boar build, it's not going to survive, and if you go for the axe build, I think Beastmaster can die. So I would say, yeah, I like Fnatic's draft.
Moxie, last word to you.
I mean, Fnatic, they have a lot of answers in this draft, but I'm going to go with my heart, and I'm going to say that Thunder Awaken has the tools, they've got the drive, they're hungry, and they're going to be super aggressive, and they're going to win.
Okay, well, we're going to throw it to our casters, Avo and SNS. Lads, have a great cast.
Thank you so much, Pyrian. Very excited to be casting Thunder Awaken versus Fnatic. Richie, today I finally accomplished my dream. I am you. As they swap this out
is that
for
what
a
it was?
second.
I didn't see.
Yeah, they realized that I am more of a seek and strike than you are, and I appreciate that production. But what I appreciate more is the wonderful game we're going to get to watch. SEA versus SA is always a bloodbath, and that's what you want to see.
Yeah, no, I'm very, very excited for this game as well. I did manage to catch Thunder Awaken's series yesterday versus Spirit. Didn't go fantastic for them, right? Suffered a 0-2 defeat. Of course, it is Group B, so it's not really a matter of being eliminated from the major, but more of a matter of placement for those playoffs. For a team like Thunder Awaken, though, Avo, of course, a lot on the line here. They'd love that upper bracket. They'd love to at least secure that first win in upper bracket, because if they do that, Avo, almost certainly they qualify to TI on points.
Exactly. They already have a fair amount of points. Unfortunately, regional finals did not go their way.
Nope. Third place finish, I believe.
Yes, but with the 2 TPC victories, plus, of course, a good amount of major points, we can ask Knoxville. I think it's top 6 they need. Or top 8, sorry.
About top 8, top 6, right? Assuming they don't completely bomb it in the next DPC league. And let's be honest, these guys going 14-0 across the 2 tours, I don't think that's too likely.
That's true, actually.
Yes.
They have lost single matches, but not a whole series. Yeah.
They have, yes, but they've looked pretty darn strong, and a very different Thunder that we've seen from the previous major, or even TI. Brand new guys. In fact, these guys mostly somewhat composed of the no ping that we saw at the Ana major, who almost took down Quincy.
That's true. But that no ping at the Ana major has made some changes, particularly their offlaner and their carry. As Pakaz and Sacred will be subbing in. The first major for these 2 guys as well. We'll see. I kind of agree with Lacoste's last point, which is the kind of offlane with Thunder Awaken is very scary here, as in like it's scarily weak.
Yeah.
So we'll see how they make that work. I'm not really sold on the Doom Pango.
Yeah, it's been kind of a specialty of Thunder. They picked a lot of Ember position 4 for Matthew, in the DPC league, and they kind of just flex whatever ends up not looking good over to him. But I tend to agree with the points of analysis there, as Panda's just going to miss that ward in the mid lane. Very unfortunate.
We'll see. As to me, what I'm interested in as well is Fnatic. A lot of what they've done in this tournament has been kind of faster run at you drafts, particularly centering on the Shaman. I think Thunder Awaken did their homework, right? And they banned the Shaman and Coddle to prevent those 2 drafts they were running. And now we're seeing kind of a variation with the Beastmaster, which I still think works, but it's going to be a very different proposition. That's why I feel like the Thunder Awaken pick of PA was kind of a given. They needed to cancel this Beastmaster to a degree, and that's what they chose.
Yeah, absolutely. Mars, I think he's bought Blink Dagger in just about every single match he's played in. It's one of the faster Blink buyers in the game. His average is 11 minutes, thanks to, of course, the fact he can go mid. But he buys them as soon as I think we saw like an 8 or 9 minute Blink, right? So I'm looking forward to seeing Dark Mago rotate, because if you haven't caught a Thunder game yet, oh man, does this guy love jumping in blind and just throwing down spells.
Yeah, it's true. And Mars is a great hero for this. I feel like they've kind of understood that when Dark Mago plays the more farm-intensive heroes that I like sometimes, like the Bat Rider and Kunkka, it's okay, but it works much better when you play these Space Creators, again, Mars, or the Tiny that he's so well known for, because he likes to play like a Maniac, and when you have low net worth, the Maniac plays are much, much better. The lane, however, I can't imagine being that great for Dark Mago. It's kind of even. It's going to be definitely a farming lane here, unless someone makes a mistake.
Yep.
Like Armel could now. No, not enough damage.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, well.
He did took a lot of tower hits. He thinks he can kill Dark Mago here. Dark Mago actually bit off a bit more than he could chew. One last hit from Armel. He had the Fairy Fire, and that's going to save Dark Mago.
Yes, I like how you threw on the Spanish accent for Armel there.
I'm so sorry.
Top
It
lane
turns on and off when
in
I cast Thunder.
trouble. Sacred has got Swashbuckle. He's got Shield Crash, but he's finding himself near the wrong tier 1 tower. Doesn't break the tree down, buying a lot of time here as well.
That's clever.
So Raven's going to break off and maybe let Jean-Noel give chase. Sacred knows his trees, and will make this a difficult task. For right now, though, Jean-Noel not too interested.
No.
Giving chase.
Sacred manages to make it out. At this point, it's all about how much Sacred can do with this trash lane. It's really not about winning the lane. I don't think that's even in the cards for them. Raven will get farm, which is certainly scary, very consistent carry. Raven is honestly one of the scariest guys, in my opinion, when you play against him with a good lane, because he doesn't really throw that lead kind of ever. He's very, very consistent. He plays it safe most of the time, and he knows when to press the advantage, right? He's not like a full-on farmer, even though that is what he's known for. He does play aggressively enough, but he doesn't make blunders.
Yeah, it's important to utilize the farm well, right?
Exactly.
What does it say that the Chinese analysts like to do, like damage per net worth, right? That's the kind of value you're looking for.
True. I would love to have that stat in general. I think that's a really cool stat. Not enough to kick players for, but I think in general it's a good stat.
Yep. Down bottom, Panda and DJ will stare at each other as they block each other's camps and go the other way.
That's what playing support is like in 2022.
Yes, it is. And
top lane, they do find Sacred. He could be in a bit of trouble. Has a Swashbuckle. Almost died to that Nether Ward, but they do miss that last Nether Blast, which allows him to survive.
Yep, Dark Mago as well. A bit worse for wear in the mid lane. Had Fairy Fire the entire time. Accidentally buys a second stick. Okay, he should sell that rather quickly. Not sure what this is about for Mago.
You know, I think he misclicked when he was in the shop. I've done this before, and I buy stick. I don't know why it happens. It's like I buy clarity or stick when I misclick when I'm typing.
Well, he's got 2 sticks.
Oh, he got 2 sticks.
He's got 2 sticks. Okay, and he sold one. I don't know if he lost the 100 gold there or not.
Oh no.
Not the biggest deal, but it's a blunder.
The real problem is that he's in the river, right? And you can't make a fire in the river, which is what the only thing these sticks can be turned into.
Yeah, very true.
Yeah,
true.
Well, Dark Mago will instead go back to the lane with a single stick and continue to fight with the storm. All right. Bottom lane, Pakaz at least has managed to hold his own in this lane against Beastmaster. That's kind of the key moment. However, once Jabs does reach the Helmet Dominator, there's nothing much Thunder Awaken can do. Bane is an extremely weak support against Beastmaster.
Yeah, and you're not going to want to really send the Doom down here either, with DJ able to scout him in the trees very easily. I think something a lot of people tend to overlook when you think about the Hoodwink as a support is that Acorn Shot does give vision, and if they did shoot one over towards the left, they would see Matthew trying to join here, as DJ will now see him.
Nice
Good bushwhack, though. Might shut down this little play, but instead, they're going to look for the Beastmaster. Matthew going to get him some damage with Scorched Earth, but actually, he's going to drop for first blood. Goes to DJ. They want to get this one, and Pakaz will wait on the Phantom Strike to ensure that he gets the kill.
DJ still fighting against Panda. Panda actually gets a double bushwhack there. The creeps are starting to hit Panda. He doesn't have any damage block. He's going to go down, try to use the brain staff to keep himself healthy, but that was not good enough either. And Pakaz running for his life, realizing this squirrel packs the punch.
Yeah, indeed she does. As when you got the nice cask target, the Acorn Shot, that is lots and lots of damage.
Yes, we have a Witch Doctor player here and a Hoodwink player, so we are fans of the bounces here.
But I would say in general that Pakaz's time in this lane is going to pretty quickly come to a close. Like you're saying, this Helm of the Dominator is really what allows Jean-Noel here on the Beastmaster to really accelerate the game. Jabs, thank you.
Yes.
Jean-Noel, pardon me, that's what I was saying. It gets a kill top lane.
Exactly. Sacred will die in the top lane to this combo of CK Pugna. Honestly, is expected, but it's expected, but it's just because you drafted such weak lanes. So yeah, you're not misplaying, but also maybe you misdrafted at this. We'll see how what your plan is to recover with Thunder Awaken into this mid game. I do find that Fnatic will have a really strong snowball potential. And with the Storm and CK, you can really press the advantage, especially with the current Null Talisman build. Much cheaper to build than the older Storms, who took forever. As Januel, he does have that Nether Ward available. He's probably not going to die here. He's stacking a little bit. I do see the kill on Pandamu instead. They catch the other 5, and Thunder Awaken realizes there's no point in continuing this fight. Potential fight.
Nice tip there. Acorn shot into the bushwhack, right? Making sure that you have the catch. Sharma with a big zip, but with the regeneration rune in his bottle, he's happy to make that play. DJ, off the back of this move, does drop a pretty deep ward, so he's expecting the PA to be kicked out of lane shortly, and is leaving Vision ready to move. So we'll see if they get to act upon that in about 3 or 4 minutes.
Okay, that's, I mean, Fnatic certainly knows how to press their advantage right now. They're putting the pressure they've been doing this whole tournament in general. We'll see how they start to act upon this once this Beastmaster gets home, which is, I think, underway.
Yeah, it looks like it is indeed. Yeah, that's pretty good there for Jabs. His action top. Stun will find Sacred here. 60% damage reduction here is going to get him out safely. And a salve will top him up.
16 is a decent amount. There's a lot of burst here on Fnatic, but it's not enough to kill off the Pango exactly. We do see Sacred going for
here they go. Armel's looking bot lane here for a big zip onto an unsuspecting PA who has no supports down here.
Nice cut.
Yeah, there's going to be the Primal Roar, and Pakaz is going to be made minced meat, but lots of TPs, Rainbow TPs, and Panda's the first in. In fact, they saved Pakaz, you madman. Even Phantom Strike stored him as they're looking to turn.
Oh. Okay, that was a bit awkward. I think that Ramal was trying to set up the arena at the same time as he set up the spear, but instead he sends Armel away from the arena. DJ's stuck inside of it. He could still get a pushback. They cut down the tree. Well done. DJ will die. Matthew can still tank a fair amount, but he's still a support, which means they'll kill him quickly with his helm. Fighting on the Beastmaster's timing, a bit dangerous for Thunder Awaken, who's now 4k down.
Yeah, this is starting to look really, really rough, right? Especially because this is a 4 that farms phenomenally well for what he is, right? He's still a Doom.
Yes. So this net worth is even actually a bigger difference.
Yeah. When you kind of take that into, of course he gets to utilize the net worth, right? But he's still looking pretty bad here, and Armel is looking for more action.
All right, he's gonna die. Unless, ball lightning, there we go. Go up to the high ground instead of a static remnant.
Got him. Even the Invis rune, there's a sentry there, but Armel's immediately going over to farm the mid wave.
Okay, Thunder Awaken needs to cool their head, to be honest. They're being a bit too hasty. They're missing a couple of spells, honestly, which is not common in Dark Mago. And you just take a moment to breathe in, because Fnatic, I think the pressure has gone to them.
Yep, there's pressure top and pressure mid. We'll take another look at this jump. Pakaz cutting the tree a bit too quickly there. You can see it on the second go around as the Nightmare. Let's look at this damage. Auto attack in the air. Fairy Fire may have been enough, but Pakaz certainly kept alive there by the plays of Panda. He's a specialist on these save kind of heroes. Always prefers the ABBA.
It was Fairy Fire and Magic Wand by the way for Pakaz, which is why he healed such a ridiculous amount. As we get Dark Troll Summoner. Lovely creep, this guy. Oh, but Skeletons have 1 less armor, though. Oh.
And you can get, I think, only 2 stacks of them now instead of 3, but, still incredibly strong, as we can see.
And take that on tower quickly. And now, honestly, Fnatic could play this Beastmaster as a Broodmother Light.
They're going to go top lane for Sacred even, and he could be in some trouble. There's Raven, he makes the call to go. Armel TP's in and Fog, and that's as easy as a kill as they come, really.
Not really a game right now for Thunder Awaken.
Thunder just not really respecting these strong lanes. This is at least something. They will move in to take a small stack, but only the one, not overstaying their welcome.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, the CK, of course, one of the strongest laners, right? Maybe bar a troll. He can continue laning. He can fight on his own with the max sustain build on Chaos Strike. Like, you do have to respect the kill potential this guy has with any +1.
Okay, at least he's going to be able to farm a little creep wave here. And that's all they really can do. I think farm, try to cut lanes best they can. Unfortunately, your 2 supports are not very good at it.
Yep.
Doom with Scorched Earth can sort of commit it. But
and here's the ward paying off, right? That DJ plants earlier. Nightmare. Oh, the good effort was made, and they do at least force the roar, but the kills go into the creeps.
When you commit roar like that, man, it's like you know that you're so far ahead, you don't even need to kill the cores with it. You just want to get kills and objectives. And that's what he does. Beastmaster rotates from bottom to mid, the more common move these days. Take the tier 1 mid, open up the map for your team.
Yep. That's textbook rotation, right? Jabs rotating on through, gets a kill with a ward that DJ plants earlier after he ganks mid. Now they look to siege the tower. Thunder, though, still have some pretty decent team fight with Sacred showing now. Level 6 Arena of Blood and Rolling Thunder at the ready. Important for Fnatic to give some respect to that 5k net worth lead or not. Pakaz, though, is going to try and make sure he can farm this one up. Ooh, he's
Close, close, close.
Yeah, close call for him, and in fact, might be close still now. DJ's not going to give chase here, looks like.
He's still going for the Battle Fury, which means it's going to take forever for Picasso to get online. I'm assuming he'll have to skip the Desolator and go for BKB instead.
It seems that way, and that will make his fight versus the CK that much harder. I think, you know, the Storm you can cut through relatively easily, assuming you have the jump and the catch from Mago. But perhaps even a Fiend's Grip, right? Which we haven't had yet, as Panda's still only level 5. So Thunder really need to get something here to enable a move. And right now, I said, commented on the blink timings for Mars. It's going to be a pretty average blink timing for Dark Mago's Mars, which sounds decent, but for a mid lane Mars is a little bit below average, really.
Yeah. It is, especially for like Mao, who's a big mid lane farmer, right?
Yes,
he occasionally gets a couple of kills early, then proceeds to farm. Pandamu dies in the top lane to Raven. As in the bottom lane, try to defend here with Matthew. They do have the sharpshooter. Matthew is dying to the skeleton army. They still have the Doom though, and in fact, Bakas sees the opportunity to at least kill a creep. That's all he's gonna get. No potential to actually turn this around.
Yeah, I think he dies actually if multi-shot on tower is not used.
Yeah, for sure.
So he's kept alive. This is a Doom with a magic wand and Tranquils, positioned for Doom.
Also going for Blink Dagger. I think they just have to fight on Dark Mago's Blink Dagger. There's not much else they can do at this point.
It's close. 250 gold away here for Dark Mago, and he finds an Invis rune, so he can use that with the Blink timing and try and set up for a good fight. That might be a turning point here that Thunder are going to have to hope they can get right. Because so far in this game, they're not finding much success, Avo.
100 more gold for that Blink Dagger though, but Fnatic...
Smoke on smoke.
They will try to at least kill the supports here. Pummel Roar immediately for Panda. Sharpshooter on top of that. Bushwhack, but it's actually blocked by Matthew there. So Panda will get to live for a little bit longer. Dark Soul Summer still chasing after him. In fact, Sacred wants to turn this around.
Here's Mago.
Rolling Thunder's been used. Mago's joining as well. And he does have the Arena Blood, waited for the Storm, has to settle for the Beastmaster. As Armel does take down the supports.
They're going to try and do him.
Back. There's the Rolling Thunder. They do have the Doom available. They don't have the time, though, to hit him. Now Armel, however, is out of mana, which means Pakaz can catch up to him. They try to slow him down with Stifling Dagger. The Spear hits as well. The healing by Jarnell is not good enough, and the Doom will secure this kill on Armel. Finally, a team fight for Thunder Awaken, but Fnatic, they still have the 6K lead.
Yeah, I mean, that's phenomenal, right? That gives a little bit of bonus gold, 465 right to the PA. That's exactly what Pakaz is looking for. He finishes Battle Fury. He feels confident enough he can go for this. And the biggest difference there was the ward from DJ expires, so they're a little bit too confident. They think we didn't see anyone under this ward. They didn't scout that smoke, and they actually end up overextending. Dark Mago closes the door with the Invis rune. They get the kill onto the Doom, but he's a support. He's saving gold for Blink. He doesn't care buyback.
Yep.
Perfectly executed, well executed there by Thunder.
Yeah, I wouldn't say perfectly, but pretty good.
Yeah.
I like the... Usually Thunder goes for all these like risky-ish plays where they're just trying to squeeze every bit of efficiency. A lot of Chinese teams do this as well, but they take it to the max, right? They try to punish every single mistake. And this time it did work out for them. And this is the kind of games where these plays are great because the reward is much higher than the risk. If you lose all your heroes there, honestly, the game is already so bad that you need to make plays anyway.
Yeah, only downside from that fight is Dark Mago has Blink, but no Arena to use, so that's been well scouted by the Hawks, so Fnatic won't be surprised and shouldn't be surprised by that, as there's a big jump.
And they do find Matthew. That's an easy kill. That's no Doom, though. Fiend's
Grip.
But the help from the Primal Roar to stop the Fiend's Grip. The axes get Matthew as Pandamu also dies. Sacred might be able to get away with Rolling Thunder. The two supports are dead.
Yeah, he's going to make it out. That's a dive back, most importantly, right on the Doom, so it frees up Fnatic to make a couple more aggressive plays. Potentially Roche, Raven, thinking about it. It's got maxed Reality Rift and wouldn't be entirely slow here with the damage of Armel. Plenty of stats as he is rushing this Lincoln Sphere, respecting the Doom pick. And to be honest, not many other targeted spells to break the Lincoln. It's really just the Dagger. So that's going to be basically allowing him to skip BKB entirely is what it feels like, especially at the pace of this game. And that Roche is dead before you know it.
Okay. That's given to Storm, which indicates a fighting Aegis, right?
Yes.
It's not necessarily to take towers, you're going to be able to dive as much as you want.
Yeah, probably one of the better first Aegis carriers in the entire game. Coming back with full HP, full mana. Yep. It's so hard, right? Almost no other hero utilizes that so early. Sacred has a timing here, though, on the Blink Dagger. It's being fetched to him now by the Courier. DJ cuts a wave top.
Armel, by the way, if we talk about the Storm a little bit more, he is Lincoln Zing this game.
Yeah.
So that, as you said, that means that we're not going to see the 4 nulls, I presume, with this build. I think it's actually much be more of a tanky Storm, right?
You're right. We're going to see probably 5 nulls and the BZM. You know, you're absolutely right.
I mean, that's true, the BZM.
Yeah. I mean, it could be, right? I don't know if we'll get there because, to be honest, the 5 null strategy is used when you're losing the game. And at the rate this one's going, especially with his Fairy's Trinket and the smoke, Fnatic, they would like to apply some pressure. The scan, it's going to pop up red, and there's the jump. Pakaz, though, gets the blur off just in time as he blinks over to the wagon. Armel not quite scouting him. Instead, Panda will have to take the death in his place, as well as Matthew. Lots of action.
The 2 supports keep dying for Thunder Awaken. They just need to tank these ganks to give their team some space. Pakaz is going to be finishing the Desolator soon.
Yeah.
Or has it.
He has it, in fact. Yeah, it's being touched now.
Not bad at all, actually.
It's space.
Yeah, it is space. Pakaz has carried worse games before.
This is Thunder doing the best that they can really hope to do, which is avoid these kind of ganks and make as much space as you can while only, losing the excess baggage, which is at this point the supports, unfortunately. That's how that one works out. Deso here for Pakaz, I believe soon enough. Not sure where. I guess not. He needs one more Mithril Hammer. Okay, you know what he's done? He's thinking about BKB. He's holding on to this hammer as he quickly realizes, oh my god, that's an Ancient Black Dragon pushing my high ground. I might need to fight earlier than I'm ready.
Okay, there's the swash. So as the bushwhack. As Matthew dies first, that means no Doom. They cancel out Lincoln as well. They have a potential Fiend Script, but of course the Age is still on top of him. They want to kill his first life. They did it. They'll come back without Lincolns.
They're going to have a 3-second window here. It's going to have to be real tight, and they're not going to look for it without having Sacred's Rolling Thunder, without the arena ready to use. Seems like Thunder will acquiesce this bottom tower.
Fnatic. Yes, Fnatic will take it.
Yeah.
And in fact, the Life Rim will keep Raven healthy, topped up, make sure that they can continue this push. In fact, they see an opportunity. They go in for the Mago. They send them back as well. The Nightmare is not going to save him because we had the Dragonfire there to actually break the Nightmare. And John Well making sure that he doesn't die as he tops up Armel this time. Matthew, once again, the target. Fiend Script this time will hit Armel.
The buyback.
Armel is capable of ball lighting away. They cancel that Fiend Script immediately. Now it's Sacred who's in trouble. Armel goes forward and he does kill Sacred easily as Dark Mago sent back. The shield's not going to protect against the Chaos Knight. Bushwhack will miss this time, but Fnatic has gotten enough kills to secure these bottom racks.
It's already a dieback as well onto the mid lane. Dark Mago didn't really have much to play for, but he does his best. And that's going to be one less lane of barracks. Pakaz does go out here for the Deso in the meantime. That's the bottom tier 3 and the melee barracks, but and a couple buybacks from Thunder. Things are looking mighty dire for them as Fnatic will be able to basically get out without any losses, just only the Aegis.
We'll see what plans Thunder can come up with, honestly. I just feel like they're going to be run over this game.
Yep. I mean, Thunder, I think they're just better off waiting for the second Rosh and trying to contest that. They still have good team fight.
Yeah.
You look at the team fight ultis they have. They've got themselves the Rolling Thunder still in the arena, still incredibly relevant. BKBs are coming. But
there's the Rolling Thunder. Okay, they start the Pugna. Panda will die. As they do get away at least the Pango in time, but...
Oh, they even fortify the wave. Yeah, and Doom is a potential counter to this Beastmaster strategy. If he's level 15, he can actually take that talent and eat the Ancients, but he is far from that.
Like, I'd much rather see, honestly...
Roar, they found Pakaz.
Oh, no, Pakaz. Do they have any sort of damage? Oh, there's the Storm! Ooh, that was close.
It was close.
See, he's going to go for full Kai and Sun, just what I was mentioning. He doesn't even care about the nulls.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, when you're up this much, why not? Raven's not even in this fight, by the way. He was pushing top the entire time, demolishes the tier 1. He's got a 9-second BKB after disassembling the Echo Saber. I believe he's repurchased the Echo. It's on the way as Pakaz is showing top.
Bushwhack, not going to hit again, but Fnatic, once again, they're not really pressured. They're just trying to find some stragglers.
They are under a ward, though. So Pakaz not farming blind here, but he's still going to get jumped nonetheless. And that's just a kill. He doesn't have buyback, no BKB. Mago's going to at least trap 3 in the arena, but 2 of them just leave. There's Raven being doomed. Finds a target. That's going to trigger Pakaz's buyback. The grip as well. If they could get through Raven, that's at least something. Setting up for the kill onto Jabs as well as Sacred is taken down. They do finally get through Raven as Mago still holding them back with the shield. Jabs trying to TP right behind the tree. Won't make it.
What a good body block by his units as well. Doom did have the Stomp there, plus Blink Dagger, but they constantly kept canceling it and body blocking him. Fnatic, I mean, look, these are the plays that Thunder, I guess, can make, which is the bait into buybacks and utilizing it, but it takes all the resource to get a single kill. Even if it's the carry, it's not enough. There's 2 win conditions right now in Fnatic. It's the Storm and the CK.
It's just changed now. Matthew just got buyback, but if you actually toggle over to very quickly to buyback status, we're 20 minutes in, and for a moment, all 5 heroes were without buyback. I mean, it's really that desperate here for them. Still, Pakaz picks up a decent bounty for the kills and assists, even though it's only the 1. And defend the tier 2 tower, still making progress towards his own Black King bar. And with the next Roche fight in 2 minutes to 5 minutes, he may have a chance here at perhaps finding the right fight and snatching an Aegis or 2.
Yeah, still committing for the traditional build of the BKB. I was honestly expecting a deviation to Ags at this point. Something to like cut waves or whatever, but I guess if they think they can make it, like, it just feels like Primal Roar will just cancel him regardless.
It's hard, right? Sharpshooter breaks as well, right? So the evasion, not really a problem. They're already being split pushed.
I mean,
they lost bottom barracks in the fight, the ranged ones to creeps. So
you do get rid of it, right? You get rid of the Sharpshooter, so at least the BKB can help you with that.
True, very true.
They get the Storm in, Electric Vortex, Static Mago, they sent back. And once again, they send him back like this, not even say can survive, or can help him survive, rather.
No.
Oh, that Primal Roar cancels him too. And the tower will fall on top of this. Fnatic, that's another lane of racks for them.
And they know for a fact there's no buyback on Dark Mago because it's still on cooldown for another 3.5 minutes. And Armel, he's going to go a diving, finds a panda, and Raven's going to eat a panda.
Nice, so quick.
That's 3 dead.
GG.
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah, there's not much else to it here. Thunder Awaken. Don't get much out of this laning stage.
Yep.
And Fnatic don't take long to close it out from there.
Frankly, again, to quote some other people, I was saying this, in panels and everywhere, meta's about who runs at you first. And right now, Fnatic ran at them, and Thunder Awaken went for just a poor draft, I'll be honest. Like, the Doom Pango choice to go in the offlane destroyed their lanes. I mean, Pango mid and Mars offlane would have been maybe a little bit better, but it's just the Doom 4 did nothing this whole game. And the the Bane, there's a reason why he's not being picked these days is as first pick. TSM is doing the same thing. They've completely forgotten the Bane first pick because of the Beastmaster potential, right?
Yeah, Beastmaster kind of shoehorning them into picking a laner that can even, sustain in that lane. Even
and Pakaz is fine.
And he did fine, but it's a slow hero, right?
Yeah, and you have a completely slow draft with weak lanes in general, because Mars is an okay laner in the mid lane, but there's matchups that are better than Storm. It just felt like it was over from the start, honestly. Thunder did a couple of decent plays, but the way the Thunder likes to play anyway is I bait you into going to a bad fight, like we saw this a couple of times. I buy back or I do some sort of surprise, and I catch you and I 5-man wipe you, which is fine when it's the mid game. When it's the early game, you don't have the resources to do that.
Yeah, exactly. Thunder not really getting a great start in that mid lane either. It means Mago can't really rotate away and gank a lane like you'd think a Mars would be able to. And when all added up, it's a pretty one-sided affair here. It's going to be Fnatic that take game 1.
And with this victory, Fnatic puts themselves in a really, really comfortable position in the groups. Thunder Awaken kind of fearing for that potential of the upper bracket, which is slipping away from them. But they could still make it in that second game against Fnatic. What do you think? Do you think they're going to change their draft completely?
I'm not sure, right? I'm quite eager what our panel has to say about that, as we're going to go ahead and throw it back to Ted and the boys to see what they thought.
The boys and a girl, obviously, but you can be part of the collective, lads, if you like.
I feel comforted.
We're going to go to a break, and when we come back, we will be analyzing this game, so make sure you come back for that, and we'll be looking forward to game 2. what a hammering. Fnatic absolutely dishing it to Thunder Awaken there in a very, very convincing win. Team, what happened?
Draft happened. This is not what Thunder Awaken, what they usually play. I mean, some heroes, yes, but combined together, I don't remember any of their drafts looking like this. It's very difficult to play because they put mid-Mars against the Storm Spirit. Storm Spirit naturally is going to get more farm from that. Also putting two offlaners, two melee offlaners against the CK. Whether that was like CK plus X hero, I would still say that they would lose the lane because it's definitely not strong. Like Doom plus Pango. Pango just in general in the offlane, once again, is not really that good compared to the mid Pango, and you pair him up with the Doom, so it kind of looks really rough. There's a reason why position 4 Dooms are mostly paired up with the range hero. I've seen Snapfires, I've seen Visage as well.
Nature's Prophet,
anything
like
that can work because you're
usually
just
a
gonna lose the lane.
lane winning range hero.
Exactly, and they even like rotated their position 4 to the bottom lane to try to make something happen. He feeds the first blood. They even get a second kill on a DJ. From that, it just looked very, very difficult because they didn't have a hero to play with. Mid-Mars needs a Blink Dagger, like doesn't want to buy a Blink, but this time around he wanted and just like looked really rough after losing all 3 lanes.
Well, let's have a quick look because we got the player versus player matchup. The Pango, the Beastmaster. Let's see. This might tell a story about how the games went between the two positions. Thunder Awaken there. That is
actually not as bad as...
Not as bad as you'd think.
Yeah.
But that's kind of the nature of Pango, I guess, and the Beastmaster just... That's done it, basically.
I guess that's the nature of Beastmaster, too. Like,
yeah, not
Beast doesn't
too much
really
damage.
do much damage. Like
it's his summons.
A tower damage guy. Yeah, and you're like map control. People avoid Beastmaster. So, but still, you know, we had to pick a number. We just wanted to highlight basically like the difference between the offlaners. Like the Pango, Sacred just had no game. Like he couldn't play Dota, and even if he could, I think you're right in the fact that like not really anybody to play with. Like you're waiting for a Mars Blink.
Like Doom, he needs level 6 to be able to play.
And maybe even a Blink. Like and Mars needs a Blink. If you have like a Spirit on the mid lane, then there's somebody to actually play with, and maybe it feels better. But feels like they got shoehorned into this draft and punished for it.
Well, Moxie, we got a replay here from one of the parts in the game. Talk us through this because you know both these teams. This to me felt like the point where things were really going badly for Thunder Awaken.
I mean, it highlights some of the difficulties that they have within the draft that they just don't have solutions to here. You know, they're trying to push them out of the base. They're having difficulties. They're trying to use everything at their disposal. But at the end of the day, like, they're too far behind at this point. They don't have those items that are necessary. You've got, you know, this dragon that consistently knocking on your door. You can't get any of these heroes, like, pushed off. And it's just, you know, you feel their stress of just like, what do we do? What do we do? Because they're just going to zip it just like that. You know, they're going to pull back. They're going to just absolutely demolish you. Yeah, you have the Nightmare. The Nightmare's nice, but as soon as that Nightmare's over, they're ready to follow up, and you don't have that follow-up at that point.
Yep, really starting to look grim for Thunder Awaken there. But Fnatic, honestly, guys, they just sort of handled them. Like, they didn't really look in trouble.
Yeah, that was brutal. I think Fnatic's execution was pretty much top-notch in this game. From the start, the way they approached the draft and the execution of what they had. Like, really no complaints. One of the bigger stomps, I would say. Maybe Team Liquid with the Bristleback. That game also was like 15 minutes in. You can already see that the game was over. But yeah, feels like, you know, sometimes you need to shake it off, go back to the drawing board, play what you played throughout the DPC, play what you played so far in the first 2 days, because it looked like looks much better for Thunder Awaken.
Well, let's find out. Slax is down there. Let's see if he picked up any vibes. Ready to go into the second game. Jake, what's the atmosphere down there like, brother?
Oh boy, we vibing over here for sure, absolutely. Thunder never came out of their booth on that one. Not a single person. They've been in there the entire time, looking over stuff, having a team huddle. They have just exited, and Fnatic, big smiles all around. I think that they knew that one was in the bag. They felt very confident. You just kicked my can. My God, my poor soda cans everywhere now. It's okay, guys. Don't worry about it. I did talk to the manager, though, and I got some good info for you about Fnatic.
Oh, another delectable.
Fun facts. Oh, here we go. Now, this is, I will attest to this, the loudest Fnatic stack there's ever been. Typically, Fnatic are a little reserved, you know. In interviews, they're a little quieter. Not this one. They're screaming, they're laughing, they're yelling. In fact, they have a habit as when someone starts laughing, the whole team starts laughing. And in that last match, they were literally busting up the entire time. Might have been a joke. Might have been the enemy team. But either way, they were laughing a lot. The most interesting fact I have, though, is that Sunby and Jabs, they bond over horrible TikTok dances. In fact, their favorite one is Paro Paro G. I watched it. It was just awful.
Can you give us a recreation of that dance? What does it look like?
I don't know.
Oh, yeah, you do. Come on, just give us a go.
Look it up, kids. All right? I'm not going to go gyrating on camera for you.
Next time we come back to you, I want you to have that dance memorized. I want you to have it down.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't really
look forward to it.
All right.
All right, bye, dude. Oh, I want to get him to dance.
Scoop.
That's succulent, juicy, delectable.
Mouth-watering.
Girthy, mouth-watering
Okay,
scoop.
girthy. That's a little too far. Let's relax.
Okay, well, we're going to be getting into game 2 of this 2-game series. Fnatic, obviously still dominant, and as Slack said, confidence is high. Thunder Awaken, we need a hard reset here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, like Lacoste said, go back to what you know. Go back to playing the Dota that you're comfortable with. Stop being super, trying to change around your meta to adjust to other teams. Like we said at the very beginning of the day, it's all about you playing your kind of Dota. Don't get confused. Don't start doing weird stuff. What was working, worked.
Okay, well, let's find out. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, we'll have the draft for you. Do not go away. We'll see you in a bit. Welcome back to the ESL 1 Stockholm Major, powered by Intel. Thunder Awaken against Fnatic. We're looking at game 2 in this 2-game series. Fnatic absolutely crushed it in the first game. Can Thunder Awaken recover? I think the issue that we've all, well, not myself, but the panel have all raised so far is drafting problem for Thunder Awaken. Get that right, and we've seen that they're a good team, that they can definitely do better than that.
Yeah, absolutely. We watched them take a couple games off of some of the bigger boys and things like that. We saw everybody was excited at that Liquid match as well that they were up against. So they have the potential for sure. It's just a matter of setting themselves up for victory and not failure.
Yeah, I think it's like it's always something to try. Is you know, going back to basics and just focusing on your own game. Sometimes that doesn't work. Sometimes it's like the opposite, where you're not paying enough attention to the enemy draft and you're trying to counter it or trying to copy the meta too much. It's just one of those things where, like, you lose a game, you make an adjustment, and maybe it looks amazing, maybe it doesn't. But that they just have to try. They just have to do something different.
I do think it's funny when you see a draft and all the heroes picked, the heroes you're like, yeah, I've seen that hero in a bunch of games of this tournament. No, I've seen that hero too. But for some reason, when you put them together, in fact, it's like, oh, yeah, we've got all the meta heroes, but not in the right way, and we're missing
yeah,
this.
Just a combination of these heroes that didn't work out. They go with the Keeper of the Light. A lot of the teams are kind of staying away from Keeper of the Light. He's decent in terms of being picked. He's decently amount of time being picked in this tournament, but just doesn't, at least to me, I feel like he does grief some of the lanes with taking a lot of farm, and also, like, if you lose that lane, he also needs a right hero to be able to play with. You can't just have like, oh, here's Coddle, good luck.
Yeah, right. No stunner support, squishy guy. Like, yeah, you definitely need an Ember Spirit or like a T. There's new combos like TA, you know, double meld strike. Yeah. Like, there's good stuff.
There was a good combo with Ricky the other day.
Yeah, Ricky looks pretty good. But
Dragonite looks also fine.
I mean, let's not forget, Team Liquid went Kothel Bristle, which is like old school, ran its safe lane with Matu and Insane and absolutely crushed with it. So there are definitely heroes out there that it pairs well with to such a degree that you basically win the game.
They just go for the DK. I mean, both sides have very easy to execute combos to start. The difference is Thunder Awaken, this game they have it. They didn't have it last game. So Mars Mirana, you have the obvious arrow into, or spear into arrow. Like, that's never going to be a lane that loses. Right. They're not going to have the same problem they had last game.
Also, stick this to the offlane. Like, this is a good offlane duo. Like, don't try to, like, I know Thunder Awaken, they tend to flex some of these heroes, like Snapfire on the offlane, Weaver on the offlane, Mars on the mid lane. Like, I'm not saying it's bad. I just feel like, you know, they should just reset and like, play good Dota. Don't try to overcomplicate things.
Fundamentals. Just get back to those fundamentals.
Yeah, because how they beat, like, in the DPC in South America, they dropped only one game against Infinity, and they had dominant drafts. Like, they did you know, outdraft their opponents, and the way they played, it was super explosive. They did give Pakaz a hero that he farms up mostly, like it was Templar. Okay, Templar Assassin's banned out, but it's one of his heroes. Like, I think they also need to possibly ban his Medusa, because his Medusa was just fierce. He knows how to farm. Like,
Terrorblade's a solid ban for Fnatic too.
Like, you love TB against Dragonite?
Yeah, it's the highest win rate hero against Dragonite in the game, actually. It's I assume it's because of the
reflection.
You reflect the dragon form, and it's like absolutely mangles DK. But also, TB, it's like the same reason TB counters Tiny. You just can't get bursted in the stun. You turn around, you sunder this hero that has a bunch of effective HP,
right?
And they're at 10% HP. They're not as scary anymore. And he turns into a ranged hero, so you get kited by Scotty. Right. Like, there's a lot of reasons. Also, like, right now for Thunder Awaken, I'm looking at Dark Mago Bat. Like, you see a you know, DK who gets absolutely destroyed by a Bat Rider. Coddle doesn't do anything to Bat. That's something that they're thinking about. Something that the Fnatic is definitely thinking about as well. Like, you know, this is the last pick hero, and they go for ban the Medusa anyway. Usually Thunder Awaken will last pick the Bat though. Like, they don't usually second to last phase it.
Viper. You never want to see that when you're playing DK, do you?
No, you don't.
No. This also might be position 5 for Thunder Awaken. Have this break mechanic. It's popular in South America.
The Pos 5 Viper.
Pos 5 Viper.
Wow.
Yeah. Doesn't I think who was it? I think was it OG or was it someone else who played it as well so far? I've seen a lot of games. just mixed everything up in my head. But yeah, definitely saw it. It's one of the heroes that can feel good, especially if you get the value from the break mechanic. And like you do get the return kills, because what Team Zero wants to do in the lane is just like trade kills. Come back to a lane, die, come back again, full HP, full mana.
Yeah. Just obliterates DK in the lane too. Like DK wants to sit there and be tanky and be left alone ideally. Like that's a great lane for DK. You get 2 levels in the aura, you just sit there and CS and your support goes and stacks or gets kills. But against Viper, it's like he gets if you get 5 stacks as Viper on anybody, they're going to die. Even if you're a 5 Viper. It's just too much damage.
The thing about Fnatic right now is they can go for different safe laner. Like they can put Dragonite on the mid lane as well. Like they don't necessarily need to play this matchup. A bit of a weird pick. Like
I think it's weird too. Yeah, you're playing into the Viper ult, which goes through BKB, and I've seen Mars Mirana versus both Jug and Lifestealer, and it's one of those. It's one of those things that in theory it sounds good. Oh, magic immunity, but they die. Like they actually die. You fake the spear once, they press rage, they have to leave. Like and rage is a super long cooldown now. Like that's one of the most nerfed spells in the goddamn game.
Have we seen many lifestealers that have actually been successful? Because I feel like I've seen it.
Just Fnatic.
Fnatic is the only.
Beast Coast, they were picking it, but they have not been
though.
winning many games.
Yeah.
Brazier is still in a pool if Thunder Awaken wants to go for it. It's also a good matchup in the lane against like possibly Dragonite if that's their off lane, and also just good carry-to-carry matchup against the Lifestealer.
Dark Willow.
Yeah, I think this is a god tier Razor pick if they want to go for that, but
10 seconds
to me it doesn't seem like so much of a Pakaz hero.
No.
That's the only issue. Is it's a little.
5 seconds remaining.
I mean, I guess it's like I just don't see him playing it. I just don't see him playing it. But of course he can, and it is more of a late game hero these days too. And I know he loves his late gamers with the refresher plus BKB build. Like you really are a strong late
Or
gamer.
Terrorblade. I think
you just go TB. Yeah,
I think Razor TB sounds good. Probably gonna get banned out if they don't pick their carry because they know the carry matchup. So I think it's kind of a must pick. The carry right
Viper
now.
TB sounds pretty decent.
Yeah, it's good.
Combining the slows in lane. Yeah, that sounds pretty strong against a Willow Dragonite. Viper can die. I think that's a reason that the Willow was picked is that you stun the
Morphling.
Morphling.
Pakaz Morphling. This is a specialty for him.
Oh man, now that you can't morph allies, you just go for the Morph Willow combo when the Willow's on the enemy team. That's smart. That's nice.
I think it's not a hero we've seen much in the DPC in this major at all. Have we seen it at all? I'd have to look at the stats.
I think the Ethereal Blade, being based on the enemy's stats rather than your own, took that build away entirely from Morphling. And without that, he feels like a one-trick pony. Like there's not the Morph build anymore where you're doing these crazy combos. There's not the Ethereal. You're just this stats carry guy, and it can feel like something like a Terrorblade is a little bit better, but right now they don't have much to burst a Morphling. Like none of these heroes really deal with the Morphling. They have to catch him with the DK stun. He's going to get a Lincoln Sphere.
This is definitely one of those comfort picks. This is one of Pakaz's absolute favorite heroes, so he's very well versed on how to play, maneuver, and whatnot. And I'm sure they really are hoping to eke out a win here. So
now protecting their Lifestealer pick, they showed it really early on. So banning out Slardar makes a lot of sense. Like, the damage on side of Fnatic is, like, very limited. You need to be able to hit the blast, get the shard on DK. Willow needs to be able to go in.
No
Lifestealer,
creeps.
yeah, exactly. Lifestealer is... I mean, they do have a combo. Like, Keeper of the Light, he kills the creeps with the blast, and then Dark Willow's ulti is going to be more efficient.
Well, from what I can see, Morphling just hasn't been picked. So this might be the first time we've seen him.
It's very specific because he has 2 good heroes that he can morph into. You mentioned the Dark Willow. I think mostly it's going to be Lifestealer to have
the Rage.
BKB. Free BKB always sounds good.
I've seen morphs use the DK stun an awful lot too.
Sure, it's also a good morph target for sure.
It's a lot of pressure right now over on the DK, over on the side of Fnatic to do the initiation.
Oh, all right. We got a mid Coddle, probably. Unless we see a mid Willow. I mean, that'd be sick.
Nah. It's
not seen that in a while.
I mean, Emerald did get a Rampage.
Problem is, how do they catch this Coddle? Like, Moonlight Shadow is their option. Mars with the Blink. I want to see where they put this Mars, whether they want to get to something else.
5 seconds.
something that can cut into backlines. I'm thinking about Void Spirit, because Storm Spirit did get banned out.
What's the idea behind the Lich pick? I mean, I know they needed a 5, but why Lich?
A lot of people like Lich, and like I know a lot of teams just think Lich is an underrated, like low-key OP hero, and the Chain Frost looks pretty good. Like Viper and Mars are going to commit to the fights. The instant stun versus Morphling is also pretty nice. It's like something that gives you an option that's not, and it mana drains now too.
Mana drain is good. I think they also wanted to go for like hero pairing in the lane. Grimstroke, I believe, is banned out. Is it? No, it's not.
It's actually not.
Yeah, they actually didn't bother with it at all.
Maybe they wanted to have a little bit more like lane presence for the Lifestealer, because Lich does not need like stats. He just goes for like consumables and then spams his spells. Frost Shield also very nice later on against the physical damage. Okay, so this is going to be their offlaner, and they're going to probably put Tamars on mid, because I feel like this Lich pick kind of blocks what they wanted to do. Just like dominate the offlane and have a good laner on the mid. Let's see who's going to be playing it. Yeah, it's going to be that Mars. They wanted to have like a range hero against the Lifestealer. Makes sense.
Yeah, 2x range lane. You play to like harass rather than to kill.
I don't think they address Keeper of the Light enough here. I don't think that's the hero. Like, they can force the fight. They can group around as 5 with Mars Arena, Death Prophet. It gives them the like objective taking things. But feel like this Keeper of the Light on mid, I'm not gonna underestimate how much this hero can do.
Okay, so in terms of this matchup, are we saying Thunder Awaken's draft an improvement on last time? They've got a much better chance, but you're still favoring Fnatic, Lacoste?
I'm gonna go with Thunder Awaken. I'm a ride or die.
Okay, Jenkins?
I'm not a Morphling believer.
Okay.
I think this hero's bad, but I said that about Spectre, and it's really good. So I'm an idiot, but I'm gonna go Fnatic. Or Fnatic.
You're gonna go Fnatic?
Yeah.
Okay, well, let's throw it over to the casters, Avo and SNS. Have a great cast, lads.
Thank you, Ted. Thank you, period. Thunder versus Fnatic. Second game about to begin, Richie. Are you favoring any draft here?
Yeah, I've got to agree with Jenkins. I think we saw a couple of games of the Morphling this TPC season, and it just didn't really look that good. It never really convinced me.
Yep.
I thought maybe with like the E-Blade changes, he could be good versus some matchups, but not versus the Lifestealer with that. It just tends to feel slow. And like Lacoste was saying, they haven't really, I think, totally addressed the coddle. We were speaking just before, and you're like, the Mars can withstand the lane, and that's certainly true. But what he can get done in the lane is an entirely different question, and I'm not sure if Thunder are going to like that answer.
Yeah, I have to agree. I think it's better than last draft, that's for sure.
That's for sure.
Last
yeah.
draft was horrendous, though.
Yes, let's be honest, that was not a good draft.
Yeah, I think Paka's Morphling, if he goes for the stats Morphling, is pretty good against Lifestealer, because that kind of Morphling went for like Montescotty, right? And that's pretty good against both Lifestealer and DK. I'm actually a big fan of the Morphling in this draft. I think it's a kind of a free Morphling game.
Yep.
That said, I do agree with your point of Coddle not being addressed whatsoever. It's really up to what Dark can accomplish. He is an okay hero against Coddle because you shove lanes, right?
Mm-hmm.
So Coddle shoves, you ignore each other, you never actually lane. This is the meta right now.
Yep.
But after that, usually heroes that can do that can also kill the Coddle or run at him.
Yeah.
You don't really have...
It's also like the top lane is strong,
Matthew?
although it could be Matthew dying. Okay, he's taken leap. He shouldn't die here, but now they can at least rejoice that he's taken leap. Because if he had taken arrow and perhaps looked to throw some arrows mid lane, that's how you can look to alleviate some of this pressure. The Mars mid, it's not as good as like the Kunkka of Dark Magos in terms of setting things up, but there's certainly not much for Matthew to do top lane after like level 3, right? Secure the second point in Siphon for DP, and she'll be fine versus Lifestealer. But it's hard for her to throw arrows and hit them versus Coddle, who, yes, stands still and channels a spell, but is very fast, very small hero to actually hit with arrow, which is relevant. So you're finally your lean model point.
Oh, yes.
Yes. And Mars just isn't really good at setting it up, right? So it's really kind of hard, I think, for Thunder.
Yeah.
The good news
the
is,
real asset, I agree. I want to point that out just in case people don't know. Coddle's model is incredibly lean. This old man only eats vegetables, and that's why it's so hard to hit him with any sort of projectiles.
Yeah, it is. I mean, and spear, arrow going to be included in those. We'll see here how good they can look to make it work. I mean, that's just, you can't stop Coddle from getting the first range creep mid lane. It's literally impossible.
Yeah, and Mago's like, well, this lane is fun. Oh, Mago is really stressed out.
Yeah, and Armel's, he's got a perfect voice line for that, doesn't he? Bottom lane, though, this bot lane, I think, is really quite strong, to be honest. I don't think Picasa has anything to fear in this lane. Panda even is going to do a good job in the early levels, just buying him all the space that he needs, where Morphlings are theoretically in danger in this lane again. I don't think that's the case, but still.
Yeah, I agree. I think that you should be fine for the most part. I mean, you do need to look at level 3, like you said, but I think it's going to come soon. And DK Willow don't have the most skill potential early. DK is very weak early levels. So all he does is farm, right? He's not there to kill heroes.
It's pretty simple, I think, for Picasa. If DK starts walking at you and he's wanting to get within his stun range, start just morphing strength. It ain't that hard.
This is the hope I have. Like, both these teams are teams that rely on their carry a lot. I'd certainly say that Fnatic have a more... They certainly play around Armel more as a win condition, or more often, rather, right? It's not just the Raven show. But for Thunder Awaken, it is really just the Picasa show. And the rest of the team is there to enable him. And Hamon is one of his favorite heroes, if not his favorite hero, in addition to the fact that it's a really good matchup for Morphling. You know, if he picks the Morphling, I trust him.
No, they deny mid lane. Margo even committed the spear. It's getting painful.
This mid lane is awful.
Yeah, and this is the concern I had. I don't think, Mago's having an excellent time, especially after last game.
Yeah.
It's on the same hero, an even more annoying matchup than the Storm even.
Yep.
And it dodges the Illuminates, right? But yeah, it's not looking amazing here in this mid lane.
You know what's stressful about this is that in the Coddle lane, you understand as a mid laner that your only moments where you interact with Coddle is like the first 2 waves. Yep. And then you stop actually playing the lane, and Coddle just goes and farms everything, right? And since Darkmago made 2 mistakes, honestly, that's going to weigh on his conscience. The better mid laner you are, I remember Samael saying this, the better mid laner you are, the more these small mistakes weigh on you.
Dark Mago's good, and he's also a sick freak. He plays like 15 games, of Dota
No, he does play
a day.
15 days of Dota a day. That's what, he actually bends time.
He heats up his eyeballs.
Oh, yeah, actually. Like swordfish,
Like
right?
swordfish,
Fun
apparently.
fact, swordfish hunt by heating up their eyeballs, and that allows them to see prey in slow motion because they experience time different than humans.
Okay, fair enough. Sure thing. We won't get into it
The
here.
Matrix is based on swordfish.
We won't get into it. But yeah, Margo, story of the mid lane, he is struggling to find the farm.
Yep.
And might be a similarly average time to Link Dagger as last game.
Matthew is doing the thing where you decide, maybe I'll just take a stroll. I would like to gank mid, but I can't. Sacred at least should be fine this top lane. He's getting a bit harassed though now with Raven. Sacred.
Yeah, deep jabs as well. G dying top lane. Sorry, make that bottom as Sacred salves up. Yep, and they will get first blood. It's Panda with the spit, who will pick it up. That second poison poison attack, very strong.
Yeah, Panda continues to attack DJ. And DJ could be in trouble. Panda as well has a fairy fire. In fact, Panda acknowledges he's going to die. Lets Pakaz finish him off. In fact, Pakaz cannot get the last hit because Panda's poison is too strong.
Yeah, I mean, this position 5 Veno is, sorry, not Veno, Viper is venomous, though. I mean, Panda does this regularly. He's, as he denies himself, he's one of the highest ranked players in NA because he's a very, very annoying to lane against, and he's a great position 5 player. And he does everything for his carry, actually. A little fun fact, Pakaz's favorite player in general, like, of all the professionals in sports, is himself. And the reason why this lane is so good and why Panda is such a good fit for this team is because when they asked Panda, who is your favorite professional sports player, he also said Pakaz. It's a match made in heaven.
It really is. It really is. Imagine a year ago when you had to tell us about HFN. Like, no, my favorite one is Pakaz. HFN's like, what?
What?
Why do you like him so much? Anyway, this lane has gone well for them, and this is the saving grace for Thunder. Last time we actually saw an absolute domination by them. As top lane, by the way, Sacred. He's in trouble. That Spirit Siphon might secure the kill onto Raven, though. After Sacred's death, Matthew's going for it, and the leap will ensure this happens. And we still have a Starstorm. Matthew attacking Januel. He knows there's no shield, so no damage reduction any longer. The creeps, though, are really annoying. Matthew has one last leap. The Fairy Fire on top of that. Matthew will make sure this turns into a double kill. On Thunder, the 4 kills they've gotten have been on both of their supports.
Yep, and Mago's doing something pretty cool in the mid lane in the meantime. You'll see he's approaching from an awkward angle, and that's because he just farmed Coddle's easy camp in front of him.
Nice.
If there's one thing that Mars doesn't really care about, is as long as he doesn't, die immediately to eliminate, as he predicts that one, he can tank 1 or 2 of them pretty easily. It's basically the mid lane Mars, or off lane Mars build for mid, just faster. As there's going to be the Soul Ring for some more mana. That's
Radiant structures.
I reached the button. Yeah, the Mars is capable of tanking 1 or 2 Illuminates, right? Hence he goes for the Soul Ring build, which also allows him to shove the lanes. And
Yeah, so he's doing a good job of shoving lane and then immediately going back and contesting Armel and trying to make him, slow his farming speed a bit. This is going to work for the side camps, but eventually Coddle's going to go into his jungle and farm these now stacks being made by Johnny Wall here for shortly, even faster.
Yeah. Well, at least it's not the domination of last time, right?
No.
Which is a huge relief for Thunder. There's also not this high-pressure Beastmaster. The Dragon certainly will be able to do a little bit of work later with Dragon form, but the work's gonna come into the mid lane where Mago already gets the first kill on Armel. And Matthew did think of taking that, but Mago said no.
Yeah.
God's rebuke, it's mine.
That's a really, really big rotation. Both supports coming over the 6-minute rune, level 6 ready to go here on the Mars. And now Thunder, I think they can start to say, yeah, we get to play some Dota this game. And that's where they shine, right? Because they do play very, very well with Pakaz by basically playing as 4 on the opposite side of the map of where he is.
That is very true. And that's how they make space for him early, and then they just literally follow Pakaz wherever he goes.
Yes.
Pakaz says jump, and they go how high?
Exactly. When he has items. Before then, they go, get away from us.
Jump. What are you doing?
What are you doing here? Get away from me. And now Mago even going to contest a small stack. There's more of these to be had in the Dire jungle, and he's going to get most of the creeps. He misses out on 2 of the big creeps.
Yep. Panda might be called Panda, but he's more like a lapdog, really. He just follows whatever core that he thinks is the strongest right now, and currently is starting Dark Mago, and he's been disturbing this Coddle's farm, and they've been doing a decent job of countering Armel, not through heroes, but rather through strategy, which is impressive because Coddle mid is honestly looking really strong right now.
Yeah, I mean, Coddle still, he's going to be the richest hero in the game. It's no surprise. His GPM still pretty untouchable.
is matching him, though, which is impressive.
Yeah, and again, every single little bit of gold that they take away from this Coddle that they put on Mago, even if Panda takes it, but Thunder are going to be very, very happy with that.
Of course, the problem, though, is that by doing this, they are giving Raven a freer lane than they would have otherwise. They can't really gank this Lifestealer. Not like Mars could do much against him anyway. And Lifestealer is a faster carry than Morphling, something that could come into play a little bit later here for Fnatic.
And here's where Fnatic is really going to just go absolutely ham on this Coddle. The bots are being delivered now for Armel 8 minutes in. It is going to be difficult for Thunder, who don't have any really natural bots builders, to try and contest his global mobility and his farm.
But Mago is keeping the Willow at bay. Inside another Toxin, and she goes. Goodbye to DJ. And this is important because this was the Dragon form already committed here by Jabs, and he wasn't able to really hit the tower with this first Dragon form. Actually, huge win for Thunder by doing that.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. They gank towards Pakaz's lanes. Again, Sacred's totally fine. He's been fine here since level 3. Again, it's kind of the DP versus melee strength hero matchup. And all so good so far for Thunder. Armel is going to mirror that rotation now as he looks towards the top lane. Not throwing out the Illuminate quite yet as he wants Sacred to kick this one off first. There's going to be the Frost Shield applied. Sacred is going to be able to tank at least a bit here thanks to the Infused Raindrops and the Bracer, but he is slowed to a crawl, siphoning a couple of heroes, but that last one's onto the Lich, not known for being tanky. Mago is here, trying to throw the arena. Oh, but Armel's just a bit too speedy.
Januel is also kind of juking them a little bit. Mago can still probably secure this kill as he spears the Lifestealer and uses that to kill Januel. Matthew trying to run away from the Illuminate. Mago still has the arena. Armel obviously the target because Raven still has that rage. And Thunder Awaken, they use the Moonlight Shadow. Of course, Fnatic did see that Fade time, so they should be aware of this.
Yeah, no surprise to them. They just wanted to not get caught any further. And Armel, he beats him back to mid, right? That's the BOTs. He farms one more wave. He already applies pressure. This is what I mean. It's hard for Thunder. They're always going to feel like, in the early game at least, they're going to be kind of reacting to these Coddle rotations. It kind of limits the moves you have to make if, your tier 1 is always under attack in the first 15 minutes. Because a horse stampedes it.
A horse stampedes it, and a dragon comes and spits on it, right?
Yeah. So far, though, the dragon has not been able to spit on this bottom tower too much. Jabs has been held at bay, again, a lot thanks to that first arena. And speaking of putting things on tower, Sacred's going to let loose the Exo Spirits now.
Yes, he's going to put the ghost on the tower.
Yes. Well, he does. He's going to sick him.
Yeah, he's going to... Do you think DP, throws him like baseballs? That's what he does. He just whacks him with the tower. That's what deals damage.
Over time, the Banshee remnants of her previous lives return to haunt the present.
Oh, wow. Oh, so she believes in reincarnation. That's very interesting. Panda.
So, yeah.
He got hit by the Illuminate, which means he's dead. Welcome to Coddle Gaming.
Yep. And meanwhile, back top, Sacred, the Reiki has pulled back the Ghost. So It's going to allow Mago to get this tower. With Arena of Blood in tow, Fnatic not really too interested in contesting this push. Instead, they're more eager to potentially get a catch on the Pakaz. Again, a bit difficult here as he simply starts strength gaining, and yep, that's their kill attempt.
Fnatic needs to buy crystals to protect against this.
Yes, they do against the past lives of the DP.
Dark Mago is very close to that Blink Dagger, so this time they are looking like they'll be able to make plays, and Pakaz is going to be going for the stats build we talked about earlier, that Manta style into Scotty. Let's see how that works out.
You know what I completely blanked out on is that Coddle is a Vessel builder, and it kicks ass on him.
Oh,
and he
yeah,
farms
we
it
didn't talk
incredibly
about
quick. I mean,
that's a good point.
This is still the item that counters Morphling, isn't it?
Yes. So what Pakaz needs to do is don't fight at all until you get Manta style, right? Pretend like this is just a PvE game, because Fnatic is going to run at you. Raven is close-ish to his armlet, right? Once he gets that, I think you can start putting pressure if you want to. If you don't go for the armlet Dezo, I think you can fight on the armlet, and then you just build Sanj as you go.
Okay, this is where Fnatic can finally look to now up the pressure versus Morphling. As we saw before, I mean, an Invis, Willow, she pops up, she hits you with Curse Ground. Oh no, I'm going to be stunned in 4 seconds. No threat. However, Blink Dagger for Jabs, which is on its way, is a big threat. There's Mago as well with his own Blink Dagger. It's a very fast timing. Again, a lot of those stats are from offlane Mars, but this is still pretty darn good for a Mars. DK, though, has a Blink of his own. Thunder, they're not ready for it.
Okay, they did stun the Morphling. He didn't get Tetris Shift off. The damage from Lich is really high, and he does die to the poison from Jabs. However, in this arena, they stuck Jabs against the wall and decimated him as they also bring down DJ. That last stun will not save his life. However, a tower does fall in favor of Fnatic, and they did kill the carry, so not the greatest trade, but wasn't too bad for them.
It's acceptable. They lose the tower, they lose the carry, but it's acceptable. And this is something that's really interesting,
right? They take the tower, lose. Oh, no, you're right. Sorry.
No, they lose the tower. Yeah. For Thunder, it's acceptable, right? This is something that's really interesting because if you looked at the Blink Dagger timings, especially for DK Mars, DK usually gets his a bit earlier and much more consistently. The standard deviation is super low because he's not really played mid anymore. But for Mars, it does differ a lot. Usually offlane Mars, they buy, double Bracer because they're not naturally tanky. But this is a mid lane Mars. He's a lot faster, and I think Fnatic are on the receiving end of that one.
The DP is going to be found down bottom. There's the Vessel coming to deploy as well, Richie. That's going to hit with the Illuminate. Sacred has the Hooded Defiance. That's going to help him a lot. That Mago comes and joins in. He did spear Jabs, though. He was probably looking for Armel instead. Sacred somehow keeping himself still alive. But that last Spirit Siphon will be cancelled promptly with a pa-pang of the shield.
Yes.
That's what it sounds like to me.
I don't know, you did all the sound effects in Dota with your...
It was me and Dota 2 Capitalist.
Yes, indeed, indeed.
Sorry, Dota Cap, my bad. Dark Mago, he was looking to spear the Coddle. If he got Coddled, actually could have been a kill, honestly. Yeah. But intelligently enough, Jazz put himself in the way of the spear. He is going to save his princess to the Coddle.
And now Jabs is making great progress as well towards his Fireball. He's going to get his next items, BKB, Ag Scepter, whatever he really feels like, extremely fast. Yep. So this DK, this is where he does have the advantage over something like an offlane Mars, because DK with that Fireball, he farms like a madman. Mars generally doesn't.
I mean, Mars farms good, like on the baseline, but it requires so much mana, right?
Yeah.
And also, when you're at mid-Mars, I don't think you have the liberty to just go and push out waves. You kind of want to be active with your team. And the problem, of course, happens with Sacred, where the TP farms okay-ish. Certainly not as fast as the Fireball. Certainly not as low commitment as Fireball, because you need to Crypt Storm the wave twice, and that means you have to stay there for quite a long time.
We haven't seen much of the carries. That's because they're both very keen to get their first couple of items online. Of course, for Pakaz, that's obviously the Manta. For Lifestealer, it's going to be the casual Sanj, which just synergizes beautifully with his entire kit. And that Scotty is a bit earlier than you might expect it, of course, to deal with the Morph and the DP. Very high value this game for him.
Yeah. Pakaz would have maybe considered the BKB, right? The Vessel as well as a secondary item, or just to deal with Coddle in general. That Scotty might deter that idea. I wonder if Morphling will also go for his own Scotty.
Smoke breaks. Mago, he's in.
But John Noel is so quick on the Sinister Gaze. He stopped Dark Mago's initiation. He has to settle for this Lich, punishing him for transgression. But in fact, Jabs stuns Dark Mago. He did get the Spear off, but that's not going to be enough. Terrorize on top of this. Dark Mago's been punished. And Matthew falls with him. Sacred, he bit off him more than he could chew, went into the Lion's Den, and he got torn to shreds.
Yeah, he did, that Lion. He thought it was a Kitten's Den, but it was certainly a Lion's Den, diving past the Tier 1 tower while it's still up. Very aggressive move, right? And this is why we like to cast Dark Mago. He makes these plays. Fnatic, though, they're ready. They're in position. They were smoking themselves, actually, so maybe unlucky for Thunder, but Fnatic also have their own timings you have to consider. And it's just a great counter initiation. Shout out to the supports. DJ and John they save their spells here until they're just needed, right?
Yeah.
You can see the Terrorize gets pump faked once or twice. Finally, it comes through just to guarantee these couple of kills. And
that's good.
That's the problem with these kind of initiations from Mago, right? They either work and they look like he's the smartest man in the game, or they turn out like that and you end up scratching your head a bit because what could you have done?
Yeah, and Matthew now gets found out as well, so another easy kill going the way of Fnatic. This is not what Thunder Awaken was hoping for. And Dark Mago, when he does these initiations, he tells his teammates, let's go, cowards. And his teammates sometimes follow him to his death. They've learned that Dark Mago will do it whether they say no or yes.
Very true. Again, it's all to create space. It's all in the name, that is, of creating space for Pakaz, who has
your Lord and Savior, Pakaz.
At least gotten the Manta style online. So a fight is viable. It's viable that he shows up, especially if they get the first stun like this. Onto Jabs. Broken here. They can get through him rather quickly. Spits down the fireball onto Dark Magos. They get the first kill here. Panda's likely to die there to that Vestal charge, but Pakaz is in here with the rage as well. Januel can't touch him. He runs into the wall, and he will be finished off by Sacred Raven on the run with just a Sange and Armlet. Not keen on going mano versus Pakaz, as Pakaz wants to go for more. Onto DJ he will go. Terrorize channel, but juked by the Manta. Pakaz with 2 kills. And he's ready to fight on just the Manta, Avo.
That was so good, Dark Mago. And this is the beauty of this player. He initiates on you, and you go and say, is he throwing again, or is he actually making the play of his life? And that was the splatter in this case. Honestly, if you're Fnatic, you can't blame him for this. There's no way you read this. Genuinely. Like he does this, and you go, are his teammates near him? How do you know?
Yeah.
I don't think he even checks his teammates if he's there with him.
I can guarantee you, after watching those regional final games, remember,
he does not.
There were instances where Mago doesn't even know. he will just make the jump. How do you play against it? It's like the 50-50, right?
It really is.
It's insane. And he goes, the team was there.
Yeah, and John Dwell was like, what do I do? What is this guy? That was really well played by Pakaz, though. Pakaz really understanding the read there, and that he could take a couple of free kills. Of course, the Manta style saving from the Vessel early. No Scotty yet on Lifestealer. And look at his quick by Richie. He is going for that Scotty himself.
Oh, yeah. I think it's pretty big, right? They did slightly adjust it. It's more move speed slow, right, than it is attack speed. Or sorry, it's more, what did they do?
Attack speed slow than movement slow.
Yes.
I think is that, right?
Yeah, they slightly adjusted it in 731C.
Yeah. But the healing is the important part.
Healing's the important part, absolutely. Yeah.
Both for Lifestealer and Morphling, just want to reduce the healing as much as possible. The attack speed slow, I think, on Morphling is not that big a deal, to be honest, or movement speed, right?
Yeah,
It was.
Yeah, I think the reason I bring it up for the movement speed is, that's how you play against the
Can you confirm just for the stream?
You try and kite him out. Yeah, it is the
buffed attack
melee.
speed and lowered movement speed slow?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Yeah, it's hard. These small changes, you gotta read them with a.
It's 10%, but that's a lot here for these melee kind of heroes.
It is. And you won't be able to kite Lifestealer as easily, which is an important part here, of course.
Yep.
The attack speed, though, might be an issue with a mano-a-mano that we talked about earlier.
Exactly.
Naturally, Morphling
DJ?
does usually scale better.
Invis Rune, yeah, so he's going to be able to get the jump here. Got his own Blink
as
Dagger.
well.
Yeah. Again, it's just you need Jabs to be the one to jump in.
Yes. But Jabs is scared because of Nethertoxin.
Yeah, true. And Pakaz is going to be tanky. Okay, this could be it. Into the trees he goes, and...
Oh, that was weird. He went to the trees, lost vision of him, and Jabs couldn't really jump in with a Dragon Tail in time.
Yeah, got it. Yeah, the way that the fears work a bit differently, right? Because if you get feared from DP, I think you just run away from her. But if you get feared by Jinx and Willow, you run towards your fountain.
That's what I thought too.
Yeah.
There's some weird interactions where it seems to break.
And sometimes with terrain, it's really funky as well. Or I mean, just a bit of a miscommunication there. Either way, it's just an Invis Rune at the end of the day for Fnatic, and an ulti that they can honestly likely go without here for the next minute. As we've entered a bit of a lull where both cores, again, they would like to get their Scotties up. It's the race, a drag race even, to the eye of Scotty. Armel, in the meantime, he's happy to continue farming the entire map. Richest hero in the game.
Yeah, Armel, what can he do with his farm, though? He's gone for a BKB to survive this onslaught from the Mars as well, so now he'll be able to leave the arena. For sure, that Mao has his number now. Matthew actually reveals the smoke, and did they see him?
Oh, well, now they will. Planting a ward. They're going to see Matthew. Matthew tosses the arrow. John did make that.
Okay, Thunder Awaken saw him on the ward at high ground. That's what I was asking, actually. Yeah, so well done by Matthew. That saves him completely. I mean, it wasn't really intentional, but good positioning, I guess.
Yeah. Thunder would love to fight when Mago finishes up his BKB. He's 800 gold from it now, but that gives him a much better fighting chance in these team fights, making sure that Coddle doesn't just kill you with a salvo of spells, basically.
And we have extra level 2 now as well, so we're hitting the stride for Sacred. They do take a free tower down bottom, though. It's tough because regardless of what we're talking about in the items, currently Lifestealer is just stronger than Morphling. That's the nature of it. He does much more in these fights because of the rage. Morphling needs a little bit more time. The second item is going to probably make the change.
And something we haven't mentioned is that, you know, Armel is free to farm, Raven is free to farm as he just was down bottom, right?
Oh, mid. They found Sacred. Terrorize hit. They hit with the Illuminator as well. The Bedlam Sacred, thanks to the Hood of Defiance, is still alive.
Wow.
Sacred tanking this whole thing, but I think he will live. In fact, thanks to the Arena Blood, Jazz is also in trouble. Oh, he lost his princess, or his Willow in this case, and now the Knight goes down as well.
Yeah, that was a really, really good counter initiation. That time was Fnatic who go a little bit too far behind a tier 1 tower, and I punished with some great rotations. Arena of Blood, sure, just for the DK, but again, while your core is off farming safely, you're happy if you're Thunder.
Yep.
They are getting ever closer here to the Scotty. They're just about dead even, so we're very likely for a big train wreck of a fight, Avo, in terms of the Aya Scotty timings for both of these heroes.
The true essence of SCA versus SA. Timing, strategy, who cares? Go 5-on-5, and whoever's better at clicking spells, that's whoever comes out alive.
Okay, double BKB for Thunder, right? They now have one for Sacred, one for Mago. This is going to be big for them. We can see the hectic call.
Oh, Sacred has it. Oh, wow, that is huge, actually.
That is big, yep. Coddle, of course, he's got one for himself, and this DK is a bit further behind the rest. With this Scotty coming up momentarily here for Raven, I don't think Fnatic are going to wait for this. It's getting about that time where first Roche becomes the objective for both teams, and you know, you set up that 5 minutes, you know, farm your next item, take tier 2s, yada yada yada, right?
Yep. The song and dance, but there's one team that's radiant in every single game, and they have the advantage.
I do.
And Thunder Awaken.
And they've got the BKB advantage right now. Yeah. And the Aya Scotty. Pakaz has purchased it.
They also have it on Raven. No, they don't have it just yet. They actually could use a small win opportunity.
It's
for
tiny.
A huge team fight. It's tiny, but that is the strongest hero this match.
For Dark Mago, always banned, but this time they look for the fight, and they're going to fight Roche, the big guy.
Okay, so they go for the safe option instead. Trying to look for a kill is a bit difficult. Fnatic setting up for this fight. There's the Blinding Light to annoy them, but they didn't hit Pakaz. Was well positioned here.
Scotty's ready. Raven's on the way.
Raven is on the way. However, this Roche is falling quickly. The Exo is taking it down. Terrorize might hit Sacred. Sacred's going to hit the Brambles.
Went out of the pit.
He still has the Exorcism. Pakaz out of the pit. You're totally right.
Mago.
Sacred's almost about to die. Mago creating some space. Pakaz to face the Roche. He just got back. She got the Aegis. And Mago, he's still keeping the enemy team at bay.
They're getting jabs too.
Mago might die. No, it's actually surviving just barely. Raven in trouble. Scotty is ruining his life. They go for DJ next, and he is not going to be a good vehicle. He just crashed on the side of the road. One passenger trying to escape. Pakaz does not want to leave him to live. Raven, luckily with the rage, will allow himself to go back home safely.
Yeah, but Armel is just the entire time casting these big illuminates on the backlines. He ends up picking off 2, I believe, towards the end of that fight. And he doesn't even use BKB, so he conserves that, just playing the Coddle like he's supposed to be, long-range spellcaster, just kind of demolishing things. Pakaz makes the move to just get out of the pit as soon as he sees Terrorize. Don't believe it would have caught him here.
I think Raven's choice to immediately leave that team fight made that team fight so much better for Fnatic than it had any right to be. You can see it here, right? Because of the arena, they actually keep him at bay for so long. He goes and fights for a little bit, and the moment Roche falls, Raven, the ever-consistent carry, gets the kill on Mars, or tries to, and then just leaves.
Yeah, again, it's Armel. He gets it, not on this one, but he just keeps throwing these horses over, man, and Mago's got nowhere to go.
These horses. Can you imagine if you just see an old man on the side of the road and he just keeps throwing like ponies at you, dude?
Yeah.
What would you do? You slap him. That was the choice that Mago chose.
I mean, very little else you could do, I suppose, if he also solar binds you and he can't move, but you know.
What would that be in the real life equivalent? He'd like, oh, the old man's bald and he flares you with his eyes, right?
There we go.
With his bald head.
There we go.
Krillin style. As Pakaz quite happy with his team fight went, because I think he determined he is stronger than Lifestealer currently, and Raven starting to feel the anxiety about that.
Yeah, I don't think he quite has the damage to right-click through him yet.
No.
But he will. It's a slow but eventual win for Morphlane. This does get scarier for the Lifestealer when the damage items come online for Morph, right? And right now, what's he got flying towards him? Don't see anything too crazy here. Just the crystals. It's bang for your buck, and as you can see, it's quite fast here for the Morph. They have to pull, of course, from the patch average because not a lot of Morphlane. I think the first one of the tournament here.
This is the best bang for your buck, I would say.
Yeah, first time this major. There we go.
Oh, wow. Awesome.
New record.
New record. Pakaz, best morph in this major? I'd say so.
I'd say so. And the worst one, though.
Yeah, he really does.
Yeah, and he's also just statistically average, so it's hard to say.
He's everything. Yeah. He encompasses Morphling itself. This is Joe Grandis course. BKB on Jabs here. This might be a small turning point. Jabs kept getting caught in the arena, right? Yep. And that's actually like Mao's role, very similar to what Betboom was doing. Now with the BKB, he'll be able to just ignore this God of War.
Yeah, not only that, honestly, Panda has been doing a great job every fight at just wherever the DK is, he spits on him. Mago is going to BKB immediately as they turn now for the kill on Johnuel. Fear will collect him on the tree. Raven cuts it down, and there's the E-Blade from Armel as he's been farming up. Arena is up, but Jabs with his fresh BKB jumps in and deletes Dark Mago. Johnuel eventually drops as that's the Chain Frost bouncing around. There's going to be the Vessel applied to Matthew, but without the Solar Bind, that's not going to be enough damage for the kill. Sacred did use the Exo for this as Panda, and he's going to be forced back, and he's looking for some more damage onto Armel. Stunned up, left high and dry. I believe that's going to be Thunder losing 2 for 1 then, but they still conserve the Aegis.
No, I think Raven actually went for the psychological play, right? Because he bricks the tree, and you're like, what does that do? It's not Hoodwink.
No.
And then Mago thought, does he think I'm fucking Hoodwink?
I don't know.
And he just went on him, like, I'm going to kill this Lich. Who does he think he is breaking my tree? And all of a sudden, they got baited into it.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what it was about either, because it's not like when you're stunned by a spear, you lose vision like a Hoodwink, right?
No,
so,
none of it. I'm telling you, it's a psychological warfare. He knows Mago would get baited by that.
And I guess he did.
It was for his own vision, I would presume as well.
Yeah, right. Just in
case Lich dies. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, just in case he dies.
That's the real analysis, but you know, we like to make fun.
DD here for DJ. As right now, Pakaz, nothing in the quick buy. He's sitting on a pretty decent amount of gold here with 2K. Raven's got the Satanic clearly set. That's that secondary dispel, and of course the lifesteal amped by Sanj, right? With Feast, it's a lot. It will help him the 1v1.
It will. I mean, the secondary dispel can be kind of useful when you're trying to regen a bit because Morphling might be like, you know, hit Scotty, run away, doesn't reapply it. All of a sudden you dispel the Scotty and you get like that extra second. Sometimes 1 or 2 hits of Satanic is all you need to really regain everything, right?
Absolutely, right. Especially
it'll come into play here.
When you got Feast operating as well, all on top of that, your Sanj, yes, it's going to be good.
It also allows you to play much more liberally with your Rage, because right now you have to be careful with the DP silence, right, as you said? Yeah. And with the Satanic, boom, you can just go into the fight, keep it until the very last moment, who cares?
I was wondering if we would see a Dispel here, an aggressive Dispel, that is, for Thunder, to deal with the Frost Shield, because that is something we haven't really touched upon, but would be kind of a fight changer, right?
Who's building it?
Well, it's Matthew, right? Matthew has the Yule Scepter now.
Okay.
A little bit hard to use this item on a Lifestealer in general, but it is important to consider the Frost Shield is going to allow Lifestealer to tank basically all of Morph. Morph is a right-clicker. He's a physical damage, in case you haven't seen the new Morph. This is going to be, like I said...
Yeah, stats Morph. It's the older Morph, right? It's not the shotgun anymore. You do the... you just build a bunch of stats, and you're kind of unkillable.
Absolutely. Yeah, and then... I mean, he's got great base damage. He always has, right? But now, since that's your only go-to, with the Crystalist eventually into Daedalus, perhaps Silver Edge, on top of the BKB, Pakaz is going to be mighty upset if this Lifestealer has 70% damage resist on top of armor reductions.
I like the choice of the Satanic a lot, and I just decided to go for the Silver Edge, by the way, so he might be able to just 100-0 like Mao. And I think that might be the solution. In the Betboom game, I think something that they didn't really consider, they couldn't really do, was the... Oh, we burst on the Mars, right? They just couldn't really do that because it was a support and everything, and you wasted too much time, etc., etc. But here, where he's a mid laner, bursting him down is a huge win to you, and then he can't really control you for a while.
As they will do the same here to Panda. Mago thought about going back in, and then Panda said, no, I love Pakaz. Get away from me. Don't die.
Do you think that's what he does when he dies?
Pakaz!
I love you!
Pakaz, please!
Pakaz, like, this weirdo keeps calling my name. Raven?
He's not too scared. It's going to be the Raged Pakaz buyback here on the Viper. It's still before the Roche timing, but Abo, they seem eager to fight.
Mago is way too eager to fight.
Oh, yeah, he is.
And they're eager to burst him, eager to show him his place. Pakaz, he leaves.
Sacred with a blink as well. Yeah, Pakaz is eager to leave for sure. Yeah, again, I was a bit surprised Thunder were so keen to defend the Tier 1. They still have top, they're Radiant, right? So, of course, they want to be looking for this next Roche fight, not giving up too much control, but they still have this ward for 30 more seconds they can place, the one that Scott and Armel currently. They have a top Tier 1 as well, you know, that they can play around, so a bit of an unnecessary death. And one of the biggest differences on why it's so much easier to nuke through a mid lane Mars is mid lane Mars a bit more of a spellcaster than the kind of tank that an off lane Mars is. He's going to refresher here from Mago, right? He realizes it's all about the spears, getting that secondary stun, continuing to lock down these heroes, more so than, you know, tanking TB shots or tanking the gyrocopter flak cannons with my active bulwark, right?
Yeah, that's true. It's going to be a rough survival, though, for him as a result, because, yeah, you're right. Double spear, double arena is going to be a huge idea, but once you get Silver Edge, I feel like you kind of need to tank at some point.
Yeah.
Or they just burst through you, and this is what I was telling you. He's just a really prime objective. I think the idea of not going on the enemy tank is long dead in Dota as long as you have the right items to deal with them, you know? And this is a good example of it.
And even then, right, it's not like he's the only traditional quote-unquote tank in the team, right? So Sacred is very, very difficult to kill. No Yule Scepter, mind you, right, but a BKB and now a Blink Dagger to help his positioning. Even Panda, like, he's a 5. Like,
he's a tanky 5, you're right. He has Glimmer Cape and Force Staff.
Yep,
the Morphling could be considered somewhat of a tank, you know?
A risky strategy, but that could always pan out, because I think too many times we've all played against Morphlings who have just simply...
Yeah, that's why I think the first target is Mars, because you get rid of the arena, and then that's it. And Dark Mago's always playing so front.
Yep.
This is something that Bepum also did, by the way. Sorry, I quote this team so much.
That's
It's
okay.
really
They're
good.
fun to watch.
Yeah, so they figured out that against Dusa, because teams will actually tank so much with the Dusa in the front lines, if you just kill her first with the Mars arena, you win. And it sounds simple, but it's a very good way of baiting how the enemy team plays.
From Thunder.
As Sacred will be the first one to lead. Dark Mago.
There he goes.
He goes for the crazy play, but he doesn't get it. Bakaz, however, does burst down DJ.
Yeah.
As Sacred. Okay, he's in the middle of this fireball. There's the arena finally coming out, and there's no rage on the Lifestealer currently in the backlands. They're
on to Armel.
That's what they wanted the whole time. As Sacred and Dark Mago just annoy Raven. Raven realizing, oh no, they killed my mid laner. Jabs is down as well, and Raven has no rage. He's forced to go into a creep, but that creep is made out of paper. Now he's stunned and feared and killed. Triple kill for Pakaz. And that's the execution you expect from Thunder.
Yeah, Pakaz just he's the widest guy on that smoke gank, so to speak, right? He swings around from basically here, it seems.
The widest, all right.
The widest, the most wide. Yes, that's correct. You know, like the wide walk, you know, the meme.
Sure.
And he cuts down DJ. Armel's in a very similar position. Again, doesn't get the BKB off. Wouldn't have really saved him. And everyone else is kind of distracted by Mago and Sacred, the two quote-unquote tanks we were talking about. You could see, right? He enters the fight from a perfect position, and the tanky cores, at least for Fnatic, are up front. There's Armel. They see him, and they kill him basically instantly.
Like, the only reason I think Pakaz even went close to them was actually to get the rage, right? Like, morph into Lifestealer and get his rage, right?
Yes.
And that's how he just killed Kotl. BKB or not, there's nothing you can do against the Lifestealer Gold Frenzy plus the Scotty that Morphling had.
And this is a serious push, eh? That we're catching picture in picture. That's a tier 3 tower down.
I agree, eh?
They use whatever was left in that Exo, and they get through the tier 3 and likely the melee barracks without buybacks. Roshan is going to be up in 15. They have Panda. He's just parked in the pit scouting. Finally, he's going to leave.
Look at these hosers. They could do nothing to stop
these hosers. They could do absolutely nothing.
Dark Mago now close to the A on this, so that's going to give him the tank ability we're talking about, because he's starting to realize maybe my role is not so much of milling arenas. He's not the Roman architect this game. He's just kind of the guy who who takes the punch.
Okay, this is a bit of a risky fight. This Elder Dragon form activated. Armel giving chase. They know for sure Roche is up. Mago is going to whiff the spear. Armel's first BKB of the game now. Yeah. Matthew and company eating a lot of damage from the Illuminate, but they will disengage as Armel's BKB wears off. And likely Thunder here looks for the re-engage.
I don't know about that BKB as well. I mean, it was scary otherwise. They have the Infest Bomb. This is not the best use of Lifestealer these days.
Here goes.
As they go into the Roche Pit to try to steal the Aegis. Can they accomplish it? No. Bakaz takes it, and the arena gets Armel again. He had no BKB this time. Armel, he's feared. He's going to hit the wall. He's going to die. Jabs also falls, and this poor Lifestealer sent up in the air. He does have a rage, but no TP, so he can only deal with the supports right now. Sacred could be a target to help from the Terrorize. Bakaz, though, has slowed him down thanks to the Scotty, and Mago with his Revenge Spear. They even forced the X off of Sacred. They all fighting Raven. Raven is strong, but is he strong enough? Bakaz will show him he's certainly not. Dark Mago finishing off the last unit here, which was the Lich, as Willow managed to make the sneaky escape away.
Yeah, big fight for Thunder. They get the Aegis. Armel pops his BKB. You were a bit inquisitive on the timing, and I think it ends up showing there. The arena completely wrecks him. Nowhere for that corralled horse to run off to. And Sacred.
This poor old man running into walls.
Couldn't find anything. And Thunder, there's no buyback. I don't think they know, but there's no buyback on a Raven. All the buybacks have been used. DJ's got it in 30 gold, so if he dies, he's likely to have it in but a few seconds. But because with the DD rune is making very quick work of the structures.
I don't know, that's the exact right play, though, because if you don't get the throne in this time, I mean, you still have 3 heroes.
No, you have to remember, no ping. Back in the Annie Major, they went for Barracks. They lost the game, Albo. Not here. They've learned this is why. This is why they have Pakaz. This is why Pakaz is Panda's favorite player, because he makes the calls.
He makes the calls to go for throne.
30 seconds.
10 seconds for the Cuddle to come back. They have to fight. They have to delay this. They go. And they kill Pakaz, but it's only his first life. Jab's already activated that BKB. The arena's still working here. Pakaz is back. However, Armel finally making it. Jabs is dead. The Will of Bot back. What can they do? They have a terrorized Pakaz against the BKB. They're trying to kill the throne, but that frost shield's working. There goes the Lich. No more frost shielding for you.
10 seconds. 10 seconds and the life stealer's back, but will the throne last that long? It doesn't look like it, Avo. Thunder, they're doing it. The GG. They've evened it up 1-1.
Wow.
All the horses came that they could not conquer.
No. Call Thunder Awakened Mongolian because they just ate these horses up, man. They destroyed Fnatic there towards the end after a shaky game 1. They showed up game number 2. Fnatic, still impressive performance and honestly a very good draft in this game number 2, but they were unable to make this game number 2 work. Thunder Awakened, showing us why they became our favorites in the beginning.
Yeah, I mean, I think this all happens on just the better item timings. Ultimately, it's better item timings, more abused, more taken advantage of by Thunder than it was Fnatic. That slight edge on the Scotty timing. The Manta style, right, from Pakaz, immediately, that's a game changer.
Yeah.
The game was looking really grim, not quite repeat of game 1, but it was looking dark.
Yeah. That was more the exciting game we were hoping for, right? I feel like Fnatic and Thunder Awakened should be proud of the performance, right? Fnatic particularly, though, I think they did a great job in the early with Armel's timings. I think the lifestealer was very impressive, but there was just a moment where you realized Morphling just beats you in the core-to-core matchup. One of the weaknesses, of course, of Raven, your consistent carry, but if you get beaten in the core-to-core, you got to take advantage of every single opportunity.
And there's really only so much you can do ultimately on a lifestealer.
As well.
Right?
And on a Coddle as well, which got beat.
Agreed. I think the skill ceiling on those heroes, Coddle's a little higher, I would say, as mainly a spellcaster, but I think there's only so much a lifestealer can do compared to a Morphling. I mean, there are some heroes, perhaps even this game, you guys think, where these carries that specialize in the hero make it look Omega broken. This is the first time the hero's been ever played at the Major.
Yeah. And with this, we're going to take it over to our panel, see what they had to say about this second game of the series.
Thank you, Arvo. Terrific cast, terrific game. We will be back to talk about this game after a short break. Don't go away.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Bring it down. Are you up for it? Make it count. Are you up for it? Better run. Are you up for it? Yeah, you gotta get it done. So are you up for it? Say, are you up? Are you up? Are you up for it? Up. Are you up? Are you up for it? Bring it down. Are you up for it? Make it count. Are you up for it?
Welcome back. What a tremendous two-game series that was. Really, really exciting Dota here in Group B. And we're not even finished yet. That was Thunder Awakened versus Fnatic. Really exciting Dota. Some fantastic kind of surprise picks, I think. Certainly, Lacoste, you were a little surprised. You were like, I'm not a believer in the morph. But
Yeah, you
morph,
specifically
Yeah,
really against
we don't
the
have
morph.
to point out or name any names.
Pacage morph was next level.
It was,
Don't
definitely
put the days,
was.
guys.
It was a good morphling game, like to start with. Once you see how
Yeah, it looked really solid.
it looked
I
good.
agree.
Playing
Yeah.
into Dark Willow and also playing into Lifestealer, so you have a free BKB in this fight. He did ton of work. He did a lot of work, but I think we got to give credit to supports like Panda Boo on Viper, position 5, being able to deal with the Dragonite, not just in the laning stage, but also if you watch closely in the mid game fights. He locks on him, gets the break, like pre-BKB. He had his number throughout the whole game. And even in the laning stage, what we said about the position 5 Viper, what he wants to do is go in, trade a kill. He gets the double kill, kills himself on the neutral creep, comes back to lane, full HP, full mana, and then continues to dominate. Like he was the one enabling Pakaz.
Moxie, what did you think?
I thought it was a great game. I was very, very excited.
You were very excited.
I was, yeah. You know, Paulina taught me this phrase that's nunca dudes, means never doubted for a moment. And it definitely, they started off super, super strong, right? The fact that they were able to get those kills early. We saw Panda Boo over on the bottom lane. Then we saw Matthew on the Marana, and things just started to snowball, and it looks better and better. And put faith in Pakaz's Morphling, because that man knows what he's doing.
Jenkins, we've seen a lot of drawn series in this group.
We have.
We were just talking about it a minute ago. I feel like that speaks to the fact that these teams are so close in skill and so good. We saw a perfect example of that in that series where one team looked strong in one game, Thunder Awakened absolutely came back and did the same thing in the second game.
To me, basically, like, they didn't get to play Dota in the first game. Fnatic just ran them over in the lanes. You see this a lot in Dota. You lose 3 lanes right now with the current patch, and the game just looks like disastrous. It's just cataclysm. But in this game, the supports carried them through the laning phase, so they get to show off their insane team fighting prowess. Like Pakaz with the Manta dodge on the Dark Willow spell.
Don't give that one away yet, because that's part of our replay.
Okay.
You were talking about the laning stage.
I'm sorry.
You were talking about the laning stage.
Oh, here we are.
Here is the laning stage.
Now, this is the supports.
This is the support, so this is the Marana really mopping up and getting a double kill.
Yeah, I really like this one because it shows... I mean, it's easier to play these lanes because they're not just some, shitty Doom hero playing with the melee Pango.
Yeah.
Like, so Matthew, he makes the sick individual skill play because he's Marana, but double kill, cool. But afterwards, this entire creep wave, which we didn't get to see it in the replay, he sits the creep wave in front of the tower. So Sacred...
Hodl.
Yeah, exactly. So Sacred comes back and he's like, all right, juicy succulent wave for me. And so it's like, effectively, Sacred didn't die. Because a lot of the time when you calculate like how much XP somebody loses or gold they lose from dying, like the big deal is the creeps that you're missing when you die. A lot of people underestimate that.
Because I noticed you were more excited about where he kept the creep wave.
I was.
He's like, he kept the creep wave, oh my god. Like, not the double kill.
Yeah.
That's the detail that you noticed.
Double kill's cool. Matthew's going to have a solid game, and he did, but Sacred, like, he gets a double kill, so he's going to have a good game, and then keeps the creep. So Sacred, his death doesn't matter. That nullifies Sacred's death.
Right. Yeah. We also saw, we were talking about the Pakage morph. I think we got a replay of a really nice fight. This was in the sort of early mid game. And you could really see the Thunder Awaken were firing on all cylinders here.
Yeah, and what I mentioned, you can see Viper once again locking onto Dragon Knight every single time, ulti, couple of poison strikes, and I think we gotta give credit to Dark Mago. He had Armel's number throughout this whole game. Like, he forced Armel to get a BKB on Coddle, something that is not that common, and like, it was difficult. Like, he got on top of him multiple times, and you didn't really feel this like elusive Coddle using his spells multiple times. He found the openings with the Arena and the Spear.
And he hyped up his team with tips when they do sick Manta dodges. That's always nice.
That was such a nice little Manta dodge.
He was on fire. He was just playing flawlessly. Like, I've heard a lot of Morphling players say, you just wait until I get on LAN. You just wait until I can like instantly press my stuff. And that's what we saw here. That's what we saw.
It was funny, Moxie, because you raised the point. You were like, Thunder Awaken, go back. Don't try and play around other stuff. Pick your heroes. Pick what you like. And trust yourselves, and that's exactly what they did.
I mean, it was a bit of a risk for sure. I know that our panel was saying like, oh, we would have preferred to see something like the Terrorblade, but that is Pikaza's like one of his best heroes, like way back in the day. Like, he used to spam that taunt all the time, and he just absolutely destroyed these lanes. And yes, you know, Morphling not as popular right now, not as strong, but in the hands of a specialist, it just looks incredible.
You were about to say something, Lacoste, and I
forgot. I actually forgot. I don't know. You cut me off.
I'm sorry. I have to try and balance the conversations here. I think we're going to go and check in with Sir Action Slacks. I'm not sure if he's ready. I hope he is. I'd love to find out.
Right.
Jake, can you hear me?
Hello. Is it working?
Yes. Continue.
Great. All right, fantastic. Hello, I am here with manager, CEO, creator. No, none of that. Of Fnatic, sir. Pow, I believe, right?
Yeah. Hello, everybody.
We decided to take a chat with you because Thunder has another game. They wanted to go eat, and they were gracious enough to say that they talked to us a little bit about that series. So game one, pretty hype. Mood was pretty good from the team, I'm guessing?
Yeah, I mean, again, this team is, they're pretty chill. They vibe a lot. So, you know, when things get pretty hype, they get pretty hype.
Yes. There's not a lot of vibing. There's a lot of yelling. From
well, that is a vibe, I guess. That is some kind of mood.
Well, were you? How did they react to game two? Because that Morphling, I believe, was the first time a Morphling got picked at the major. It's kind of a surprise pick. I know Sunby does a lot of work to prepare for these kind of things. Did it seem like that was like, whoa, where'd that come from?
I don't think it's really one of those things where you're like, oh, where'd that come from? It's more like, I think the team, despite being a bit, you know, they get excitable. So is that the term? That's the term I'm going with. Despite being excitable, the team really does kind of look at these things more objectively. So even after we lost, like the only talk in the booth was like, what could we have done better, you know? And then also, when are we eating food? So that's
the two things players care only about. Yes. How do we do better in Dota, and when do we eat? Yes, absolutely. What is some of the favorite foods of your boys, by the way?
Favorite foods of the boys? That's a...
you are the manager.
That's a very long-span question, I feel like. Well, in general, we are fundamentally Asian. So, a lot of Asian dishes, rice dishes. Fair few of them like spicy things.
Oh.
Jabs in particular, him being from Thailand, of course. Yeah, I think Filipino comfort food for a lot of the guys. But in general, give them something that's savory and put it over rice, and we're happy.
You know, when I went down to Southeast Asia, they made me eat balut all the time, and I've developed a taste for it. I make it at home now.
You make it at home? How?
Yeah, I don't tell my.
I don't know how to do it.
Oh, it's good. I mean, it's just you don't let the fertilized egg hatch. You know, you cook that sucker.
That's also true, I guess.
Anyway, thanks for the interview. Congratulations to Fnatic for the 1-1. You didn't take the whole series, but you guys have been doing great so far. We hope to see more from you, and I will see you guys some more later.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Jake.
So we're never getting another Fnatic interview.
No.
How the hell do you make that?
Wow, okay.
Your house?
Let's have a quick check-in with Stream B, because this is the Liquid game that's going on right now. You can hop over and check that out. When that game is done, we'll be coming back, because we're covering their game against Team Spirit. So we're waiting on that game to finish. There's the way it goes sometimes. You get a little bit of an overlap. So go ahead over now, watch that game, and then come back here, and we'll be rounding out the day with Liquid against Spirit. So They're waving already. We're going to go to a break. We'll see you guys soon. Thank you so much for joining us. See you in a bit.
Smile and wave. Smile and wave.
Rise and shine a brand new day. Daily I can choose to be. Become what is best for me. Meeting life along the way. Waste no time but take my time. Time is right now and right here. Here today and here to stay. Stay alive and keep it cool. 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 Write a sign, it makes my day. Day by day I choose to see. Sea of scum, oh sea of glee. Gleeful is the better way. Wait no more and be on time. Time for killing off your fear. Fear not, don't you feel astray. Straight ahead, don't be a fool. Dum ba dum ba dum bum bum. Dum ba dum ba dum bum bum. Keep it cool. Keep it cool. Keep it cool. Keep it cool.
Tomato is different from the other characters I've played in my entire career in the sense that he seems more willing to learn and more open to change.
I think when someone gets to play against the best for the first time, or like you start being good, to say it like that, because like Dota players either have a really high ego or they have a low ego.
Compared to other carries too, he's also kind of low ego, which is very nice.
You kind of have to like convince yourself that you're good enough, so you're not like you're not an imposter. You're not like you didn't get lucky or like you're wasting someone's time, or rather like, oh, I'm good enough, so what do? Oh, I just do the things that I do. Yeah, so okay. I feel like at this point in my life, I prefer to try hard more over like have fun. I just want to win.
One of those auto.
Come on, Tomato. Come on.
It's like one of those auto things where you just think like it's gonna be okay.
Sox is making his way back to the pit now. I think they realize. Free Aegis?
Best thing that having him as a carry is I know that he's always going to work hard to improve as a carry and keep up to the meta. Since all those young kids these days, they have to constantly be innovative. I always can trust that he will bring something new to the table or bring it to me. And he's like the rock of this team. And he's always trying, no matter how bad of a start he gets, or whether it's just like shit hits a fan or someone in the team's being toxic, he's just chilling and playing. I think that his biggest weakness is also his strength, is in his resilience and dedication to improve. And when a man is so dedicated to improve, he can be way too hard on himself.
Well, I made a lot of mistakes when I was young. I don't think I ever lacked the skill, but I always lacked some of the attitude and the patience. I think patience is key, inside and outside the game.
And I just want him to understand that sometimes it's okay to lose, sometimes it's okay to mistakes, as long as you learn from it, but don't be so hard on yourself over past losses or over games. Just move on, learn, and move on faster.
One thing I can recommend to people if they want to like break through and stuff is just enjoy what you do, because if you enjoy what to do, things just come natural. And if you play well, you get called. If you're not good enough, you're not gonna get called. So there's no need to get desperate. It's just like enjoy learning and improving, and at some point you get your chance. It always comes.
Hello, everybody. Time for some more games, and who better to have than the boys from Tundra? Nine and Skeeter, how you doing, gentlemen?
Pretty good.
Hi.
Hello.
Good. Hello. Today we'll be playing a game that you may have seen before. It's a very simple one. I will give you a card. It will say a Dota concept on it, and you must ask your partner yes or no questions to identify what is on your card. Have you seen this game before?
Not sure, maybe.
Put something on your head and it says, for instance,
okay.
Purge, and then someone would say, am I monotone and annoying and stupid? And the other person would say yes. That is the game. Sir, would you like to go first?
Sure.
Fantastic. Please do not peek at what this is. Could be a hero, could be an item, could be anything in the world of Dota.
Okay, am I a unit?
Yes.
Am I a hero?
No.
Am I a neutral creep?
Yes.
Am I a big camp?
No.
Ancient camp?
No.
Medium camp?
No.
Small camp?
No.
Roshan?
Yes.
Wow, that was well done. We got a timer on that one? That was very easy. All right. Something a little bit more difficult for you.
So, am I an item?
No.
Hero?
Yes.
Strength hero?
No.
Agility hero?
No.
Int hero?
Yes.
Am I female?
No.
Ogre? I asked for the range.
How do you get to ogre?
Crystal Maiden?
You're not female.
Oh, I'm not. Auto Devourer?
No.
Shit, am I old?
I would assume. I am not sure. I think so.
Am I a support hero?
Yes.
I thought we were over this, didn't we? Yes.
I don't know. Rubik?
No.
Shadow Demon?
Yes.
Yeah! Well done. Wow. Congratulations, guys. That was pretty quick. I think it was actually quick enough where maybe I can do one potentially. Write one for me together.
Are you sure you know the names of everything?
Yes, I do know the names of things. It has to be a Dota concept, gentlemen, so you can discuss. I'll be in the no zone.
Are you sure you didn't hear it?
I can't hear anything, no. I feel blood. I'm going really deep. Make sure that I don't hear a thing. I probably won't hear anything after. Take your time, no rush.
Yeah, you got it.
Okay, we good? All right, all right. Okay. It is this. Am I a hero?
No.
Am I an item?
Yes.
I'm an item. That's not good. I don't know half the items. Does this item have a recipe?
Yes.
That's not going to help me. I don't know why I asked that. Okay. Oh, God. Is it the late game item?
Yes.
Is it the BKB?
No.
Is it the AC pipe? No? Oh, God. Oh, okay. Is it a newer item?
Yes.
Ah, okay. Witchbane?
No.
Wind Waker?
No.
Bloodthorn?
No.
Oh. I'm running out, boys. Okay. What's the thing that makes you hit with magical damage? Is that Witchbane?
No.
Oh, shit. Oh, no. What the hell is the name of that thing? I bet is it that thing?
Yes.
Oh, crap. Oh, no. I lose. I'm sorry. I'll never get it. I don't know what it's called. That is the Revenant's. You guys are fun. The Revenant's Brooch. Well, great. Thanks for watching. I'll never forget that. Revenant's Brooch to you all. Have a good one. Hello, everybody. We are here for another edition of Draw Me Like That Patch Note. I believe that's the title. I forgot. Doesn't matter. Anyway, welcome to the show. We have two of Best of Bet Boom here. I need you guys to go to this board and you're going to draw a patch. You could just draw a hero, you could draw an item, anything in the world, and your teammate has to guess which patch it was.
We were playing a game in bootcamp and I never draw something normal.
Well, you'll have to draw something normal today. Who wants to go first? You're both going.
Okay, давай.
All right. Classic. All right, here we go. You have to guess. Please, take a seat. Okay, so he's simply drawn a tree. That's not going to help us out a lot. Let's try to guess the patch.
Monkey King second skill?
All right, okay, he's just writing words. This is clearly against the rules, but it's all good.
20 seconds, like.
Tier 1. Okay,
Neutral items, tier 1.
Well, okay, well, mission accomplished. It's the neutral item patch, so I guess we're done. But what the hell is he drawing? What is that, sir?
It's ironwood tree.
The ironwood, it was a tree. Okay, it was the ironwood branch. Okay, well, congratulations, you stumped us, but it makes a lot of sense. We were the dumb ones, I am sorry. Let me erase this for you. And we will guess, please, your drawing skills. It's time to premiere them. You can do it. Draw anything you want. We'll guess it, don't worry. It could be a hero, talent, item. Take your time. Not a lot to work with so far. It's a circle. Keep going now.
It's Phoenix Ultimate.
Yes, he's right.
Oh my God, it's the patch where Phoenix came out. No, don't give up. Come on. No. Give us a little bit more.
Maybe mango. Mango tree.
You can do it. It's a circle, bro. You gotta draw something else. Draw anything. Okay, go on.
Yeah.
All right, what is it? Tell me and I'll do it. You are not kidding. We're gonna start over on that one. Don't worry, I've got you here. I've got you. Here you go.
Dude.
Yeah, you know what this is?
A bit better.
Huh?
It's bottle.
That is a bottle. You were supposed to draw your favorite patch, and you chose bottle. What does this mean?
I mean, I can draw anything at all. Like, I don't draw.
As we've clearly seen here today. Well, thank you so much for playing the game, guys. I have to declare our winner. Well done there. And, sir, keep at it.
Shameful loser.
Oh, it's okay. I hope to see many more of your arts in the future. Thanks for watching.
I'll come over, let me drink for free. Call me gorgeous, see what's underneath in my head now. Planning silently how I would get out of this if it turns ugly. This is what it takes to be a girl, trying to survive with pretty girls. Gotta check behind me when I walk down the street. Don't know who is watching me, sitting pretty in a wicked world is what it takes to be a girl. With the big men in their fancy suits, talking business in the conference room. Big promotion, what do I have to do to get that many zeros in my checks like you? This is what it takes to be a girl, trying to survive with pretty girls. Everybody knows 82 cents ain't a dollar. The same job, white collar, so pretty in a wicked world is what it takes to be a girl, trying to survive with pretty girls. If I was a man, I'd go on late walks at night, never ever be polite. You work twice as hard to run the world is what it takes to be a la 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 la.
Catch a glimpse of myself in the mirror and I go like
butter, sweet like honey. Looks so good, like she made of money. She a stunner, legendary. Watch what she does when she feeling lucky. Her so good, she's so bad. Ain't nothing to it, just sit on back. Sit on back, sit on back. Ain't nothing to it, cause it's a woman's world. Woman's world. Baby, it's so hers. It's a woman's world. It's a woman's world. Little bit of lady, whole lot of boss. Money comes easy cause she calling all the shots. Got it from her mama, beauty in the brains. Hustle like a champion, like she in the game. Like she in the game, like she in the game. Ain't nothing to it cause it's a woman's world. A woman's world. Baby, it's so hers. It's a woman's world. It's a woman's world. A woman's world. Baby, it's so hers. It's a woman's world. It's a woman's world.
all-time high.
Nice. All-time high.
Yeah, but time to get out, maybe?
Well, if the trend is my friend and it goes higher. Although, be cautious when others are greedy.
Well, what if I see sudden risk aversion? Did I add oregano already?
Oh, yeah. Doesn't get any more positive than an all-time high. Yeah, but the risk-reward is skewed. It's time to get out.
My dad believed in you. I'm not gonna make the same mistake.
You know what happens to you if you go through with this. I have everything I need to have you court-martialed and dishonorably discharged.
The end is inevitable, Maverick.
What are you gonna do?
Have been looking at times really, really good. Times a little shaky. Are we all ready to do the Matthew fist bump? I'm sure we are. There's some shots of Stockholm at night time. We're ready. Very good, very professional. Thanks, guys. That's the kind of high energy panel that you're going to get here. So we've got Spirit against Liquid.
High energy.
You're damn right we do.
I just woke up. I'm sorry, I dozed off. I dozed off. We had an extra long break there. So let's talk about Team Spirit first. TI champions. Yep. Very strong team. Looking pretty solid. Wobbled a bit early on, recovered. Liquid sort of up and down, wobbled, recovered, wobbled. How did that last series end?
TSM 2-0'd, right?
Yep, they did, yep. I was going to say spoilers and then say it, but yeah, you can just come out with it.
It's already happened.
Yeah, but some people are just like, well, whatever.
Fair enough, fair enough.
Sorry about that one guy in chat that cares about NA Dota. I'm sorry. Shoutouts to you, though, NA Dota.
But yeah, it was a really good series from TSM. I think Liquid fought back pretty hard, at least first game, very close. Second one got a bit one-sided, but I think Liquid's still looking good. I think they're adapting a lot in this tournament, but there's definitely some things that are still just not working perfectly for them. But, you know, still think that this matchup can be close. I think just they're still like learning how some of these heroes and getting to the hang of how to work them, because I didn't see them drafting all of these all the time, but now I'm seeing like, you know, this Visage, this Grimstroke, all these heroes being super popular, and they're starting to pick them together, and maybe they're just starting to get the hang of how they all work together. So,
what about Team Spirit, Lacoste? What kind of things can we expect to see from them?
I'd say similar to what their style was at the TI. They're still a very slow team. Like they tend to build it up. They don't tend to end their games quickly. I feel like, you know, they made some adjustments. They also talked about you know, draft issues that they had, because some of their drafts did really look wonky, especially the one with the techies. It feels like, you know, they random like 4 out of 5 heroes. Pretty much the only normal hero in that draft was a DK. But other than that, like, they do make adjustments quickly. I think they're going to stay away from Keeper of the Light. They tried it out. It just doesn't feel like it's working out for them, so they're just going to go with something different.
They have such like wide heroes anyway, right? Like, they don't need to. They can if they would like to, but if they've tried it, it didn't work. Like, this team, as we said, at TI, Yatoro played 16 different carries or something like that, right? Like, every single one of their players has such a plethora of hero pool.
So they've got that wide hero pool, but I know that people were saying that they hadn't played as much as the other teams coming into the major. How does that factor into things?
I don't know if we can say that. I checked their Dota Pro tracker, their S-word profiles as well, and couldn't find anything. So that means that either they're playing a lot of scrims, but they definitely didn't want to show what they've been playing.
Interesting.
Yes. Well said, gentlemen.
So Liquid obviously have a kind of have a different playstyle to Spirit. You're saying Spirit are a very slow team to get going, but Liquid can kind of look like they're struggling in the lanes as well sometimes?
Depends what kind of a draft they get. If you look at the way they played against the Gaming Gladiators, like, they stomped them in 15 minutes. These are the type of drafts that I want to see from Team Liquid, because they also do struggle in closing out the games. If you remember when they played against the Thunder Awaken, like, they even lost against the Mega Creeps. This is something that they historically have been struggling, but yeah, they also have a couple of aces up their sleeve, the bristleback Visage type of a draft that they're going to end the game in 15-20 minutes, and maybe that's what they're looking for against team like Team Spirit.
I've always liked Liquid when they do that Coddle Bristle. It's been through all iterations with Insania, right, that they've always tried to bust this out at some points, and it's one of their strongest kind of strategies, so I think they do have certain strategies. I think that though they're learning, getting the hang of this tournament, because tournament has changed the way that some of this meta has been formed. And
yeah.
If someone told you that Grimstroke is gonna be like the most picked hero, what would you say?
I mean, to be fair, it was.
Yeah, right.
It was at the end of Gamers Without Borders, looking like a pretty solid hero. So
yes.
But there are some things that came like totally out of left field, like Spectre. Like, what the hell is that? What's with that? So I think that's something that may have, I don't know if it rattled Liquid or if it made them feel like, I don't know, like they had been figured out and so they needed to like change things a little bit too much, and so they like over adjust, and then they realize like, let's just play Dota. Let's just go into the game, pick our good shit, just enjoy ourselves, and you know, play the game. And it is, I mean, this is a team that can throw, but it's also a team that I feel like no matter how late into the game it is, no matter what the gold lead is, they can always make a play and come back.
Yeah, they're always thinking about stuff, and it seems like I'm glad you bring that up, because it's like that part, at least for me, is the difference of this Liquid to the old ones, where it used to be like, oh, Liquid's 30k up.
Just throwing.
There's still a chance that they're gonna lose this game.
Yeah,
now it's like, okay, they're 30k behind. There's still a chance they're gonna win.
We were
this
talking
game.
to Insania yesterday about it, and we were just like, "This dude, I was dude, I always say that these are your calls, like, because you know, just TI panel he's a bubby of the talent, you know, he's a friend of the talent cabal.
Okay.
And so, but you know, don't laugh, it's not funny. But he said it. I don't know, just sometimes it's Zai, sometimes it's Matumba. It's a whole team thing. Like, it just seems like they vibe really well to make good late game calls. It's not just always Insania, but most of the time it is, because he's a beautiful man.
He's a beautiful man. When you say that they're kind of just still getting used to things, or they're still learning, this is a super experienced team. So how do you mean?
I guess, like, for me, when I'm saying that, it's just like we're seeing a lot of different strategies at this tournament. I think this is one of the big, that's what happens when we haven't had international play for some time, right? It's these regions start getting into their own ways that they want to play, heroes that they really like, and maybe Liquid, maybe sometimes when you have so many of those ideas coming in, sometimes they get jumbled up. So yeah, at least that's what I was thinking, because I'm seeing them doing like the Doom Grimstroke, the Doom Grimstroke Visage, and that's what Tundra really likes, but maybe they're not used to doing that too much. I don't know, something like that.
How important is it for teams to be playing here, not just for the experience of playing at LAN, which of course this is going to be a LAN in front of fans for the first time in a long time. How important is it to just have that competition for high stakes against teams from all over the regions to really grow the way you play Dota, not become rigid? How important is that for these guys?
Back to you, Jenkins. I think you have the perfect answer for it. I saw you, thinking about it.
I think it's important for this team. This is the first time they've been on LAN as a team, right? With this roster.
Mm-hmm.
Is that true?
Is that true?
I don't know. They were saying that I know that they say that that this is important for them, and I asked Blitz about, like, are they thinking about TI? Are they thinking about the points? Are they thinking about the money? And he basically acted like it was a stupid question, which it is to a degree. But he basically said, like, they're taking it game by game, and they're really valuing just playing together. So according to them, the answer is yes.
And you're going to learn more from these competitive games than you would from scrims, presumably, right? Because people are going to hide strats.
Because there's actual pressure on you to win. So, and like I said,
well, maybe not in this group, because I feel like after Mind Games were not coming, when it was confirmed that Team Liquid started playing better, because there was no pressure on
them. And they
them.
said that too in an interview.
They did?
Okay. Yeah, they said that they were like chilling a lot more. There's a lot less pressure on them. But still, it's TI points. Like, it's one of those things you cannot get out of the back of your head. They don't talk about it maybe, but you know that they're all thinking about it. Is that this is all about it's all about getting to TI, because
that's the big one.
Multi-millions of dollars.
It's true. So I think I was trying to figure out how many DPC points it is that you get for coming at certain places in the tournament. I haven't got the graphic to hand.
Yeah,
I apologize for that. But my man's got me covered. So it's coming first is 680 DPC points, which basically you're pretty much there, right? I mean, it's not that much more than that, and you're almost guaranteed.
Yeah, you need like 220 more points or something.
Third major gives more points because
it goes up for the year because of Tundra last year.
Well, look, we're seeing a lot of shots of these players down here getting ready to play, and they're all looking very focused. But we have our own man on the ground there who can get us an even closer look and perhaps some insight. Jake, come in, Jake. Are you there?
Oh my God, yeah, I'm here. Guys, don't worry. I was here the entire time. Team Spirit versus Team Liquid. What can your boy dig up for you? Well, there's Team Spirit right there. They're
what are the
looking
TI winners up to? What are they
They're
doing?
looking good. Yeah, what are the TI
What are
winners
they
up
doing?
to?
Well, how do champions prepare for a game?
A lot of cash, dude. He's throwing it at people. No, just kidding. It's all good. They're chill. They're very focused. Oh my God, that's Silent. I haven't seen Silent the entire event yet, and he's in the back.
Where is he?
Silent, the brains of
Can't
the
see him.
bunch. Go show it. Go show
Let's
that.
get a shot of him.
Let's see Silent.
There he is.
He's the only one that doesn't have headphones on that can hear us. Silent. No, he didn't like that. All right, we're not gonna do that.
He wants you to be silent.
They're getting ready. They're very silent in there. They're very focused. Let's check in on Team Liquid. Team Liquid over here.
You got him?
Yeah, we got them. They're looking very solid as well. Getting ready to go into their game. Everyone's crowding around Mick A. I believe he has his OnlyFans up right now, and they're all taking a look at that. I asked their manager, Blitz, if you got one phone call, collect call from jail saying one of the players was in there, who would it be? And he said Boxy, 2,000% Boxy would be in jail. Boxy did not react at all. They're very focused. So we're going to let them do their work, ignore my extremely annoying voice, and we're going to move on. But guys, it should be a hell of a series. Insania looked hype. A little bit tired. It's the end of the day, you know, and this is when the energy needs to happen. We'll see if these guys can bring the power here today.
Indeed we will. Thank you, Jake. You always bring the power, brother. We'll talk to you soon.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to go to an ad break, and when we come back, we'll get into the draft and the first game of this 2-game series. See you soon. Welcome back to this Overlord Major, powered by Intel. We've got Team Spirit against Team Liquid, the last series of the day for us here, and it promises to be a tough one for Liquid. They just got 2-0'd. Can they pull back? Can they mentally recover? It looked a little quiet back there. Hopefully they can gather their resources, gather their resolve, and come back and give us a good 2-game series against Team Spirit. There they are. Foxy looking focused. Little
Not in jail.
Not in jail. As
they didn't put him in a box, so it's all good.
Yep, he's out.
And we're straight into the draft.
Right into it.
Think outside of the box to beat Team Spirit, I think.
Think outside the boxy.
Oh, cool. The IO is actually getting banned out. I was going to say this is like 2 of the teams that are still playing the IO a lot. A lot of teams still are, but some teams are definitely avoiding it. And we'll get the spooky skeleton.
They one thing I said yesterday or day before, Team Liquid, they didn't play Pugna. They're one of the few teams that like never picked Pugna in their like last 20 matches or something. But yeah, they're making adjustments already because Pugna pretty high win rate, between 75 and 80% last time I checked. So looking pretty hot. Even after the nerfs, the hero still feels super strong.
So I've got a question. When you have a hero like that, everybody else is picking it. It's obviously working. Is there an element of stubbornness behind teams not picking it? Is it just that they just don't agree? They think it's too easy to play around? They think they have a solution to it? Why wouldn't you pick a hero like that everyone is contesting so heavily?
For me, it's like maybe they haven't played with it as enough. Like maybe they haven't used the 5-position Pugna that much or the 4-position. Maybe they were doing it in a different role, and now they're like, okay, we have to start really adapting to it. And no, that is a very early Rubik pick.
They go
that
with
is,
Storm.
Yeah, that is a very early Rubik.
The two combos that people seem to be running with Storm right now are Pugna Storm, you just feed him mana, or Io Storm, you feed him mana. Coddle Storm has fallen off. We're really only seeing Coddle mid these days with the nerfs. So when Liquid started with the Pugna, I was thinking maybe it's a Storm and Spirit. I mean, these are some weird first round picks for them.
Oh, for sure. I mean, I was watching a lot of stream coming out from Toronto, Tokyo, and he was spamming Pango. Every single time I tune in, he's playing Pango. He was trying different stuff out, different item builds, and I remember he played it one time. Looks really good. He's just all over the place. He wants to be active on the hero, kind of suits him. Might need to change things around, I would say, here, because playing Pango into Storm seems a bit tricky. Like, you can still get the farm, but you might just die. Like, this hero on the mid lane is strong, but against the Storm Spirit, not as strong.
Collapse has been playing this hero a lot, too.
Yes.
Like, I remember right at the start of the patch, he was the first guy that was just going 2 bracers and 2 bracers wand, like treads, just being like 15 or 1700 HP or something, just sitting in the lane, not pushing it out, not nuking it. Anytime somebody would come in, he'd just roll on them. Like, he just played this off lane. Like, I mean, as he did to a degree at TI, where you just sit there and farm, but like more so of this meta, where instead of pushing the tower and then farming, it's like you just sit there and they can't come up because the lane equilibrium's too far, even past the laning stage, and then eventually get the tower. But like, he's been playing this hero since the start of the patch.
Yeah, great hero always versus... It goes kind of both ways, in my opinion, actually, versus Pugna. You can get on Pugna and kill him easily, but also something that Pugna does versus Pango is actually just... You reduce his damage in these teamfights, which is pretty massive. He's like bouncing around and spamming his spells, but this little obnoxious Nether Ward is always down too.
Hey, that's my boy Pugna, right?
I mean, that's one of my favorite heroes, but this Nether Ward is super obnoxious right now.
In a good way, though.
Yes.
Yeah, if you like the hero...
Charmingly obnoxious.
Yes.
If you spam the hero, if you like it so much, and you're on a camera, you can't say it's broken.
No, you can't.
Okay.
You can't be too vocal about it.
You're right, that's a good point. I apologize.
Fun stuff too is like I guess the Rubik pick is because they can actually have their own Pugna in the game too. If you steal life drain, you literally become Pugna, like healing your teammates and all that too as well. It's also just an instant disable, and all the spells you get are going to be good. Yeah. Everything you can get is great.
Rubik does more healing with life drain, doesn't he?
Because you do more damage.
Because you do more damage.
And you want to hear a fun interaction?
Go on.
You know, if you steal life drain and you have shard on Rubik, you can use life drain on the enemy Pugna ward. And it spreads to all of the enemies.
Oh, really? Oh, wow. How about that?
Probably. I mean, we're never going to see these type of things happen. I always like finding stupid interactions.
So here's a question. You guys said beforehand, before we got into the draft, that Spirit liked to play quite slowly. I feel like nowadays Storm gets those null tallies and starts being more active quickly. Pugna as well can help with taking buildings, keeping the team going. Is this Liquid's attempt to start their draft with something quite quick and play... Don't give Spirit that time to settle?
Yeah, definitely. This is, you know, Jenkins mentioned it. Storm plus Coddle, Storm plus Io. It's the same thing, and you do allow Storm Spirit to like, you die, you come, you refill his bottle, give him mana, so Storm Spirit can play super aggressive. Like so far, I mean, they only have 2 heroes, but they don't rely on any kind of cooldowns. They can play the game all the time. Whether it's like the side lanes, whether they're ganking. They have some tower damage, but position 5 Pugna, they don't max out the Nether Blast, so I want to see something. I want to see some kind of a stun. As well, is Dragonite available? I'm just a big fan of Dragonite in this current meta.
Same.
It feels so good, especially with the shard. Even after the nerf, like, these numbers, oh, it's 70,
yeah,
80, now it's 75, like...
It's 5 damage gone. Like at the end of the day, it's still super strong zoning and damaging ability, and very good versus Pugna.
It still clears the entire creep wave as well, so it's really no big deal.
Anti-Major, good ban here. Because
Yeah, we didn't even really...
Couple of
And
ticking
Spirit
time
just-
bombs right there.
They just played Anti-Mage when it was not even remotely as good as an AM game as against Pugna Storm.
And we see Spirit, the bands, making a lot of sense too. That Bloodseeker versus the Pango, the Dusa versus the Pango. Playing Pango versus Dusa, you just get stone gazed half the time and you're just stuck in it. And against Spirit, going for something, I feel like that's just totally different from what we've seen.
A question, did they fix Ogre's Shard?
They fixed Ogre's Shard.
I heard
fixed Ogre's Shard.
And I like that. Having this Dragonite that we mentioned, that Hoodwink. Like, Dragonite Hoodwink is super strong lane. You always have a hero to play Dota with, and the Hoodwink can set things up from the fog, can set up some vision for the Storm Spirit to go in, and very aggressive. Like, they needed that little bit of tower damage that we mentioned. Dragonite will provide him that, and yeah, once he gets the BKB timing, he's really not afraid of these 3 heroes on their side.
Synergizes really well with what their draft is all about, right? Early pressure, early dominating, not really cooldown reliant almost at all.
Yeah, there's nothing.
It's a DK form. That's their cooldown. So
that has so much uptime too, because it just lasts so long.
very fast paced. Spirit also, they're matching the pace though. Look at these. The cooldowns are pretty much. What, we have like a Rolling Thunder. We have a 60-second cooldown, 90-second cooldowns on both sides, max.
They do have a lot of overtime damage to deal with the refraction, because Pugna's Drain is good, like Bushwhack takes it almost immediately.
Dragonite Shard.
Dragon Shard as well.
Even just the tick from the dragon form, right? Like the poison attack from that,
So in terms of refraction, not as good. They definitely needed some kind of tower damage, and like they can also match the pace with Templar Assassin, play fast, play for the objectives. Team Liquid, like their Roche taking is not as good. I want to see what the last hero is going to be.
Damn, look at those. Look at that vote, 81% on Spirit.
Well, they did just win TI.
This is true.
And Twitch chat probably watched Liquid just get 2-0'd. But
this is also true.
I like the Liquid draft so far, though. I actually feel like they have a lot of answers for Spirit, and they have really great synergy between all of their heroes. Like, Storm's going to be constantly full mana. Like, any of these 2 heroes together, maybe barring, like, Storm Pugna. Well, Storm Pugna, actually, like, all of them have kill threat if you just pair 2 of them together.
The one thing they're lacking is anything that goes through BKBs, and I see Spirit having a godly BKB timing if the TA is able to get to that point.
This is true.
So that's the one thing I'm a bit concerned about.
DK, you have to lead with the DK stun if you're Liquid, and they don't pick something that goes through the BKB. So they're looking for a carry for Liquid, probably.
Yeah, I know it's a bit of a different carry. We don't see too much of it, but okay, never mind. They banned Underlord. Now I'm not gonna say it. But I was looking at.
I was thinking Troll. Oh, it's banned. Oh my god.
Troll just got banned. Yeah.
Yeah,
that's not good.
I was thinking Drow Ranger because they don't have like too many gap closers. Like you can still protect yourself against the TA with the Decrepify, like you don't care about the Pango once you hit the BKB timing. But Team Liquid, they do have the last pick, so they will see what they play into.
What?
Never mind, I just lied.
Oh, they just back for the nature.
Oh, so that's going to be the carry NP versus the Pango. So that's a BKB, kind of a way to deal with the BKB with that leash with the 20 talent.
Does that work through the Pango rule?
Absolutely.
Oh.
Yeah, you leash him. He's stuck in there.
Wow.
He's just stuck as a Pango.
I've never seen that interaction, but I mean, it works with other leashes, so it makes sense.
Yep. Really strong versus the Pango.
Yeah, really strong versus the TA too. You outrange her and you leash her in there, so you can cancel her blink.
I feel like it's something they did actually at the Gaming Without Borders. They were picking this a lot, the NP carry versus, I think it was actually versus Pangos quite a bit too. So
you guys have said there that if you start to get behind, Prophet can look very bad.
But it matches the speed of the draft that they want, right? Like pacing it. Look at how they're going to surround these towers. Pugna, DK with Nature's Prophet. The Nature's Call plus the DK hitting on tower. Could be a bit tough for Spirit to deal with all the.
I think Natures can also look a lot more dog shit in games when there's not another hero that can carry the game.
Right.
So,
Yes.
like a Storm with the Pugna, you're never gonna have to be that guy that's like 1v5ing with Natures. And I love that. Yeah, like I love the pacing. Like they can just take these early towers, and it's so difficult to defend.
Tidehunter.
You may now select your
Well, that's certainly an answer. If the enemy team are all grouped up around a tower, you send in the big fish man.
There's a break mechanic. Like, they do have enough stuns and control to be able to deal with him. I do like what the Team Liquid's got. They literally have no cooldowns. They can play Dota whenever they feel like ready, whenever they want to go. A Dragon Form is their only long cooldown, and I really like what they got.
Tide TA gives you everything, though.
It does. It does. Historically, you're definitely right. But
no, the Tide, it is a slow pace, but I can see what they're setting up for around like these huge team fights and BKB timings for Spirit. But Liquid's got a fast-paced draft.
You guys know Nature's Prophet has one of the highest win rates in the game versus Tide?
I'm not sure if I should believe you.
It does.
I believe you.
It does. I mean, it's a hero that builds into an eventual break. You get a BKB, and you can tear through his Kraken shell. You can kill him really easily. But I also think it's the fact that it's a fast hero that plays against a hero with a really long cooldown, and also if he's too strong to fight, you should avoid him in split push. And Tidehunter running around trying to deal with your trees is horrible. It's awful.
Indeed. So, who are you favoring? You're favoring Liquid for this.
I like Liquid's draft a lot, but I think Team Spirit currently look like the better team. But I'll still go Liquid.
Lacoste?
I'll jump on Jenkins' train.
Giannis?
Say the same thing.
Well, I know. I mean, Liquid can set pace. I'm worried maybe if the TA gets that BKB timing, but I don't know if they're going to get to that point. And we saw Liquid like yesterday with their Bristle. They're very good about playing around timings and putting pressure, at least when they're comfortable with their draft. So, yeah, I think I actually have to go with Liquid. We're going to curse them.
Okay, well, best of luck to both teams. This promises to be a cracker. Let's throw it over to our casters, Avo and SNS. Lads, have a great cast.
Thank you, Perry. And the panel went the way of Liquid, which sometimes curses them, but I do agree with them. I think Liquid's draft, the strength of it, is that they play a pace draft, right? They can set pace, they can run at you, that's what the meta does, and that's a fact.
I agree.
Yeah, exactly.
I also think, like, for us coming from casting Bet Boom in some Fentax...
It reminds you of Bet Boom,
yep,
right?
Yep, and the things we saw them do, especially if you are able to be efficient, if you're able to kind of think about Dota not just as farming heroes and farming creeps, but also as objectives and where you need to be and how quickly you can be there, which Liquid is great at doing this. I do think that this could potentially be a tempo a little bit too fast for Spirit. Who are playing their last game here, of course, the last best of two of the group stage.
Yeah, what I think is important about these drafts, especially as you mentioned, the last game, right, is that when you have a tempo setting draft, the game definitely feels much more in your control, right? Like, if you are the person who manages to play the early game well, if you play that perfectly, there's not much that Team Spirit can do, whether they're good or bad, to stop you, right? And we say this a lot. The early game draft will always trump the late game draft if the early game draft plays pitch perfect. And that gives Liquid a lot of control. That makes them feel quite nice. However, I think Team Spirit definitely has a draft that can deal with this nicely. They have a lot of minus armor, which I love. That combination is fantastic. Great Roshan taking potential, and they're Radiant. So they do have some nice ways to recover, and I feel like the 15-minute mark for Team Spirit will be a crucial point of inflection for them.
Yeah, absolutely.
This is my favorite voice line in the late game, I'll be honest.
And a nice little tip there is Liquid will, tip the hat towards Mira. And speaking of people that need BKB, I think it's going to be like Collapse's game, right? He's got a couple things to be annoyed by, and that's my perhaps one, kind of hinge on this draft is that Collapse is normally a big playmaker for Spirit, and Tide I think is a little bit more limited in his ceiling there.
I agree. Tide is a bit more limited in what you can do, but that said, to me, okay, I mean, we always quote this, right? We were casting Collapse ages ago. It was in the EPOS Global Leagues. I remember it was on Team Cascade or Meow or some other random stack. And I remember watching him mostly on Tide. It was back then it was Tide that he was playing a lot, right? And it was the big team fight, like ultimate team fight heroes. And at first I didn't know who he was, obviously, because, again, tier 3 teams. And I noticed that he was playing these heroes were very off meta back then, and he was succeeding with them. And what I noticed with Collapse, and I think he does so well, is the timing that he uses these big spells at is really impressive. Yeah. I'm sure he's known for like the skewer plays at TI, or his Mars plays, but his patience at launching that Ravage is, to me, one of his best assets. So even though Tide, usually not a high skill ceiling hero like you mentioned, I think Collapse breaks that a little bit. I actually think he plays this hero at a really high level.
Yeah, I mean, and I'd say that's fair, right? Even though I'm comparing a different position and an item time in here, it was like Pakaz using simply just the Manta style, right?
Exactly.
In that last fight.
The patience is important.
Yeah, yeah. No, I can see that point. I can see that point. I again, just to, as a counter, it's whereas on a Tide, you flub your one,
you're done.
BKB Ravage, you're done, right?
Yep.
Very unforgiving. Whereas, on a Brew, I missed the Master Spell, fight's not completely over.
Exactly.
For example.
I like that you went totally British there for a second. Yeah, I completely agree with that. As Mira, by the way, is being hunted down by Insania and 2 cities as well. He's decided to copy Toronto, Tokyo. Love that. Utrecht, Los Angeles. that is the good luck charm for Insania.
And bottom, even there's a bit of action onto Yadaro, who does not, of course, have Refraction yet. So Zai eager to get in as much damage as he can. The level 1 Dragon Tail. Not too worried about the right-click harass from Miposhka, who's first hit level 2, and that's a very good self-cancel as well down bottom.
Collapse Stop could be in trouble. He's going into the trees. Oh no, they cut the tree immediately so Insania can get that Nether Blast, and that's going to be First Blood going the way of Matumba, man. That's a good start.
Correct. Los Angeles.
I mean, it's a great thing. Insania's alright at everything he does, honestly. But that's a really good start here for Liquid. They get the First Blood on the NP. I'm assuming Matumba's going to rotate as much as we saw the Hawk doing it with the NP. I think that's the strength of the hero right now in the patch. And I always liked seeing Matumba on these tempo-setting carries, right? I think that was his specialty. He plays a traditional carry very well, but the tempo-setting ones, he just stands above the rest so hard.
But he's so good on the weird ones, too. Right?
The weird ones.
Like the Lone Druid, Like he
true.
He tears it up, even get the ban out from Spirit.
Down bottom, they do get the Fire Blast. Yadaro for now will be okay. In fact, Yadaro turns this around.
Ooh.
And he's going to go for Zai. Toro, sorry. When I say on the first syllable, the T naturally sounds American, so I do apologize. It should be a stronger T.
Toro.
Yeah. Toro. Yeah, it's hard, right?
Well,
it's not natural.
Toro versus Matumba, man.
Yeah, Matumba, man.
Lots of hard T's on Spirit, right? Toronto, Tokyo.
That's true. Oh, is that a...
What?
There's a rhythm to it. I'm starting to understand like this man's inner working.
Yeah, that's Spirit. They wrote their team names in iambic pentameter. Really big Shakespeare fans.
That is true. Yes, especially it's hard to do because they didn't even speak English when they did this, right? They had to get a translator hired just for this.
Very impressive.
Yatoro is going to be harassed a little bit here down bottom. The Bushwhack is available, so they could go for it, but they've cut down every single tree, so that's impossible. That's a good technique, honestly. He went for Quelling Blade himself. Oh, Boxy in trouble. Miposhka can't quite get the kill, but maybe the Ignite will do the trick. Last tick, the Fairy Fire was ready.
Yep. Yeah. And Yatoro more interested in, of course, getting that range creep lasted than really doing too much to help. But they are fighting a bit more as Yatoro gets the refraction back up. Zai, tanky as ever, though. Not going to be too bothered here with that second point in the Dragon's Blood, and even looks for a bit more. This is a bottom lane, very high skills that they're both playing. Just right on that edge, aren't they?
I like that Zai also went for the Bracer build that we've seen Collapse playing a lot, right? The double Bracer, I don't care what hero I'm playing, I'm just double Bracering it. With the Dragon's Blood, it does make you hard to kill. Even though this seems crazy, DK, one of the few heroes that can kick him out of lane is TA with a meld. Despite the early armor for Dragon Blood, especially because Side Blade damage is also pure. Yep. So you initially hit him a little bit with meld, he gets away, you hit him with creeps like he's doing right now. It's a tough one for Zai.
Yep. The rotation mid lane from Mira here. Nikkei from behind, going to be surprised by this, just shy of level 6, but not really much Mira can do. Level 1 telekinesis, a little bit better these days, right? But it's not going to do much here to secure the kill.
Pango needs 6, right? Toronto, Tokyo, once he gets the 6, there we go. You Rolling Thunder on the Storm and Kimbe killed in the pinball zone. But until then, unfortunately, without a Coddle, Pango's about that ultimate, right? The Coddle makes it so that Swashbuckle and Show Crush can have more impact early, but if that's not existent, then it's only a small burst of damage.
And there's the 6 from Mikkei, so he could look to make some aggressive moves potentially. That's why Mira, I think, is sticking around. As the power rune still 50 seconds off, but Tide, the one thing he still does, even versus one of the better ranged right-clickers in lane, such as Nature's Prophet, is he tanks real well.
Yeah, and that's why he went for the build as well. Kraken Shell and Anchor Smash, equal points, no point in Gush just yet. He knows there's no offensive potential.
Pretty good.
It is, but Matumba man in trouble. They do have to look at Telekinesis to send him back. No Gush, which means no kill potential. And I think Matumba was playing aggressively on purpose, acknowledging this issue, right? Because there was Gush there, he was dead. But he knows he went for the 2 points in Kraken Shell. You can guess that. You can also guess based on the Anchor Smash debuff. And that way you can play a little bit more aggressively and force this rotation by Mira.
Okay, Liquid are rotating more supports in this bottom area, so they're banking on this rune being bot. They can commit the ward. We'll see here in 5 seconds for our first action rune. Mira's already positioned top stack in the camp, as is Toronto Tokyo, and the rune will be there for him as well. Nice little invis into the bottle.
We see Boxy chasing down Miposhka, but there's no way you're killing him, ever. So I think he gave up on that.
Yeah, especially with, I mean, a Blightstone, literally the worst attack speed in the game, worse than Doom now.
Worse BAT.
BAT, yes.
Yeah.
2.0, even Doom's 1.7. Nice frog had a mercy.
Isn't it 1.9?
I'm not sure.
I think 1.10 is a standard.
Oh, you might be right.
Yeah. But it's because you have to load the crossbow, right?
Yeah.
Crossbows are notoriously difficult to load.
It's a full action in D&D. People always forget that.
I'm sure. Yeah, I'll believe you there. That's why I always go with my trusty bow. None of this crossbow bull.
And speaking of dragons, Zai's going to hit a stun down bottom into the bushwhack for Yatoro. It's a decent acorn shot here. They get a lucky bounce, but with Miposhka in the area, it's never really too big of a threat here for Yatoro.
He has a refraction in a second. Bushwhack is available. He did get the refraction off in time. Tower hitting Boxy. There's not much damage aside that, and the Bushwhack will end up punishing Miposhka. With the help of Zai, that kill is certainly possible.
Yeah, it is. And Matumba, even a sneaky little cheeky play there on Wrath of Nature. Yatoro had to get out of vision, and refraction barely up in the nick of time. He saw the bounces coming for him, and yeah, that was certainly going to be enough damage to cut through him.
Yes, true. When you're low and you hear the...
Oh, you go, oh, man.
It's coming for me.
Yeah. As a support, that's when I just run next to a cliff and see if they have vision there. So at least when I die, I go, they have a ward. I died for something.
That's kind of clever, actually.
Well,
that's pretty good.
That's why I die 30 times versus Nature's Prophet. Not any other reason.
No, it's because you're checking for wards the whole time.
Yeah.
You also get 30 D wards, right?
Also, I don't know what a Quelling Blade is.
I mean, you're a support. Why would you buy that?
Exactly.
Miposhka did eventually go back for it, by the way. He didn't have it in the beginning, but he's like, you know, these guys, there's so many tree users on the enemy team.
I'll tell you what, Mira's even got one as well, actually.
Actually? Oh, wow.
I think, well, we're looking. Right
the Tide does it as well, Collapse, and the Pango. It's the Quelling Blade team.
It's the Team Quelling Blade.
Team Lumberjacks, Team Spirit.
They're cosplaying Timbersaw.
Yeah. I mean, with this, they can actually cut down like 5 trees in the sprout, and even with the shard, they can get out. That's the ultimate tactic.
Imagine that. Imagine Spirit just all blinking to get someone out of a sprout instead of just, I don't know, buying a 4-staff.
Or a face boots or anything. I do wonder, by the way, TA very commonly goes for treads. We did see that for Yatoro this time. No face boots. The shard might come into play later as Mira. Okay, Mike wants this free kill, but will it be as free? Certainly not with that Bushwhack. Nope. However, he did have a ball lightning, so Mira couldn't really do much against him.
Yep. A couple high fives in this top lane. Collapse at Stadia. They just can't really kill each other. Just gonna farm waves and each other high five. That's another problem, and I think why we kind of saw this Tidehunter hero kind of fall out of favor. He doesn't do really. He's actually pretty good at doing the stanking thing and standing in front of a tower.
Yes. But he's a worse stanking in that sense.
Yeah, indeed. As down bottom, Miposhka, no chance to use the Quelling, so he's gonna try and TP a bold move, which he's gonna cancel and then immediately bloodlust the tower. That
good choice,
do
actually.
Mir with the Fade Bolt will slow down this push a bit more, but I think Zai will insist, at least a little bit, because Toronto Tokyo is here with the haste rune.
I mean, let's take this play as an example. I think it exemplifies a really important thing in Dota that people, in pro players especially, understand is that if you're not going to do anything, you might as well try to do something.
Okay, top on a collapse here, as he will simply TP away.
Yeah, it's going to complete.
Nope.
But yeah, like when you have a situation like that, a lot of people will just get the TP going and pray, right? But if you know you're going to die anyway, you're going to die without doing anything, you might as well try to make a play. However small it might seem, it's much better than doing nothing, right? Everything is better than zero here. And that's what a lot of Dota players start to do right now. Like, if you're about to die, you waste time, right? You fight back, you try to get a quick kill, whatever it is. Not trying to save your life and hope the enemy team will, like, make a mistake or you'll make a miracle play. That's not going to happen.
Down bottom, quick level kill on the Mira, level 6 for Boxy, set up by Zai, an easy kill there. As they continue to just kind of put the support lives on the lines here for the bottom tower.
I like the Matumba's like, you know what? Oh, wait, mid lane. They do have Toronto Tokyo in their sights. Invis Rune, got it by the sentry, but he just barely gets away. He'll be fine.
Full wand, I think, you know, he'd make a bit of a mistake if he were to die there. But he won't, and Matumba is going to get this tower here with all the treants.
I was going to point out, Matumba thought, why gank when I could just take the immobile objects in the map? That's much easier. and it's guaranteed.
So it's a bit of a different. I know we compared the potential early activation of an NP to Dahawk, but it's a very different build. We should say, right? This is going to be the Orchid NP. He wants to get this item online.
More classic one.
Yeah, it's vintage, right? And then he's going to want to go for it. The old ones, especially in offlane, used to go Blade Mail all the time back when it gave armor, or sorry, int, right? But
I remember the 4. It was Misery who made that up, right? I think it was Misery who first came up with it. The was 2 nulls into Blade Mail or something.
Yeah, it was a little silly. Just way too much damage.
That was a great build. I love that, man. Misery had some crazy ideas before.
Up tower taken. So far, Spirit, they haven't found a kill yet, Abba, but they're not really feeling the pressure. They're not smoking up. They're not really desperate to use the Rolling Thunder. So far, quite happy, seemingly, at the progression of this game.
Mid lane is going to be the sharpshooter charged up. Kill the Rubik easily. Mickey continues to push this tower mid. And that should be probably the next objective. In fact, top lane, though, they're going to go for another kill on Miposhka, but he has a TP, which will be successful this time. And Collapse, we talked about it. He's like Tide is like a bad tanking.
Yeah.
He already took top, though, which is pretty good for a Tide already.
Indeed.
And now he can go mid and defend it, because bottom is already done.
I do think if Liquid wanted to TP probably one more hero up there, they could have stopped them from doing that.
Yeah.
Tide clears the waves probably faster than Sand King, especially when you have the Anchor Smash maxed. But Sand King does it just much more annoyingly, doesn't he? He's hard to uproot.
And the thing about Tide, though, that he does have an advantage as a defensive offlaner compared to Sand King is that he is much better defending the mid lane. Sand King, you put him out of position, right? Or you get a quick stun on him and you can burst him. You are not bursting a Tide. Out of the question.
No.
So that allows him to sit in a much shorter lane where ganks are much more likely and when it's easy to kill him. And that's what he's going to do now. As Rolling Thunder down bottom, does find Zai Ignite. Also slowing him. The Bushwhack giving a bit more time. Can Zai actually get away? He thinks them going for the counter Q at least against the Ogre. He does accomplish it. In fact, Zai is actually fully getting away with Mickey joining him. Silence up is started Tokyo, and they want the last, the +1 that Mirror represents. This support will fall, and Liquid will get a triple kill.
Yeah. Wow, this was 9 unanswered kills by Spirit. Again, the important thing to look at is net worth and really how little Yatoro has kind of been bothered. He's got a pretty good progression here, so we'll take another look at that. Zai, after this kill, by the way, he has Blink Dagger, so he's going to be right back up and at him here. But a great Bushwhack here. That turns this one around, and just simply not enough damage with Toronto Tokyo having the full defusal. He was really close to it. I'm surprised he makes that play. I thought they were waiting on that item.
Yeah, that's true. I mean,
as I was saying real quick, Zai, with his fresh Blink Dagger, he's smoked up, Elder Dragon Form. They're going to look for a kill, but Collapse is not really the ideal target. They're going to try with the break.
Yeah, Sharpshooter will help. Do they have enough damage to silence on top of that? Yeah.
There we go.
Thanks to Mickey's help and also Matoma, man, this lineup has a lot of global potential. And this kill is important, but what's really important is the tower that it leads to.
Yeah, and the break's important there, not only for the damage, of course, but traditionally you silence a Tide with Orchid, not really a great item to use against him, because you do 250 damage and he dispels it and he ravages you and you get sad. So that was really good execution from Liquid. Obviously they had this in mind in the draft. But that's what Tide is good at. He's good at standing in front of your tier 1 tower mid specifically and just stopping enemies from pushing. Liquid have plans for this. And they've got plans for Miposhka, who will be the 11th kill straight right before Toronto Tokyo picks off Boxy.
Well, we know who is going to be kicked first if this match does not go their way. Boxy loses his life in the mid lane. Of course, he was just actually cutting the lane there. Not that bad. But Liquid, now that 1 point, right?
Yep.
Tarnishes the perfect score.
Well, you know, Liquid's an older org, right? Basically what it means is he's got to upgrade the courier now, right? So he's the first one to die.
That's true.
But that's Toronto Tokyo, right, with the defusal before and after, pre-post defusal Pango. It's a different era. Where this is his world for the next couple of minutes, right? And he can make some pretty big plays, especially versus Storm, right? Burn the mana. It does twofold because that's also his mobility in the early game. So it's going to be a bit annoying as we see Insania not only restore the HP, but the mana to a Storm Spirit. Not quite as good as like a Coddle, perhaps, but it has its use, to be certain.
Yeah, I think it might be better, actually, but we'll talk about this in a second because Toronto Tokyo, he will get the Rolling Thunder. So I think he should be fine for now. Out of spite, he just mashes Mickey on his way out.
Yeah.
So the difference between Coddle and Pugna in fights is that Coddle is 100% of a little bit more mana in a fight, right?
Yeah.
But Pugna is the kind of hero that keeps allowing you to make plays all the time. right? Because he tops you up much more so than a Coddle does, right?
That's true.
And I think this, especially in the early game, and especially in a game with map control like this, comes into play much more.
Okay.
Liquid is literally never stopping.
I see. Oh, and speaking of, they go right for Yatoro. At least a good trap slow. Well, yeah, Matumba's like, all right, I'll keep farming. See you later. And he's out of here. Nope, just kidding. He's going to sprout and go in place. Okay.
Oh.
Well, wasted his TP.
Insania drops the wards like, oh my god, the Ogre's here. That's why my smoke broke. That makes sense. And they go for Yatoro instead. Ball lightning from downtown. Mickey comes in, hoping to kill off Yatoro. Does it the BKB, the refraction saves Yatoro, and he does manage to make out of here alive. The Desolators just got bought on him. They did have to sacrifice Miposhka, but it seems fine.
Yep. This could potentially be,
Ooh,
I was about to
smoke.
say, yeah, that's the BKB use. Collapse, he's itching to use this Ravage, especially because he just got a Blink Dagger delivered, Avo. That's going to be in his inventory. Rolling Thunder's up in 10 seconds. He's stolen Breathe Fire, pretty significant nuke on the Rubik. They're hoping to get something bigger than Boxy, but they're going to have to take it. Oh, Mickey? He knows he can dodge a Ravage there, no problem. So it's going to be Boxy that goes down, with Bushwhack stolen, though.
Mickey comes by, Boxy's like, are you coming to save me? Mickey's, nah, this is Arcane Rune, bro.
Sorry, I don't know the squirrel. I'm just here for the rune.
I don't know this squirrel. I don't associate with
squirrel's not with
small
me.
furry animals.
You know, Lightning, we strike trees all the time. We hate squirrels.
It's true, it's true. Mickey will be taking that Arcane Rune. Let's see what they can do with it. I do think they need Hoodwink for these plays, honestly. That's an integral part of your ganking squad because he's a huge amount of damage. So you just kind of wait for Boxy to come back.
It's a support, right? It's a short respawn timer.
Exactly.
50 minutes in. And, well, Zaya can always buy you plenty of time. It's only level 2 Dragon Tail, but still a 2.5-second stun. And there's the Fireball all ready to go from him. So his farm and the push will continue to accelerate.
Yep. However, Team Spirit has been doing well at staving off this Liquid draft, right? Mind you, Liquid is not meant to win like 10 minutes and win the game. They still win the opportunity is still large. But for now, Team Spirit has gotten farm with Yatoro. They haven't really stopped the Pango from farming either. I think Toronto is pretty happy with how it's going.
Yeah. One problem about Nature's Prophet in general with Fireball, with having a support with like a good wave nuke, is that it pushes the lanes. And that makes farm a little bit more accessible for Spirit, right?
Yeah.
If you want to go for a kill underneath a tier 1, it's got to be fast. You got to go in and then out pretty quickly, unless you want to stick around for a fight. Matumba not really kitted out for that quite yet.
They're going in. They erase that refraction. Ravage comes out, but they did hurt the Tide a fair amount. Thanks to that Nether Ward, Yatoro could still be in trouble. They do get the kill, and Collapse falls. As Toronto Tokyo rolls through, realizes he has to get away from this. There's no mana, luckily, on Mickey, but Zai does have the Blink Dagger, saved by Miposhka as he fire blasts Zai, stops him in his tracks. Miposhka, you'll pay for this, he says. And he goes down as the 4th kill for Liquid here.
Yeah, Arcane Rune, right, being banked by Mickey. He's got 2 null tallies and the Fairy's Trinket. It's basically a dream game for him.
And Stainy's like, Mickey, I have no more health. Keep sucking.
Keep giving me your HP and make it mana, thank you.
That's exactly that's it. Yeah, that's what you say. The long phrase is better.
He loves it, and it's a pretty good Ravage, all things considering. But because they initiate onto Yatoro, and Mickey is relentless at hunting him down with that 8-second BKB, the only damage dealer that Spirit has in this game, at least in the early game, is killed, taken care of, dispatched, and without Ravage, it's an easy Roshan here. As you can see, picture in picture, Aegis now on Mickey.
Yeah, it is wild to me how much damage that Nether Ward did to Collapse just on a Ravage. I thought like there must be something else he got nuked by, but it was really just a Nether Ward. When I was checking the replay, I mean, it's max Nether Ward, mind you. And that's what you said, like, yeah, it wasn't a bad Ravage, but because of the max Nether Ward, Tide pretty much killed himself. Yeah. And then on top of that, the spell damage reduction really reduced the early Ravage damage. And yeah, Ravage is nice for the stun, but especially early, that 300 damage, it has to come out, right? And reducing that by 25%, not being able to utilize that Rolling Thunder, hell, even Ignite, which is Ogre's biggest teamfight spell.
No, you've got a point. It felt like there was no damage for a certain amount.
Matumba?
Certainly wasn't. Oh, Matumba is going to be ripped through here. Hello, beep beep, says Toronto Tokyo, as he will go right through those trees. He even spawns the treants and bonks him on the way out.
It's like the inverse of what happens in Pump Poco, mate.
Yes, and I don't know what that is.
It's a Ghibli movie, sorry. If someone's watched this, about the Tanukis, it's a really cute movie.
Okay.
But the Tanukis lose that movie.
Oh,
here, they won.
Well, Mira's going to get off a bush like, good effort to TP out, but the rest of Liquid was here, and he will be finished off by Mickey.
Good improv, though. They took down Mira here, and Zai says, let's go for tower, guys. I feel myself. I think we're strong right now. He's actually not going to go for the typical BKB. Instead, the Sanj is going to be the choice for him, really amplifying his tankiness. And to be honest, what does BKB really stop? Ravage. That's the Rolling Thunder, I guess, but mostly the Ravage. So if he feels like he can just tank the Ravage instead, if he feels like he wants to do more damage, Sanj, yeah, not a bad idea.
Yeah, Toronto Tokyo going for the Lincoln Sphere, so I imagine he just doesn't want to be hit by a DK stun into his death, making sure he can get off the roll.
It stops Sprout as well, right? I think Sprout does trigger Lincoln's, because obviously the Sprout does go through the Rolling Thunder.
Right, that's
with a leash.
concern for him.
Yeah.
The only other counterplay you reasonably have, besides a Force Staff, is Wind Waker, right? Very expensive.
Yep.
Or getting a little bit lucky and getting those spider legs.
Exactly.
So, but you can't rely on that. If you're building for a neutral item, well.
I really do think it's a Sprout. Anyway, Insania, drop the Nether Ward, and now how do you fight against him? Yatoro says, no, I'm done.
Yeah, right now Matumba doesn't quite have the physical damage to be able to tear through him yet. With the crystals and the quick buy, that will rapidly change.
I love how quickly they realize, all right, they dropped the ward, guys. We got their strongest spell down. I'm just going to leave.
I believe our observer just showed us that Mickey, he actually bought the shard pretty early.
No, he did.
I feel, yeah.
Okay.
That's interesting for Mickey. I mean, with the early BKB on this early Aegis, right, he's eager to get going on this. So that means, Liquid, they're looking for a fight, and this could be the opening, the break here onto Collapse. Where's Matumba with the silence, though? That means he can get off the Ravage. Don't need one, though. The Bushwhack from Boxy is good. Only the first life from the Storm. He gets more mana when he comes back anyway, but Zai's being controlled, and he's out of mana. Ravage with the second life, but the BKB in time from Mickey as he runs down one. Yatoro is held down on his, well, only life. Down he goes, dead for a whole minute, Avo.
Yeah, and the Pango is still stunned. Toronto Tokyo, though, is going to commit for this kill on Zai. Will get it, as he was out of mana. Matumba Man has different plans. He's hoping to finish off Mira. The dust to slow him down, and the supports are fighting back here. They're trying to kill Matumba. Matumba feels stronger, but Toronto Tokyo helps the two supports. With the Decrepify, it's actually going to amplify the shield crash damage. Toronto Tokyo is chasing Matumba like a madman. He has the swashbuckle, and he will get it. Yeah. Finishing off Nature's Prophet a second time. Boxy with the TP. Will it complete in time? They have no way of canceling it, especially with the Decrep from Insania.
Yeah.
When we check the replay now, I would love to see if the Ravage was actually farther away because of the Nether Ward. Because I'm pretty sure the reason why it messed up is because he had to go far, because if he actually Ravaged underneath the Nether Ward, he dies.
Huh. All right, we'll take a look at that.
Okay, let's I'm just gonna look at the tide right now. Okay, they do a bunch of damage to him, right? Storm dies, and you can see where the Nether Ward is dropped is like in the middle of the river, more or less, right?
Okay.
And so, yeah, there we go.
There's Nether Ward.
Did he do it right next to him?
No, he moved. He
moved, right? Because of the Nether Ward.
Yeah,
I think it's Nether Ward that was gonna kill him. Yeah. Yeah, man.
I suppose so.
Because I was wondering, because you can actually Ravage out of Aegis, right, without the BKB activating in time if you're clutch on the Ravage, but it was impossible to do because Nether Ward disturbed him. This Pogna, this genocidal maniac in a child's body is such a nuisance right now.
Yeah, highest int gain in the game. Highest int gain in the game is going to be able to out.
Yeah, because he's in his formative years, you know. He learns.
He's thinking a lot.
He absorbs like a sponge.
He's very fast. The speedy child. Liquid will smoke down bottom. And, oh, well, hold on. They might catch Yatoro unawares, as there's going to be the jump in. Maposhka doing a good job stunning Insania, but Boxy's dishing out the control. Matumba and Mickey the damage. Yatoro, ooh, does not get hit by that Sprout. He's going to make it up to the high ground. Maposhka is going to be breathed on by Zai. Spicy breath, and that'll kill him, as Mira
Acorn shot.
not be able to get out.
Tokyo?
Yeah, he's still rolling around, isn't he? He's having a good time.
He almost died there. Insania has two jobs. I drop ward, I reverse stuck my Storm, and that's what I do. And he's been doing a great job at it, by the way. Commended for that. Been getting a lot of tips if he could. That really keeps up the team morale as they now go for that tower. I don't know if they have enough damage to bring it down, though. Okay, yeah, NP plus DK, yeah, I don't know what I'm asking.
They will persist. Here's Collapse. He's got Blink Ravage at the ready. Okay, without BKB, is not going to really look to push for more. It's just a tier 3 tower and back. It started with what was originally just a tier 2 push, so we'll get the outpost and we'll be happy with this push.
Yeah. I mean, you have a really, quote-unquote, easy push on this team because you can throw Treants, you know, DK spits from low ground, and you throw Nether Blasts. And so over-committing for these pushes feels a bit bad. Your 5-on-5 team fight is also not amazing until the Ags on Storm comes online. You're much more of a pick-off team, or you rely on Boxy getting a godly Bushwhack, right?
And he's been doing that quite a bit. Because
he has.
Every single time that Toronto Tokyo has been able to connect a swashbuckle onto Matumba Man, it's like he just gets shredded.
Yes.
Right? It's unstoppable. But
where that actually fails is when you go up to the high ground, because when you have to acorn shot to get that bushwhack off. There's a trick where if you're far away enough, you can actually bushwhack before you acorn. It's almost instant. But for the most time, you're probably going to cut down that tree.
Yep.
That's why the hoodwink works much better around a lot of trees, because you don't depend just on the acorn shots or in the middle of a huge team fight, because you don't have the time to quelling blade that tree, right? I love that we got a little highlight of how Toronto Tokyo drinks water.
I think that was live. I think he's playing Pango with one hand for right now. I can't be certain.
That's how good he is.
He does have this Lincoln Sphere ready to go. This is the first time in groups that he's played the same hero, by the way. I know for sure he's played Pangolier.
And you know for sure he hasn't played the same hero yet.
Yes, I know that for certain. I did check that, and it's their last game, so...
Awesome. Let's see what they can do down bottom. Matumba nearby. He's closing on this BKB. I don't know if they really want to force this if you're Liquid. I mean, yeah, you just wait for your items, right? There's nothing that's compelling you. And the game is still okay for you.
Yeah, I mean, you just farmed another BKB on one of your cores. Right now, Zai doesn't really have to care about the Rolling Thunder.
Yep.
That's 2 of your cores, soon to be 3, as Matumba Man makes a quick, hasty farming pattern towards his BKB, which he is getting pretty close to.
Lotus Orb is going to be the item on Collapse. That's interesting. What is that for? Like, I guess for the crap is nice. Nope. Oh, they found the Pango and the Dragon Tail. It went through. Toronto Tokyo's dead. Yatoro in trouble as well. Double Force Staff, but the Storm can zap in. He doesn't need the Force Staff for that. Instead, he'll deal with the Ogre, which Instania wanted to take for himself, but Mickey finished him off with a Static Remnant. We do have that Dragon Tail. That was a weird thing for Zai. So he couldn't really reach the Rubik. But you got the 2 kills you were looking for. Not bad. That's secures tier 2 for sure.
And they might stick around to push this tower. Matumba even shows up, gets a little support kill. That'll be a decent progress towards his BKB. Liquid may go back and try and check for Roche. It is in its possible window. None of the players, but we know it's going to be another 2 minutes. But Liquid, they feel strong enough, and for good reason, right? Without Toronto Tokyo for 25 seconds, they want to get a lane to barracks.
It's a tough push with this far, honestly, because honestly, Team Spirit has great force multipliers, right? They can really bring down a team fight if they get the right initiation. So I respect Liquid's prudence here.
That's true. That's true. I mean, I do kind of rag on this Tidehunter hero for being, you know, oh, I missed the Ravage when he was respawning on Aegis, that's it. But he does have probably one of the biggest, literally, ultis in the
But there was a reason for that as well.
No, of course. But that's what I mean. You know, like, you missed it. That's that for Tide in the fight.
But now you have it again, and now Tide is still the strongest here.
Agreed.
At team fight, yeah. There's also not much like, oh, I gotta get the perfect, just R. Just R, honestly. Blink in the middle of it. Of course, the BKBs, for Tide, I think it's much more about patience. When you get these easier quote-unquote heroes like DK or Tide, a lot of the more basic concepts in Dota come to play, like patience and positioning. That's what we'll see by Collapse this game. As there's a smoke, Richie. They're going up to the high ground.
Yeah, they might be able to catch a storm. The Ravage from the high ground. Didn't see it coming. Nikkei, 100 to 0. That was a pretty unique usage of that.
That was really good. That was really good. Ravage from the high ground so they can't see it, right? That's on point. Because obviously Mira could have potentially gotten him with telekinesis, but it's harder to do.
Not guaranteed.
Exactly.
Especially against a pro. I mean,
exactly.
Yeah. There he goes. Just okay.
Mick is like, yeah, I reckon, you know, game recognizes game. That's it. There's not much more to it. They do find the Pango, though. They broke once again that Lincoln's with the Acorn shot. Now silenced. He will go down with the Orchid. Soul Burn, killing him off, or Zai's damage. And the Bushwhack also hits Mira. Boxy just wants to set up the skill on Mira, but Mira turns into a squirrel. And Boxy does not want to kill one of his own.
He gets down on all fours like he does after he finishes his Dota games and run away, but Maposhka is going to end up dying.
What do you mean after he finishes Dota games? Is it because you're an animal during a Dota game? What's happening? I don't know.
You didn't see the Rubik animation. You just...
No, I saw him getting out. I don't understand the Dota game reference. I've never... Well, you know. Whatever you do after your Dota games is up to you, mate. I respect it.
Don't we all? Yeah, look at this. Isn't that how you go back and more chicken nuggets after you finish your ranked games?
That's actually how I go to the kitchen to get more water. More chocolate milk, right?
I see. Well, Roche is up now. No chocolate milk for him, as Matumba and company are very keen to end his life, get that second Aegis and that Roshan shard.
Yeah, he hates chocolate milk because he wants that milk to make the cheese, right? And instead, he is gonna Probably get burned to death. That would make Kefir, if anything. As Roche will drop that shard. Who's going to take it? Who doesn't have a shard? Just the Pugna. All right. That's a fun shard. I don't think it does anything, though, this game, but it's fun.
Oh, well, there they kill Mira. They had enough of him squirreling around.
I know you were saving that one. And Stania will get a free shard. Yep. Is there ever a situation where getting a shard that's useless is bad because it increases your net worth? Is that ever the case that you could consider, or no?
No, because like, I mean, there are some not stellar shards in the game, but like I think even Pugna's has, it increases the cast range. Like if
oh
we
yes,
can,
that's good enough.
Honestly, like
you're right,
you know what I
right.
mean? Like that's good enough for this guy.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
The shard's nothing too crazy, but
I don't think you'll ever target the nether. Well, there's some uses here, right? When you're not healing some of your teammates, I just feel like as Pugna 5, your role in the mid-late game is definitely to heal your teammates.
I agree.
Rolling Thunder, we do hear it. And it's starting to Tokyo, hunting down Zai. Zai activating the BKB. He wants no part of this, but he thinks Yatoro seems juicy and killable. This is why he starts breathing his icy breath on him.
Yeah, that was a weird jump from Spirit. I'm trying to see, like...
They forced the BKB at least.
Yeah, they've got a ward where Insania is dewarding, but they didn't have one up on the cliff, and they have very little vision outside their base, so that was like a... I don't know. I guess they were just assuming someone was going to be there. They were reading the map, and Toronto Tokyo thinks we can get a catch here.
It was a good call to retreat, right? I feel like it's okay. You try to make a play. You think, can we get away with it? You realize probably not, and you correct it immediately.
Yep.
No harm, no foul.
No harm, no foul. Yeah, absolutely. But with the gem up now for Boxy, I mean, these plays get even more desperate, right?
Yes.
Because now that ward, a pretty sneaky ward, right? Sometimes it's not caught by a sentry. They lose that potential play there. But hey, here's another potential play from Mira.
Yep.
Been holding this Philly Stone for a long enough time, such that he's not only farmed his Force Staff, but now the Blink Dagger for the Rubik. That really, really helps their catch against a potential Storm Spirit kill, even if it is quite slow for this patch.
Liquid's still a very good team at playing oppressively. All the iterations of Liquid. Anything ever since Insania joined the team, like their bread and butter is this oppression and this choking the enemy team out, and that's what the gem is for, and we see some really good warding. I like Team Spirit's warding, harder to de-ward, but with the gem, it's not going to matter too much.
No. And just to point out something I always really like to examine, Hoodwink, I don't know if pros have found, especially for supports, the one best build. Aether Lens is definitely up there, but this is Boxy going Octarine Gem. What a build.
I like it, actually. Oh, Nikkei jumps in, hoping to get a carry. He has the haste turn, so he knows he's safe no matter what.
Yeah.
Ags is also completed, so he has Electric Vortex, which will also pierce the Lincolns in this case.
And Stania will top him up, and he'll heal back up thanks to the Tranquils. Thank you very much. Matumba will push another wave back down bottom. Liquid, of course, knowing that Spirit can see that, they will back up just a bit.
You know, in this meta, you can know that salves are kind of OP when they pick the hero that's just a living salve. And that's what they decided to do with Insania this game.
Well, he's like a little mobile fountain, isn't he?
Yes, he is, yeah.
It's really good,
it's
this
just
guy.
like mana and goal and HP into you.
You give him like the Tranquils, basically, and you leave him a creep to sustain on, and he will do the work for you.
The thing that's kind of ridiculous about this hero that I think really makes him that strong as a healer is that you can heal mana, right, without you losing your own mana. And you lose your HP for mana. So essentially like your own soul ring. There's a lot of things that allow you to heal HP easily.
There goes Toronto Tokyo again.
Matumba's like, I'll hit this Pango. I will. But Matumba might just die. Dignified to save him. He still has the Aegis anyway. 1 more minute for that Aegis. They killed Collapse. You lost the Ravage. And no Rolling Thunder means no more team fight. At least Fire Blast stopping Zai. There's the Dive Hunter coming back in again. He still has Ravage. They broke Pango though, but he has a Swashbuckle. So he'll be able to get out alive. Liquid, no, the Ravage is available. Collapse is going for it, but the Acorn Shot actually broke his Blink Dagger. And because of the Dragon Skill, he keeps breaking the Blink Dagger and Collapse as well.
Yeah.
A nuisance.
Super, super annoying. That was Matumba's 9-second BKB, by the way. He's been banking onto that one for a while, so he knew it was pretty chill in that engagement. What was that? That was the Acceptor reveal there for Mika. He jumps in, and he only gets 1 hero killed off of the budget black hole. That's AoE Vortex, right? It becomes ground targeted, so it does fully ignore Lincoln Sphere. Quite strong.
So the Bice going to be the next time for Mika. Talk about that, by the way. What is that going to be for here? Who's the ideal side? Can they just murder the Tide with a break? Is that the goal every single fight? I feel like if they get rid of the Ravage, the fight is pretty much Liquids, right?
Yeah, I mean, they've got 2 breaks now, right? One on a much shorter cooldown. Matumba has the Silver Edge, right?
And undispellable.
Exactly. I forget who was talking, you know, this NP is just great versus, it was Jenkins, right?
It was Jenkins.
He naturally built into the break, and here we are, right? We've progressed to this stage of the game where Jenkins gets something right.
Yes, it's true. And that Silver Edge is huge on Tide because, again, you could go Aeon. Aeon, I guess, is the best choice because at least you get some damage reduction, or, well, 100% damage reduction. But even if you go BKB, which is a solution to the Sharpshooter sometimes, or the Lotus Orb, which he did, right? That's also an idea. Not going to help against the Silver Edge.
And to your point earlier, right? Whereas early you do want this damage from the Tide Ravage to actually, you know, you really
now it
look
doesn't
for it.
matter.
Now you're just looking for the stun, and then eventually a second stun on Refresher, right? That's what you want.
Yes. Yeah. So now the Nether Ward is not that big a nuisance for them. At least in that sense. It will stop some of the magical damage, but your damage should come mostly from TA anyway. And Team Spirit, they don't want to stay in their base. They want to make plays. They want to be active. This is how you prevent being choked. Zai is the worst target to go on, but they'll try anyway. Thanks to the break, it's possible. And Zai will actually survive. No, he'll die. But with the help of Mickey, this might turn into a pretty bad trade here for Team Spirit as they lose Collapse and Rubik as well. Toronto Tokyo, you stayed too long. Matuma wants the skill, but he didn't have the Sprout. So unfortunately, he couldn't leash him. They did force the BKB though here for Toronto Tokyo. And Liquid continue to play this aggressively. They don't rely on any cooldowns really.
No, not any big ones, but the DK is pretty crucial. Everyone else, relatively speaking, is kind of made out of paper. So they might be a bit hesitant to push up without an Aegis, as we'll take another look. We could see the vision. It was really just DK. I guess they saw maybe someone pushing in the mid lane. And they just decide, you know what, we got to blow someone up. Let's do it.
Yep.
That's a play to be made. They find it. Unfortunately, Toronto Tokyo, make that Yatoro has his BKB active. So Collapse has to tank that Sharpshooter, which is ultimately going to kill him.
Yep.
But still, the buildings are alive on the high ground. Tide's back up in 40 seconds. I think if you're Spirit, you're not too unhappy with that. Oh, but you're unhappy to see Mickey find an arcane in the game. That's no good. And speaking of finding things, Spirit have yet to find their final 2 or 3 neutral items. Again, Spider Legs pretty crucial here versus the Roots talent. Which, by the way, Matumba did not take. He actually went for the missed chance for sprouted units. I'd love to see what the pick and win rate is for these. Usually against the Pango especially, it's Sprout Leashes, not this game.
I'm surprised about this too. It's even good against Diegas of our BKB, right? Kind of a nuisance there.
Yeah, fascinating. But you can see it here. Sprout Leashes 76% of games. 75-25, you know? That's a lot more than I thought, to be honest.
What a great tool we have here.
Yes, thank you.
Right, we usually do cast alone in our rooms. It's like, what? I wonder what the win rate is. Who knows?
Who knows?
We'll never be able to find out.
Anyway, cheese.
The Roche, 3 seconds to know the timer. Let's see what that's going to be. 2 minutes. It's a long one. Liquid hates
long Roche. Another long Roche. They'll just keep some treants parked.
Oh, we do get a leveler though from a Matumba man, so this is the time where he might just hit so hard he just sneaks in a tower by accident.
And again, just to show you how really hard press this is, there's Spirit. They've got their first tier 4 neutral item before they finish finding their tier 3s, just to really drive that point home. So when you see a couple tier 3s pop up on the right side, I know we're 38 minutes in. Don't be too surprised.
Yeah, it's just Team Spirit. They've had to play super defensively.
10 minutes.
Yeah, I'm kind of impressed that they haven't really fallen behind in terms of net worth by that much. Obviously, they're behind Matumba man. That's expected. He is an HS Prophet after all. But the fact that you're only 4K behind him, the Pango's matching the Storm, not bad. Of course, this all comes at the expense of Collapse, who is now literally a walking Ravage. We're not going to see the usual impact on him. In fact, Collapse is going for a Recovery Midas.
Oh, this is a very interesting.
And it's not a meme. This is a real thing.
Okay. Well, I guess they think Liquid is going to really take
Recovery
their time?
Midas into Shadow Amulet. I've seen this build on Chappie before.
Yes, I believe it. Are we watching just the Overwatch game?
No, this is a real.
Are we on content? Did Flex clear this with us?
Can you hear his voice in the distance?
I always hear it.
The reason why I do like the Recovery Midas, honestly, in the particular late game scenarios when you're being choked, is that this is the only literal item. I mean, it sounds very obvious, but it creates gold in the game, right? You don't. There's no level of map space. It's not about farming fast or whatever. It literally creates gold out of very little. So Collapse will at least be able to get that consistent amount of gold. That said, I think it's so late that unless you're expecting this to go like 60 minutes.
That's the thing, right?
It's not going to pay for itself.
If Purge were here, he'd be able to tell you how many uses it is exactly. I'm not 100% sure because the item's fallen out of favor and it's been adjusted.
Well, I think Richie, he should have just bought plate mail with his money.
Exactly, and that's probably what it would have said.
Armor.
You know, he needs a little bit more armor versus Mutombo. He keeps getting broken. Right? You can't break armor, as we all know.
Yellow guys, this is plate mail. Sorry, Purge.
But I don't know. It's fascinating that they think this game is going to keep going. And I suppose they're right, because for now, Liquid are content to just farm back. The point I wanted to make, and I'll have to make it quick, is Liquid, they smoke up, look for action as Roche is up, is that the biggest difference is going to be in the farm priority of the supports. The Liquid supports are very rich, especially when compared to Spirit. Here they go, though, potentially.
The DK, they went for the Tide here. And the bushwhack, okay, the break from the sharpshooter, they killed him. Wow. There's no range for this fight. Mira is the next to die. I think Yatoro should realize there's no place for him to fight, but there's also no place for him to run. He's now bushwhacked to a tree, Toronto, Tokyo. The last man in, one fight for the boys as they call the GG. Team Spirit acknowledges this game is unwinnable. Liquid choked them to death this game. And despite a pretty good performance, we saw an earlier game that was similar to this, right? But Thunder Awakened, they crumbled under the pressure. Team Spirit, they held it together, they played a solid game, but they found no avenues because Liquid, they made no mistakes.
Yep, no, I mean, that's very true, right? I mean, it's very John Madden of you to say, but when you're playing from behind, you need enemies to give you some way back.
It's that simple.
Liquid, super patient, they lose Zai, they go, okay, whatever, just wait for next Roche, we'll sit back, they set up the wards, they have the gem, they had gem so super early as well. I mean, you know, not the most exciting game I think Liquid have even played today, but a win's a win.
Yeah, a win's a win, and in Dota, it's all about efficiency, really. And a lot of the... I mean, this game was more interesting, again, than the Thunder Awakened game, because they did make the right moves, I'd say, from behind, right? It's just Liquid knew how to punish them. I want to also commend, by the way, Insania, 2-0-20 on the Pugna. I mean, not dying on Pugna is a feat within itself. Against a Pago that can actually easily kill you, against the Rubik magical damage just bursting you down, Insania's positioning really came in clutch this game.
Yep, that it did. Well, that's going to be the first game here. We have Spirit falling in game number 1 to Liquid, and that leaves us going back with the panel to break down our game just a bit more.
Yeah, welcome back. Cracker of a game. We're going to take a little break, and when we come back, these three will put their mighty Dota brains to work and break it down for you. So don't go away. We've got a second game to come after that. See you in a sec.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
me drink for free, call me gorgeous. See what's underneath in my head now. Planning silently how I would get out of this if it turns ugly. This is what it takes to be.
Welcome back. A really impressive victory for Team Liquid there. Fans of Team Spirit, not so much to cheer about. That was a rough start to the series. Team Liquid absolutely shutting down Team Spirit there. And guys, you called it beforehand. You all liked the draft. How good was the draft of Team Liquid?
Was really good.
Was really good.
Now it's easy to say.
Very good, yeah.
Extremely powerful.
Extremely good.
Top tier stuff.
It's their drafts, like their speed, like the same thing with yesterday with their Coddle Bristle, like controlling the map, and then just you could see the control was really a lot of it. Spirit was stuck in their base. It felt like for like 15 minutes.
They really were.
We mentioned that the Team Spirit usually is slow. They were so slow in this game that they got a first kill 12 minutes in.
Wow.
That's just, seeing the 0 there on top can get into your head.
Demoralizing.
It really is. But yeah, Team Liquid, they didn't rely on any cooldowns. They just kept playing the Dota. Pretty clean execution, I would say. We mentioned, they do struggle going for the high ground, but from time to time. But this was really clean.
Yeah, especially like this fight was actually one of the ones where they started taking over a lot of it, right? They make this gank on design, it gets turned. There was a lot of moments like this, it felt, that there was just not enough damage from Spirit to take out 1 or 2 of those, and Liquid just always had the numbers. They always felt like they were bringing that extra one, and that is a compliment to their draft, how fast they can move with the Storm, a Hoodwink, a teleporting Nature's Prophet in. It was easy for them to outnumber a lot of times.
I feel like in every fight, poor Miposhka, it's like there's all sorts of crazy shit going on, and then everybody's dying, cool spells being cast. Oh, Miposhka's dead. Oh, there are cool stuff going on. Oh, Miposhka goes down. Just seeing the Ogre go down every time, it was...
And how many times we've seen this Orchid, Nature's Prophet, to be able to deal with the Pango early on, and also to be able to deal with the Silence plus the break mechanic on Tidehunter, just to be able to burst him before he can get the Ravage off. So they have all the tools in this game to beat what Team Spirit had.
You guys like to talk about damage mitigation and damage reduction. They had that with the Pugna. The DK, it felt like that fight at the start of that sequence of replays, they just could not kill him. Like, they had the jump on him, but Liquid were able to just get there, rescue him, he survived, and turn the fight around. That's pretty much how all the fights went from then on.
Yeah, it was, you can't really say too much of any of the mistakes. It felt like Liquid makes 0 mistakes this game, actually. It was pretty much flawless. Every single player, even Insania, right? I think he ends the game 2-0 and 20, something like that.
Well, let's get the head-to-head PvP up. We've got the 2 supports up here to compare their scores, and I don't think this will be pretty. Dear.
Yeah. There's 2 zeros.
2 zeros. It looks very nice.
Yeah, it does.
That is why Insania is smiling in that picture, and Miposhka is looking down like, God, I wish I
he's
had
pretty
picked
smiling.
Ogre.
He's like the Mona Lisa smiling.
Right.
The hero wants to die.
Ogre.
Yes, Ogre.
Yeah.
Fun fact. The Pugna ward, if somebody dies and they're just under the aura, it doesn't matter if it's done any damage. You get assist gold for that now.
Yep.
That's also true for Spirit Breaker charge. If you're charging a guy and they die while you're charging them, you get gold.
Isn't it same for Silencer too if you global?
Yeah. It's all assists.
Yeah.
So if you're a support and you just sit in the backlines, you don't run in, you don't die, you're going to get a ton of gold. You're going to get super fat.
But Pugna
talking
is not
of supports,
that hero. All right.
Sorry, Lacoste. Talking of supports, the support for this panel is Sir Action Slacks back at the hotel. Let's go and chat to him. Jake, what is up, homie?
What?
Hi.
Nothing. No. Hey, guys, how you doing? I could have gone and showed you the players and talked to the players, but let's be real. Wasn't much of a game being played anyway. So I thought I'd find something more interesting for you. Look who I found walking around. It's JJ Pimp Munkle Papa Poople. How you doing?
Well, good until you showed up, but...
Now, JJ, I brought you here because you're in charge of all these cool new innovation features that we're seeing on the stream. What's new this event, JJ? Walk me through the technology.
Well, we actually do have something new this event. So we have a little bit we call the teamfight readiness indicator. Basically, I, as in-game director, I can say, hey, I want to show people that there is no TPs ready. Like, no one has TPs ready, but there is a gank in the mid lane, so I'm going to bring up the TPs. But at the same time, I can also say, well, this one team has all the ultimates ready, this other team has like 20 seconds on Black Hole, and all the BKBs are ready as well, maybe the buybacks are ready. So it's super modular, we can bring it up. You guys just saw it in the last game with the unspent gold, which, you know, sometimes some team has like a 10k gold lead, but it's all an unspent gold. Is it really a 10k gold lead?
Wow. That is intense. That is crazy. Can we please do a little clappa in the chat for all the things that JJ and
I think
Layer do
T-Tours.
here? That is so fantastic. Please, a T-Tours for JJ. And another cool feature is everyone that types in T-Tours in chat, you actually have their real address. So
Okay.
Johnny California, we got you, you dumbass. Got you, bro.
Get
Me
him
and
out.
JJ will be at your house next week.
Okay.
All right, I'll see you there.
All right, see you later, Johnny
Thanks, Jake,
California.
and thanks, JJ,
That
for all
is
that you
how
guys
you get
do.
a stream banned, I believe.
Just a lawsuit waiting to happen. The man
you guys.
is walking around with a target on him. Oh my god.
JJ's so excited too. He's like, oh nice, I'm finally getting to get some airtime and stuff in Slacks. He's just literally getting messing.
I'm gonna go ahead and cancel you right now. JJ's a murderer. He's gonna show up at your house.
God.
Oh dear. Talking of murder, that was a pretty brutal game. But what can Team Spirit look to do going into the next game?
Their draft just felt a bit slow, and also the way that they opened to. I know they prioritize. Mira really likes Rubik, and even they really like do the Ogre on Miposhka. It just felt weird. This like Pango, Rubik, Ogre, this try that they had right off the bat just felt really hard to open up their draft afterwards.
Yeah, we talk about damage mitigation a lot. They did have like Ogre with the Shard, you have Refraction, you have Pango with the Shield. Every single hero has damage mitigation. You have Tide with the Anchor Smash, Rubik with the Fate Bolt. Maybe they overdid it, as Fog said. Like, it didn't look like that good of a Rubik game. They picked Rubik into Pugna. That was pretty much it, what they saw.
Indeed. Well, we're going to take a short break, and then we'll come back for game 2. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a bit. Here we go. Can Team Liquid come out of this series with a 2-0, or will Team Spirit be able to figure them out, get their drafting in order, and pull it back to a 1-1? What it does promise is one heck of an interesting matchup between these two teams. Let's get into
it, boy.
Oh, draft. Sort of caveman communication I like.
This is what Liquid did to Spirit last match.
Yep. Matthew Crush.
Yeah, because they didn't invent paper nor scissors, so all they could do is do the rock.
All they had was rock.
Like, very confused.
The worst game of rock paper. We call it rock, rock, rock.
Nobody wins. But nobody loses.
Only rock win.
We all win. He looks like he lost. Why are you looking like that, Foxy? You won?
Just,
oh my God.
He's that kind of dude, you know?
Yeah, he looks like he won.
He played really well that game, actually.
Yeah.
His hoodwink was
really nice.
Amazing,
I think it's that prison call.
Yeah.
That happened before the game one.
Yeah.
Some really nice multi-hero bushwhacks.
He knows if they lose, he's going back there, so.
To prison.
Yeah.
I think Spirit, this game, they'll have to, draft themselves like just better lanes overall. I think that's one thing that really hurt them too, right? This Tide.
Tide is just super slow as a hero compared to other offlaners that want to get active. Tide is like, well, I took your tower, I'm going to be unkillable. Come here and fight me and not kill me.
Yeah, it also felt like the one-to-one counters just weren't great. Like there wasn't much that, like if Yadero doesn't have just a metric shit ton of farm, and other heroes on his team also being able to back him up and having good games, I felt like that was just like an 80-20 draft.
Yeah.
Like it's just really hard for them to execute.
I think you just need better solutions for Storm too. We're seeing Storm, even though it's sometimes it's not winning, it's still this most super broken hero in this meta right now. And I feel like they did not address the Storm. They had like a Rubik lift, they have the Ogre stun and stuff like that, but we've seen what these Storms are able to do if you don't have great ways to actually initiate and lock them down, and their initiation in that game is a bit awkward. The Tide and the Pango together definitely feels really tough.
You guys were really surprised about the early Rubik pick.
Why like it though?
Why is it such a surprise to see it second?
Usually it's picked after Black Hole, Enigma, against the Sand King, against Fever, these type of the heroes that you get the value from it. Against Pugna, it just didn't make as much sense.
But do you think in that way you might see it as like a block pick? So you pick it, and then you dare not pick some of those heroes like Enigma and like Sand King?
It's a possibility. Team Liquid do run this Rubik, but as a position 5. And it's also very situational for them. They also tend to last pick it. Maybe it was, Pango. They don't want to give out the ulti, the Rolling Thunder, to an enemy team.
And also knowing that they knew they were going to pick Tidehunter, they don't want to potentially be giving up a Ravage as well, maybe?
Maybe.
Yeah.
I just think they're overthinking it.
I think it just, when they ended up with Tide and Rubik, I've never really been the biggest fan of this dual lane. It feels just weak. I don't like Rubik as a laner, just always has felt weak, and Tide, we saw what happens, right? Like, he can just feel weak, especially if you get counterpicked by double ranged. Well, that's what they did, right? That's they playing the Pugna, Nature's Prophet versus a Tide. He couldn't even walk up. He gets hit like 50 times. He went what was his skill build? 0-3-3?
Yeah.
Right? He had 3 in
0-3-3.
passive, 3 in Anchor Smash to just try to get through the laning phase.
There's a couple of opportunities where maybe if he had Gush, they could have gotten a kill, but I get why he doesn't go for it, because that doesn't feel like the sort of lane that you are going to be getting a kill against. Either a Pugna with, 330 or whatever it is move speed, or Nature's Prophet who's going to be TPing back to base constantly, getting regen.
Well, they will definitely be able to identify what went wrong in that game, but their playstyle, obviously Liquid know how they're going to play. How do they stop Liquid playing the way that Liquid want to play?
I think they need to match the pace of Team Liquid, especially if Team Liquid is going to draft something like that did in the game 1, or what they did against the Gaming Gladiators with that Bristleback plus Visage pick. So I think, maybe something a bit more early oriented.
A bit of Deathball. Just a bit of Deathball. I feel like pace has been the word for me for this tournament. I feel like almost all of the winning
What
drafts...
about the word tempo as well? Can we tuck a tempo in there?
Tempo's all right. Tempo's all right.
You prefer
we use
pace?
tempo a lot at DPC.
I guess it's like the difference is, you set the pace for the game. It can mean like you take some early towers, but then you determine how much the enemy team can farm because you've taken those. It's not necessarily that you're gonna continue to push towers. It's just that you control the map. You set the pace for the game rather than like, it doesn't necessarily have to be fast. It's just that you're the one that's in control of the pace.
Yeah, and you're the ones that aren't relying on cooldowns, as we've emphasized multiple times. And I feel like Pugna, this mana battery, this healing factory as well too, you're always keeping everybody topped off. So presence on the map is constant.
I still can't believe he didn't die a single time on
Yeah, me too.
Because when you do the drain, like, you're very low HP.
Yeah.
One
Constantly,
swashbuckle
yeah,
can kill you. So
I swear we saw him drop to a swashbuckle, but it just didn't happen. It's just a dream.
Like 10% HP, like 3 fights in a row, it felt like.
Yeah.
A swashbuckle with the Brigand's Blade gets him to like 10%
he's
HP.
done. Yeah, he's dead. Like,
But somehow, Insania's positioning was on point.
His cores were going in and focusing the right targets too. Like, I feel like Mickey was. Anytime something would start, you just see this guy on the minimap just zipping across.
Yeah. I would say, and I hope you'd agree with me, that that's probably, from what we've seen from them so far at this major in the group stage at least, that's probably the most coordinated I've seen them look. How much of that was down to the way they played, and how much do you think was down to the fact that they just had this great draft and ran over people?
I think it's just a super comfort draft for them. It felt just like the way they played with the Coddle Bristle draft from yesterday. It just seems like that's their bread and butter. If they can get that stuff, then they're just going to be able to
do you think that was
most
an even
games.
better performance then, maybe?
Yeah, honestly, probably, right? Because that one was.
I think that was the
both pretty
fastest
close.
game, I believe, so far, the one that they played against the Gaming Gladiators. But this wasn't as fast, but it was pretty similar to what they did in terms of pacing.
Yeah.
To me, like all the stars aligned with the pacing, of course, as Lacoste is alluding to. They won the lanes. They got the heroes that they liked. They had amazing one-to-one counters in a lot of the roles. Yeah, things just like they didn't really misplay in any of the fights.
And tons of push. It's DK, Furion, Pugna. Like these things just naturally, when you group up, towers are going down early.
It's funny that Pugna these days, like you say Pugna, the initial thought for anybody who's played Dota for a while is like, oh yeah, Pugna pushes towers.
It's not even that.
No,
it's
he
healing.
pushes because he heals. He's like how Dazzle used to be before that wasn't really a hero.
Heals and offsets damage because of Pugna Ward, which reduces.
Exactly.
It's massive,
he's a team
actually.
fighter and a healer as opposed to a tower taker.
It is interesting the way Pugna's changed, as you say. Do you think quite often they look at a hero and they think, we're going to nerf this a little bit, so we'll need to buff his other things. And then people kind of wake up to how strong those abilities are and go, do you know what? If we move his role and change the way you play him, suddenly those spells almost look broken.
Netherward's always been borderline broken, and then now it just... It does damage to them for their spells, right? Obviously, and all that, but then 25% reduction is no joke on every spell that's casted. That's...
The problem is people not waking up to it soon enough, too, because it's like, I think you can look at a lot of these like S-tier heroes that are, sit at like a 55 to 60% win rate post-patch, even post-nerfs. Like you see their win rate sit really high. And you look back and probably about 2 or 3 patches ago, this hero was viable in some way, and just people completely ignored it. So it gets overbuffed to the point where like we need a large series of nerfs to nerf it.
I think the perfect example is Spectre. Like none of these changes were like that significant.
No.
That happened in the 731C. It was like starting agility +2, base HP region +0.5, and more radius.
Dispersion radius.
100 dispersion radius on the inner and outer.
Yeah.
Would you say that's like a huge change, that this hero was not touched at all Tour 1, Tour 2, and now it's like, well, suddenly it's a second phase.
The only reason why I might like hypothesize in another universe that it is a big change is because I remember it falling off when the exact same nerf happened. That's the only reason, is that I know from anecdote of before that's what made Spectre fall off, is the dispersion radius.
I think there's something interesting that's happening also in Dota where we're having these tanky, like these strength cores, and Desolate does not really care. And then we have this like tanky cores and super squishy backlines, and Spectre is good versus these tanky cores because of Desolate, and he can jump on those backlines, Pugna the Grimstroke. So that's why, for me at least, he's gaining more popularity. But
yeah, I agree. I mean, you have a meta of 3 offlaners essentially in every role for a lot of teams. And then that means that, well, if you have 3 offlaners, certainly your supports can't be damn melee strength heroes. They're going to be backliners.
Exactly, yeah. So I think it's pretty cool. And I did want to bring up something Lacoste said from earlier. Maybe this Pugna pick caught them off guard because Liquid hadn't played it.
Yeah.
Right? So maybe that's something we will see an adjustment come from Spirit this time around. Let's find out.
Yep, we had just a couple of lobby problems, but we're in now, so hence the delay. But I hope the lads were able to keep you interested, entertained, and occupied while we waited. But they certainly kept me entertained. So if they didn't keep you entertained, then I don't know what to bloody tell you. Bane ban.
I like that they're targeting Miposhka, right? Like, they're like, Bane? You're the best Bane? Nope. They're getting rid of that one. We've also seen them played in 4 position in Bane. Mira played at TI.
Yeah.
This seems to have been a very common opening as well, Mars Bane.
They banned the Pugna.
Yep.
There's
Figured
that
that would be
Pugna
the
ban.
adjustment.
Team Liquid, okay, they will go with the Dragonite. I was thinking more of a Grimstroke. They do like the just first phase Grimstroke. Like, it's not showing too much, but the Dragonite has been like the stable hero of this patch, I would say. It kind of became meta for a long time. On the offlane, first we've seen it being paired up with like Skyrat Mage, the kill combo with the Hoodwink as well. Just like stable offlaner that can also be played at the other 2 lanes. But yeah, making a little bit of an adjustment.
I was going to say, I think they're going to go
Okay. Auto Storm?
This was their opener.
I was literally about to say how this DK, though, I think they pick it too because it's instant stun. So now it's like, okay, you're going to maybe you go for this Storm because it's so popular. We're going to have something to at least catch you a lot of the times as well. So I think that they thought about this.
I like Hoodwink a lot with DK. I feel like people were going Skyrat DK at the start of the patch, and it's almost like an overcommittal to the damage combo. Like, I don't think you need a Skyrat. I think a Hoodwink who offers a lot of other things in the game rather than just damage is enough with, because DK especially with the Aghanim Shard, actually does a good amount of damage. All he needs is a Hoodwink, not a Skyrath Mage.
And also a Hoodwink, I think it's just different because Skyrath is just, for me, I think the hero does have its plays, like you can play it sometimes, but this hero's so fragile. Hoodwink is obnoxious. You're playing
so
3 lines. Yeah. You're sending decoys. You have multiple forms of damage, and also you have a disable. Sky has no disable.
I also think that Skyrat has fallen off after nerfs the Helm of the Dominant, like the Harpy creep, because people were going for that.
They were.
Helm of the Dom
yeah,
Blink, that was the build on Skyrat Mage, which is kind of not what you would expect, but in professional games, it worked. Also, I just have these numbers. For the first day of Team Spirit, when I was checking the drafts, they had 4 or 5 Storm plus Keeper of the Light openers out of 10 games.
Wow.
It's pretty insane.
Do you know the other thing is, Skyrath's spells are so flippin' flashy, and he's such an obvious glowy lad.
It's like, come kill me.
Right.
Yeah.
Hoodwink stuff, you're in a big fight, and all of a sudden...
Some squirrel walks up and throws nuts at you.
And there's
Like,
coconuts and trees. It's like, where the hell did she come from?
Yeah.
Much more annoying.
I like that Team Spirit has gone back to something they're comfortable with. I felt like the last opener looked like something that was either going to be like really sick and next level or previous level. Like it looked like they were. It was like an edgy opener,
right?
That was bound to like either look amazing or look awful.
You think they theory crafted themselves into a hole?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. And I think this is just them being like, we think we're the better team. We're just going to go to our standard stuff. We don't care that Coddle has been nerfed a bit, Storm has been nerfed a bit. Like we still have, like Lacoste was saying, open with this 5 times in the last few series, and we still think this is good.
Yeah, it synergizes one. I was saying DK versus the Storm can be good, but Coddle versus DK is really interesting because of multiple things of, we say always, the damage manipulation, Solar Bind. You actually can burst down a DK a lot easier because of a Coddle too. So, yeah, I like it.
There's still Medusa in the pool. I just like overall Medusa. Like it feels like we don't see too much of the hero in this major because it gets banned out and people don't want to first phase it. But having Medusa, because there's just not enough burst damage. You know that at one point Medusa is gonna be able to get the ulti off. She's gonna hit her timings, and might be a good pairing overall. Later on with Keeper of the Light. First you play with the Storm, of course, but later on you just might go and grab it. I'm
cool.
Thinking about this Shadow Demon ban. It's not a usual ban.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Because I don't have the read on it.
It is if Storm commits onto a hero, it is annoying, and this is actually one of the interactions that maybe a lot of people don't know, but if you Demonic Purge a Storm, the whole duration while you're jumping, you have no overload stacks. Your damage is actually dunked.
Yeah, that's true.
It's just completely gone.
What if you get the Ag Shard? Does it stop working? The Storm Ags?
Huh?
The Storm Ag Shard.
If you use the Shard and you click it, immediately it's during the Demonic Purge.
Oh, because you can dispel Overload?
Mm-hmm.
Holy shit. That's funny.
I don't know if that's an entire reason, but I also know Liquid just likes this hero a lot too, and definitely work to be annoying. Saving heroes are always really annoying for Storm, like healers, savers, and stuff like that, because he wants to commit onto a kill and burst him down inside the vortex most of the times.
So there's still Nature's Prophet, Razor, some of Liquid's favorite guys.
I mean, Grimstroke's still in the pool. leash.
Grim is.
They have a leash versus a storm. They have a DK to work with it too. It looks.
Hoodwink Grim, that's actually pretty sick. Like if you can catch two heroes together, like especially supports, and you throw an acorn shot, like bro, it does a lot of damage. You're doubling up on that. It's like 800 burst damage, so even for a support. It's nuts.
Well, they banned Bloodseeker, so they might be looking for what, a Pango?
Pango would usually be the. But it's also they do have a DK, and Bloodseeker is quite good versus DK. The shard is quite crazy.
I wonder if you're Liquid, if you're looking at Anti-Mage right now. Like, this thing keeps getting
banned.
It keeps getting second phase banned.
Liquid banned it, right?
Liquid banned it.
They did ban it.
Yeah.
I think that was the last hero they banned, actually, was AM.
Spirit might be thinking about that.
I'm just wondering if Spirit is thinking, like, okay, Yadro, rank 30 Anti-Mage, like, does Liquid like to play this in the current patch?
The worst thing that can happen, you throw away to offlane and Zai plays. You're like, well, good luck, Zai. You can play anything. Just do whatever you
It's
do.
actually good in offlane against the Storm.
I feel your vid.
Bro, it's great against the Storm. You can just do nothing for the entire game, but mana void this guy, and you're useful.
It's similar as what we saw. What was it? Mind Control did it once, but this was versus a Medusa. But it's similar kind of concept.
It's
where
the same thing.
You get switched in your role just to be obnoxious.
Yeah, Leshrac also it's good against. But the problem is that this Caudle, it's like Storm is.
Yes.
You can't just mana drain him. He's 60% HP. You hit him until your mana void's going to kill him. Like he'll always have enough mana to zip out if the Caudle is careful.
Spirit have banned Medusa.
10 seconds.
They want him a Pushka hero. Is Enchantress left?
Enchantress is.
Oh,
and
okay,
they've
Grim's still
taken
there.
the
Sorry,
Grim.
they still could have taken it away. So
that also blocks the Grim from Team Liquid.
Grim Caudle, a little bit of a different duo than used to seeing, at least.
Seems fine with Storm though. Like both of these heroes empower Storm a lot.
That is true.
You have the double stun as well as the hero to put the Inkswell on.
Anything that can jump into backline sounds good. We're again in Spectre territory, I would say. Not just Spectre, but also like other spirits left in the pool. Right.
That's also a hero that gets into backline versus Grimstroke and Caudle, actually. Just your birds flying over. Also, once you get Aghanims, if he gets that timing later, sure, it's probably Zai who's playing it, but I guess it's not 100% set in stone who is going to play it this time.
And a Treant pickup as well.
Seeing no building damage on Spirit. And the Overgrowth always going to be very nice versus Storm Spirit even later on once he gets BKB.
Still no backline jump from Liquid though is the only real concern.
Can they send the Visage?
The birds are not that bad.
Actually,
it's pretty good.
When you get the Ags, it is not bad. It is not bad.
Underlord.
One of the last offlaners left, it felt like, in the pool. And percent damage versus DK can be nice. Also matches map movement around the map quickly.
You can just go stand somewhere in front of a tower that DK and Visage are pushing.
Yep. Like, if Keeper of the Light does get a shard in this game, then you can, like, be anywhere with the portal. I wasn't a fan of Underlord after the changes, but I completely changed my mind. Like, this hero is insanely good right now. It also
I love the new build.
Well, let me just check the win rate because it seemed pretty high last time I checked.
People are doing this Treads, Atos, BKB, like Satanic, and you're
so
a fighter.
tanky, yeah.
You're actually a monster in the fight.
There's just no point in the game where it's worth it to kill an Underlord.
8 games from 7.
That's a good way of putting it.
That's pretty crazy.
Hard work for little reward.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, he's so disruptive that it feels like you have to go on him. But you're killing a hero with like 10,000 effective HP and a portal back to Fountain.
One thing that I like that Team Spirit plays, which I think is good, but I don't see it too often, is Ursa. Just like being able to deal with some of these heroes, and especially Dragonet. If this is going to be the matchup on the off lane, you do have a kill threat with the Grimstroke.
I suppose Monkey King in the same line of thinking is not bad, and they have picked on Spirit. I know that was one of the drafts that looked a little weirder. People questioned.
The one with the techies, was that it?
That was the techies one. That was the techies one.
They've got some good ways to keep people in the monkey out as well.
They do. They do.
Caudle can blast them back in there. Underlord can pit them in there.
Yeah, hell, even
Storm could drag them all in there.
Get that, Caudle Ags, depending on which role that hero's in. Because both of these Spirit supports can play either the 4 or the 5 position.
William stands up. Decision has been made, I feel. Well, they're talking it over with Matu.
I think you might be on something with the Ursa. Trying to think of other options for him.
Because they also banned out Razor. That's why I'm thinking.
I think we have seen the Ursa struggle against Underlord in this tournament after the laning phase.
I think he's talking about us for Spirit.
For Spirit, okay, I see. Yeah, there's not much to deal with the Ursa actually. You can ult off the tree ult. Like that's the only thing. And then also status resistance for TK. Yeah, that sounds good.
You don't mind the, like, breathe fire damage reduction stuff either. You're a carry that doesn't care about getting breathed on.
Yeah, there's nothing to like purge the whatever hit attack speed. Is it overpower? That's always a concern.
Okay, they protect the Dragon Knight. It's impossible. We already mentioned it on the previous panel, but Reflection plus a Scotty Buyer, and against the Dragon Knight, he gets into range form, so he's slowed even more, and also slowed by his own dragon.
Highest win rate hero versus DK.
Yeah.
There's some win rates in the game. It's just weird like that, where it's like you don't think it's that bad, but
I feel like Team Liquid had like 2 minutes to think about this last ban.
Yeah, they really were taking their time on those bans.
The TB coddle is also, I think, an element of something that people like forget about sometimes. Just for like your meta, right? You're able to rearm the meta throughout the game
constantly,
and you also buff the TB's farm speed because you're just spamming out these conjure images on the map a lot faster. So I do like that ban actually.
Oh, they banned the monkey.
They banned
monkey.
Okay.
Interesting. They want this Underlord to have a good game.
So you were saying an Ursa pick possibly for Liquid? Or were you saying that Ursa would be for Spirit?
For Spirit.
Right.
Oh, what?
Ags for everybody.
Wow.
Whoa.
I mean,
some people try to play it. We were talking about Dark Mago. When I checked his Dota Pro tracker, he played like 4 Alchemist games in the last 7-8 days, and some other teams I also remember picking it, but we haven't. I don't think we've seen it.
I think it's still the BKB Radiance, this crazy timing that you can get. And if you look at Spirit's heroes, they have nothing through BKB. So I think that could be something that maybe Liquid's looking at to go for.
Okay, so now if you're Spirit, you're thinking, okay, what the hell do you? What do we pick versus an Alchemist back in the day?
Because this hero comes online extremely quickly. Like this is the pace that Team Liquid wants to set.
Yeah.
And also they're one of the best teams that, in terms of stacking the camps, which Alchemist does benefit.
What was that Ana timing? What was 14 to 15 minutes, the Radiance BKB, and then it's just like, oh my god, what do we do versus Radiance BKB? They have Underlord, so they have that big damage, the percent damage, and okay, they'll go for Troll. Gives them some ways to actually take objectives at least, because they are versus this tree, and he could go, what, Ags versus the tree and stuff too, to be able to play against the Root, but most likely just Mantas, and
I think Troll, every single time I see the hero, it's just too slow. It's like, okay, I need an extra item, and Alchemist does have, you know, extra item 15-20 minutes in already, and that I don't think the Troll can match the pace. They do have good D-push with Grimstroke, Underlord, and Keeper of the Light. How's their tower damage looking? Dragon Knight, Visage Birds, Alchemist hitting it. Looks
pretty good. Pretty strong.
I like Liquid again.
I am right on with you, honestly. I think they've got a really strong idea of what to play against versus Spirit, it does feel like. Even though it's a really unorthodox last pick of an Alc, the timing.
There's a lot of pressure on Toronto Tokyo, on Storm, to do a lot in this game. Because I know the big reason people like to pick Alchemist, at least back when it was popular, was the supports. They don't do anything for chasing you around the jungle. Neither does an Underlord. Neither does a Troll. Storm does. Do I go with an Alchemist? Yeah, sure. We'll go Liquid.
Quote one of our panelists.
Which
if
one?
It's an Alchemist game?
It's an Alchemist game.
There you go.
Okay, well, let's find out if it is an Alchemist game. We're going to throw over to our casters, Avo and SNS. Guys, have a fantastic cast.
Well, it's an Alchemist. I can't believe I'm excited about an Alchemist game, but it's been so long since we've seen the hero. You know, variety is always appreciated.
And especially as a carry, right? He's had a brief stint in the past couple of patches as kind of that off lane.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Let me give you Ags to who was it? Like Bristle was getting
That's it. Alchemist off lane is bad though.
Bad. He's not good.
Perch would hate that.
He's not good, and Matumba says, "I want the gold."
Yeah, exactly.
And he's gonna get it. He's gonna get plenty of gold. I'm a bit hesitant on Alk. I think Alk got severely, heavily, really indirectly nerfed when they introduced neutral items and Ag shards and then Aghanim's blessings, because his thing was always being able
and
to
the buff to the neutrals also nerfed them as well.
Yeah, true. I mean, that's true. I was just going along the items note, right? Free items and quick items, that was always an Alk thing. Being able to save your team a spot with the Ags upgrade, the Ag synth as it's called on Alk, was always his thing. Now everyone can do that. You kill Roche 3 times, you can do that. So it just feels like the Valve or the balance has kind of shifted to taking a lot of these things that were uniquely Alk and kind of just making them to everyone for the good of the game. For the good of the game. I like a lot of the additions, but Alk hasn't really gotten much in return.
Yeah, it's true. Like the old idea for the Alk was, you farm so quickly that you're terrible stat gain and you're kind of weakish body in general. It doesn't really matter because you do so well with items. Obviously, Chemical Rage reducing your PAT. Back then, huge because of the attack speed formula as well, worked even better for you. And you worked with all the items. That was a good cut by Collapse.
Yeah.
Not so much the case now. That said, I think there are some aspects of Alchemist that are a little bit forgotten that I like that they're utilizing here.
This was a useless kill.
I really like the Purge Light in this game as well. But you have the minus armor of the Acid Spray, which works well with Unstable Concoction, also physical damage. That combines well with Visage, who now has a new minus armor talent, which I know you love mentioning.
I do. It's
the armor corruption to Visage and Familiars, right? Level 15 talent.
1.5 each.
Yeah. Which means every attack, right? So they all stack together, which total is 4.5, right? Which is good.
Yes.
And then Hoodwink can also get a Blightstone, kind of a cheap item to just get an extra -2, right? So there's a lot of ways that you can really amplify that physical damage.
What did it, now, let's see. Yeah, Greevil's Greed level 1, right? You get those bounties, okay.
I mean, you're carrying, right? So that's
that's
how you play it.
Liquid will get 2. And we can see that little difference, right? That extra 40 gold from the Greevil's Greed. It's counted.
Yep.
JJ bug tested this one.
That said, the Troll is a really good pick against Alk. It is a very solid pick. Because the Troll is, in general, very good against these like super farming carries, because in a 1v1 scenario, the Troll can win with even 1 item behind, even 2 in some situations.
And I actually think like Troll has got the trump card. If this goes super late game with that 25 talent, I just never see Matumba being able to win a 1v1, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Battle Trance hard dispels. What do you do as Alk? You're used to just jumping on someone with your upgraded Blink, bashing them with your upgraded Basher and your other 6 items.
Yep.
And then this guy just presses 1 button. Dumbest hero in the game presses 1 button and counters you.
We'll also say, though, the Worldly Axe's Piercing Spell immunity, kind of a consideration in this game if you have like an Axe build, because 4 seconds blind essentially on the Alk.
Yeah.
That could be a lot of stuff.
I find myself, every single time it's a good Troll game, I also find myself saying this is a good Axe game as well.
No, not the Axe. I mean, only as a late game item because of the level 25 talent.
Yeah.
Because it reduces the cooldown to 4 seconds as a perpetual blind on Alk, right? He does have 1 or 2 dispels, but you usually use BKB and Chemical Rage to initiate the fight, right? So, I must say, there's a lot of cool things. I think Troll in general is very good. Alk, though, because of his burst nature that you just implied, and of course because he's combined with a DK, pretty good against the Storm. Because you burst him down from 100 to 0 kind of quickly.
Now, hold that thought. Speaking of the potential save, Maposhka could have used 1 there, as Insania will shut the door there. Big kill there. That's going to be the hero that could potentially save this
Another one?
before 25 talent. This Collapse is going to be in for a rough time here, Avo.
Yeah. They have Leech Seed again as well. Collapse, only 1 point in Atrophiora yet, because level 2. So they're going to take 2 kills. That Unstable Concoction, very underrated skill in general, especially in the Alk offlane. That's one of my favorite parts of the hero. This stun is amazing. The early damage is really good. The early max stun is actually kind of respectable. Cooldown's kind of low. And now it gives you a move theme bonus, something that people kind of forget. It's been a while since they added this, which allows you to chase targets, especially early, much easier.
Yep. That was also +6 on the last hit for Collapse, so he's making songs already.
Yeah, exactly, right? Collapse is just a big creep from Matumba Man. It's a good start. He's going to go for Soul Ring as well. He's going to go for Helm, so we might be seeing the Armlet build on Alchemist that we used to see. I wonder if he's going to build the Battle Fury. That was the last time we saw Alchemist. It was the Battle Fury build to cover for the lack of mana region on Chemical Rage. As Miposhka, they go for him again. This time the Inkswell drives away Matumba Man, but Insania will keep hitting Miposhka as Matumba is driven away. Insania realizes he can't quite kill Miposhka. Matumba Man also will not die.
No, he's good to go. You can see Insania Stockholm Soul is doing really well.
I mean, this is great. I love that he picked also such long names that he can't actually fit it into the extra part. It's Los Angeles, right? Not Los Angeles.
Yeah, so I'm just taking a peek here, Avo. Not very many. Hold that thought. Collapse might be in for some more trouble. Well, from Maposhka, that will scare him off. Liquid have got good respect for that. And actually, Insania is going to be taking a little bit of a bruising on his way out. What I did want to say is just taking a quick peek at Dota 2 Pro Tracker. Only 30 games on the carry Elk, 33% win rate. Not amazing, but it does seem like it's Battle Fury Silver Edge. It seems to be.
Okay.
Yeah.
But the helm, that's what I'm wondering, is the helm armlet, right? I presume, or is it just a casual helm?
It's probably armlet. Armlet does pop up in here as well.
Okay, yeah, because
25% of games.
Yeah, that's good. I can see the armlet being really good. The extra armor from armlet, is fantastic against heroes like Troll, right? And he's your main counter this game. The Underlords is a bit of a nuisance against, obviously, the Armlet. A lot of it is base stats, and so that aura will get stronger, but you're just going to have to deal with him. I think Alk will have such a ridiculous amount of damage because of the power spike and how much you farm. You don't really concern yourself with Atrophy aura as much.
Huh. Little change note as well that went under the radar for me on Unstable Concoction, as I thought we heard one. It also damages and stuns non-hero units within the radius, so it's a little bit of a farming tool now.
But, well, you have to hit, you can only target heroes.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I guess.
I mean, in the lane, you can use it to help CS.
Yeah, you could. Yeah, there's some use to that. I actually like that. Yeah. He is going for the acid spray though, too far.
Of course. I mean, yes, it's an alchemist. He's not going to change that much. I was just looking to see any major.
No, that is
really
cool. I agree.
Yatoro is going to be able to make it out of that bottom scrap alive, as I was given chase.
Top man just continues to farm bottom lane. Not the easiest for the Dragon Knight. Probably doesn't die against Troll, but you don't do much. Once you get the Whirling Axis blind, as a DK, you're screwed. You can barely see. Well, actually, he doesn't. He's not carrying a helmet this time. But that blind really stops you from doing the usual thing DK likes, which is just keep hitting the enemy hero, ignore everything. He's also not the fastest hero, so the Illuminates usually hit early. And that makes it so that DK can't have the lane domination we're used to on this off-laner. Troll, definitely one of the best laning carries. Will be going for Battle Fury as well this game. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, okay. That's a strat. I think like Maelstrom still used to be a very viable option on the Troll for early fighting. Still increases your farming speed. But Battle Fury certainly is going to get you into the later games items a bit earlier, as there goes once again Matumba looking for a kill onto Collapse. And Sania as well is going to get up that Nature's Grasp, but ultimately stopped. As there we go, picture-in-picture. Mira is going to be burned by Zai. It'll be Zai's first kill in this lane.
I did a good job. He realizes there's no way I kill a Troll. Mira was being a little bit too cocky, right? He was trying to create space for a Scary, and as a result, they decided to punish that. And this also enables Boxy to rotate for the rune, but unfortunately, the rune is stopped in Toronto, Tokyo. We'll be able to get it. It's an Invis rune, not the best early rune for Storm. Is there any kills you can get with this Invis rune? Is Alk possible at all? If you like Inkswell to Storm, perhaps? It's a tall order, though.
Yeah, Alk's pretty tough, right? He has
good base stats.
Exactly, yeah, his base stats are fairly decent. Starts with 700 HP, 400 mana, 2 to 3 armor with not a great edge again, sure, but it's a bit tougher to get through.
Yeah. The Helm also helps a lot in this situation.
Yeah, it's very true, right?
Collapse. We'll get the Inkswell stun. And that will be close to killing Insania. Class will commit for this. It's going to be split among the two, but they did finish off the tree.
There goes the Invis rune. Oh, they're going to go for Zai. I thought perhaps the Squirrel for Boxy, but no, instead Zai's the target. As even a little bit of a dive for Toronto Tokyo, as he does commit for the kill and will be rewarded with the bounty.
Well done. Killing off the DK bottom, certainly an important kill, and a good rotation by the Storm. I wasn't thinking of that being a possibility, but he has max static remnant, so the amount of damage, especially the magical one with the Caudal, is pretty high. Enough to kill the DK, apparently, even with double bracer and treads. Also, maybe you could also argue that the Hoodwink is not the best defensive support for these situations. Like, you can bushwhack and that's it, but they cut down the tree, especially with 3 heroes ganking you, and one having Ball Lightning, you essentially need to get a 3-man bushwhack, or it's impossible to save your DK.
Yeah, it's very rare to be. I mean, you're ganking a Hoodwink lane, right? You know what to look out for.
Exactly.
It's
one
thing.
Alright, they do get the pushback and Dragon Tail combo nicely. Liking a bit of damage. Acorn shot for a little bit more vision. But it's not going to be enough to kill off Yatoro. Remember that Berserker's Rage does give a little bit of extra armor, so he's going to be able to sustain himself nicely.
Yeah, bit of move speed and range for him, and more... No, armor is it? In the melee, it's one or the other?
Yeah, melee is the armor.
Yeah, thank you.
Everything is melee, actually. They're like, alright, you either get range or you get stats.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
And the range is going to be useful, while Zai as well has a little bit of range to play with himself as Toronto Tokyo. Going to be TPing back down bottom, actually, is where the action is. They're going to go for Zai a second time. This was a move that they made last game to try and stop Zai from pushing too early on. And this time the Hoodwink will connect the stun there on Toronto Tokyo. That'll at least save Zai this time around. Every single time, though, they look to go bottom. Every time Storm leaves the lane, Visage is starting to lurk closer and closer to that tower.
He is. And he's going to go for full Vlad, so this is more like the offlane Visage build, right? Do you think this is going to be the Wraith Pact, or would he build a Helm? I don't think you build a Helm started by the Vlads, right?
It's a really good question. I think it's a later upgrade. I think it's a later upgrade for the Visage. I think perhaps you're just going to want to go for the Aura Visage in the
so like drums, Vlad, and then eventually Wraith back.
Yeah, and then
Sure,
maybe
sure.
at that stage of the game, you see what's giving you problems. Maybe you want to pick up a Harpy, right? It synergizes well with your birds anyway. Give them vision to go in further.
Oh, so you could build a helm regardless. Okay, I guess the option still
It ain't a bad item for the Visage. It's always been a popular item for him.
Yeah. I mean, I guided myself on the core Visages because we mostly see offlane, right? But the only person that consistently plays this core has been the Hawk, right?
Yeah.
And he does like the Aura Visage. He likes drums and assault. I have not seen him build Vlads on that hero, but of course he's a carry, not as useful. But I'm interested in Mickey's build. He used to be a Visage player, and I think now that it's back in meta, he's excited.
You know what? I reckon Insania and Collapse, they get along really well.
All the high fives.
Because they've been,
right?
I mean, Collapse, he can't really kill Insania. It's a bit of an ask, right? Insania, he's just here. Look at this. It's just a gentleman's agreement.
They have the same voice lines as well, which I think is real cute.
Yeah. That is great to see. I love seeing the Dota 2 camaraderie, especially now that we're back on LAN.
Yeah, they get to meet each other afterwards, play a little bit of ping pong. We do have a table for them.
Rock, paper, scissors, right?
Rock, paper, scissors, the big one. Matumba always wins.
He's been training them.
Yeah,
you never think he's gonna not go rock, and
yeah,
man, he just does it again.
He just does it every time.
Every time.
Yeah.
Every time.
It's impressive. The Alk is going to be able to finish off a stack. It was the armor, by the way, we're talking about. And now the question is, will he go for the Battle Fury build we've been saying, or something completely different?
Yeah, it's I imagine it's the first time Alk.
Oh, Radiance! Interesting.
Oh, that's vintage.
That's old school, yeah.
That's vintage. I mean, you talk about old school Alk builds. You throw, Alchemist in there. Sorry, you throw the Armlet in there. You gotta give a nod towards the Radiance. That's the second time we've seen a Radiance today, even.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been actually purchased a little bit. The Hawk did it on Necrophos as well. Hector did it on Lifestealer, which, that's a whole other thing. Matumba Man, though, what I'm interested, if you haven't really been following the Alk trends, the reason why it was shifted to Battle Fury is that reduction in mana regen. As, by the way, they go here for the Visage. And with the help of Collapse, it's going to be an easy kill. Collapse goes back home. He's done with this.
Yep. See you later. I'm back to pushing top. I want to go back to my friend Insania.
It took Familiars as well, so that's an extra 200 gold from Toronto Tokyo.
Oh, that is big. Yeah, that's pretty big.
30 seconds off Familiars is a big deal. Anyway, the reason they went back to...
Real quick, Abba, sorry. The biggest deal on why Storm is actually really darn good against the Visage is that the overload damage is dealt as a second stack, which is...
2 instances of damage.
2 instances, which does break through 2 stacks of the cloak. It's pretty brutal for the hero. You can think of this much like OD's Arcane Orb versus a TA Refraction.
That's very good. That's very good. And we'll see what they can do up top, by the way, as they push this tower. There is the Living Armor, 3 points already in it. But with 3 heroes knocking your tower, probably going to fall. Hey, the point is, this is a very simple one, but in case you've been following the Alk, you build Battle Fury these days essentially for the Mana Regen and the Chemical Rage. They're both do the same thing as Radiance. It has been considered as Radiance is the better build if it wasn't for that Chemical Range nerf, of course. Chemical Rage, yeah. So if he's going for Radiance, you must think the mana's not needed. He did go for Soul Ring, which will cover for that. And we'll see if that's going to be enough for Matumba Man as he just continues to farm that big item.
Yeah, Spirit, that is, have been doing a pretty good job at controlling bounties. Normally, I wouldn't ask for this stat this late in the game, but I'd be curious to see how many bounties have been claimed by either side. It doesn't really seem like Liquid have prioritized much on it. The multipliers are not that high, as it used to be like 8 times or something back in the old days. But it's not that big of a deal anymore. It's only up to 3. So, we'll see if that ends up making a difference as we get more and more higher value bounties towards the end. For now, in trouble is going to be the Slim Horseman underneath his Tier 1 tower. Easy kill there on Tamira for Mickey, and he will join his brother in flight here for this Tier 1 tower siege.
There we go, Liquid trying to... This time is different, right? When they're taking towers, it's not to oppress the enemy team like they did last game. The goal is to create space for the Alchemist here. As Matumba can't really, or isn't that useful at joining engagements. He can only really shove lanes in the early game. We'll see what Toronto Tokyo will do, or sorry, what Team Spirit will do, because Jenkins is right on the money. They don't really have the best ganking squad against the Alk. It's Storm and, I guess, helpers, but it's really just the Storm they have to play around.
And I'll just say one quick thing about the Radiance, because it did slightly change. Hold on. No, it's Toronto Tokyo just farming a wave. It now gives... They broke the evasion, or the miss rate, into 2 components. Now it grants you 15% evasion, while also the burn rate of still 10%.
Yeah.
So it used to be enemies would BKB and they would ignore it. Now you still at least keep that passive component, which is maybe going to make a difference versus a troll. We'll see.
Yeah, no, it's not a bad point, actually.
15%, it ain't much to write home about. Troll, he's still going to pick up a basher, right? If you bash, you hit the attack anyway. So, you know, it's not going to be a huge deal, but perhaps in these early fights where the armlet and that little miss rate, it might make a bit of a difference in a mano-a-mano.
Especially when you can armlet toggle, right? And that miss rate might make the difference. No, I agree.
Absolutely.
It did make the item slightly better, right?
Yeah.
People considered it more than the trash that it was last battle.
Yeah, and it's 50 gold cheaper, so, you know, hey.
Oh, wow. That's money for the Alk, right? And he's very close to it. The team is trying to make a play, but Liquid in a similar position where they don't have the greatest ganking squad. It's really just their 2 offlaners, which can get solo kills, but they don't want small skirmishes. It's only a simple one-man gank.
Yeah. Zai, he's had Blink Dagger for a while. He's going to be looking for the jump here. Elder Dragon form active.
Nice.
Okay, with the familiars onto the tower as Zai's scouted there, so there's the ruse is up for the Blink.
He is going for the aura build we talked about with drums now. I like this. If you go for this build, yeah, you can actually just gank with the familiars. That's another option, right? You go DK Hoodwink, send the familiars with them, you smoke the familiars alone, Mickey shows up, and they can smell something's going to happen, but you don't need to overcommit for these kills.
I actually think I love the drums because eventually that is going to upgrade into the new this patch, Boots of Bearing, which makes you unslowable now for 1.5 seconds and gives your team a move speed and attack speed buff.
You went Trankles.
Yes. And that's the sign he's clearly interested in. If you look at a lot of Spirit's control, outside of Pit of Malice, it's all slows. It's all slows and leashes. But these guys can communicate, and if you can get out of that pit using your move speed, you're in a pretty good spot.
You know, actually, a huge point is for Solar Bind. Those 1.5 seconds, massive.
There's the Alchemist Radiance, 15-15. I believe Gabby bought one earlier today in our game.
Oh, that's
so that's a 15-15. Of course, Alk is going to beat.
Well, is this the best Alk Radiance timing this patch?
I believe it is. It's also
in this
the worst
tournament?
one, and I believe this is also our worst bit.
Oh no! Look, it's lower than this patch average.
Yes,
it was 60 matches. Okay.
Again, I could only find 30 pro matches 30 immortal.
That's a
level
great stat. Thank you so much.
This past week, yeah. So it's not even super popular on the people that are.
I'm assuming it's slower because of the armlet, though, right? Maybe other Alks.
Very true.
The armlet?
Yeah, very true.
It didn't seem like he was hunted or Matoma made any mistakes this game. He's going to go for BKB next as well. They're going to play around his timings mostly. If you're Liquid, you're going to skirmish early and then force fights around the Alchemist. I mean, that's what the Alchemist does. And if you're Team Spirit, you're just kind of farming, getting yourself ready for this Alchemist fight eventually.
Yeah.
If you can get kills, but the only good kills on the supports and Visage, right? But Mick has been doing a good job of not showing too much on the map.
And Liquid, I mean, they're so patient. Again, these guys don't want to be making any mistakes. This is a beautiful graph. I think this one's excellent.
Oh,
I mean, you can just see.
Oh, Zai. Okay, he blinked away in time, and Taran Tokyo will not catch him. That's good. That's good.
Yeah, he was in a bit of a tricky spot.
Yep.
And, you know, again, the DK with the Fireball, he's going to farm, you know, decently well. He can take the dangerous farm that Alex not interested in. Visage, he can go for these kind of pick-off moves versus a Coddle versus a Grimstroke quite easily. So that's where he can get a bit of extra gold. You know, so the cores on Liquid, they're happy to be fighting. It's not like they have like a Riki or a Slark who's like, come on, guys, we got to go. And this Alk is just sitting back. They've drafted well for it.
For Tokyo, you'll be trying to just get a bit of farm and hopefully force this tower, but with the living armor, it's just difficult to poke at a tower, right? They kind of have to overcommit for a fight, and they don't want to use Yatoro yet with that Battle Fury.
No, they don't want to use Yatoro, so he's going to have to sit back a little bit more.
No, I thought Lacoste was on the panel. Turns out he's here with me.
He's going to have to sit back a little bit more with the Battle Fury. He needs more items. I mean, this is Matumba. You didn't bother him much in lane. They haven't seen him for a while. That's never a good sign for an Alchemist.
Yep.
He's 24 is now the max stack of Greevil's gold, of course. Used to be a lot higher back in the day, 33 or something. Toronto Tokyo. We'll take that DD run. He'll save that 2 minutes. It'll go ahead and sit in the bottle. He may be able to find something with that.
BKB, then smoke. There we go. Play on the BKB timing. AC will be coming out eventually on Matama, but I just want to smoke here. And hopefully catch the storm here. The scan actually detected him. Blink tag on Zai. He activates Dragon Form Pre to leave a ton to Tokyo. He's a bit too quick on the zip. He actually BKB just in case.
Yeah, I wonder what they scouted there. Even Yatoro is going to get out of that one. Because he BKB'd as he made the zip. He was completely out of mana. It's a normal storm move to make, but they must have gotten a whiff of something. He may have
didn't
seen
see
heroes.
the DK Like, he blinked, he bought lightning before he could tell which hero was going on.
Oh, well, there's a stun from Zai. He's going to find someone. It's the Coddle, who's a little bit tanky here, but eventually will burn alive to the radiance or the fire of Zai.
Yeah, the fire of Zai and Matoman combined, right? So much burn here. And they want to turn this ideal into an objective. If in this game, Liquid actually would like to take the tier 1 offlane, because this will allow you to take over the triangle, and Alk is just so strong, especially as Dire, right? Taking over Radiant Triangle allows you to get the shard. Okay, so does he catch him?
He could have caught a glimpse. I love that sound effect as well.
That's very cool.
Yeah, you could. Oof, we got out of that one, guys. We're okay.
Check this armpit to see if it's too sweaty. I like that.
Oh, well, now it's Yatro's turn to sweat. Hard to hide in the trees from a Visage, especially hard to TP in front of the familiars.
No, that's going to be a dead Troll Warlord. Sharpshooter to make sure he couldn't even get his ultimate off. Okay, this camera movement is getting really good, guys.
It's good.
Awesome production.
It's good, yeah. I mean, and this is the best part about having the players on LAN, isn't it? We get to...
Yeah, we get to see more than their foreheads, Richie. That's amazing.
It is truly amazing.
They have a camera admin just for these things.
It's continuing to be Liquid. There we go. Well, there's a little bit of forehead action still, but hey, it's... You know, Matumba Man is still continuing to siege top lane. He's keen on joining these fights. AC is going to be online.
Nice.
I mean, this is ridiculous GPM. This is certainly going to set GPM records at the rate this game is going. There it is, 800. And that is the highest amount of net worth of a hero at 20 minutes.
Yeah.
16.
Have there been other Alk picks this feature, though?
No, there has not.
Okay, so that might explain why.
If there has been another Alk pick, then it didn't even get a BKB, so that was not a very good Alk game.
As they go for the Roshan out, Matumba does the Chemical Rage ready. That's going to be a fast Rosh with the Familiars. That's on the level 15 talent as well, so look at these timings, right? Really clever.
So what do you think? Is there going to be a window where this Alk falls off? Are we approaching that? Is that what Spirit is playing for?
Am I seeing Scott? No, I was checking if Troll was going to build Scotty. That would be, in my opinion, the window. But with Trolls, the idea is often, I am so strong that I'm going to 100 to 0 the Alk regardless of his healing, right? So Scotty is not necessarily the item. You go more for damage. But the choice for Yatoro God is Manta style into Lincoln Sphere.
Lincoln's blocks a DK stun.
Yeah, blocks Unstable Concoction, which honestly very strong.
Acorn Shot can break it though, good range on that. Visage has a couple of spells that he doesn't mind throwing out.
Soul Assumption particularly.
Yeah, Soul Assumption is particularly strong. 4-second cooldown anyway if you actually need it in a fight, and the range is quite generous, relatively speaking. And it is a Wraith Pact actually from Mickey.
Love it. It's great against Troll, by the way, because he activates ultimate, you put the little totem behind him, does nothing.
I mean, Visage is great in general against Troll ever since the Shard, right? You just bonk him now.
It's true. And now collapsed. He thought he could kill him. And perhaps with the help of Torn in Tokyo, they'll be able to finish off Mickey. He's out of Great Kiko's cloak, which means he's going to fall. But with the help of Matoman, they could maybe turn this around. Collapses a BKB. TP is available, but it's a bit too late. Just came off cooldown, which means he's going to die. And the Matoman is looking for the supports now. Torn in Tokyo manages to find Boxy. Poshka is being burnt in the trees. One last chop.
+6.
Will send his head rolling.
Yeah, Yatoro, again, he knows he does not have the resources to go toe-to-toe right now with this Matumba. I mean, he doesn't know it, but he knows this is a record-setting net worth here right now on this Alchemist. So instead, he goes mono-a-mono with the Tier 1 mid lane. Much easier fight, so he is going to at least start to open up the map a little bit more for Spirit. These are important things to take into consideration, right, when we start taking into account, like, Roshan and map movements and making space on the map for you to make plays. To get back in this game, it's a 5k net worth lead before this fight, which is pretty commendable considering that there is an Alk in the game.
Yeah, it is. Again, they're doing a decent job of resisting, but Matoman, okay, he might bit off more than he could chew. He's now stuck in the Pit of Malice, however, he does have the Aegis still available, and the BKB, so he thinks, let's go for the Coddle. Trying to finish off Mira, nope, change targets, go for Yatoro God instead. Battle Trance is available for him, though,
an overgrowth
and they know this. They decide to go for Poshka instead, leaving Zai to die.
There it is.
Yatoro, covered by the Coddle, that overgrowth got dispelled immediately by the Manta style Torn in Tokyo, capable of zip-zapping himself to safety. By the way, people asking, why the Manta? It's the Treant. It's the overgrowth. It's a huge nuisance.
It's really, really difficult. You can see Insanity, he held that in that last replay we saw that we just cut back from. He held it the entire duration of that fight. Even he pump faked it once, not while in vision. He canceled it because he went, no, we're going to win this fight. We got BKBs. We're going to push a tier 2 tower. That's when I'm going to think I'm going to need it. And he's right. If Troll pops his ulti there, he would have been extremely sad to be Overgrowth. Can't attack during that one, can't move during that one.
That's why the Manta style is so clutch, right? And that's why that changed the team fight around. And I don't know if they checked his inventory necessarily, but I'm assuming they did, honestly. Yeah. The choice for Matumba to change targets immediately, right? Support, then carry, then support is the acknowledgement that they can't kill the Troll. And those quick decisions matter a lot here.
Okay, so a rare push with the first stage. As you can see, Spirit not really expecting this either. They were smoked and heading into the enemy jungle. Instead, they find themselves now quickly and hastily retreating as their tier 3 bottom is just dropped. Good control onto Matumba, but again, he's able to out-heal it. Chemical Rage still had half duration as Yatsuro, at least looking for Mickey's illusion or summons. Now he's going to be pushed this way, that way, and the Sharpshooter is good, but not enough damage. In the meantime, Toronto Tokyo jumps the backlines. Great Pit of Malice onto 2. Mickey tanking through everything, though. It's really damage onto Matumba that they're looking at, but he's still with Aegis for another minute. Will now lose it, but with the team fight, doesn't really seem like it'll continue here for Spirit. Oh, it will for Liquid.
It will for Liquid, or maybe Zai was just dropping the fireball there. He is still in Dragon form for a fair amount of time.
They've got a ward really deep in the base as well for Liquid. That's a great ward. I don't think Spirit know.
Chemical Rage is up in 6 seconds. They were just waiting for it. Instable Concoction, however, Matumba has to keep his distance. And they actually found the Overgrowth. A good target. It's Mira. Good bite of the Coddle. Miposhka's the next target ideally, but he's too far back. Don't want to overcommit like that. Mickey could be in trouble himself. Wraithback has been dropped. Now from Matumba as well with Chemical Rage, but the Axe from the Storm. That's going to try to reset the time fight. He gets caught in the bushwhack, and that kills it around Tokyo. There's a free fight for Liquid now, Richie.
What a play by Boxy, and now look at Insanity. He's been holding down these backliners forever. That's double buyback now from Spirit. 2 cores. They need to get big money out from this one, though, but Mickey, he's too tanky. Even that full Pipe of Insight reduces Storm's damage to nil. Fiend's Gate erected means Liquid. Oh, I'm sorry, that's Collapse. He's back in, that is. As now Zai is going to be targeted by Yatoro.
Yeah, Zai stuck in the Pit of Malice. He's going to get rid of the Ghost for now, but he just can't get away from the roots. And with Toronto Tokyo coming back in, Zai gets one last stun. Will he die for this? Or with Toronto Tokyo, he does get the BKB just in time as the Unstable Concoction was flying at him. Now the Visage is the target. Mickey sent back. They want this kill. They'll get it. And with a Battle Trance in the nick of time, Matumba Man now running away from Yatoro God. He is trying to kite him. The stun comes out. Yatoro from God to mortal. Down in the grave he goes. Coddle in the same position. Miposhka will be able to outrun this at the very least.
Dude, Boxy's the MVP there. We have to get a replay of that. That was epic. Matumba kites them back up to the high ground. Boxy uses Scurry to get vision and aggro the Troll into the trees, and he just wastes all the entire ultimate.
I would love to see a replay, but Liquid needs to leave the space first, Richie. And
that was so cool. I mean, Boxy is a freaking madman for that play.
Yep.
Amazing. Long fight. The Wraith Pact actually was dropped in the midst of that engagement, so a lot of that damage was being reduced here. And this is after buybacks, mind you, both on Toronto Tokyo as well as Yatsuro here. So this is a desperate moment for Spirit. They need to get way more. The buybacks were pretty good. They had Collapse set up that Pit of Malice, lots of control. And we'll see shortly here.
Look at that BKB by Toronto Tokyo, by the way. That was clutch, but he got caught anyway.
We'll see here very shortly. Yatsuro barely gets this ulti off. And then you'll see Boxy's positioning couldn't be more perfect. He's going to lose vision up on the high ground, and he goes, hello.
I see. That was very good. That was very, very good. He even dropped the bushwhack just in case the Unstable Concoction.
Look, he's like, yeah, I got him.
I love that he did the bushwhack as well towards the end. In case Concoction didn't hit him in time, Boxy was ready. Boxy, the troll killer here. Love that you mentioned that. Very good skirmish.
It's good stuff. That's a great skirmish. It's a long one. Lots of points of inflection. Who needs Elven Tunic? Well, that's fine. We got one at home. It's AC and Radiance.
Right, yeah. Elven Tunic and AC. Could it be further apart as like what the items represent?
It's a little awkward. Yeah, I mean, just excellent control there. That's been the biggest downfall of this troll hero. He's just, you know what it's doing. As there go the golems.
Yeah, the not controlling your hero in Dota is honestly. What it sucks about this ultimate is that it depends on the enemy team being bad sometimes, right?
Yeah, and I
in
mean,
pro play, that's never happened.
Oh, 2-11. Was that a second one they just picked up right next to it? That would have been incredible.
True.
I mean, it's still on the ground. Liquid could recover it, but right now, they're more getting kills.
He got the area unstable concoction because of the talent, and that's the other got being bursted 100-0 collapse. Overgrowth, you're not going anywhere, buddy. He does try to open the Fiend's Gate, then he another stun. Now again channeling it. The silence, that's not gonna stop the channel, but the Dragon Tail will. Collapse will fall, and Liquid get 2 huge kills off an unstable concoction, level 10 talent, Richie.
And most importantly, Zai recovers the dropped neutral item. He picks it back up towards the end of the fight.
He did it.
That's why Liquid are doing here. It's the battle of the neutral items.
The battle of the Elven Tunic.
The tunics, right?
We push because I can't believe we lost that tunic.
I mean, it was free. It's starting to look really rough. This is exactly how you want an Alc draft to go.
Yep.
Right? I mean, you're running at him. You're basically 6-slotted. You got lots of gold, this overwhelming blink. That's a buff, really, to the Alchemist, an item that he always pretty much purchased because he does kind of suffer from just randomly, awkwardly walking up to heroes and then getting stunned and kited. But now that you can upgrade that item for more stats and damage and utility, that's pretty good for this guy. Think about that.
That's the racks done for them, and because he took the 2 side racks, now it's going to be difficult for Team Spirit to regain this map control. Toronto, Tokyo.
Okay, he's just saying, hey guys, null talismans are really good, by the way.
Yes, he is.
Zips in and out with that Fairy's Trinket.
You still have 1 or 2 team fights left in Team Spirit. It's not entirely off, especially because Troll, once again, even being 2 items down, or 3 in this case, you can burst on the out, but you need the control around it, and you need to stop the hoodwink from, kiting you around with the battle trends.
The fights are really hard, right? Because there's this Wraith Pack, there's this Visage that tanks super well.
Now with the Boots of Bearing as well, it makes it really difficult for them to...
A Spider Legs is really good because now you can just kind of go in any direction and immediately get out of Pit of Malice as if that's been an issue for them this game. It honestly really hasn't.
It's true, yeah. A lot of movement speed on the Alc in general.
Even the Pipe from Mickey, it's all auras.
They even went for 2 4 steps as well on the supports here on Liquid, just to cover for the Pit of Malice. Because they understood, right? It's just Pit of Malice and a bunch of slows.
The first axe of the game from Matumbo. We've reached that point already. I wonder who he gives this to. Could be for the Visage, DK potentially.
Probably. There's a case for DK.
Hunter's Boomerang, I think, is fairly solid, actually.
Sure. I would give it to Core's probably better. Well, I don't know about Mickey, though, because he's kind of an aura guy right now, right? So is the actually that useful?
That's why I'm thinking DK or potentially...
Yeah, it's DK.
Yeah, okay.
Welcome, Black Dragon.
Welcome, Black Dragon. Yes, indeed. Upgraded. He's got the level 3 dragon form, so he does fully go. He's got Freedom Flight now as well with Boots of Bearing and all the auras that Mickey is carrying. It's great. I like this flexibility out from Liquid as well, right? As Mickey is very much transitioning into a bit of a different role, and immediately the Black Dragon says hello to Collapse.
They do. They also say hello to Miposhka, who's bursted immediately. Collapse. Could be in trouble. Well, he does get the Fiend's Gate. Ooh, Overgrowth, stop this. Collapse, where you going, buddy? Stay here and play, please, as Collapse gets decimated by this team. Boxy in the trees, evading the storm. Toronto Tokyo getting annoyed by the squirrel. The force that Boxy's still alive. Boxy needs to die here, but Toronto Tokyo realizes he has to let him go. Toronto Tokyo did get the kill on Boxy, but with that, he lost his life.
The dieback as well, Avo. I mean, not only was that team fight excellent for Liquid, the voice line usage is also on point. As Liquid will go 2-0. Bit of a faster end this time around with the Alchemist. They make it look good, though, don't they?
They did. Once again, for both games, this is the Liquid style of Dota that you were used to traditionally. Obviously, this was more the old Liquid squad. This Liquid has shown much more versatility, but it's the oppressive style of Dota, the fast style, right, the lane dominating idea. I wasn't expecting this to be an Alchemist, but it was just really, really well executed. And as long as you make no mistakes, it's not like Team Spirit played badly, but they just had no opportunities given to them. It was indeed insane, Nia.
Yeah, no, I mean, they played excellently. I think they were eager to try something out as well, right? I mean, given that it is Group B, worst case scenario, I mean, maybe a little bit worse placement, yeah. So I think we're going to see a little bit of this, for example, from BetBoom tomorrow and some of the teams that have already secured it, but this is making for a very exciting playoff stage. Now that we've seen it work, we might see it happen again.
As we see the final scores here. Commitment to Matoman, who did not die a single time. But this, again, Matoman is a great player, but this really exacerbates or shows the problem that Jenkins pointed out, which was the clutch of the draft. You have no way of hunting this out. The Grimstroke and the Coddle just don't do it. Underlord is not very good at doing it either. It just feels like it was the Storm's game to do that, and also it was kind of difficult to do because you're Storm, and at best you have Grimstroke helping you. Maybe Coddle sets up Illuminate from the low ground. You're really grasping at straws.
Yeah, it's a bit hard. It's a bit hard, especially because when you look at down to it, maybe I underestimated or maybe just was wrong about the core to core. You know, Trolley carries around those two axes. You put them together, they're like scissors. What's beat scissors? Rock. We all know that.
That's true, and that's a fact. That's a rock fact, indeed.
That's a fact. But Liquid look good, man. I mean, if they can play like this, making very few mistakes, giving very, very few openings, I mean, not to say like Zai played poorly at all in game 1, but he dies once when they're sieging high ground. Didn't even repeat that mistake here. I mean, like, it's this constant improvement on these small, tiny, seemingly inconsequential kills that make these kind of games impossible to come back in.
Yeah. I mean, there's also the question, the Troll, right? He is kind of the carry where it doesn't matter how good you are. Like, yeah, there's a degree of what you can do with Troll, but ultimately Troll's a hero about how you play the map and how you dominate the lanes and what you can do with that snowballing. It's not so much about the spellcasting in team fights. There's certainly other carries, I would say, like, for example, Lifestealer, where if you just get the perfect rage or you get the perfect positioning, right? Or Void or Morphling, where there's options where you can do something great in the team fight even when you're from behind. Troll does have that option, but it relies more on the rest of your team and the rest of your team fight. It's more of a draft thing. That's why the hero's not that popular these days. As I would like to hear more from the people that actually know about this, which is our lovely panel. They point out some great things before the game, and I'd love to hear what they have to say after this game as we go back to them.
Well, thanks, Avo. We're going to take a little break, and when we come back, we'll have a more in-depth look at the game, if that's possible, after Avo and SNS's breakdown. So we'll see you guys soon. Back in a sec.
Doors are looking
Welcome back. After that short break, we're going to be going to an interview with Matu very shortly. I think he's standing by, but first let's just have a quick look at the result. It's a very clean 2-0 for Team Liquid. First game was extremely quick. Second game, a little more time, but we got there. And where we're going to go now to talk to Sir Action Slacks, who has Matu, to talk about his victory. Slacks, are you there?
Thank you, Period Flax. I am here with Matumbo Man after a very, very long day. You guys got that late night victory, so thank you so much for taking time out to do the interview, man. Don't take me wrong, my wife hates it when I say this, but you're looking kind of tired, man. You're doing all right? That was one hell of a day.
I mean, obviously these group stage games are pretty exhausting, like when you have to play many of them in a row, and especially if you're losing some of them, and yeah, I'm kind of like pissed out. I want to go to my bed and see you.
Absolutely. Well, we'll get you there quick. Only a few questions. Tell me a little bit about the Alchemist. Are you practiced on this hero? Are you good at is this the secret technique? You're the #1 farmer, by the way. How often are you on this?
I mean, Blizz asked me, like our coach asked me, like, when was the last time you played this hero? I was like, yeah, I can't remember. Like, there's probably not this year, but. Yeah, I mean, I just tired. Like in the beginning of the day, I feel like my team wasn't having fun. It's like we had to like spice things up a little bit and like, yeah, just send it. You know, like who cares? You know, this is group stage, and we're just gonna play something that we enjoy. And you know, it was Alchemist this time. You know, I just wanted to play something different.
So when did the Alchemist come into fruition? Was it during the draft? Like, was it a counter pick, or when did this idea spring into your mind?
I don't know. I just like figured I was looking at all the heroes I want to play, and just one didn't really fit that I wanted to play. So I just picked Alchemist because, like, yeah, it kind of looks good. You know, I'm not sure if it's gonna work because like nobody plays it, and like, yeah, it might be just shit. But in the end, it worked. Kind of okay. You know, I was full sending it on the lane, not maxing greed. I was just, let's kill these guys. Like, I don't care. Like, get him out of here.
The true mentality of a carry. Reminds me of my own pub. Zero thought process. It looks fun and it ends up winning. Well, sir, you are truly a god. Truly someone that the other carries look up to out there. Any words of advice for those boys down stuck at 4.9k MMR looking to move up in this world? How can they learn from you?
Yeah, just try hard.
Fantastic. All right, well, let's cut this interview together, my man. Everyone's doing this now, by the way, after our interview. So they're all doing... No, the hand thing. When you cut the...
like this?
And, oh, yeah, we'll do it at the same time. And that's another Matumbo Man interview. Done.
Okay, thank you, Jake. And thanks, Matthew, for taking the time to talk to Jake there.
He's a Nelk fan.
He's a what?
Nelk. It's a Canadian YouTube group.
Okay.
Full send it.
Yeah.
It's a Canadian thing.
I don't know about that one, but I know how Matu chooses his hero. He was so tired, saw one hero that he does not want to play, and he's like, well, in alphabetical order, here's Alchemist. Just go with that. Yeah. Too tired to look through the whole hero list.
It does feel like he has this kind of, oh, it's fine, whatever, kind of attitude.
Lightness,
but he certainly didn't play that way. I feel like he was on it right from the get-go, dominating the lane. A little bit of a wobble, but then it's just like, let's just go. Just farmed and farmed and farmed.
I'm glad that he even mentions it too, that he was just a killer, because 90% of times when we've seen Alchemists in the past, right, so they get the acid spray and they have Greevil's Green late. Nope, level 2 he had stun, and they're going for kills, and they get a double kill, so.
In the pops, it's Greevil's Greed level 1.
Yeah,
definitely.
Yeah, for the round.
Well, he did have
Get the bounties, get the bounties.
He had it.
Buddy, you're not doing anything for the bounties. How the hell am I going to pick those up? Useless Alchemist.
Useless. Goodness me. So, just talking about that game for a second, you guys, I think you all fancied Liquid from looking at the draft. How could you tell that this is a great out game?
Looked strong. Other team had Troll, so it was pretty easy. It's just the discrepancy between these two carries, like what they want to do. Troll wants to farm until he loses the game. That's what he did one more time. But the timing from Team Liquid, we see all these like small items picking up. Dragonite, of course, going for the Blink Dagger from the offlane first item. He's very active. They take the tower. Visage on the mid lane. You move away. He's going to take your tower. Going for the Vlads, going for the drums, just to be able to fight with the team, amplify all the damage. Once Alchemist comes online, they kill the Roche. Pretty similar to what happened in game 1 as well. Pretty similar mentality.
Yeah, I agree. It looked like a Liquid draft. It looked like something they wanted to run at heroes. And the Alchemist is one of those heroes where it's like it's slow for like 10 or 15 minutes, But then after that point, it's fast. You just run at people with like Radiance Armlord or Radiance BKB, and there was nothing to stop the Alchemist from getting to that point. So it's like, well, then that becomes a fast draft. Like,
Yeah,
it's just
and one more important thing to notice is Toronto-Tokyo. He played against Insania, who has Utrecht, Los Angeles in his nickname, and he showed like what the better place kind of is.
Indeed.
Now, he's just a troll. Insania's trolling.
Yeah, of course. Let's have a little look at the standings for both groups. This is this is where we are at the end of this day. Liquid.
Oh my
going
god.
top
Oh my god.
over
my
Team Spirit.
god.
But just look at the scores there: 6-4, 6-4, 6-4, 6-4. Good heavens!
Let's go 6-way tie.
Genuinely could be a 6-way tie, which is bizarre because there are only 6 teams in the group. So the entire group could be tied.
If they go 1-1 in both series, it's a 6-way tie.
I don't even think that's... I mean, what is the probability of that is unbelievably low.
We'll just replay the entire group stage.
We're going setting it all back a week. We're going to replay the whole group. I don't think I've ever seen anything like that. So yes, if the games tomorrow are both 1-1s, we will have a 6-way tie. God help us all if that happens.
Yo,
dude, more Dota.
Remember when everybody was calling Group A the group of death?
Right.
What were those people on? Look at this shit. That's the group of death. I mean, Mind Games definitely, 0-12, but that doesn't help with this. But that's an even group, man.
Oh, dude, there have been so many draws in this group, so many close games, and honestly, everybody's beaten everybody else, and it's reflected in the scoreboard.
Yeah, maybe it was the group of death just for EG.
Yeah. I think either group would have been the group of death for EG. They might not have even been able to beat Mind Games if they'd been in that group on the form they've been in.
They've been struggling. Tundra looking hot though, right? 9-1, and I didn't expect BetBoom to actually be 7-3. That's probably the biggest outlier for me. It looks good, but I didn't expect them to be all the way at the top. I thought they'd be more of the middle of the pack, but
I guess one argument for that is that BetBoom is the team that I think largely defined a lot of what the current meta is, because a lot of people watched the qualifiers and saw like, what the hell is this team doing? Like the Hawk playing Carry Visage every single game. It's like these guys are
Carry Visage,
on
Carry
something.
Necro. They're just
They're insane.
different
Yeah,
heroes.
it's crazy.
That's true.
But now that's what everybody's doing. That's what we saw through our Gamers Without Borders too. The tournament that happened right before this, with tons of tier 1 teams. So that's just how it still is. Plus or minus a couple of years. We got a Spectre here or there, but that's about it. Same meta.
Okay. What are you guys looking forward to tomorrow then, other than a 6-way tie?
6-way tie, let's go. Honestly, that's it. Yeah.
Well, which games do we have left? Because there are still some group games to come. Let's have a look at those up on the screen here. We've obviously got T1
Coast,
versus Chandra. EG versus Beast Coast, which is going to decide basically whether there's a tie in that group.
That's the heartbreaker right there.
EG needs to win 2-0 to be able to play for the tiebreakers again against
So if EG don't 2-0 Beast Coast, they're out.
They have to win, 4 out of 5 games versus Beast Coast, potentially, right? Because they'll have to play Beast Coast again right afterwards.
Yes.
They're tied versus them, yeah.
Yeah.
So they have to win 4 out of 5
So they
games.
2-0 them for the chance to beat them again, basically. It's pretty rough. And then BetBoom versus OG. And then we've got Fnatic versus Gaming Gladiators. And Thunder Awakened versus TSM.
That might be the one I'm excited for, actually. I don't know. BoomBet OG is really good, but Thunder Awakened TSM. TSM is on some hot streak, and Thunder Awakened's been impressing a lot, too.
So are they. They both are.
Pretty cool.
They're repping the regions, doing it right.
But OG BetBoom is also really good because it's just 2 teams that are really, really good right now also. Like, it's tough.
Yeah, that can determine if BetBoom is really this tier 1 caliber team, or just middle of the pack tiebreakers like everybody else.
Yeah.
Well, we look forward to that tomorrow. I've had a great day. I think there have been some really good games.
Yeah.
But we're going to throw it... I'm so tired now at this point. I can't concentrate. Just give me a sec. We're going to go. And I'm going to have a lie down.
We're getting out of here.
This has been a fantastic day of Dota. Join us tomorrow because, like Lacoste said, we really could have a 6-way tie, and you won't want to miss it. This has been ESL 1 Stockholm Major, powered by Intel.
job, I work it like I do a 9 to 5. No punching in or punching out, I'm round the clock, the hardest you will find. So I gotta grind, like you never see before, and that's all the time. I'm saying what you need to know, cause I'ma shine. You can get yours, cause I'ma get mine. Fresh to death, the freshest of the fresh. To be the best, you can accept no less. OG status, I ain't new to this.
All I do is slay, slay all day. Slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great, do whatever it takes. All I do is slay, slay all day. Slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great, do whatever it takes. All I do is slay, slay all day. Slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great, do whatever it takes. All I do is slay, slay all day. Slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great, do whatever it takes. All I do is slay, slay all day. Slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great, do whatever it takes. All I do is slay, slay all day. Slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great, do whatever it takes. All I do is slay. You heard the hook, look at how I look. The outfit raw, got me looking uncooked. Schedule not flexible, period, decimal. I love getting green, but I hate eating vegetables. My homies get lit, slay so much, Saint Nick. Shoes on fire when I walk, leave a crisp. Just walked in and this bottle's where I sit. Want my homies to win, eat steak with the shrimp. Slay it to the haters so the windows got tint. Slayer, slay 'em, slay so much, I'm the bad guy in. Slay so much, let the bad guys in. Do you slay? It depends. Do you slay with your friends? If you slay, you attend. Don't slay it for the win. Yeah, cause all I do is slay, slay all day. Slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great, do whatever it takes. All I do is slay, slay all day. Slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great, do whatever it takes. All I do is slay. Yo, slaying every day.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
I'll come over, let me drink for free. Call me gorgeous, see what's underneath in my head now. Planning silently how I would get out of this if it turns ugly. This is what it takes to be a girl, trying to survive with pretty girls. Gotta check behind me when I walk down the street. Don't know who is watching me, sitting pretty in a wicked world is what it takes to be a girl.
Pete Maverick Mitchell. You were here at the request of Iceman. He seems to think that you have something left to offer the Navy.
With all due respect, sir, I'm not a teacher. Just want to manage expectations.
What the hell? Good morning, aviators. This is your captain speaking.
I intend to push your limits. Show me what you're made of.
Nice. Having any fun yet?